top casino executives was training for an Ironman triathlon. He admonished him, saying, "You're going to die young because of this."
What a swell guy. What a swell
That
guy.
part doesn't bother me. Okay, if you had this really weird philosophy about exercise, I guess it's moral of you to tell people.
No, it's not. It's not, because think about, like, look, if you were, no, even if we had like the answers, right? So like, we know that smoking is bad for you, right? If you were a smoker and I was like, just so you know, you're gonna die young, that's still an asshole move.
Is it though?
Yeah, you don't say that to somebody. Like, they already have like the information, they know.
So you're saying if you saw a kid smoking, you wouldn't say that to him?
I wouldn't.
You'd let the kid die.
Okay, I wouldn't say it like a kid, but like, you just don't get in other people's you don't get in other people's business like that.
I guess, unless you're close. Maybe he's close to him, maybe they're friends.
Okay.
We have a little bit more info though. Trump said he's not following any special diet or exercise regimen for the campaign. This is back during the campaign. Saying, all my friends who work out all the time, they're going for knee replacements, hip replacements. They're a disaster. He exerts himself fully by standing in front of an audience for an hour, saying that's exercise. And I always think after he gives a speech, I think that's thinking. We're both wrong, okay?
I'm sure it is taxing.
It's like a standing desk.
Which
has also been shown to not really have enough benefit.
And just project vitriol. I'm sure that really works the abs.
Well, maybe he thinks you only have a certain amount of vitriol, so you want to get it out.
I hate women. I hate minorities. Like, that's gotta really work it out.
I do think though, in what remains of the video, we do have to acknowledge though, just in case you were wondering, because I know there's a lot of scientific back and forth about this. The exercise is actually good for you, it turns out. Regular physical activity can prevent dementia, type 2 diabetes, some cancers, depression, heart disease, and other common serious conditions, reducing the risk of each by at least 30%, according to the Academy of Medical Royal Colleges, which I assume has to be affiliated with Hogwarts in some fashion.
Plus, it makes you happy.
It does make you happy.
Maybe if he had more endorphins, he would be happier and want to spew more positivity.
Exactly.
Maybe that's the problem.
I also recently read that it was a Time account of a dinner with him, and he drinks diet soda all the time, which we know unfortunately does not lead to weight loss. It's bad for you. He also gets extra sauce for his pasta, extra creamy sauce, and then extra ice cream with his chocolate pie.
Or his immaculate chocolate cakes.
Exactly. I would like to. I think vices can be good, and so I encourage him to eat as much of that unhealthy food as possible.
No, sugar is bad for you, but also, like, really quick, Diet Coke is not just, or any sort of diet soda is not just bad for you, like, for the in terms of weight loss, but also with like aspartame and like all that other bad stuff. Is like, there's a lot of chemicals in there that are really bad for you.
So
it's not just about weight loss.
But anyway, yes. So as we said early on, this appears to be some weird philosophy that they had over 100 years ago, that you could use up all of your life force. It doesn't actually work that way. If he were to Google it for just a couple of minutes.
Yeah, well, he doesn't have access to internet, I don't think, except for Twitter. But I think like, exercise has been shown to be like the one thing that can actually extend your life.
Well, also extreme calorie deprivation.
But maybe we should be really happy that he's not trying to.
Don't say that. That's mean. That's awful. I just feel. I will say one other mean, awful thing. I would have just loved to have been in the room when. I was gonna say Ivanka when I was thinking of his wife, Melania.
Same difference.
Like, had been dating him and then heard his philosophy that you shouldn't exercise because it's bad for you. I'm sure she was like, oh great, what have I gotten myself in? Anyway, so look, this is not the most important political story of the day or anything like that. It just gives you a little bit of an insight into his philosophy about life, and that could influence all sorts of
and it's important to know that, like, he doesn't root anything in fact. Like, this is like a simple thing that has been like, this is like science backed, but science, bad word in the White House. So I get why it's actually blocked on their internal servers.
Exactly, no science, yes. Look, if you're looking for some interesting diet and exercise advice, read the books of Michael Pollan or Gary Taubes. I've been reading those lately. They're very good. Let us know what you think about them, and we will see you soon. Welcome back, everybody. Think Tank. Let's close this out with a little bit of a controversy. Okay, so Cleon Brown is a cop in Michigan who, like many people around the globe, have taken advantage of new DNA testing services to find out a little bit more about where he comes from, who he is, who his family is. So we'll show you a little picture of him, and you might make certain stereotypical guesses about where he's from, perhaps Ireland, or Sweden or something like that. Turns out it's a more complicated picture than that because he used Ancestry.com and found out through that actually 18% of his ancestry can be traced back to Africa. Not the Swedish portion of Africa, mind you, Africa proper. And that's an interesting thing about yourself. You want to share that with people you work with. So he did that in his police department, and the reception wasn't what he wanted. So he said that the police chief began calling him Kunta after the character in Alex Haley's novel Roots, the Saga of an American Family, while other officers whispered Black Lives Matter when they walked past. Which, if I can just note, that's not just bad in the context of this story.
That
Don't use that as a joke.
Yeah. Like it's like wait, already like the entirety of that entire movement comes from police brutality that is targeted at like Black people around our country, and cops are joking about that.
Yeah, that's not
like
good.
That is sick.
So it goes beyond that. Brown said that the Christmas tree in the police department lobby was decorated with Santa figurines named after each officer on the force, which is a little bit weird, but whatever. People celebrate the way they want to. Brown's Santa was Black, with 18% written on the beard. They wrote on Santa's beard, you monsters. So that's bad, obviously.
Yeah.
Now, when you put those together with this last little bit, there was his lawyer saying there was an instance where my client was talking to the mayor, and the mayor, upon learning that my client was 18% African American, proceeded to tell him a racist joke. That's outside of the police department. This is a wider problem.
Yeah, so now he's suing the city and the police department.
And so you have to question, do they not have any other African American or any minority cops on the force, like that they feel free? And I understand the defenders will say it's a workplace, people make jokes in the workplace, and when you're very close, people make jokes about who you are, I guess.
Right. That said, like if he was more visibly Black, I don't think they would. I think it's only because he's like passing.
I don't know.
Do you know what I mean? And I think that's really like that's that term like where it's like, oh, you can pass for white and you have like these other privileges, and a lot of people in the Black community talk about this and the privileges that come with that. And he has been brought up in with white privilege and is now being one of those situations where he gets to literally walk in the shoes, not necessarily like of a Black person or somebody who is visibly Black in America, and seeing
experiencing
these like awful like forms of racism.
Yeah, and then it's also like obviously everybody is going to tell him like, oh, why are you making such a big deal out of it? And that too is to some extent, in a limited fashion, obviously, like that's how racism and misogyny and homophobia work, is that when you're the target of it, you're often told to not make a big deal out of it, to not speak up about it, to not perhaps file lawsuits about it. I mean, we see that same sort of thing going on in Fox News right now, where you had a number of different sexual harassment and sexual assault lawsuits costing them millions upon millions of dollars for both Bill O'Reilly and Roger Ailes. Now you also have a series of allegations of racism leading to lawsuits there, where I'm sure every one of those employees was told to simply like, just don't make such a big deal out of it. Let us target you for your race or your gender or whatever, and just don't make a stink. Well, and that sucks.
No, and it does suck, and it's not right. And I'm glad that he is suing them. He's suing them for $500,000. And I'm glad that he's doing that because I think it's important that there's like a message out there that these sorts of like, even sort of like little jokes and stuff like that, like that's not acceptable. Like that's not okay, especially in the workplace. And it just shows you this underlying and this rooted racism that exists, and unfortunately in the police department, and they're like making fun of a movement that is fighting against police brutality. It's just so many different shades of disgusting.
Yeah, and we know that they've admitted that the Santa thing happened, which I have a feeling he probably took a picture of it anyway, so they weren't gonna get away with it. But once they go to court and they have the thing, we'll find out all the facts and everything.
Right.
And it might be that there's far more to it than this. I'm sure these are just a few of the highlights of what he had to deal with for God knows how many months, or possibly longer. But it's not looking good, and it's just a further reminder that there are needs for all sorts of broad reforms in police departments around the globe, around the country. Not just in specific in terms of how they engage in the use of force and everything, but possibly even wider than that. And these sorts of lawsuits are a great way to get both focus on it and also perhaps to provide an impetus for them to actually change.
Yeah, and having stories like this, I think, out in the media and things like that get kind of, I hope wakes people up some sort, you know what I mean? And have people be more aware of this kind of like more, I guess, like subverted racism.
Yeah.
I guess that's So.
Well, let us know what you think about this, and that is then going to be it for this episode of Think Tank. Thank you for joining us. You can follow us on Twitter and Instagram at Johnny DeRolla and at Hannah Cranston. Now that we've gotten those names under order. Also, if you go to youtube.com/thinktank, we've got any number of other topics that we're recording both today and in previous days. Serious topics about politics like today, but also fun and light stuff as well. So go browse on over to that and have some fun. See you soon, guys.
Bye.
Here are 5 secrets hidden within escape rooms.
Oh, I have one. I'm always trying to escape this room.
Welcome back, everyone, another episode of Think Tank. So at this point, I've done like 10 escape rooms,
you
maybe
have an
more.
obsession.
I've done a lot because they're awesome and everyone should do them, but I've only experienced them from the point of view of the person doing the escape room. But what about the people who actually work behind the scenes, watch the videos, lead people through the rooms? On Reddit, they went and unveiled some of the most ridiculous things that have happened at their escape rooms, including actual escape room employee here. One couple couldn't agree on how to solve the puzzles and broke up inside the room. Which is funny because actually before I did my first one with my current girlfriend, she told me that this would actually be a sort of important sign of how we deal with problem solving and conflict.
I would think.
I was like,
I would think that.
We didn't escape.
You didn't escape?
No, but so far she hasn't escaped from the relationship either, so I'm okay.
She's trying. She's working.
I put on a lot of locks.
I think that you're right. I think this is like one of those situations where like it could really, really test your relationship. I've told the person that I'm seeing right now that if we do like one of those tandem bikes, that would probably be the end of our relationship.
If you're
like,
biking at different speeds?
Yeah, it's just, there's a lot of pressure.
Yeah.
So I could see how escape room, I haven't done one yet. I want to, but.
Yeah, so it's within relationships, but also for all other sorts of relationships. I mean, I've done them with a lot of people. I've had friends who like get really serious and mad and snippy.
How do you get? What's your MO?
I'm just there for the fun, man. I'm just there to experience it. I've had like anyway, I won't go into more details because they're probably watching the video. Anyway, the next one. Someone cleared all the boxes and locks off of a table in the corner, laid down on it, and went to sleep until the group escaped.
That person did not want to be there.
Well,
that's like one of those people who are like dragged in. They're like, no, we're doing escape. And he's like, I just want to go for a drink after. They're like, yeah, we'll do it after.
No, I think it's the opposite. I think they went for a drink before. I think drunk people do these and thus wanted to lay down. And I have to predict.
I'm sympathetic to that.
The rest of the group is probably like, good, go to sleep. Because fewer minds sometimes can solve those problems a lot easier.
Yeah.
Can you answer this? At our establishment, we have a room called Jailbreak, which I've actually been to one called Jailbreak, with a fake door towards the very end, covered in plywood. This girl takes one look at it and says, "Jail break," and charges the door full force and breaks through. Many of these are about how people are way too rough with the stuff.
I love that. That's so funny. She's like, oh.
I had a girl in one that I went to. There was like a slatted thing, and she was small enough that she was able to crawl through between the rooms. And I was telling her, you're definitely not supposed to be able to do that. No escape room would be based on having a hobbit on your team that could theoretically slip through. And so eventually they get on the intercom and are like, why are you doing that? But they have to give those warnings of like, don't break open things. You shouldn't have to say that.
How many rooms are there in these things? Is it one room?
Some of them are one, some of them are 2 or 3 or 4 that you have to get between. Okay, next, and this is another example of that. People have tried to climb through the ceiling tiles on multiple occasions. We now have to mention in the pregame spiel that it's not necessary to climb through the ceiling tiles.
I love it. I like that people are really committing to this and trying to be spies. Like, I'm so into this. They're really committing, and I approve of that.
I think it can be dangerous though, because some of these have actors in them.
You have to take.
Some of the actors. I had one where it was a zombie on a chain that slowly goes in one more room.
Up.
I'm worried somebody's going to.
Yeah, that's what you got to do. You got to commit.
You have to kill the zombie first, then we don't have to worry about him.
Yep.
And then I'll go sleep on a box. Let's see, next one. Actual escape room employee here. The weirdest thing I saw was a young couple in our hardest room. They asked for our hardest, who, when they couldn't solve our puzzles, took off their shoes and just sat down and talked. When I would send them hints to get them to start playing again, the lady would call me a commie. It was weird. Yeah, for example, the lady would pick up a red clue paper that goes with a puzzle pyramid puzzle. They would stare at it, then put it to the side. I type in a hint, the red papers go at the pyramid. She looks up the screen, we were getting to that, commie. I'm not a communist, and the room isn't communist themed in the slightest. Something about pyramids just make me think of seizing the means of production or something.
Oh my God, that's so funny.
I saw another one where the couple went into a horror-themed one and just sat down and looked at all the horror stuff. Didn't even try to do the puzzle.
Maybe they're just there for the experience. Maybe they don't want to do the puzzle.
I think it's some weird.
People can like do their own thing. You know what I mean? It's DIY.
I think it's an eyes
DIY
wide
escape
shut thing.
room. There's nothing wrong with that.
I'm worried about what they're doing in there. Anyway, what else do we have?
Hey, that's it.
Okay, the last one. Yeah. So I've seen people break things. I've seen. One of the experiences I have is, especially when you bring in new people who don't have kind of an idea of what could be a solution or couldn't be, there's sort of themes. Obviously, you have to let everyone give input, but sometimes it's just like you know that they're going down a rabbit hole and you just sort of have to be cool about it. That's a social skill you gotta develop.
Does it require like knowledge? What does it require to do these?
They're not knowledge based. It can be like pattern recognition. It can be understanding connections between things that don't seem immediately clear. Understanding how information can be hidden in plain sight. It's those sorts of things. It's not like trivia or anything.
I can see why you like these.
It's fun, but also it's physical.
No, I sound that. Oh, it's physical. It's a form of exercise.
Not really, but I mean it's actual like.
Well, I feel like climbing through ceiling tiles would be a form of exercise.
And killing a human zombie. It's like why I like board games. We live in such a digital. We're just touching screens.
And that's why you like trivia. Like you like in the trivia has the patterns.
Yes.
Those patterns.
But with the board games and the escape rooms, you're moving physical things. You're adjusting things. Like I like that physicality.
Board games also a form of exercise.
It can be. Dexterity games. I'll show you one. Anyway, those are a few of the things that they have noticed in their time working in escape rooms that I've noticed in my time doing escape rooms. Let us know what you've experienced. What have you seen gone down in these escape rooms? Oh, one other thing, by the way. One other thing I just gotta say. I was at an escape room in Germany that was Saw themed, which scared me because we're in Germany and Saw. And you have to open up a door in one of these rooms and go into this little closet. And then you use black light to see stuff on the walls. So the light from the other room was coming in and spoiling it, so we closed that little door, which promptly locked. And so we were locked in a tiny room, in an escape room, and they had to come in and let us out, and they said that no one had ever done it before. So that was embarrassing. As soon as we closed, we were like, nope, ought not to have done that. Anyway, so be careful, okay, because you could get locked in for the rest of your life.
Scary.
Anyway, let us know what you think about these escape rooms and your experiences down below, and we'll see you next video.
Hey guys, welcome back to Think Tank. Hannah and John here. So one of the things that we do on Think Tank quite a bit is look at these sort of reimaginations of Disney princesses. And I think this is really cool because I think it's this sort of like these characters that everybody knows and they grow up with and they have a lot of familiarity with them. And so then you reimagine them with different body types or in different scenarios so that you can sort of like have a new perspective about them and about real issues in the world. And this one sort of took it to the next level and talked about some pretty scary issues and used real people to sort of illustrate that. Then these are from an artist named Shannon Dermody, and you can see here, this one is Snow White dealing with alcoholism.
She's drinking a Snow White Russian.
You know, I bet
that's a lot of bottles of liquor.
Those dwarves probably drank a lot. But alcoholism is obviously a serious issue and something that a lot of people in America struggle with.
Yeah.
So we do need to take it very seriously. And this is, you know.
And so that's what I have to wonder is obviously, like I'm sure that from the point of view of the person doing this, it's a serious look at it, but I have to imagine that if you, like someone in your family is an alcoholic, like you've experienced that in your own life, wouldn't you be kind of uncomfortable about posing like the 7 dwarves with bottles of liquor and?
So if Snow White has the woman who's playing Snow White actually dealt with alcohol.
No, I'm saying if somebody's looking at this and is like, well, I'm gonna put Shrek and the donkey doing opioids.
Well,
anyway, that's just my initial opinion.
Yeah, let's look at some more. So this one is rape, okay? So I'm not sure which princess that is supposed to be. Maybe Sleeping Beauty. Maybe Aurora. I don't know.
Hair. I'm not sure.
So this one is really, really dark. You can see she's all sort of beaten up. She looks like she's in an alleyway. She has her underwear by her ankles. And this one's like very, very dark. And I get what you're saying here, but I also think that like it could maybe what the artist was trying to do is like shed light on this like these like pristine and pure princesses who are still subject to these like either whether it be demons like alcoholism and diseases and things like that, and also like these horrors of the world.
Yeah.
So it means like anybody could be subject to that, right? So I think there's a lot of people who are like, oh, like that couldn't happen to me or something like that. But even like the most like pure and innocent of these like people that we idolize and like look at constantly are still subject to these awful things that happen in the world, like heroin. So this must be, I think, the girl from Tangled. This one is very, very dark.
I think that's Brave, because she got a bow
that's
in the
what
back.
I meant. That's what I meant.
Yeah.
I get a little confused sometimes. I know like the core princesses, but then once I hit like puberty, I started losing track.
Okay, well, obviously a very big issue in America
huge
right now.
issue right now. Then police brutality here. This is Tiana. This one really is a difficult one to look at. Because we know what a huge problem this is in America, and he's testing for her pulse, and it just like this one like hit me. This is the one I saw that I was just like, ooh, this is like very raw, and again bringing to light a huge issue that we don't necessarily like recognize that much, and especially something that we don't like talk to kids about. But maybe we should. Maybe we should talk to kids about some of the horrors that are going on, so that they are aware of some of these things that happen in the world. Domestic violence here. So this is Beauty and the Beast. This one's actually really interesting because you can sort of like barely make out the Beast in the shadows, and Belle just like battered and still accepting the rose, which I think is a really interesting artistic thing that she decided to do, right? Because so many women who are victims of domestic violence will like take their partners back or like accept their apologies and things like that. And so you can kind of see that's what's going on here, regardless of how battered she is. She's like still like taking the,
or feel so threatened that you feel like you have to, like you don't have a choice.
Right.
Yeah. I don't know.
Let's look at another one. So this is pollution. This one's not.
Is that Ariel?
That's Ariel dealing with pollution. She looks like suffocated by the pollution in the ocean.
Okay, see, I like that.
Yeah.
Because it's direct. I mean, the domestic violence to some extent is appropriate for the story of Beauty and the Beast. I mean, this is directly like, if there were mermaids, then theoretically, Whereas like, I don't know, like the brave girl doing heroin, it's just like, well, why is she?
Well, that's why I was wondering if the Sleeping Beauty one, if the rape one was Sleeping Beauty, because a lot of the times, like if it's a rape, it could be like unconscious. You know what I mean? So I was trying to piece together the different things. She doesn't tell a lot of stories. This is all from her Facebook page, and you guys should check it out for more images. But she doesn't like, she just says, oh, this is like a representation of like pollution. Just didn't explain like why she did anything. Maybe it's up for interpretation.
Yes.
And so I think some of them are more related to the stories, and then some of them are maybe she's created her own story as to why they might have turned to those different. Maybe the girl in Brave was like, dealing with some sort of pain.
Maybe there was a deleted scene.
Yeah.
That I didn't see.
Maybe something like that. But I like this reimagination. I think like, like when you do reimagine like these really light characters in darker situations, it sort of shifts your perspective a little bit. And that's the entire purpose of Think Tank, is to shift your perspective a little bit.
And look, I mean, I probably wouldn't, like I would feel like I'm not an artist or a real photographer, but I feel like if I did that and someone criticized me, I feel like I'd have to be like, yeah, they're probably right. But she is an actual photographer and an actual artist, and you're allowed to do whatever you want. And look, maybe the whole point is to make you question it and to be uncomfortable, I guess.
I think it's definitely to make you be uncomfortable, 100%. And I like that aspect of it, right? Because I think it's so much more in your face. Like you can you can really separate yourself from these issues if you're not like directly tied to it in the world, and be like, oh, like that doesn't affect me directly. And I think because everybody has such a nostalgic connection to these women, like they do feel like it hits them a little harder and makes them a little bit more uncomfortable.
So, but where then is the line drawn? So like, if I did this same thing with Harry Potter characters, or Pokemon, or something, at what point is it like, well, that's clearly too light to be attaching to, or is there no line? If I did a Mario and Sonic is on bath salts, that's why he runs so fast.
But I actually, I don't think that, like, I mean, I get what you're saying.
Mario descends down crack pipes.
Like, if you were making a joke about it, I think that would be the line. But if you were trying to bring light to an issue by tying it to something that people are familiar with, I do think there's value in that. But that's
maybe I'll do it then.
That's just my opinion. So now I'm gonna turn it over to you guys to let us know what you think about these reimaginations of Disney princesses, what you think each one means in the comments down below. And we'll see you guys soon.
Hannah, what would you give up to not have to shave for an entire year?
I mean, I would give up all of my body hair.
I'm not sure that you get the point.
Welcome back to Think Tank. Hannah and John here. So admittedly, hair removal is quite an annoying process, and you might think that millennial women are going a hair too far by saying that they would give up sex for an entire month to not to have to shave for a year. Now, how did they find this out? Well, the maker of Nair and Kelton Global polled 1,000 millennial women to take an in-depth look at the role of unwanted body hair and how it plays into their lives. Now, the biggest offender and the most annoying part to remove hair from are the bikini line. 72% of them said that. Underarms, 58%, and legs, 52%.
Bottom of feet was a smaller percentage, but if that's an issue for you, it sucks.
Yeah, I can imagine. Now, many millennial women would give up coffee. 48% said that. Netflix for 44%, or sex 39% for a month to be free of unwanted body hair for 1 year, okay? An additional 38% said they would give up social media for a month. Let me just tell you, my order would be very, very different. Like, sex 100%.
Some of them might not be having sex.
Coffee 0%. Netflix 0%. Social media another 0%, but sex 100%. Like, you could just. You could take that away for a few months to not have body hair.
Just take it away, actually. I need some time to read.
Now, millennial women say that shaving is time consuming, 56%, irritates their skin, 44%, and that their hair grows back too quickly, 72%. That's their major issue with it. 1 in 2 millennial women say that unwanted body hair has made them feel self-conscious, less confident, or insecure. Now, younger millennials, 57%, are more likely than older millennials, 48%, to feel less confident due to this unwanted body hair. I think for me, it is time-consuming, and then if you do something that beyond shaving, like if you're doing like waxing or like I do sugaring or something like that, it's expensive. Like that's the most annoying part. And it's
Think
like,
about how much sugar you have to use.
I drive to the place, and then they do it, and it's painful, and it's this and that.
It's weird that you've done so much to rid yourself of sugar in your diet, and yet there, you turn to its delightful qualities. Hypocritical, I think.
Yes, okay? It's very, very true.
I don't sugar on the outside, but if there was hair inside my body, I'd sugar the hell out of it.
Yeah.
There's none left.
Totes. No, I mean, look, here's the thing is like we are told by society that you need to be like completely hairless from like the neck down, but like you have to have this like luscious hair up here or whatever. And it's
I like pixie cuts. I think cut it all off.
It is extremely difficult to upkeep because your body like naturally grows hair, and in some places it grows more hair than you're supposed to be like bald, and like that's really hard for like upkeep, and you get like, or if you're like doing razors, you get razor bumps, and it makes your
some
skin
women have to shave their arms because they have dark hair,
or feel that some women feel that they have to shave their arms. Nobody has to shave.
Well, nobody has to shave any of it.
Right.
You just have to make the decision. Like, here are things that it seems like people find attractive. Which of these do I want to comply with? Which of these do I not?
Right.
And that's influenced by money and time and all that. Thankfully, I don't have this problem, but some guys have really hairy shoulders. That is not a good look in America.
Well,
that's not a good look. Hairy back.
I don't want to.
Not a good look. There's not a lot of women who are like, I really want a guy with a hairy upper back. But if you have a hairy upper back, it's probably super awkward to shave it. I don't even know how you do that. I guess you get some sort of long razor. And you can not do that. But then if you go to the beach, someone might be like, oh.
Okay, so you have to shave you shave your neck and you trim your beard.
I shave like.
Yeah, and then you trim your beard, right?
Yes.
And how time consuming is that?
That's not that bad.
So what?
I mean, I have to do it every day, but it's not that bad.
What would you give up not to have to do that for a year?
I would give up fruits and vegetables for a month to not have to do it for a year. I'd give up chores. No, I don't know. I don't care. I don't even mind it. I find it to be nice.
Really,
you covered up and you're like, whoop,
I absolutely hate it because I like the legs. Like that's the most. The legs are probably most annoying to me.
I I feel like with the legs, at least it's a long motion.
No, you do the bottom one first, and then you do the top. You do your calves, and then that's how I do it.
I haven't shaved a lot of my legs as a woman in my life.
Yeah, no, you do the
but I get that it's
calf,
annoying.
and then you do the it's annoying. Like that's
and eventually
especially
we will.
now it's summer. You gotta like be like. Let me just. So today
Don't go outside.
I'm wearing a dress, but all week I was wearing pants because I had not shaved in a few weeks.
That's why I'm wearing pants. Yeah, eventually we're gonna genetically modify people to be born with hair where we want them to have it.
People are doing laser and that's expensive. It's just obnoxious. So yeah, I would give up sex. I don't think I would give up coffee because I can't survive without coffee. I'd rather be hairy.
I'd rather be hairy and very energetic.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
that's my opinion, and I'd probably give up a lot of other things not to have to shave. Probably most things.
Call up the boyfriend. Peace.
Oh, yep. All right, guys, let us know what you would give up not to have to remove your body hair in the comments down below. We'll see you soon.
The unicorn cappuccino.
Frappuccino.
Shit. I screwed up. The unicorn, I don't think it qualifies as either one of those drinks because it is just powder and pink. Let's take a look at it. There it is, the unicorn frappuccino. Good thumbnail, by the way. Not like the image, but that person's thumbnail is immaculate.
Yeah,
That's like a manicure. Yeah, really good.
That's gotta be like the official photo from Starbucks.
That's so Photoshop.
God, I wanna be that, I wanna have that good a thumb. But look at it, it's insane. And people are reacting to it. It came, it went. The 23rd was the last day that you could buy it. It kind of showed up in time for 420. A lot of folks had Instagrammed their reaction to drinking it. Here's one from Katy Perry. So is it good? Is it not? We're gonna go around the horn, but first, the bitchy barista has a reaction to it saying, I never lie to my customers, the unicorn frappuccino is disgusting. And in addition to that, here's another barista whose video is getting a lot of traction online, reacting to how big the demand is. Let's take a look.
Please don't get it! I've never made so many frappuccinos in my entire life. My hands are completely sticky. I have unicorn crap all in my hair and on my nose. I have never been so stressed out in my entire life. It has been insane. If you love us as baristas, don't order it. It's so difficult to make right after the other. And people were coming in left and right, drive through and in the front. We don't know which type of frappuccinos go where. We just hand them out. So, for the love of God and everything that is good, don't get the unicorn frappuccino.
Thoughts, 5 words or less.
This frap is unicorny.
Unicornio de mierda en una taza.
Just stop it. Did you try it? Anybody here try it?
No, but I will say that I knew we were covering this yesterday. I went to Starbucks with the intention of actually buying a unicorn frappuccino because I knew it was like one of the last days. I saw someone in front of me order it, and then I couldn't do it. I love coffee, I couldn't do it. But I went to Starbucks with the intention of doing it. I told Lizzie that's why we're going to Starbucks, and I couldn't follow through because it really looks and smells pretty weird.
So it smells weird.
It was with the person right in front of me ordered it.
Tell me what the smell is like.
It just smells very, like, you know when you can, like a syrup is very like sugary and you can kind of, even without tasting it, you know that it's processed and sugary and like too sweet. And and there's like a sour powder on top, I think. There's like some sort of a powder that smells strange too.
They describe it, I've seen people try it, and they describe it as like a sweet tart type flavor, where it's like really sweet and then really sour, and then you try it first and then you stir it up and it gets different, the flavor changes.
So that was the gimmick, is that it's a frappuccino that changes flavors as you drink it. So I do think that there's some sort of correlation that they rolled it out in time for 420.
Oh, absolutely.
Right, there's gotta be.
It wasn't until I brought it up with someone and they later said like, Oh, wow, I didn't put those two together. They just kind of rolled out where I was like, oh no, I thought this was explicitly for 420.
Right, because if you were stoned, that would be pretty wild. Like, just to be like, what? It was sour. No, it's like a creamy sweetness.
Right.
What is this mango? But when you're sober and you go into a Starbucks like at 5 p.m. or whatever, it's not. It's a sobering experience.
Absolutely. So yeah, I walked into Starbucks yesterday thinking, let me try this unicorn frap because everyone at work on Saturday was like, dude, it's really, really good. I mean, a bunch of misguided youth.
Okay.
I've never been a frap fan of Starbucks. I'm more of like the general iced coffee kind of guy. So I thought, so when I ordered it, both baristas looked at me like, Negro, please do not buy this. Please do not.
Really?
And it wasn't available. They're like, no, it's done. It's done. And it was supposed to go through the 23rd, right? That was yesterday, and it was a wrap. And in Woodland Hills, California, where they have a lot of really demanding, entitled, needy, rich, affluent, really rude people that want what they want when they want it.
Yeah, that's where I went to high school.
I was shocked that it was discontinued so quickly because the day before I saw nothing but these drinks where I was. So, but Starbucks drinks like that never do anything for me. Like the PSL, the pumpkin spice latte, people have massive orgasms and you're gonna lose their shit over that drink, and it's so like meh, it's all right.
I'll tell you what, the one seasonal one I like is the peppermint latte because it tastes like a candy cane.
It does.
The pumpkin one I get tastes
Eggnog
like that
latte's
season.
bomb too.
But those stick around for like 3 months. The pumpkin latte, I wonder if like the plutonium area that they were mining the ingredients from was like only had a half-life of a weekend, and that's where they kept getting.
Do you ever go to Starbucks, you guys in the audience, and you see the people who get the Trenta frap with the caramel drizzled on the side, underneath, little frap, more caramel on the top, and they're like, oh my gosh, it's like half the calories. It's like diabetes. Excuse me, I'm maybe not making fun of diabetes, but it's not good for you, and people order them I don't get that. How is that?
At that point, you're looking to go get ice cream. A frozen yogurt place might be more suitable to the craving that you're experiencing than a coffee shop.
What's your drink when you go to a coffee shop? And I'm not, you can't just say like black coffee. What is your fancy drink that if you're feeling like treating yourself, you get?
Okay, well, I love coffee. So I usually would get like an iced soy hazelnut latte with 2 or 3 extra shots.
Gotcha. Wow.
So yeah, I get.
God, you're so European.
It's my go-go juice.
Throw it in there.
Go juice. I'm normally intermittent fasting, so I normally just in the morning I get iced coffee with a splash of whole milk and that's it. Because anything, it's like I think 50 calories. I sound so LA. I don't give a shit. It's delicious. When I'm not intermittent fasting, I usually get like just an iced coffee with like sweet cream or something like that. I don't really do the foo drinks with the venti soy latte matcha green tea.
Yeah.
No. And have you noticed the matcha green tea? If you don't get it with soy, doesn't it taste kind of fishy?
Fishy.
It tastes very fishy to me.
It just tastes like the lawn to me. It tastes like lawn.
What
the
do you
bottom
get,
of
Brett?
the
like
LA
my
River.
Shore of mowing the lawn as a kid. The thing I would get all the time, and I just now no longer drive by a coffee bean, is the large ultimate Java chip. What is it? They don't have frappuccinos. Ice blended. Oh my God.
The Black Forest is good too.
Chocolate covered Java chips, like espresso beans.
That's good.
So you're like drinking it and it's like a milkshake and then there's little chocolate chips and they're crunchy and then you smile at someone and it's just like all in your teeth.
Honorable mention, Caribou Coffee.
Yeah.
Moose droppings, I think it is.
Yeah, moose droppings, that's like if you go to the mountains, that's like a thing you can buy. It's like a peanut butter and chocolate chip kind of deal.
Or you can just go to the woods and pick up, moose droppings if you can find where
Delicious.
Absolutely
lives.
great.
Equally delicious.
Natural, I mean, God, all organic.
I did talk to someone who was driving back from Vegas this weekend, and when he stopped at multiple Starbucks, each one people had pre-ordered for pickup the unicorn smoothie, and so it was just like a bunch of really tired baristas, and then on the counter was like 30 smoothies of people who just would come in and pick them up. Ugh. What do you guys think? Did you try it? Tell us your experience in the comment section below. Subscribe and we'll see you next time on Pop Trigger. Another day, another video of an altercation between someone who works for an airline and a passenger on that airline. Let's take a look.
You do that to me and I'll knock you flat.
You stay out of this. Come on,
One of you,
right.
you get the hell You try that with a man, I'll knock you out, bro. I'm not gonna be silly.
Tony.
Yeah. Go with us where we're going. Come on.
Tony, sit down.
You don't know what the story is.
We want to
I don't care what the story is. You almost hurt a baby.
All right. So that happened on an American Airlines flight. That mother, there are multiple stories going on. One says that the mother was trying to get her stroller in an overhead bin, and then the flight attendant took it from her and jerked it, and it almost hit her in the head. But the caption on this video is, "Oh my God, American Airlines flight attendant violently took a stroller from a lady with her baby on my flight." Hitting her and just missing the baby. This is according to passenger Suryan Adyanthaya, who videotaped it. The person you saw in the front confronting the flight attendant is a first-class passenger who just saw it. Apparently he jumped up and said, "Hey bud, you do that to me and I'll knock you flat." The passenger responds to that, "I don't care what the story is, you almost hurt a baby as you saw." American Airlines revealed that they are starting an investigation to, quote, obtain the facts. After electing to make another flight, we are taking special care of her and her family and upgrading them to first class for the remainder of their international trip. The actions of our team member captured here do not appear to reflect patience or empathy, two values necessary for customer care. In short, we are disappointed by these actions. The American team member has been removed from duty while we immediately investigate this incident. Thoughts, 5 words or less.
Flight club becomes fight club.
Caution, planes cause irrational behavior.
Don't be a hero. So we saw that. So what you saw? What are your reactions? What's your experience with this video?
My reaction is we didn't see the flight attendant actually jerk and yank the stroller. So this is all after everything reportedly happened. But I think I would probably have echoed the sentiment of the passenger who got in the flight attendant's face. I mean, if you almost hit a baby with a stroller, that's not a good thing. That's not a good thing. And the flight attendant said, "Well, you don't know the whole story." Right, we don't know the whole story, but if that's what happened, then yeah, I think anyone would be a little bit shocked. Just some people react differently to certain things that way, and I don't blame the passenger for being upset. I do think that he kind of was out of line as far as trying to get violent and get in a guy's face, and that's it was a little bit extreme. But he did have a point in saying, "Hey, dude, like, what's up?" And sometimes flight attendants think they're people. And I mean think they're people, like they hold the power and can do whatever they want, act however they want. I was just on an American Airlines flight back from NYC last week, and the flight attendant was very pushy too. With making sure, there was a celebrity on the plane who was holding up the whole line. And so the flight attendant said, "Listen, celebrity, can we hurry this along?" And so she did. And for the remainder of the onboarding process, this flight attendant was just very, okay, overhead bins, just like everything was just such an issue. And that, and in such close quarters and in such an encapsulated space like that, you can't really be that way. This is a very weird, I guess, environment to be in.
Yeah. So, yes, here's what happened. Here's what seems to have happened. You're not supposed to have over 2 items on the plane. And typically what happens is you as a parent bring your stroller down to just outside the plane, and then someone's supposed to say, "Okay, at this point you need to give us your stroller. We take it off the plane." But that person in the front, that flight attendant, was probably not paying attention, and so the stroller got on the plane. Now, according to multiple sources, what actually happened was the guy in first class didn't see anything. He was just in the front and heard the commotion in the back. There are people who were back in the back where this all went on who said that the mother had this stuff on the plane and would not follow FAA regulations and give the stroller to the flight attendant. Now, the flight attendant definitely overreacted. It is not okay to say, "Come hit me, bro."
There's a little bit of machismo going on there, a little testosterone.
But here's what also is happening. A lot of flight attendants, I live by the airport, and here's the deal, is yes, and a lot of flight attendants are just nightmares, and a lot of captains, don't like that. A lot of the flight attendants that I know were like, that captain was being useless, because the job of the captain sometimes is when push comes to shove to just say, "Okay, I have badges on my shoulder to say, here's what's happening right now. And the guy didn't de-escalate it, but passengers are the next contestant on Who Wants to Be an Airline Millionaire right now. Like more and more passengers are like, I want to get in a fight. I'm gonna complain. Please, I dare you to try to throw me off because I want my own lawsuit against the airlines. And in the middle is where this happened.
Right, and also, I think you bring up a lot of interesting points. Obviously, it's a really tense time for air travel on both sides right now, for the flight attendants and also for passengers. You see the passenger who didn't apparently witness exactly what happened say, "I hope you're getting filmed." So people are aware that if there's an altercation on a flight and it gets filmed and it gets the right amount of traction, it's the right amount of outrage, then it can turn into a very lucrative lawsuit. That being said, I think that we understand the woman's first language is not English. So I have to fault the flight attendant here because he didn't handle the situation well at all. Right. And I think that, I mean, it wasn't like she was attached to her stroller. I think that she didn't understand exactly what was happening. It didn't seem like he dealt with it in a patient way to explain why they needed to take the stroller and whatever. And he certainly, the last thing that you should do is take someone's property, which it seems like he was frustrated. English is not her first language, couldn't get it. And so finally he just snatches it. And that is the step too far. Go get someone to help, see if someone can speak to her in her native tongue, or get someone that can help. Like, I can't deal with this right now. I'm gonna have a panic attack. This is my third flight of the day. I'm gonna get someone that will deal with this in a more patient and reasonable way. But then you see escalations like this and then it goes viral and it's a huge mess because everyone is really tense on board flights right now.
Yeah, but that also another part of the story is she instantly was shouting at him. Like that's another account from the back of the plane was like, she instantly went like bonkers on this guy.
She has her baby.
But like understand that when the flight attendant tells you to do something, I totally believe when this flight attendant goes, come at me, bro. It is pretty hilarious to me, and that's the part. But I just think that what happens and what I see all the way through like the delete Uber hashtag that trended was everybody's ready to like take this side and shout and get angry, and you just need all the facts.
Yeah. Brett, I said that, and the trolls in the comments were like, "How dare he not take?" But it's the truth, though. It's the truth. And in this video, we didn't see what transpired before.
She was like.
She could, yeah. I mean, we don't know, but it's just a lesson for people on planes to just calm down because, I mean, sometimes you take flights coast to coast. It's early in the morning. You're tired. Everyone's got some place to be. You just have to be more cognizant and mindful and courteous to people and patient because you may have an altercation on. I may get mad at Southwest Airlines because they didn't give me the right amount of pretzels and peanuts, and then I start shouting. That doesn't mean I'm entitled. And then a flight attendant says, "Mr. Carter, shut the F up." Doesn't mean I'm entitled to millions of dollars. And people are just looking for, again, the next payday. It's just so stupid. Yeah. Again, social media is ruining America.
Here's the thing is, so there's 3 huge airlines and then there's smaller airlines. The big ones are United, American, and Delta. And while American and United have had some PR disasters, Delta is trying to get ahead of the game here. So Kenny G, the inexplicably famous tiny saxophone player, was on a plane and suddenly this happened. So yes, Kenny G gave a performance because he got in a conversation with one of the flight attendants, and then they said they were raising money for Relay for Life. So Delta has this. What would you think if Kenny G said, "Let's raise some money for Relay for Life. Let's get $1,000 from passengers, and then I'll play." And then he started playing. What would you do? How would you feel about that?
I would feel good about. I'm not a Kenny G fan. I mean, I'm not a Kenny G fan, but I would be like, that's a thing that's happening that is weird. Pleasant. I did stand up one time at a Relay for Life fundraiser, and it was really bad. It was like years ago, and there were maybe 10 people. So it's certainly a better way to raise money than having me tell jokes. Aww. So good job for Kenny G.
Raise.
Yeah, Jason. I love. I've grown up on Kenny G. My mom loves Kenny G. I mean, September. Kenny's just amazing, dude. I wish he'd get a haircut. His hair just freaks me out. Reminds me of like, I don't know, just like brunette ramen noodles. But I mean, really, love you, Candy. Have all your albums, but I think that's cool.
Yeah.
And plus,
There's Carrot Top. He could be Ramen Top.
Ramen Top, yeah. And plus, you're again on a plane. You're a captive audience, so there's really not many places you can go. So to have Kenny G serenade you with renditions of the best of Babyface, I'm here for it. It's fantastic.
So what do you guys think? Give us your thoughts in the comment section below. Don't forget to subscribe, and we'll see you next time on Pop Trigger. Ryan Reynolds reacts to a tattoo of Ryan Reynolds. Where was the tattoo? We'll get to that. Dustin, an 18-year-old, said that in March, he wrote in a reply to one of Ryan Reynolds' tweets, "If you like this, I'll tattoo your name on my butt." And wouldn't you know it, Ryan Reynolds, in true Ryan Reynolds fashion, liked that tweet. Cut to a few days ago when this guy uploads this photo right here of a tattooed butt alternating the dark and the red. I don't know if that's blue. It's tattoo. I guess it's like a deep green and a
Comic
red.
Sans?
It's Comic Sans, yeah.
It's comic, because of Deadpool is
God.
a comic. That's Comic Sans. So amazing. He said, as someone who's interested in pursuing acting as a career, Ryan Reynolds happens to be quite an inspiration of mine. I think he's an incredibly versatile and well-rounded actor, well-rounded just like your butt cheeks. And I hope I can get to that point one day as well, not to mention he's just a great dude. He's selfless, passionate, and hilarious. And Ryan Reynolds saw this and wrote in his tweet, "Oh God, oh dear God, what have you done? Thankfully, all the letters in my name are silent." Thoughts, 5 words or less.
What a badass fan.
Usted es muy tonto.
Turn the other cheek.
That was
what?
his crack was fantastic.
You like that crack?
God, that was a well-proportioned crack.
Really? Let's see it again.
So
Can we see
pull up the crack.
again?
Oh gosh.
Just to kind of talk about it. Did we bring that up?
Hairless,
Yeah, there it is.
looked like he was recently bleached. I mean, just good, just kidding.
I couldn't have anything less to say about the shape of that butt.
Yeah.
Like it's just kind of there.
It's like a Prince booty. He clearly does not do squats, but.
It's like a hill. It's not a mountain. It's just a hill.
It's a hill.
It's just like there's like 4 trees on it. It's
He
just
couldn't be in a Little
nondescript.
John video.
Grace, what do you think about that butt?
What I think about the butt is that it's fine, good for him. What I think about the tattoo.
From that unimportant issue to this unimportant issue.
Yes. What I think about the tattoo is I think it's kind of cool. I mean, I think that tattoos are way less serious of a thing than people make them out to be, unless it's like, you have like gang symbols, or you have like a swastika tattooed on you somewhere. Like that's a serious thing. But for tattoos in general, I like them as just a form of expression, and I think that they can be something fun. They're not that serious.
Gang symbols, Grace? Gang symbols are a form of expression. Don't discount people that were formerly in gangs with gang tattoos.
I'm just saying
Teardrops in the eye.
so what I'm saying is like that is more serious than like my mountain tattoo.
It would be funny if they had teardrops coming out of the butt crack.
Right, or Mi Vida Loca on like the 3 dots on this cheek here.
So amazing.
I agree with you, Grace. I think tattoos are cool. I don't have any tattoos. Why? Because I'm afraid needles will never have one. But in my 5 words was I thought this guy was dumb for doing it, because I mean you have Ryan Reynolds tattooed on your butt. Mind you, fine. It's your life. It's your body. Your body is your canvas to do whatever you want to do with it. But I'm sure. What if you don't make it as an actor? What if 20 years from now you look back at that tattoo that if you want to get removed, you're gonna pay thousands of dollars for, and think, wow, yes, when social media was cool and Ryan Reynolds liked this tweet.
Oh no, finish your tweet. There you go, hashtag it.
And I got this tattoo, that was a wonderful moment. But now that I'm over this tattoo and social media is not cool and Ryan Reynolds is probably retired and doesn't care, I have this tattoo on my butt.
Wait.
What?
Okay, I disagree, because I think that tattoos can be like a passport stamp to places that you've been in your life,
Sure.
and you'll never really regret making a commemoration for a place that you've been in your life. Like
I
he's
agree.
gonna remember having Ryan Reynolds as this inspiration, this crazy story of when Ryan Reynolds and him interacted, his idol, they interacted on Twitter, and maybe Twitter won't exist anymore, but that's a story right there. That's something you can share. So for me, it's, I think that you can't regret a tattoo, because it marks a place that you were in your life. Maybe you want to change it or cover it up, but it's still part of you. It's still an expression of where you were, and you should be proud of all the steps that took you to where you are in your journey. So I think that it's funny, but good for him.
Nietzsche said you should view your life in the light of the sunset, and he had this thing called the eternal recurrence test, and the challenge was for you to get to a point where you could look back on your life and say, no matter what happened, if I want to be able to say, I would do that over and over again the exact same way for eternity. Even though you have regrets, you gotta find a way to look at them so that and he was an anti-Semite, so I don't wanna say everything he said was awesome. But so that every regret that you have, you can look at it in a way where it's like, well, it shaped me, it made me a better person.
Yeah.
And I do think that like Ryan Reynolds, even if he goes away, look, it is silly enough and tongue-in-cheek enough, pardon the pun, where like, even if you regret it later on down the road, and even if Ryan Reynolds goes through something terrible and disappears, like that is funny because it's so silly.
I think, Grace, I was speaking hypotheticals. I agree with you that yeah. I mean, I don't have any tattoos. Like I look at all your tattoos and all the stories behind them, especially on when you did your Facebook Live about all the tattoos you had. I thought the way you explained them was very profound because they do tell a story of Grace Baldridge. But I want to quote two very important people in my life that were very wise: Timon and Pumbaa and Hakuna Matata. You know, whatever that means. Just kidding. That's not even funny. That's why I'm not a comedian. But to me,
worries for the rest of your day.
I barely saw The Lion King. Finally, I know. But I don't know. I think tattoos to me should mean something, and getting Ryan Reynolds. I mean, I'm not gonna get Mariah Carey tattooed on my butt.
Who would you get tattooed on your butt?
If I like, does it have to be a person?
Gun to your head.
Yeah.
Tattoo on your butt.
It has to be a person. It has to be a pop culture figure.
Just a person.
Okay, okay, fine then. Grace, you made a point that tattoos are a part of your journey and a part of your story and the roads you've traveled. So I would get Mariah Carey tattooed on my butt because, and here's why. People know I'm a huge Mariah Carey fan, but I'm mainly a huge Mariah Carey fan because throughout my life, from 1990 when she first broke on the scene with Vision of Love till now, at 37 years old, there's always been a Mariah Carey song, album, and movement that I could look back and say, wow, in 97, Butterfly was my high school years, this and that. So, and I feel like, to me, her songs speak to me. Now, that's just musically. There's other people like my mom. My brother has all of our faces tattooed on his back. He's also in the Army, and he has a huge tattoo on his lower back that says Carter. So, I mean, I probably get, that.
So, Lil Wayne.
Yeah, well, me and Lil Wayne have the same birthday.
Big Lil Wayne.
Something similar to that, but personally, for me, I don't think that I would never get a tattoo in present time because I don't think my body. I'm sounding such a douchebag for saying this. People think that their body is a canvas which they are to be drawn on, and I support that and people who make that decision. But for me, my body is not that.
I think your body's a wonderland.
Thank you,
Grace. Who would you, besides John Mayer, get tattooed on your body?
Hey, you still feel like my man.
I kind of think if I had to get like a name of an artist tattooed on me, it might be like Lana Del Rey.
Yeah.
Or Barbara Payton, who was an actress in like the golden age of Hollywood 1940s, and she has this like really tragic sort of ascendance to fame and then a tragic fall, and it's an interesting sort of story that for some reason I've always been very captivated by.
I think that is like a good kind of tattoo. Like I get the Lana Del Rey, I would be less inclined to encourage you to do than Barbara Payton.
Yeah.
Because I like tattoos where the person's like, okay, so here's the story.
Yeah, there's a major story. And she has this quote that I really like where she says, sometimes, she's like, I thought that we'd be married forever, but sometimes forever is a weekend. And that's
oh, shit.
Yeah, and she had this really tragic life, and she was married to Joan Crawford's ex-husband, Francho Tone, for a little bit, and she was just scorned by Hollywood, and she ended up being a prostitute on Hollywood Boulevard, even though at one point in time, she was like an up-and-coming starlet. And it's this wild story. You should look at, they retell it on the You Must Remember This podcast, so you should check that out if you're interested. But that is like a name that just encompasses so much of like what was wrong with Hollywood, but also like this beauty that we now glamorize. And so that would be a name that I could talk about if I couldn't get like my grandparents' name or something on my body, if it was like a pop culture icon. What about you, Brett?
I'm trying to think of one that I would earnestly get
Lil' Kim
on my butt besides Lil' Kim. I'm just afraid people with Ruth Bader Ginsburg. But I'm just assuming that like folks seeing it would think that that's what I named my ass cheek. Like there's Ruth Bader Ginsburg,
Brett.
here's Sandra Day O'Connor.
Who are these folks?
Huh?
Who are these folks that would be seeing your ass? You can be like, who's it named for?
Just the folks. Just folks. Just
Okay,
folks.
just folks. All
People
right.
see your tattoo and ask about it all the time.
It's not on my butt.
No, but mine would be on the part of my butt where like you saw the shirt is shrunk too high. So whenever I fix the
lower back.
garbage disposal, and my butt, my ass cheek kind of hangs out.
Hey, could you get that? Thanks a lot. Hey, could you get that? Thanks a lot.
And it's inappropriate.
I think tattoos.
I think Beebs. Just B-E-E-B-S made you laugh.
Beebs.
Why Beebs?
The Beebs.
Like Justin
But you
Bieber.
said B-E-E-B-S.
Yeah, because it's like the nickname for Justin Bieber.
Well,
It's not Justin Bieber's name. It's Biebs.
I
And
get
it's
that,
just
but that's how they spell it though?
No.
That's B-I-E-B, right?
B-I-E-B-S.
Right, but so people are not gonna be like, oh my God.
Now I think spelling it wrong is funnier.
Yeah.
Well, here's the thing about tattoos though too. Aesthetically and visually, like you see people with sleeves. I think sleeves are the sexiest type of tattoos to have because just the perfection and how, if they're done right, how they're executed. But some people have some fucked up tattoos. PSA, if you're gonna get a tattoo, just make sure it looks good because again, that's on your body for life.
Yeah.
You know, like.
And if you want a really good trip through the internet, just look for shitty tattoos.
Mike Tyson's face.
It'll be so good. What do you guys think about this guy and who would you get tattooed on your keister? And keister is another word for butt.
Keister.
Bye. A journalist is speaking out about the backlash to reports in Chechnya, which is a federal subject of Russia, reports that government forces have set upon LGBTQ people and entities that are trying to raise awareness about violence against members of the LGBT community. And one of the people who is a publisher of Novaya Gazeta, one of the publications that is reporting on this widely. Her name is Elena Milashna, and she had to flee Russia to protect her life because of concerns over her life. People since 2001, according to NBC News, at least 2 reporters were killed from that publication after investigating Chechnya. She says to the Dazed publication in an interview, she said, imagine people who were detained on basis of their sexuality have no chance to resume their life in Chechnya anymore, so they are forced to leave. As they become vocal about that abuse, this seems obvious, but the consequences of this were not clear right away. Turns out abuse and torture of LGBT people backfired massively on the Chechen authorities. The victims were cornered, and in order to survive, they are now ready to do anything to fight for their lives, including speaking up publicly about the torture and horrors they went through in Chechnya. She says, I know the person who's in charge of a new investigation that this has all sparked. Someone from the government has been appointed to do an investigation. She's super skeptical about it because in Russia, she doesn't feel confident that these kind of investigations will go forward successfully. And she says, I know the person, and if he is given the command to do so, he will not hesitate to detain everyone involved in this crime. Even Kadyrov, the head of the Chechen Republic, will see. But in 3 years, none of our publications on Chechnya have had such impact. It is a very small but confident first win. What do you guys think?
Wow, this story is really troubling for a lot of reasons. So remember when the story first broke, a spokesperson for Kadyrov basically said, we would never detain gay people in Chechnya because gay people don't exist in Chechnya, so how can you detain a population that doesn't exist? So there was that initial denial, which was really troubling. And then another component to the story is that the US ambassador to the UN, Nikki Haley, has come out and said that she's very disturbed by these reports, and that's great. And she's like, we want to make sure that the UN can do whatever it can to end discrimination and any sort of humanitarian violations, and that's on its face really good, except to remember that in 2013, Nikki Haley was a staunch opponent to gay marriage, and she absolutely spoke out saying that she believes that marriage is between one man and one woman. So it's great that now in 2017, she's saying that she supports the UN to do whatever it needs to end these detention camps, but it also, if you're a member of the LGBT community, you're kind of questioning in the same way that you hear about this reporter saying, I don't know if I trust the person doing this investigation. And it's sort of disheartening when you see that the representation for the US at the UN, has also said disparaging remarks about the gay community. It's like, how much are you really behind ending these camps, ending this torture of gay people?
Right, there have been reports of people being lured out by a friend to the forest and then being set upon by these authorities who are just rounding them up because they're gay.
Yeah,
it's the history repeating itself, and I mean, I made references to the Holocaust in one of the stories a while ago, and not in the sense of these people being murdered, but being pretty much persecuted for who they are. And in 2017, you think that wow, we would hopefully have made enough strides and have the foresight and are aware of people. There are gay people. And they're human beings. They deserve the same type of treatment. What really disturbed me also in the article, though, to you two, was when the lady. They said that the people were willing to speak out and do whatever it takes to save their lives. But it seems that by them speaking out and doing whatever it takes to save their lives, some people are being killed. So it's like the reporter had to flee her country because threats were made on her life. So it's like this double-edged sword. Do we stay? Are we detained in these camps and die, or do we do what we can to fight for our freedom and fight for our rights and our life and still die?
Yeah.
So the sort of a silver lining to this story that I've noticed is that it seems like from both sides, people are aware that these camps exist and they want to end these camps. I actually read about some of this on Breitbart News, which is not a site that I typically subscribe to. As an outspoken feminist, I think that we have some different.
Their comic section is hilarious.
Right, but in any case, I think it's important to read and educate yourself on views that are different from your own because it just challenges your beliefs and makes you better, I think. And Breitbart was saying a lot from what we're hearing of NBC as well, like sort of the same thing. Like these camps are wrong, they do exist, there's evidence for it, and we need to stop them. So I think that if we can have a sort of a bipartisan effort in making sure that at least the U.S. representative to the UN is holding the Russians and the Chechens feet to the fire and making sure that they are ending these camps, I think that that's only a good thing and that's a positive thing. Also, quick plug to the Russian LGBT network. I'm not sure what their address is, but you can donate to them, and they are really on the forefront of making sure that they are stopping any sort of persecution of gay people in this region.
It is lgbtnet.org/en. For English, it's in English.
This is probably a stupid question I'm gonna answer anyways. I'm sure people watching at home have the same question. Detaining them though, what is the purpose of that? Like, it's like, okay, you detain, normally when you, I'm sorry guys, I hate to bring up the Holocaust. It's just the only thing I can correlate with detaining a certain group of people. What is their purpose? Like, what happens to them though? Do they sit? It's like detain them to do what? Are they slaves? Are they being murdered?
Some of them are being killed. There are discrepancies on how many have been killed based on what. There have been deaths as verified by various human rights investigative bodies. In terms of detaining them, I think what happens in countries like Russia, and Chechnya has this crazy sordid history. When people say there's violence in Chechnya, usually you think, oh, it must be the Chechen separatists and the rebels, and that's what Chechnya is known for. But this is like trying to shine a light on a completely different issue within that country, and that's difficult. It's like rebranding what the crisis in Chechnya is. But a through line for Russia and other countries run by a strong man are the attempt to suppress any naysayers, anyone who's saying anything trying to hold the government accountable. And part of that is, it's weird. I personally think that Russia has this chip on its shoulder because all the things they consider masculine, Americans consider pretty gay, fancy dancing. And
fabulous hats.
Fancy dancing, like what? Like
their St. Peter's Basilica looks like it's made of candy. And then just I just like a good book.
So good books are gay?
No.
I think in general, you see sort of Russia has sometimes sort of portrayed itself as like this high ground of morality, and they don't understand gay people to be a part of that, and they think that it's sort of, it's a perversion on their society, and because of it limits like artistic expression and all that stuff, I think plays into why they want these individuals who are openly gay to be detained, to be taken away from the society, because they view it as something that could corrupt what they feel is a moral.
Yeah, it's
society.
weird.
It doesn't make sense.
Whatever the reasoning is, it's bullshit reasoning, including the whole thing I said just a second ago about thinking things are pretty gay. Yeah. That was a joke. But
I'm offended, Brett.
Yeah, good. Be offended. It's fine. But like the colors in the Sochi Olympics were like pinks and purples. Anyways, but no, I think what it is that's just shining light on how ridiculous the justification could be. And so why they're putting all this focus on rounding up gay people, it just doesn't make sense, and it shouldn't be allowed to go on.
The question that was also asked though is why isn't this getting more press in the media? Why are we more concerned with Coachella and when we have something that is this disheartening? Sorry, guys, and human lives are in danger. Why do you guys think that this is not on the news more often and talked about more?
It's far away and it's difficult, and it's the fact that it's a confluence of a bunch of different issues whose other sides are more popular. So like when you say Russia, you don't think about, separate like Chechen gay people. You think of email scandals and hacking.
Yeah.
When you think of LGBTQ community, usually we think about America and the struggles here. And when you think about detention camps, it's not ones in Chechnya of gay people. And it's just hard to break that story, especially when we have so much else going on. But it's still super important. What do you guys think? Let us know, and we'll see you next time on Pop Trigger.
All right, so millionaire Tim Gurner has told millennials that if they would stop eating avocado toast, then they could afford a home. It is that simple. Now he had an interview. He is a millionaire, real estate mogul.
So he knows what he's talking about.
It's true. You know who else is a millionaire?
He has millions.
Donald Trump. Does he know what he's talking about?
Yeah, exactly. He said you'll be able to buy a house if you eat fried chicken every day for 70 years.
Yeah, it's true.
I'm working on it.
You could buy a house that could be white. I don't know. So he is a real estate mogul, and he was on 60 Minutes in Australia, and he said, when I was trying to buy my first home, I wasn't buying smashed avocado for $19 and 4 coffees at $4 each. We're at a point now where the expectations of younger people are very, very high. They want to eat out every day. They want to travel to Europe every year. The people that own homes today worked very, very hard for it and saved every dollar, did everything they could to get up the property investment ladder. This generation is watching the Kardashians and thinking that's normal.
Oh, now I love it.
Thinking owning a Bentley is normal. He seems little removed from reality, and obvious.
Yeah, I don't know. Look, we talked about this in production meeting a couple days, and okay, obviously the focusing on the avocado toast. I think, even though I think avocado toast sounds terrible, so I'm.
Have you ever had it?
I just
it's
don't
amazing.
get. We'll do a story someday.
I give
about
up a home
avocados.
any day for some avo toast.
I think people need to realize what an avocado is and dial back their expectations. But it's easy to be like, okay, millennials, Kardashians, and so that stands out, and he's really annoying and unbearable. He's insufferable. I will agree.
Yes.
But is he 100% wrong? He's wrong, but is he 100% wrong?
Look, I think if you want to buy a home and you need to save up or whatever, you shouldn't be doing a lot of discretionary spending, right? You should be very careful with the way that you're spending your money, 100%. But he's really not taking into account the different struggles that millennials have to go through, where there's stagnant wages, we have overwhelming student loan debt, the housing market is absurd, and it's really hard. I mean, it's hard to get a job, and so especially a lot of millennials who came out of college, right after the 2008 economic crisis, there are some circumstances that don't allow people to buy homes and that are prohibiting people from having the money to invest and things like that he's not taking into account.
Yeah,
he's like, oh, they're just being stupid and buying these silly things and spending all their time watching the Kardashians, and that's just but that's just an unnecessary.
Yeah, but so I totally get that. That's the criticism of his comments. I get that. But my response would be, is he actually discounting that? Like, there's all this stuff that makes buying a house way harder today
Yes.
than it was 20 years ago, especially 40 or 60 years ago.
Yeah.
Totally true, 100% true. But for one thing, based on the couple of quotes that have been plucked out of his 60 Minutes thing, because I'm assuming 99% of the people who criticize him probably didn't watch the whole thing, including myself.
Millennials, we don't got time for that. Kardashians was on after.
Exactly. Maybe he did talk about the structural things too, but even if he didn't acknowledge those things, all that stuff you listed is 100% true and uncontrollable for millennials. We can't control that there was a financial recession. We can't control that wages are stagnant. So, if that's true, aren't the things we can control even more important? Like saving and investing and all of that.
Yes, but he's under the assumption that, like, I mean, he's generalizing millennials, saying that millennials
Yeah, everybody does, and
are
that's what's
buying over.
insufferable.
I mean, that's what sucks about this, right? Because
Yes.
there are some millennials who like buy avocado toast. Like, that's awesome. Avocados are great, despite what you think, despite your wrong opinion. But also, there's like a ton of millennials who are, you know, like disturbing like the tech market, and there's the millennials who are saving and who are struggling.
Yeah,
and
well,
it's
he's
just
not
totally.
criticizing them, I don't think.
He's saying this generation is watching. You know what I mean? It's just, it's a little, it's an overgeneralization. It's rude. Let's see what some people on Twitter had to say. Caleb Horton says, all right, I did the math. If I stopped eating avocado toast every day, I would be able to afford a bad house in Los Angeles in 642 years. Obviously, this guy put together some numbers, which is very funny. And then this guy said, joke's on you, fuckers. I built my house out of avocado toast.
Yeah, those are funny.
Those
I
are
was
very
putting
funny.
together a graph that showed like the fall in wages, and I was going to put a marker for avocado. It takes too long to do Photoshop. It's totally true, but I think he should combine the two. That yes, typical millionaires did tend to save their whole life, but they also didn't have some of the extra strains that we have. That's the truth.
Yeah, stop hating on millennials. It's just not, it seems
Hey,
like
as
it's...
a millennial, it bothers me too, okay?
Oh, okay, whatever. All right, welcome back to Think Tank. So in some more biased dress code news from Think Tank, two girls have been suspended for wearing box braids to school. Now, according to the Boston Globe, several students actually at the Mystic Valley Regional Charter School in Malden, Massachusetts, have faced detention and suspension for wearing box braids, which reportedly is against school policy. So these are the two girls who have
in public like that.
Faced this biased dress code, and there's some more pictures of them here, and then a close-up of their box braids. Now, real interesting, the school sort of released a statement standing by their decision to apply these suspensions and detentions for this hair choice. Now they say, one important reason for our students' success is that we purposefully promote equity by focusing on what unites our students and reducing visible gaps between those of different means. Our policies, including those governing student appearance and attire, foster a culture that emphasizes education rather than style, fashion, or materialism. Our policy on hair extensions, which tend to be very expensive, is consistent with and a part of the educational environment that we believe is so important to our students' success, which, if you are paying close attention, obviously hair extensions and sort of other, I guess, hair changes and things like that will disproportionately affect Black students, right, and Black women. And so by implementing something like this, they are disproportionately, you know, punishing young Black girls.
Well, then we should get in front of that by encouraging more people, including white men, to do box braids.
This is true.
That,
this is true.
Well, that might stop them from cracking down on it.
Maybe.
If it's the senator's son who's doing it, maybe they give it a pass.
Ooh. But I mean, here's the thing is, Black hair, especially Black women's hair, has been the target of certain rules, whether it be in schools or in the office, for as long as we can, you know, look back on it. And that is really, I mean, we have to at some point be able to realize these are like racist policies and that we need to change them and be more understanding, and so not shame girls for their Black hair and not punish them for wearing their hair naturally or in braids or however they want to wear their hair, and making those more accepted in society, because it's bullshit.
So what do you think about, outside of this exact example, like theoretically, if they actually meant what they said there. If they actually wanted to stop outward expressions of having more money that might make people with less money feel stigmatized. Because, of course, in high school, there's a lot of that.
Yes.
There's bullying based on, oh, you're the poor kid, because kids suck. If they actually meant it, and it wasn't specifically about hair, would that be okay?
So I'll give you a...
Like not expensive sneakers, or really expensive like raw denim jeans, or
Look.
Lululemon.
Okay, so they have, obviously in this school, they have a uniform. I went to a school with a uniform, and there were girls who tried to express themselves, whether it be in terms of fashion or in terms of wealth, with like their school bags or their shoes or whatever
you're allowed
it
to
may
have whatever
be.
bag you want.
Yeah, you're allowed to have whatever bag you want. And there was actually an article written about some girls at my school who had like $1,500 bags, and that's how they like showed off or whatever.
If they had that at my high school, they wouldn't have had it long.
Yeah, well, here's the thing: is like
I'd
that
have a
was
bag,
that was a very. No, I mean it is affecting like the way that people perceive wealth and the way that people perceive themselves, and that's not good, and that's not conducive to a classroom environment that promotes equity. I totally understand that. I do think that hair is one of those things that you should have some
leeway over.
What
about a mullet?
You can wear a mullet. I understand.
What if that makes people feel like, oh, look at the guy with the mullet. Clearly, he's rich, and now I feel poor next to him.
But it's also like not your, like, we don't know the financial situation for these girls. It's not your like purview. It's not your purview to say what people can spend their money on. Maybe they don't spend their money on cars, but they spend their money getting their hair. Like, who gives an F? Like, you should be allowed to spend your money how you.
I'm just playing devil's advocate. I don't think they should have these policies.
So, like, that's not really the school's decision.
I don't even get the uniforms. It just seems weird to me.
Uniforms, I'm the biggest proponent of uniforms, actually.
Yeah. Look, I think I get why they want to do any of this. From just the base level uniforms to all the way to specific hairstyles. I get why they want to do it. I think that it inevitably leads to things like this constantly. So you don't do it, but that does mean that you're going to have an absolute mess of people wearing completely inappropriate things, and that's just what you're going to have, and that's fine.
Yeah, I mean, but this isn't inappropriate.
No, I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about.
And maybe it should be cheaper to like have your hair braided, or to have get extensions, or to have your hair relaxed,
well, I don't think the school can
or
control
more
that.
accepted that you should have your. I understand that. I'm just saying, like, society-wise.
I don't know how expensive it is.
Yeah, I don't know how expensive it is either. But obviously, this is a.
This is gonna shock people, but I cut my own hair a lot of the time.
You know what's gonna shock people is I've cut your hair.
You have, actually.
I know. Guys, let us know what you think about this school's policy. We'll see you soon.
Obviously, big proponents of technology at TYT generally, and here at Think Tank, we focus a lot on what technology has given us and what it can do for us. But perhaps it's also taken some things socially, in terms of privacy, and we're going to break those down here. The first is the freedom to F up unnoticed. And I mean, you could fill in a million different examples of this. Obviously, the photos of you being drunk, which could be fun in some contexts, could be career-ending in the other. Get out there. If you tweet something stupid or make a bad joke online, that can go along with you the rest of your life.
Think about all of those aides that have been fired, those political aides who have been fired for like tweeting something like 10 years ago that they just like, you may have changed your mind. Like, you probably had opinions 10 years ago that you don't agree with now and that would seem totally like un-PC now or whatever it may be. You can't do that. Like, you used to go about and like make a joke or dress weird or get drunk or whatever, and it wouldn't be all over social media. But now it's like there's Snapchat and there's Instagram and Insta Story and everybody's business.
Well, thankfully, those stories actually get automatically deleted, right?
Not automatically, 24 hours, and people can record it.
That would be a creeper. So that is true. I mean, things are just naturally following you, and like theoretically, we're never going to be able to have a president in 20 years because we're going to see their junk, and it's going to make us uncomfortable. We're not going to want to vote for them.
Or maybe we'll vote based off junk. Maybe that'll be how technology changes it.
Yes. The next one, old school telephones. Now, obviously, old school telephones have a lot of problems, but you can slam them down. It feels really good. Plus, you can like play with the cord and stuff. And then you're stuck chained to the wall. That's fun.
Well, now it's like when I hang up on somebody angrily, I click it, and then I like want to bang my phone down, but then I crack my phone. It's just
So you go through a lot of phones that way?
It is. But then I have to go, so when I hang up on, she's going to probably hear this, but it's going to be okay. When I hang up on my mom, and she gets mad at me, and I call back, I'm like, no, I just lost you. Whereas if you like hang up, then it sounds like you've hung up, and they know.
You hang up on your mom?
Sometimes she just talks a lot.
Man, technology has ruined you.
I love her to death.
Okay, here's another one I want to talk about was the idea that you could simply be unreachable. That like you get on your bike or you go to the mall and you couldn't be reached. Which most people think of as a bad thing, but it has some good aspects to it, that you're not constantly accessible in every way wherever you go. I mean, we don't even need Wi-Fi now, just the mobile connection is enough that you can be constantly tweeted to and emailed and everything. Like, it was kind of nice to be able to disconnect. Yeah. Now you can do it, but it requires a lot of conscious effort.
And you have to like let everybody know, hey guys, I'm gonna be off the grid for the next 45 minutes.
And people stigmatize it.
Yeah.
They think it's a bad thing. That's weird. Next one, friends showing up randomly at your house to see if you want to hang out. Now,
don't do that.
This wasn't for me.
That would like,
for you.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing is like people like, oh, what do you mean? You don't have friends?
No, I don't want people randomly showing up.
Yeah, I don't want people, I miss the idea of like, oh, like, are you home? Like, knocking on the door, like, see if you're there. Like, that's a cool, like, concept. But now I don't want people showing up at my house.
Yeah, but it was cool when you were younger. But now it seems
weird. Nobody even knocks on my door. Like, nobody knocks on my door. People text me when they're at my house. Like, here.
Yeah.
Even if I'm expecting them, they say, oh, here. Nobody knocks on doors anymore.
Yeah, it's so abrupt. It's like, oh shit, the cops. Yeah, I don't think that, you're wrong, internet person. We don't need that anymore. Next, here's another one that's wrong. Urban legends. Those scary stories that kids and teens told each other, there was no easy way to check on it. The world felt a little more exciting and dangerous, more magical. Now you just go on Snopes and you don't have that hours-long conversation at your sleepover debating whether or not it's even possible to die from coke and Pop Rocks.
You don't miss mystery?
No, but see, here's the thing.
There's no mystery left
I don't
in this
miss
world.
it because it's still there. So this is true. Back then, it was very difficult
now we have
to check it out.
conspiracy theories.
That's true. So, yes, Mrs. Peanut Butter, theoretically, you can easily disprove stuff by going to Snopes, but we're humans and we're terrible, so we don't do that anyway.
Oh, that's
People
true.
believe every stupid conspiracy theory and rumor and urban legend, even though they could find out if it's
think
true
about like mystery, even just in terms of like what you like rumors about somebody is like you can just like Google them and find out everything you need to know.
I used to spread so many rumors about people at my school. It was so fun, and nobody could check on it. I just got off scot-free. Nobody liked me. They knew. Somehow they knew. I'm kidding.
Some things never change.
Anyway, the next one. Here's a sort of retail version of this. Blockbuster. It wasn't about the movie. It was the whole experience.
I loved going to Blockbuster. You'd go through the aisles. Like my high school boyfriend and I would go through the aisles and we'd be like thinking about what we wanted to watch. And then we'd grab the snacks at the end of the aisle. It was like that was like part of the date. Like you would be in Blockbuster for like 45 minutes. Do you want to watch this one? Let's just hold this one. Oh, this one I really want to see is out. And they had like the whole wall with just like that one movie that just came.
Yeah, that was weird.
Come back.
Yeah, I mean, look, you can have a version of it now. You can go on Netflix and you can browse. But
it's not
man,
the same.
Once you go even a little bit into browse, in my experience, you will never find anything you're interested in watching. It's impossible to choose something.
No, and then you Netflix needs to improve their search feature.
And get better movies.
And have snacks that could come out from the screen or something.
I don't think that's no. That's
you never know.
But
3D printing.
You said 3D printing there.
3D.
It takes a long time, mind you, but it's good.
3D printing. I don't know.
Anyway, yes. So technology, unfortunately, has taken a lot, but it's still awesome. Welcome back to Think Tank, everybody. John and Hannah, and we've got a little bit of a serious story here, a bit of a tragedy, and we're going to try to learn something from it. But it stems from an unfortunate death having to do with an overdose of caffeine. The teenager was Davis Allen Kripe, who died from a caffeine-induced cardiac event caused by a probable arrhythmia. The teen apparently ingested the caffeine from a large diet Mountain Dew, a cafe latte from McDonald's, and an energy drink over the course of about 2 hours. So obviously, gigantic tragedy, both for that individual, their friends and family, obviously, and especially from such mundane sources.
Yeah, no, I think when people saw like this story at first, it's like, oh, caffeine overdose, and you kind of just don't even think about that could affect you in that way, and it's really sad. And I'm sure he didn't even think about that it could affect you in that way, and probably didn't think twice about it, and that's very sad.
Yeah, and especially like you think, okay, someone died from a caffeine overdose, they had to have had 20 Mountain Dews, 30 Mountain
Yeah,
Dews.
3 drinks.
But an energy drink, a latte, and a Mountain Dew doesn't sound that dissimilar from what a lot of Americans probably consume.
Right.
And that's why I assume that there was probably other things involved in this.
yeah.
It wasn't just the raw amount of caffeine. But obviously it's going to scare people, and it is possible to die from caffeine, so we're going to talk about what it might take in this video today. So according to some experts, and there's wide disagreement about this, most people can safely take in about 400 milligrams of caffeine daily, or about 4 cups of coffee. Now,
How many cups of coffee do you have a day?
Well, here's the thing. In America, cup means very different things. Is a cup of coffee?
Goblet.
Because I have this cup from Home Goods with a penguin on it.
Oh, I've seen that cup.
That is massive.
Like, it's as big as my head.
It's probably 8 cups of coffee. And here's the 4 cups of coffee. 80% of Americans probably consume that. So what does safely mean in this context?
Maybe it means like an actual cup.
I think it means a literal,
a literal cup, like a measuring cup.
When you get a large coffee, it's 2 or 3 of those.
Yeah.
So here's the thing, safely, like we're talking about the possibility of killing you, but it could just be that you take in a bunch of caffeine, you don't die, but you can give yourself bad health effects, and so we're going to break those down as well. The most common symptoms of excessive caffeine intake are palpitations, dizziness, elevated blood pressure, nervousness, and anxiety. And so what's interesting there is that you have things that are like sort of purely physiological, like, oh my God, my heart is beating fast, I'm sweating, you know, whatever, I have a headache. But then there's also more general things like nervousness and anxiety. And that affects a lot of people. A lot of people consume a lot of caffeine. They may not know that they are giving themselves emotional problems because of what they drink every single morning.
If I drink too much caffeine, I can like feel it, like I feel it very emotionally. Like I feel it a little bit physically, but I remember once I had like too much caffeine and I was like, I felt like so out of sorts, and I remember like I was like looking around the room and I had this like very, very heightened, just sort of, I guess anxiety is like the right word. And then once I went to go work out and I like sweated it out and I was totally fine again. But I was just like very, very on edge, and it was just caffeine induced. There was nothing in my life that was going on that should have caused me that anxiety.
Just a few days ago, I was at home, and I had, now that I think about it, I had caffeinated pretty heavily. And I have this thing, it might not be the caffeine, it might be something else, but if I'm just home alone and I don't have plans, I get this weirding, like I've specifically laid out this day, I'm not gonna have plans. I'm not gonna go out, I'm not gonna do whatever. I can develop this anxiety that like I should be doing something. Why am I just here? And especially if the apartment is quiet, I get anxiety over it.
Yeah.
But it probably doesn't hurt that I'm on a lot of caffeine. That might be affecting it. And I think generally we expect, and this is part of the whole stigma about mental illness and everything, we think that we have control over our mood, over our thoughts. And in a lot of ways we don't. And something as common as caffeine can affect it. But we did start this segment talking about the possibility of death, so let's circle back around to that. It would likely take anywhere from 50 to 100 cups of coffee to result in a lethal dose of caffeine. But that said, if you were to just take pure powdered caffeine, that can be lethal at less than a teaspoon, which gets it into the range of could be used as a lethal poison territory. Now, I don't think a lot of people have access to pure powdered caffeine, and all those new like products intended to appeal to nerds, like caffeine candy, caffeine whatever. Be careful with that stuff.
Yeah, just be careful. I mean, I think caffeine, we've talked about this on the show before, is like one of those like super widely accepted drugs. Like caffeine is a drug. And so you have to not necessarily treat it like we treat other like sort of illicit drugs, but just treat it carefully.
Yeah.
Be careful.
Yeah, be careful. It's a common thing historically across the globe, but it could have effects on your health.
Right.
Anyway, and obviously very sad for Davis Allen Kripe, who died at least partly as a result of that. So very sad. Anyway, let us know what you think about both this story and the possibility that widespread caffeine use could be having this big an effect in terms of anxiety and all that down below. I'll see you next video. Okay, so a lot of people believe that alcohol changes your personality. Some people say that as a good thing, some people say it is a bad thing, and we've probably had experiences over the course of our lives with both.
Yeah.
But does it actually change your behavior? Scientists, noted experts on getting down and getting wild, have looked into this, and they have some results.
Also, I just want to preface this entire thing by saying science, from what I hear from the White House, doesn't know that much. So like, let's all take this with a grain of salt, okay?
Exactly, yeah.
Which is you can put on the rim of certain alcoholic drinks.
Delightful, yes. So these scientists recruited a little bit over 150 participants who completed an initial survey gauging their alcohol consumption patterns and their perceptions of their own, quote, typical sober and typical drunk personality, which, as with any survey where people are self-reporting about themselves, probably suspect. And if they're having to judge how they are when they're drunk, I don't think any human's equipped to do that, but...
What do you think your drunk personality is?
I get a little bit tired, a little bit more jokey, I think. I think that I'm a very good drunk person. Oh God, you're thinking about like one time when I got too drunk, but even then, I was just incapacitated. I don't get like fighty or anything.
No, you were, I've never seen you
I'm a happy
fighty.
drunk, I think.
Yeah, I like, my favorite part of you getting drunk is when you like first start feeling it and you're just like, oh, I feel a little woozy.
Not woozy. I don't say woozy.
You have,
Anyway.
and it's the best thing ever.
Anyway, the participants in the study say that after drinking, participants reported lower levels of conscientiousness, openness to experience, and agreeableness, probably not in those words, and they reported higher levels of extroversion and emotional stability. So in this test, they actually had them drink.
You're never more emotional stable. Like, you're not emotionally more stable when you drink. Let's just be real.
Yeah, so this is like they had them actually drink in this laboratory setting or whatever, which is, again, like, you can criticize any study, and sometimes people are way too quick to do it without having any idea about how these are actually run or whatever. I have the small benefit of the fact that I've run experiments like this. Like, I've been in this. That said, asking people how they are when they're drunk historically, and then having them drink in a laboratory setting.
Yeah, is not gonna.
That's pretty removed from what you're trying to study. Now, there's nothing you can really do about that, but you have to understand the huge limitations of the study. So they found that extroversion was the only factor robustly perceived to be different across participants in alcohol and sober conditions. So that
makes sense.
The takeaway from this is supposed to be that all these things that you think alcohol is changing your personality, it's not really doing. It's just changing extroversion, which could be true. But even if it's true, that's a pretty broad thing to change. Doesn't that seem like that would have a lot of effects on the sorts of things people that gets to the heart of what people think alcohol does to them? Makes them more extroverted, perhaps.
Yeah, it makes them more extroverted, and I think that could be positive or negative depending on your actual personality, your like sober personality. Like if you're an extroverted asshole versus like an extroverted like nice person, like that's gonna have a huge effect. And so I think that does make sense, and it can manifest in so many different ways depending on what your personality actually is. You just might be a little bit more outward with it.
Yeah, I think it's super contingent on your personality, as you say, on the context you're in, the people you're surrounded in, your past history with drinking, growing up, and all that. That said, those things I think do have effects. And maybe it's not necessarily that alcohol itself does this thing, but if you think it makes you a certain way, that is a strong influence on you being that way.
Yeah, I mean, that's a self-fulfilling prophecy.
Exactly.
And so I think everybody should tell themselves that they're happy drunks, and then we just have a ton of happy drunks.
Exactly. Yeah, not while driving.
No, don't.
Be a happy driver, not a happy drunk driver. Anyway, so look, that's what the scientists say, that's what we say. What do you think, okay? What are you like when you're sober versus drunk? Does it have a strong effect? Are people just convincing themselves? Or does the just mean more than it might seem in that sentence? Let us know down below. We'll see you next video.
Hey guys, welcome back to Think Tank. Hannah and John here. So one of the things that John gets most frustrated with me about is texting while we are on set.
Texting, more browsing Instagram.
More browsing Instagram. That's very true.
You don't do it as much as you used to.
I've been
used to do it
working on
way
it.
more.
I've been working on it.
Like, we'll see on the next episode of Think Tank.
No, but here's the thing, John. Now we're gonna go on a tangent. Is because between clips, and our crew can attest to this, is like you go into these like tangent stories, and while they're very interesting, I also like to multitask, see what the world is up to.
Anyway. Okay, so what are we talking about here?
Anyway, it turns out that if you are texting on a date, you might get sued. Now, Brandon Besmar took a woman out to go see Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 2. Have you seen this?
Yes.
I want to go see it.
It's very good.
He saw it at a 3D movie theater. So those, those
bad
tickets were pricey.
Oh, probably $25.
Yeah. But when the woman started texting 15 minutes into the film, it clearly bothered him, okay? So he says, it was kind of a first date from hell. This is like one of my biggest pet peeves. He says that his date used her phone 10 to 20 times and wouldn't stop when he asked her to. And then he suggested that she go outside and text. She did, but she never came back, understandably.
No one.
So he called her for the money, for the ticket, but she refused to because they were on a date, and he like originally said that he was going to treat her. So now he's suing her for $17.33.
Oh,
and
the tickets aren't
the
that
suit
bad, actually.
says, while damages sought are modest, the principle is important as defendant's behavior is a threat to civilized society.
Well, he's right there.
No, he is not. Come on.
He's not saying it's a mortal threat, but it's a concern.
It's not a concern.
They say put your phone away at the beginning of a theater, okay? She wasn't just hurting him, she was hurting the experience of everybody in the theater.
No. Okay. Let me give you an example story. One of my pet peeves is when people make a lot of noise when chewing. Really bothers me. Okay. So let's say we go to dinner, all right? And I say, you know what, John? You're a great co-host. This is obviously hypothetical. You're a great co-host. Let me treat you to dinner, all right? And so we get to dinner, we're sitting down, you're chewing away, and it's bothering me. It's one of my biggest pet peeves. People around are looking, like, he is chewing so loud. And I say, please, John, stop chewing so loud. If you're gonna chew that loud, step outside and chew. And you step outside and you leave. And then I charge you for the dinner and the extra guac that you asked for.
Which I would not have done. You're asking, is that acceptable?
Yes.
No, of course it's not acceptable.
Right.
No, I agree.
That
Of
was a
course he
threat
can't
to
have the money back.
civilized society.
By the way, this is not a
that you're chewing
hypothetical.
so loud.
Because early on, you didn't criticize me for chewing, but you used to criticize me because I made noise when the fork would hit my teeth.
God, that is.
Come on, people. We have a society. We have to be willing to accept certain things.
Oh God, it makes
but anyway,
my teeth cringe just thinking about it.
The lawsuit is crazy. Obviously, he's not going to get the money, and it's going to cost him way more to have the lawsuit than the $17.
100%.
But anyway, look, he should take what happened as an amazing thing. Because think about how quickly he weeded out a low-quality human.
A low-quality
Yes.
human, you can if
No, I don't mean by the texting. They're at Guardians of the Galaxy 2, which is a delightful film. If she was bored by that, you don't want to spend time with her anyway. Get your ass out of the theater, go. That is a good movie.
But here's the thing.
Baby Groot, if she's texting during Baby Groot, she's heartless.
Well, I have a few points on this. First of all, the fact that she could text with 3D glasses on, very impressive. She's got to have great eyesight. She would be a great person to procreate with. So he should have thought about that.
I'm sure he would have done that. Had it been a possibility.
The next thing is this guy, now whose name is out in public, pursuing somebody for texting during a date, you're not going to get a lot more dates. Let me just be honest. You're not going to get a lot more dates.
Maybe any publicity is good publicity.
No girl or anybody wants to go on a date with somebody who's going to sue somebody over texting 10 to 20 times. 10 to 20 times.
Well, that's a lot of
I've texted
texting.
during this video 10 to 20 times. You just can't see it.
Wait,
I'm
you're
so quick.
saying 10 to 20 times during a movie is not a lot?
No.
That's
because
nothing
think
against
about
the individual girl. That's fracking crazy.
She's on a date with a
10 to
freaking
20
crazy
times?
person. So look, ready? You say, how's the date? Oh, it sucks. Why? Because he's making me text. Or he's stopping me from texting. Really? Yes. OMG. LOL.
I wait for the
I can't
future.
believe that. Me neither.
wait for the
You
future.
should leave. I think I should. Like, we're already at
Man,
6.
your text conversations are boring. Anyway,
Just saying,
look,
it's
he's
easy
wrong.
to rack up the numbers.
He's wrong because of the lawsuit. She's wrong because of the behavior.
No, these are not equatable offenses.
I think they both could do better.
You're not. I think this girl needs to. I hope she was texting a back burner man. We should meet up. We should meet. He's texting her. We should meet up. Yeah, you leave the movie. Okay.
Yeah.
Babies.
And the guy she's texting is like, you know what, jackpot? I think she's interested. I think I'm gonna take her to Alien Covenant.
What is
Good
it?
luck, buddy.
What is that?
It's a movie. It comes out today. Anyway.
All right. Let us know if you think suing somebody over texting during a date is acceptable, or what you would sue somebody for if they were doing one of your pet peeves on a date. In the comments down below. We'll see you soon. Hey guys, welcome back to Think Tank. Hannah and John here. So I feel like the political climate is like very boring right now. Like I feel like not much is going on, you know, and so I don't have a lot of questions except for, are we going to impeach our president? Because
personally.
Yes, we are.
We're starting a petition.
Change.org. No, so I had Jessica Yellen on the show the other day. And so we were talking about some of the things that are leading up to what are really some rumors, I guess, from both of the public, the media, and the House talking about potential for impeachment, right? And so I think they're talking about mainly focusing on the entire Comey memo and if there was some sort of obstruction of justice. Now, there's been a lot of things over the past few months that people have been commenting on and thinking might lead to an impeachment, but I think this one people are saying feels different. Do you think this is going to be the change in the tide, or do you think that we still have a long way to go?
I mean, it could be both. It could be a change in the tide, but the result of that changing tide isn't impeachment. Like, I definitely think that this is different. I mean, they have a special counsel now. That is a huge step. We don't know what could come from that. Now, there are limitations to a special counsel and what they can do. Theoretically, he could even be fired. Like, there's all sorts of limitations.
Is that a thing? He can be fired?
Yeah, he can be fired.
Oh, Trump, I mean.
No, special counsel.
Oh, I thought we were talking about Trump.
Yeah,
I
no, he
to know
can't be
if
fired.
that
He probably thinks he can because he thinks everything is a business. But there are limitations on it. I do think it's significant, and I am 100% ready and willing to be wrong on this. But I think you always in America have to assume that impeachment is extremely unlikely, and you especially have to think it's unlikely when Republicans control all of the legislative bodies that would be in charge of doing the impeachment. I mean, there are reasons to think that they might want to do it, that the donors would prefer to have Pence, that even the House and Senate Republicans would prefer to have Pence.
I would
totally
prefer
true.
to have Pence. I mean, I think Pence has totally effed up policies and that I don't agree with, and I think it's going to be awful for women and for the LGBTQ community and so many other different factors. But at least, like, I don't think Pence is a freaking crazy person that is just, like,
he's crazy, but
putting
he's much more
secret,
traditionally crazy.
like, secret code or code word information out to the Russians.
Yeah.
Like, I think he has a little bit more tact.
Yeah. Which some people say could make him more dangerous. And that's totally true. I think that the considerations of who would be better, from our point of view, are less important than whether or not Donald Trump actually necessitates impeachment with his behavior. But that being said, all the reasons why certain groups would prefer to have Pence and everything, going through and impeaching the president, removing the president from power when he's part of your own party, would be so significantly damaging that it would hamstring Pence. Like, the party would be so hurt. They would be devastated in the next election. Their ability to pass legislation would be so hurt. Because think about the Democrats. If Pence becomes president, they're going to say, this guy wasn't actually elected by the people. He's coming in as a result of scandal. We're not working with him on anything. And so that's why I think we still have to assume.
You don't think the fact that the party got behind Trump and already the damage that he's doing is enough damage to the party?
I think it would be even more damage.
Even more damage.
I think it was the Republicans were between a rock and a hard place. Like, supporting this guy, he is a disaster. It was almost certain that something like this was going to develop because of him. But he is also the president, and so they theoretically need to work with him in some ways.
Okay,
so I don't think it's likely. It's just.
You don't think it's likely?
Theoretically, if in 2018 we had a huge turnover, lots of Democrats win and all that, then I think that makes it more likely. And I could be wrong. I'm not an expert.
So you think we need to take over the House and the Senate before?
I think we have to do that regardless.
Yeah, agreed.
In fact,
and so
I
then
will be running.
Really quick, so even if he gets impeached, that doesn't mean that he's leaving the office.
Yeah, not necessarily. Like,
Right.
it's complicated.
It's
and
super
all that
complicated.
Stuff, but, and obviously look back to the experience of the 90s and how that actually shakes out. And we're not even close to that in terms of
Do you think he needs to get a blowjob in the Oval Office?
Yeah, our standards for politics have changed so much.
But like,
he could get a blowjob. I'm not going to say it.
No,
I'm not going to say it.
Yes, but I don't say it because I know where you're going.
And Republicans would defend him.
But that's the crazy thing is, like, we had.
I was going to say Eric Trump. Anyway.
we had like an impeachment over a blowjob, and this guy blew our entire intel from an ally, and like we're like, nah, we'll see.
Yeah, it's weird times, and it's exciting in the way that, like, I don't know, like, if you were like in the savannah and a lion was eating you, you'd be like, oh, this is a novel experience. So it's exciting, but also tragic and sad.
Yes,
But beautiful. Nature is beautiful.
Yeah, I mean, it'll be interesting to see how this all shakes out, to use your idiom there. Let us know if you think the tides are changing and if you think that we are headed for impeachment in the comments down below. I'm see you guys soon.
Is weed bad for you? Depending on who you ask, weed is either a cancer-fighting wonder drug or the devil trying to corrupt us all. And since there's 22 states considering changing their marijuana laws, we wanted to get to the bottom of the question. Is weed really bad for you? Now, before we get started on the biological impacts of what happens when you get high, blaze, burn, light up, scroll, bake, scroll, really? All right, let's break the potential downsides to marijuana into 3 sections: the brain, the lungs, and cancer. So first off, the brain. So it's assumed that the use of marijuana by teenagers is harmful to brain development. The National Institute of Drug Abuse, or NIDA, warns teens in particular to avoid marijuana as their little brains are still developing. And weed's main psychoactive ingredient, THC, definitely does act on the brain. It mimics the brain's natural endocannabinoids, which regulate our physiological functions, such as appetite, pain, memory, and mood. Now, anything that affects the brain's chemistry should be used very carefully. Our brain is a well-regulated machine, and it's a bad idea to with that system. So, for example, if you take away the brain's ability to regulate appetite, you can get the munchies, which is why there's a stereotype of the fat stoner. But is smoking weed actually damaging your brain? Well, your brain does adjust to anything you put into it, but to date, the studies that I've seen haven't really been able to prove any serious long-term effects on the brain itself. Now, that's from moderate marijuana consumption. So on a danger spectrum with fatty foods here and heroin here, I'd say weed is definitely somewhere in this category. Okay, so the lungs. If you take a look at lung health, there's a huge disagreement about whether or not marijuana smoke is harmful to the lungs. For example, according to a 2014 study, there's no difference in breathing for those who don't smoke at all and those who smoke marijuana regularly. But lung.org says that all smoke is harmful to the lungs. Basically, there's no clear, demonstrable evidence that potheads have any more difficulty breathing than the average non-user. Interestingly, there may be a reason to believe that marijuana smoke actually has a positive effect on lung health. I'm not joking. Although the causes are kind of unclear, there's research from a national partner journal to suggest that forced vital capacity, or the amount of air that you can force yourself to hold, sees an overall increase in recreational marijuana smokers, assuming that they don't smoke tobacco products as well. Though the American Lung Association continues to push for more research into this, and so they should, the data suggests that there isn't too much harm for the lungs as far as marijuana smoke goes. And now cancer. So you know that tobacco smoking can give you cancer. So is weed smoking also going to give you cancer? If you look at the research so far, it looks like it's actually the opposite. Marijuana can save lives by helping cancer patients eat and sleep and recover quicker from the effects of cancer treatments. There's also some evidence that suggests that marijuana may actually kill cancer cells. As this article on cancer.gov states, cannabinoids may inhibit tumor growth by causing cell death, blocking cell growth, and blocking the development of blood vessels needed by tumors to grow. But as they say, more research is needed. So wait, weed doesn't seem that bad after all. Well, now that we've got the biological facts out there, it's time for me to get up on my political soapbox for just a second. There's a lot of misinformation out there on this topic, and I would speculate there's one big reason for this: corruption. There's pharmaceutical companies who, of course, don't want cannabis taking over their painkillers and other drugs. And the private prison industry, who benefit from thousands of people who are locked up for marijuana-related crimes every year. So for example, look no further than former presidential candidate Marco Rubio. Remember him? He accepted $40,000 worth of campaign donations from GEO, a private correctional corporation. But he didn't get this money for nothing. As House Leader, his economic consultant, who was a former trustee of GEO, advised Rubio to award a government prison contract for $110 million to GEO. This is how the private prison lobby works, and they benefit greatly from marijuana still being illegal. This is why many people seem to assume that the potential dangers of marijuana are worse than they actually are, because I've been bombarded with these politically charged misinformation campaigns for a century now. Just look at the ridiculous movie Reefer Madness from the 1930s. It's a fascinating and startling look into American history on this subject. The very name marijuana has a political edge. Cannabis, to the best of our knowledge, actually originates from Central Asia. Yet in the past century, we've come to use the term that the Mexican revolutionaries used, marijuana. Not only did this connect the drug to the Mexican Revolution, which was causing illegal immigration and was not very popular, it's also psychologically connected with communism because the revolutionaries were communists. So our fear of cannabis has been rooted in political propaganda for decades. So I'm just here to bring the science. I'll let you guys make a decision. And by the way, there's way more information on this topic in the description below that you should totally read. And new research is coming out all the time. But what do you guys think? Do you use marijuana for its positive health effects? Our producer, you can't see this, but he's nodding yes. Have you had a bad reaction to weed? Let us know in the comments below.
Hi everyone, I'm Jade Lovell, resident science nerd on the Young Turks network. You're watching SciQ and we know you don't want to miss an episode, so please click the subscribe button down below.
So you have a kid and you love your little bundle of joy, but then you remember, oh my god, the world is a scary place. How can I protect my child? Naturally, you avoid all dangers like the plague. You introduce new foods to your child very slowly. You only buy the freshest organic produce so your little munchkin never ever has to ingest any nasty chemicals. And you always, always insist that your kid avoids peanuts. You know that kids can go into anaphylactic shock and die from peanuts. Your kid doesn't come within 10 feet of those evil little suckers. But this is actually a big mistake. By protecting your kids from peanuts, you might actually be giving them a peanut allergy. Let me explain. Peanut allergy has been skyrocketing, quicker than Pokemon-induced traffic accidents. The number of kids allergic to peanuts tripled in the years between 1997 and 2008. Peanut allergies are also super duper intense. Many people have to carry around an EpiPen and can stop breathing if they even come into contact with peanuts, which explains why we now have a no peanut butter table at most kindergartens and a whole bunch of paranoid parents desperately trying to keep their kids away from peanuts just in case. But research shows that avoiding peanuts in childhood could be the reason you're allergic to peanuts in the first place. Huh? How does that work? Basically, it works like this. If you totally avoid something during childhood, when your body is building up its immunity, then your body doesn't have an opportunity to build immunity against that thing. So for example, just say you get your first exposure to peanuts when you're a little baby. Your body can't have a crazy immune reaction because it's still learning how to react to stuff, but it does remember what a peanut protein looks like. And so next time peanuts come into your life, then your body is like, chill out guys, no panic, we've seen this before, it's just peanuts, stay cool. But then imagine that your kid never got exposed to peanuts until their 12th birthday, when peanut flour accidentally gets slipped into their birthday cake. Your kid's body is gonna be like, what the is this peanut stuff? I've never seen it before. Quick everyone, have a reaction. Oh my god, panic! To make potential peanut allergies less dangerous, it's important to promote a child's immunity at a young age by exposing them to things. That's the same reason why kids get their vaccinations when they're super little. A study by the NIAID called Leap On found a bunch of kids whose parents and siblings had peanut allergies and then exposed those little kids to peanuts from the time they were babies until the age of 5. The study found that 81% of those at-risk children had reduced their chances of becoming allergic to peanuts themselves. The study then asked those 5-year-old kids to avoid peanuts for a year and then try peanuts again. And for almost all the kids, they were still totally cool with peanuts a year later. Basically, by eating peanuts for the first 5 years of their life, they'd avoided contracting a serious peanut allergy forever. So basically, by giving babies peanut butter, you may actually be saving them from a deadly peanut allergy later in life. Obviously, some peanut allergies are going to be totally deadly no matter what. That's why you should always talk to to your doctor or pediatrician before you start kids on any specific diet. So what do you guys think? Were you one of those kids at the no peanut butter table at kindergarten? Let us know your thoughts on peanuts in the comments below.
Hi everyone, I'm Jade Lovell, resident science nerd on the Young Turks network. You're watching SciQ and we know you don't want to miss an episode, so please click the subscribe button down below.
Hey, want some slice pizza?
No thanks. I'm gluten-free. Okay, so you've all probably noticed how much gluten-free there is around these days. Gluten-free bread, gluten-free pasta, gluten-free stamped on friggin' everything. But is gluten something that we really need to be avoiding? Well, back in the 1990s, scientists uncovered the genetic markers for a disease called celiac disease. Celiac disease is a serious autoimmune disorder, meaning that the immune system of the body is so overpowerful that it begins to attack itself. So in the case of celiac disease, the immune system will begin to attack the body's small intestines, which can cause horrible symptoms like stabbing pain and bloody diarrhea and an inability to absorb essential nutrients and therefore death. The only known treatment for celiac disease is to avoid things that cause the sensitivity, gluten. Now, at roughly the same time as we were beginning to understand this thing called celiac disease, Dr. Robert Atkins came out with his book, The New Diet Revolution, leading to the famous term, the Atkins diet. Now, as you may know, the Atkins diet is very strict in avoiding carbohydrates. And since carbohydrates and gluten are found in most of the same food groups, pasta, bread, wheat grains, those carb-hating folks on the Atkins diet saw avoiding gluten as a more socially acceptable way of saying,
Hey Jade, you want some pizza?
no thanks. I'm on the low-carb Atkins diet, you know, because I'm fat and I want to look better. I mean, it makes sense, right? Carbs are bad. They're found in the same foods as gluten. Gluten causes some people to get very sick. So the whole gluten avoiding thing got caught up in this low carb fad, and then it became this like general health movement. And so it quickly became ixnay on the utenglay. And so now about 30% of adults say that they are actively trying to avoid eating gluten, most of whom don't even know why they're trying to avoid it. They just have this vague notion that gluten is, quote, bad for you. And ironically, gluten is not even a carb. It's a type of protein. And that's the tricky thing about being human. Our intelligence helps us to recognize patterns everywhere, even if none exist. So if we see a whole bunch of people avoiding gluten and we see a whole bunch of people avoiding carbs, we avoid them both even though we're not sure why. And a lot of the time, we're just avoiding them as a type of insurance policy. And yes, there is also something called gluten sensitivity, which is separate from celiac disease. Yet strangely, the research is mixed on whether gluten is what actually causes the symptoms of gluten sensitivity, which is actually a huge controversy in science in and of itself, and we're not gonna go there. Back to gluten. For most people, avoiding gluten has no health benefits and can actually be harmful to our bodies and to their hip pocket. First of all, the grains that the gluten-free dieter tries to avoid are essential to our health. Many grains are rich in fiber, which is great for your metabolism and therefore actually helps you stay healthy and in shape. Grains also have a ton of important vitamins and minerals like B12, zinc, and iron. And then there's the fact that these gluten-free products can range from 50% to 200% more expensive than their regular counterparts. That can add up to thousands of dollars of excess spending in a year for no reason. So before you take on any kind of diet, you should always consult your doctor. The only way to know if you really have celiac disease or gluten sensitivity is to get tested by a physician. And if they tell you that you're clear on gluten, go eat some spaghetti.
Hi everyone, I'm Jade Lovell, resident science nerd on the Young Turks network. You're watching SciQ and we know you don't want to miss an episode, so please click the subscribe button down below.
Performance enhancing drugs. If you're trying to get an edge in the gym or in sport, you might consider taking them. I'm sure you've heard about the risks, but are these drugs really as bad as they seem? Let's have a look at some of the different kinds of performance enhancing drugs. Number one is anabolic steroids. They're essentially a synthetic version of testosterone. The name basically means that the body will spend more energy on muscle building than what it's programmed for. You may have heard them referred to as clenbuterol, trenbolone, or anavar. Some slang for it is eating clean and training hard, a play on the phrase eating clean and training hard, as well as a trenbolone sandwich. Stay classy. The upside of using these drugs is that it reduces recovery time so that you can quickly pick yourself up and get back to work again. But before you get too excited, let's have a look at some of the downsides. The risks for men include a swollen prostate, impotence, infertility, baldness, and paradoxically, the growth of breasts, which is a common endocrine problem for men, but may negate the whole manly man thing if that was what you were going for. And don't think you ladies are off the hook. You can also go bald, get a deeper voice, or it can mess with your period. Oh, and fun fact, did you know from an anatomical perspective, the clitoris looks almost shockingly like a tiny, tiny penis? Well, if you can't see it now, if you take these drugs for a long time, your clitoris will actually become enlarged enough for you to get a pretty good view. Isn't science fun? Number 2 is androstenedione, a type of anabolic steroid, but it's produced by the body. Too much of it can cause pretty similar side effects to anabolic steroids like acne and baldness. Men will enjoy decreases in sperm production, shrunken testicles, and man boobs. Women can also get deeper voices. 9 out of 10 female baritones would recommend. The government finally outlawed its sale in 2004 on the heels of what was called the steroid era in the MLB. Remember when everyone was talking about Barry Bond? Yeah, that was a huge part of it. Number 3 is gonadotropin, also known as the human growth hormone, taken to improve endurance and increase muscle mass. Yet neither of those things have been scientifically proven to be caused by human growth hormone. People also call human growth hormone the anti-aging drug. It caught fire in the MLB and it isn't even banned from the NFL yet. Human growth hormone is not illegal, but it can only be purchased by prescription, and a lot of people taking it don't have that prescription. It can cause diabetes, high blood pressure, high cholesterol, and an enlarged heart, and not to mention that users eventually experience muscle weakness, which defeats the whole purpose. So not only is this one dangerous, it's also completely counterproductive in the long term. And finally we have erythropoietin, and this one is a doozy. It was very big with professional cyclists in the 90s, and it's thought to have caused at least 18 people to die through means like strokes, heart attacks, and pulmonary embolism. Instead of directly affecting the muscles, it actually increases the oxidation of red blood cells, keeping the muscles in good shape for a long time, but also increasing the risks of blood clots. The first 3 types of drugs I mentioned do have some really bad downsides. This one in particular is super scary because we know it has actually killed people. It doesn't just present the possibility of danger. We know for a fact that it can be deadly. So what do you guys think? Have you used these sort of performance enhancing drugs in the past, or do you intend to? Let us know your experiences in the comments below.
Hi everyone, I'm Jade Lovell, resident science nerd on the Young Turks network. You're watching SciQ and we know you don't want to miss an episode, so please click the subscribe button down below.
Boners. So they really one time and place where they're appropriate. But men sometimes get a boner when they really don't want one. You've all been there, apparently. You called out in front of the class, had to present in a meeting, or found yourself in some other awkward situation where even though you were not aroused, all of a sudden you became that hands in pockets kind of guy who really did need to carry that Japanese design textbook with him at all times. Clearly, erections don't always equal lust. I think it's time for some hard truths about erections. I'll admit, I've woken up next to a hard penis or two in my time, but sometimes they were asleep. Do I say they were asleep or it was asleep? Or their owner was asleep? I don't know. So what's up with it going up when it's not supposed to? Well, reflexogenic or psychogenic erections, which are boners caused by physical or mental stimulation, have some interesting science behind them. Your penis is ruled by your autonomic nervous system, just like your heart rate and your blood pressure, which you also have very little control over. Also, emotional stimuli like anger are all processed by the same part of the brain that deals with sexual arousal, so it's fair enough that sometimes the signals get confused. Whilst this type of response seems to happen less with age, it seems to explain the motive behind makeup sex, as anger processing is so close to sexual arousal processing within the brain. Even male fetuses in utero can experience erections as young as 16 weeks gestation, and clearly they're not fantasizing about anybody on Netflix. We've all heard the expression going from 6 to midnight, but it's actually during the early morning hours, more like midnight to 6, that you're most likely to be experiencing nocturnal erections. It's during these hours that your body enters periods of REM sleep or dream sleep, and this is when you're most likely to have nocturnal penile tumescence, about 3 to 5 erections throughout the night that last for 25 to 35 minutes each. Whether you're dreaming about your secret lover or Tuesday's English exam has nothing to do with it. Scientists believe that the reason for this nighttime penile flexing is simply to maintain tissue health through pumping oxygenated blood, about 4.5 ounces, through the vessels and the tissue of the penis. It's like doing your stretches without even having to try. Thanks, body. Since REM sleep happens just before you wake up, you often enter a wakefulness state with the lingering effects of your nocturnal erections, often called morning wood or morning glory. Morning wood can make it a little tricky to pee in the morning since the urethra closes when your penile tissue or corpora cavernosa are full of blood. If you just wait a little while, it'll pass and you can enjoy a comfortable breakfast at the table with your family. The next erectile phenomenon is called the reflex erection. This erection can occur in response to strong emotions like feeling angry or stressed or nervous, which kind of seems like an outlandishly inappropriate response in such a situation. Another type of reflex erection could be caused by really needing to pee because your bladder sits right over your prostate gland and can apply pressure on it when it's full. But as discussed, an erection can make it difficult to pee, so good luck negotiating that vicious cycle. And of course, there are the very normal hormonal erections experienced by every teenage boy as he grows into an adult, leading to an average of 11 potentially embarrassing moments each day. Puberty causes a surge of hormones that lead to these unexpected hard-ons that are unfortunately outside of our control. Again, they don't necessarily equate to sexual arousal and are just a healthy part of growing up and having lengthening penile tissue. So I suppose in a scientific and anatomical sense, and not so much comical as impressive and a sign of great things to come. Have you guys got any unwanted erection stories that you'd care to share? Let us know in the comments below.
Hi everyone, I'm Jade Lovell, resident science nerd on the Young Turks network. You're watching SciQ and we know you don't want to miss an episode, so please click the subscribe button down below.
Is porn addictive? That's an interesting question. People certainly love to watch it, but are they addicted in the same way that you can be addicted to smoking or alcohol? Well, let me answer that question with another question. How do you define addiction? Well, the first thing that you should think about is that mental health professionals agree that pornography is not considered an addiction. That's to say that if someone looks at porn, their brains actually show the reverse effect of what an addiction would normally do. Instead of showing high rates of brain activity, as you would if you were, say, on cocaine, the reverse actually occurs. So in a physiological sense, porn doesn't cause addiction the way cigarettes and opioids do. But that's just how health professionals define an addiction, by its physiological effects. But that fact doesn't mean that porn addiction doesn't behave like other addictions in different ways. For example, according to the National Institute on Drug Abuse, an addiction is a chronic relapsing brain disease that is characterized by compulsive drug seeking and use, despite harmful consequences. So basically what that means is to be an addiction, it has to have a compulsive need and a harmful effect. So do people have a compulsive need for porn? And does that compulsive need end in harmful effects? Well, we'll start with compulsive need. The drives that cause people to want to watch porn are the same ones that fuel repopulation of a species. In other words, we are evolutionarily programmed to have sex drives. It's said that the first thing that was ever printed on Gutenberg's printing press was the Bible, and the second was porn. So there's obviously some human compulsion to consume porn. But does that necessarily correlate to a compulsion? The closest related compulsion to a porn addiction that I can think of is eating, in that it's necessary for the species to survive, but too much can be harmful and counterproductive. So if one can have a food addiction, is it so hard to believe that you could also have a porn addiction? And what about harmful effects? Well, a study from 2014 published in the JAMA Psychiatry linked men who watch porn to decreases in gray matter, a major part of the brain. The correlation was really significant, but the researchers weren't sure if it was the porn that had caused the change in the brain, or if the brain was already like that, which is what made them want porn. So if compulsion plus harm makes an addiction, there's not any particular hard evidence that demonstrates a negative health consequence of watching pornography. So if it's compulsion plus harm that makes an addiction, is porn then addictive? Well, I guess it's up to you. If your porn habit is damaging your relationship, affecting you psychologically, and if all that constant action is giving you RSI, then yes, you've got what could be clinically described as an addiction to porn. But for the most part, watching porn doesn't have any proven negative physical effects. So in the absence of further research, rank on, my friends.
Hi everyone, I'm Jade Lovell, resident science nerd on the Young Turks network. You're watching SciQ and we know you don't want to miss an episode, so please click the subscribe button down below.
Are fat fat-free foods actually making you fat? Well, they definitely could be. Sometimes full-fat foods are a better diet option than foods where the fat's been taken out. But before you go eating sticks of butter, here's the full story. First of all, let's be clear. It's not like the fat that you eat in a meal or in your fries goes directly to your gut. That fat gets converted into calories, basically giving you a number of calorie points that you can burn throughout the day. Most of which is burnt doing stuff like breathing and thinking and walking and climbing stairs and running for trains. It's only the excess calories that aren't burnt that turn into fat. Basically, the argument is that fat, because it's so high in energy points, or calories, is evil and will make you gain weight. To be healthy, all we need to do is have a limit on how many calories we eat each day. But here's the thing. Yes, fats are particularly dense in calories, meaning you have to expend more energy to burn them off before they turn into body fat. But they're also really difficult for your body to break down. Your body has to turn that fat into a sugar before it can use it as energy. And because they stay in the stomach for a really long time, they make us feel fuller for a much longer time than, say, sugar. But if you take the fat out of a product, we can break that product down faster. So for example, you can eat a full-fat yogurt that has 200 calories or a low-fat yogurt that only has 150 calories. You'd think that the low-fat yogurt would be better, but 30 minutes after eating the low-fat yogurt, your body has already processed it, your stomach is empty, and you get hungry again. So you eat another yogurt, and now you're up to 300 calories instead of 200 for the full-fat yogurt. If you'd eaten the full-fat yogurt, you'd still be full. To make this effect even worse, the companies that make the fat-free products often make up for the lack of flavor by adding things like sugar, flour, and thickener, among other things. All of that stuff adds easy calories. And as we know, the more calories we take in, the more will be turned into body fat. So sometimes low-fat foods have almost as many calories from sugar as high-fat foods. However, there's one point I need to make very clear here. Fats are essential to our survival. They store and activate fat-soluble vitamins like vitamin A, D, E, and K. We can't live without fat. A lot of countries are now changing their health recommendations to favor low carbohydrate but higher fat foods such as eggs and fish. So to make better choices about the foods that you eat, always look at its energy points, the calories, rather than just the grams of fat.
Hi everyone, I'm Jade Lovell, resident science nerd on the Young Turks network. You're watching SciQ and we know you don't want to miss an episode, so please click the subscribe button down below.
When I ask my vegan friends why they're vegan, they often say that it's for health reasons. Actually, they often say, oh my god, how could you eat meat, you heartless savage? And then they sometimes tack on health reasons. But when I ask my other friends why they're meat eaters, they also say for health reasons. Most meat is high in iron, full of protein, and animal products contain things like zinc and calcium. So is a vegan diet actually good for you? Or is a vegan diet healthier than a regular diet? It doesn't get much more extreme when it comes to diet than a vegan diet. Well, there are fruitarians, but that's just kind of like crazy. Whether it's for ethical reasons, religious reasons, or any other reason, the health aspects of any diet need to be properly understood before we start doing the diet. So are there any health benefits to being a vegan? Well, yeah, there's actually a ton of health benefits, like healthier gut microbiota. These organisms live in our intestines and are vital to digestion, vitamin production, and even our immunity. Since the cholesterol in food only comes from animal products, vegan diets are inherently cholesterol free. And don't worry about good cholesterol. A healthy body produces its own just fine. Vegans also have a lowered risk of ischemic heart disease and cancer, though not cardiovascular disease. Women who are vegans are also said to have easier menopause, and most report lower levels of stress. And of course, there's weight loss, something a lot of Americans struggle with. So by that account, vegan diets seem pretty awesome. And nowadays, you don't really have to sacrifice a lot in flavor. We hardly rely on seasonal foods anymore, and quality vegan meals are just easier and easier to come by. So why aren't we all vegans? Well, now let's look at some of the downsides of a vegan diet. Actually, there's one main one: vitamin and mineral deficiency. Well, frankly, vitamin deficiency is something that even a lot of omnivores have, and it can easily be rectified in most cases. The truth is, we could all benefit from taking a good look at our diets and figuring out what we need to add or subtract. A vegan or anyone considering a diet change should totally get a blood test to see what they're lacking and adjust accordingly. Many vegans lack vitamin B12 and vitamin D, as well as calcium, iron, zinc, and omega-3 fatty acids. But it's okay, you can find most of these vitamins and minerals in vegan foods. For example, calcium is found in white beans, squash, and just about all leafy greens, which are also a good source of iron, as are peaches, beans, and dried fruit. As you, I'm sure, no doubt remember from our gluten-free video, zinc is found predominantly in whole grains like wheat and rye, and so therefore it's also found in cakes and breads and pastas, all my favorite foods. And as for omega-3 fatty acids, if you're still worrying about those, you need to watch our video on fish oil and get some knowledge. Now, you PsyQers might be asking why we're bothering to do a video on vegan diets. Well, I got inspiration after watching my hero Arnold Schwarzenegger advertising eating less meat as a way of combating climate change. Now, I didn't want to believe that it was true because since where I was born in Australia, being a vegetarian is basically a federal crime. But overall, I was pretty shocked to see that a vegan diet can be the healthier choice, especially if you really monitor your vitamin intake. But will I switch to a vegan diet? No. Why? Because they just haven't figured out how to make vegetarian steak. But what do you guys think? I know that we're all concerned about climate change, so if any of you change your diet, cut out beef or milk products so that you can help combat methane gas, or have any of you changed your diet just for health reasons? Let us know in the comments below.
Hi everyone, I'm Jade Lovell, resident science nerd on the Young Turks network. You're watching PsyQ and we know you don't want to miss an episode, so please click the subscribe button down below.
When I think of the words breast exam, I think of extremely awkward doctor's visits and other stuff that I'm really not excited about, like pap smears. Ugh. But unfortunately for me, I have breast cancer on both sides of my family. My mum had a breast tumor removed when she was 50, and my dad's mum, my grandmother, had a mastectomy when she was in her late 40s. Since I have breast cancer on both sides of my family, there's basically a genetic guarantee that at some point in the next 20 years, I'm gonna get it too. And so I bring you this breast exam video. Now, keep in mind, I'm a science communicator, Jim, not a doctor, so what I know is from informed analysis of other people's research and not from years of professional study. It's recommended by nationalbreastcancer.org that every woman over the age of 20 should give themselves a breast self-exam once a month. Breast cancer is not always outwardly visible or palpable, but self-exams can at least help determine if there's a tumor in there, giving you a better chance of catching it early, which is super important. It's also a way of picking up on anything in between your proper doctor's visit. So women over 20 should get a clinical breast exam once every 2 years, and women over 40 should get them once a year. And mammograms should be about as often for women over 40 or 50, depending on where you live. So to keep your lady fun bags in check, these are the steps to administering your own breast self-exam. Now, you're supposed to do this whole exam standing up and with your shirt and your bra off, but given that YouTube is very anti-nudity, we're gonna do it just where we are and how with the clothes that I have on now. The first thing you're supposed to do is stand up and strike an I'm a bad bitch pose in the mirror. So with your shoulders back, hands on hips, and you'll be naked, but I'm not. This pose isn't just for self-esteem. You need to use this position so you can find any irregularities by holding your back straight. You'll be able to see the twins in the same position. You're gonna wanna check to see if your breasts look about normal compared to what you've seen in the past. So has the shape or color or size of your breasts changed at all recently? Is there any visible swelling or distortion? If something does seem off, here's a few things you wanna ask your doctor about. Any protruding bumps, called bulging, any unusual wrinkles called dimpling. They'll look similar to cellulite, but they might be in unusual places or seem a little bit more severe than normal cellulite. They'll look like puckering, which pulls the skin together tightly, causing a crease. Also be on the lookout for redness, sores, swelling, or any rashes. And lastly, report any signs of one or both of your nipples moving away from where they usually are or becoming inverted if they're not normally inverted. So if the tip of your breast is pointing in rather than pointing out if it is usually an outward pointing nipple. Next, raise your arms and hold your hands up and look for the same things you did in the last step. And while you're at it, look for any fluid coming out of one or both nipples. This fluid can be white, clear, yellow, or even blood. Now, some discharge can be normal or indicative of something that's benign, but blood is never normal. So if you notice blood, who are you gonna call? The doctor, that's right. Next up, lie down and use each hand to check the breast of the opposing side. So for example, to check your left breast, you wanna use your right hand. You wanna keep your fingers flat and firm. Using your first 3 fingers, gently move your hand in a circular motion, about 1 inch in diameter, and check the whole breast using this method from side to side armpit to sternum. So that's not just the boob itself, or all the way over to the armpit. So I'm gonna do that now. Have a systematic approach to this. Be sure that you cover the whole area. You can also do it in the shower, like when you're in the hot water and you're all soapy, can make feeling your breasts a little easier. So just using circle motions about 1 inch in diameter. So all the way across. Okay, you're gonna wanna check the different layers by using different pressures from light to firm. So when you're on the part of the body where there's not a lot of fat tissue, you can just use a light touch. But when you're over the breast tissue itself and over the rib cage, you should use a firmer touch. This can be a little painful if you're pressing really hard on your boobs. So make sure that you're slow and gentle while still being firm. All right, now that that part's done, you can sit down and we're gonna raise one arm of the side of the breast that you're checking. And we're gonna be searching for unusual firm lumps. So same thing again, but just with arms raised. Okay, good, nothing on that side. Now I'm gonna do the other side. Okay, good, all done. Nothing to see here. I didn't find any lumps or bumps or anything unusual, so I'm good for another month. I hope you didn't find anything in particular, but if you did, don't forget to go to your doctor and get it checked out. If you're naked at this point, go put some clothes on and you're done. Now remember, this should be done every month. And if you're over 20, you need to get a clinical breast exam every 2 years. And particularly if you're over 40, you should also be getting mammograms. So this self-exam is only to supplement your regular doctor's visits and trying to catch anything early. It's not a replacement. So unfortunately, you still have to go to your doctor. Don't forget to do it regularly and stay safe, everyone.
Hi everyone, I'm Jade Lovell, resident science nerd on the Young Turks network. You're watching SciQ and we know you don't want to miss an episode, so please click the subscribe button down below.
When I saw Christina Hoff Sommers from the American Enterprise Institute labeling the gender wage gap a complete myth and calling anyone who believed it bad at math and a liar,
it's the feminists, celebrities, and politicians spreading this wage gap myth who have the math problem.
I thought we better do some further research. In the most basic sense of the term, the gender pay gap is the difference between a woman's and man's average weekly full-time equivalent earnings. The current figure measured this way is 79.6%, which means that for every dollar a man earns, a woman of equivalent status earns 79.6 cents. And that data is from the US Census Bureau from 2016. We wanted to investigate this, so as a starting point, we thought we'd take a look at new graduates, people with equal levels of education before the influences of industry or promotion could affect them, and when their young age would mean that they were less likely to have family responsibilities that might impact their working hours. Surprisingly, we still found a wage gap among this demographic. In STEM areas, science, technology, engineering, and math, women earn around 77% of the wages of their male counterparts 1 year after graduation. This was surprising data, as these new grads in the same field really should be on par with each other at this stage of life, right? Christina also argues that men hold jobs in higher paying industries, and factors like hours worked and education are at play. But let's investigate. In a study by the US Department of Education, they wanted to see what would happen if males and females increased their work to 50 hours per week. The wage gap did decrease to 82%, which is a change of around 2 percentage points. Consider that women are still responsible for the majority of unpaid caring and domestic roles, and those extra hours at work make life pretty tough, and they don't make much of a difference to pay equality. In terms of education, the National Center for Education Statistics shows that significantly more women obtain bachelor's, master's, and PhDs, so they're certainly more educated on average. But in terms of what types of things they study, there are many anthropological issues that lead young girls away from traditionally higher paying fields like science, technology, engineering, and math, and into traditionally lower paying degrees. So could women just solve this problem by taking all the higher paying jobs in high paying industries? A recent EPI report says, nope. Women who work in male-dominated occupations are paid significantly less than similarly educated men in those occupations. And what happens when more women take those jobs in higher-paying, male-dominated industries? The pay gap goes down for everyone. Researchers call this phenomenon devaluation, where employers intentionally ascribe a lower value to work done in occupations where women become a larger part of the working population, and thus they pay them less. So if you're a man in engineering and more women start becoming engineers, then what happens is that just the average amount of salary that they pay engineers generally goes down as the amount of women goes up. If you want to see that study, all the links are in the description below. So do men really want women around in their territory? Well, there's a lot of research to suggest that hostile work environments drive out many women who try their hand at male-dominated careers. So for example, in STEM fields, 63% of women have reported experiencing sexual harassment. That's a lot. So it's no wonder that many of them just choose to leave those fields. Christina's video blames the wage gap on women's own life choices, about the jobs that they take on and so on. But personally, I wouldn't call getting sexually harassed out of a job in a STEM career a choice, would you? Another obvious life choice is whether or not to have children. An experimental study of resumes submitted for job openings found a bias against women and mothers and a preference for male applicants. Again, links in the description. But science debunks this blue-collar bias. Not only are women just as productive as men, but women with children are even more productive again. And women with 2 children are even more productive than women with only 1 child. Links in the description. If all women were to choose, nope, I'm not gonna have kids, I'm not gonna create the next generation, then where would we be? I mean, extinct, not promoted. So in Christina's way of looking at the wage gap, she uses a fully adjusted model, which is indeed one way to consider the wage gap. But even if you adjust for everything that you can think of to explain away the wage gap, even ignoring all of those important societal factors that created those circumstances in the first place, we're still left with an unexplained wage gap of around 7%. This could just be put down to plain old discrimination. The fact that men are more likely to negotiate harder for higher salaries, the fact that women are more likely to be penalized for negotiating salaries, or other complex anthropological issues. Again, links in the description. So no matter how you look at the math, there is a wage gap, be it the national average of 79.6%, that highly adjusted ignore everything in society gap of 7%, or 73.8% for high earners, or 77% for new grads, or one of the more industry-specific gaps. There seems to be inequality no matter how you cut the data, and that's just the unfortunate truth. But since this is a debunking video, I'd love to know what you guys think. What do you think is the real wage gap? Do you think it's around the 79% that's considered the national average? Do you think employers just prefer to pay female-dominated industries lower, like teachers and nurses? Or do you think that the wage gap is non-existent? Let us know your thoughts in the comments below.
Hi everyone, I'm Jade Lovell, resident science nerd on the Young Turks network. You're watching SciQ and we know you don't want to miss an episode, so please click the subscribe button down below.
All right, welcome to the Young Turks. A huge day ahead for you guys. Roger Ailes has passed away. I'm going to tell you all about that in a second. Alex Jones, he said if there's one thing he's going to do, he's going to fight this Chobani lawsuit all the way. He's never going to give up. So what did he do today? Oh, wait for the second hour. You're going to love it. Apparently, Alex Jones loves to get his ass kicked by Turkish Americans. So we will show that to you later in the program. And then the Flynn news today is devastating. He appears to have committed several criminal acts bordering on treason. I'm going to show you exactly what happened there. A lot of Turkey's in the news a lot here. We got Turkish Americans in the news. We got Turkey in the news. As it relates to Mike Flynn and Donald Trump, more temper tantrums from Donald Trump. Just a gigantic news story, news day for you guys, as usual these days. By the way, if you miss any part of the show, you become a member, you get the whole 2-hour show and watch it anytime you want without ads. That's tytnetwork.com/join. All right, Let's do Roger Ailes. So Roger Ailes, well, admittedly legendary founder of Fox News. He didn't own Fox News. Rupert Murdoch owns News Corp, but he did found it. Has passed away. Now, that's not the only reason Roger Ailes is legendary. He's also legendary for, obviously, the infamy that he achieved near the end of his life for the incredible amount of sexual harassment that he did, but also for his political exploits through Nixon, Reagan, Bush, and then George W. Bush, and Trump even as well. So look, a lot of negative things to say about Roger Ailes, and I won't hesitate. There's this whole nonsense about, oh, once someone has passed away, all of a sudden they're a good guy. No, that's not how it works. Or don't talk about it today. What are we gonna randomly bring it up 2.5 weeks from now? No, of course he died. We're gonna talk about it today. So we will pull no punches here for what Roger Ailes actually was. And how he died at the end was sad, apparently a little miserable, and I don't mourn that. So we'll get to that in the end. But the upside for Ailes is that he was effective, and so got to call it like it is, and we'll explain that as well. So let's begin to explain to you Roger Ailes' life and why he was actually, if you didn't know it, and I've said this on the show all the time, one of the most powerful men in our lifetimes. And I argued from time to time, and I think I would still maintain that argument today, probably the most powerful person in America for decades and decades. So I'll explain to you why right now. So as we go to Huffington Post for our explanation of his life here, they say Ailes was widely recognized as a media visionary who targeted an underserved segment of the population and successfully portrayed the establishment media for millions of viewers as hopelessly liberal and out of touch with their concerns. That is certainly true. I think a lot of people thought he did it in a despicable way, but to give him credit, conservatives were longing for a media organization. He served that audience and he served it really well, and he got the ratings to prove it. So I didn't mind Fox News existing as a conservative media organization. That makes perfect sense. There's nothing wrong with it. I minded the lie of fair and balanced, which was preposterous on its face. And Roger Ailes, of course, knew that it was a lie. And in fact, I'm going to get to his plans about how he'd been planning it for almost all of his life. So Post continues, but Ailes didn't achieve cable news rating success simply by offering an ideological alternative. He stoked fears and racial resentment. And in the post 9/11 years, his network maligned Americans it deemed insufficiently patriotic and beat the drums of war for a Republican president, to say the least. There's a lot more on that as we go through his life. In fact, now, I don't know if you remember this, but he was at the Michael Douglas show as a producer. Now, that's where the allegations of sexual harassment began, and he would have lines of women there to audition, and he would basically say, if you sleep with me, you will get to go on the show, and if you don't, you won't. And there are countless examples of women now coming forward and saying he did that over and over and over again, and some horrific stories of him pulling his pants down and chasing women around the office. So we'll talk more about that in a second. And then he went into politics. In 1970, he wrote a memo for Nixon called A Plan for Putting the GOP on TV News, in which he urged the White House to fully embrace the power of television. Now, I read that memo. It is amazing. It's amazing for its raw honesty. It's amazing for how much they put it into execution and how well that it worked. And of course, how noxious it is. But so he meets Nixon in 1967 as Nixon's about to run again in 68. He actually on the Michael Douglas show he met him, and he starts working with him. And in 70 he writes that memo. Inside the memo, he explains how Republicans should take over television, and he explains that, hey, you know what? People that are watching TV, it's super easy to do propaganda for them, and then that way we can basically brainwash them. Here, let me give you more details. Roger Ailes, there's a quote from him back then in the memo. He said, "Today, television news is watched more often than people read newspapers, than people listen to radio, than people read or gather any other form of communication. The reason, people are lazy. With television, you just sit, watch, listen. The thinking is done for you." So there it is. That was Roger Ailes' plan all the way back in 1970, and boy, did he execute that on Fox News. So he knew, hey, my audience is stupid and lazy. I'm just gonna brainwash them day in, day out with television, and then we're going to achieve Republican victories. Fox News has always intended to be a Republican propaganda outlet, and it continues to be that today. At least they should be honest about it. So, and by the way, when you read the details of that memo, and I covered this back when I was on MSNBC, it is amazing. He told Richard Nixon, for example, on a Christmas lighting ceremony, look, you should grab a kid and do it with him. It'll make you much more endearing to the country. But don't let the kid press the button to light the tree because it'll make him seem more powerful than you. This is the level of detail that he puts into it. But if you do it and not the kid, it'll seem like you're not letting the poor kid do it. So make sure you and him press the button at the same time. And then you see it unfold right in front of you, Nixon and the kid. Nixon grabs the kid, he goes, let's do it at the same time, and they light up the Christmas tree. So he has been the man behind the curtain for all this time. He told Nixon how to behave, and that helped him win. And then later George H.W. Bush, and of course before that Reagan, and then George W. Bush, he was absolutely pivotal in. I'll get to that in a minute as well. So let's keep going in his career. Ailes was called on to help President Ronald Reagan prepare for a 1984 re-election debate after his disastrous performance in an earlier debate. He later worked on Vice President George H.W. Bush's presidential campaign. Bush Sr. tweeted out today that he probably would not have become president were it not for Roger Ailes. Now, I think that he actually had an even bigger role to play in George W. Bush's election. Now, this is not talked about nearly enough. Roger Ailes hired a person to run the vote count in the 2000 election at Fox News. You know who that person was? It was George W. Bush's cousin. And you know what happened on that fateful night when George W. Bush lost the popular vote and it was a statistical tie in Florida? There's no way that any reasonable, objective news organization should have called that election either way on that night. But there was one player in so-called news that was not reasonable or objective, that was intended to be Republican propaganda, and boy, he nailed it on that night. He had George Bush's cousin call the election, and the rest of the failures in the news media, as usual, went along with Roger Ailes and what had to be, you gotta give him credit, his genius plan there. He said, look, I'll call it Fox News, I'll say it's fair and balanced, and I gotta be honest with you, the rest of the mainstream media, you were all schmucks, and you played right into his hands. And there was story after story throughout all the years of how CNN and MSNBC executives would be watching what Fox News was doing and say, whoa, they're talking about it a lot, so I guess we should get on it, we don't wanna be late. He played you like a fiddle. And on that night, they called the election for Bush, Fox News did first, and all the others panicked and said, oh my God, Fox News is calling it. We don't want to be late. And then they all called it. Later, when all the news organizations, well after the election and Bush was installed in office, did a recount of the whole state of Florida. Guess who had won? Not just the popular vote, the electoral vote. Al Gore, by every method of recounting, if you recounted the whole state of Florida. He had won the election in every way, but that night, Fox News had George Bush's cousin call it in the state that George Bush's brother ran. And that's how Roger Ailes stole an entire election for the Republican Party. So was he monumentally important? Absolutely. Now, let's talk about the rest of his career where he ran into a lot of trouble. Again, now a little bit of background on how he got back into media after politics. After shifting to media in the late 1980s, Ailes served as a top executive at CNBC and at Channel America's Talking, a predecessor to MSNBC. He joined Rupert Murdoch in 1996 to create Fox News, which took off during the Clinton impeachment scandal in the late 1990s. By the early 2000s, Fox News was the top-rated cable news network, a distinction it holds today, to this day. And again, credit where credit is due, Fox News kicked the crap out of the other cable news stations because they knew how to serve their audience. And Roger Ailes knew exactly what kind of red meat they liked, whether it was positive news or not, whether it was the right thing to do or not, whether it helped the country or not. He gave them the red meat they wanted and it helped them in the ratings. And look at how pivotal he was. He was at CNBC in the beginning, at MSNBC at the very beginning, and then at Fox News. And all these media organizations that he then turned around and called the liberal media had actually hired him to begin with. He knew they weren't liberal. He knew they were willing to hire him. He knew they were willing to go conservative, but he smeared them as liberal media anyway because it helped his propaganda. In fact, in that 1970 memo, he talked about how they should smear the media as liberal. And then they executed that for the next 5 decades or so, and they're still in the middle of doing Roger Ailes' plan. Amazing, Okay, now, Huffington Post explains that Ailes also had a reputation for paranoia and vindictiveness and a tendency to smear and attack perceived enemies. And his wildly successful career is inextricably linked to the scandal that brought him down. Following a lawsuit filed in July by former Fox and Friends co-host Gretchen Carlson, dozens of women claimed that Ailes sexually harassed them at various points in his political and media career. Okay, now, then we of course saw what in fact Roger Ailes had been all along. Back at the Mike Douglas show, again, literally took out his genitalia and chased women around the room with it. That's who Roger Ailes was. And at Fox News, apparently he did over and over again. He would tell people he would tell women, you need to either sleep with me and you will get promoted, or if you don't sleep with me, you're gonna get fired. And oftentimes women wouldn't sleep with him and then they would be removed from air. So all these Fox News hosts, the male hosts that are now like, oh, he's a patriot and he's a wonderful human being and what a great American warrior, that's because he didn't take his penis out and run around chasing you around the office, right? So that's the personal life that was so miserable and cruel. But what he did in his public life, look, you could say, hey, they're honest Republicans, they just think that lower taxes will give us better economy, et cetera. But that's not what Roger Ailes did. So he did that kind of propaganda as well. But mainly, he said, okay, you have to be worried about the other. Fear brings ratings, fear brings voters. So let's get them scared about blacks, let's get them scared about Latinos, let's get them scared about Muslims, let's get them scared about gay people. And he did it over and over again. And how many segments have we shown on the Young Turks? Well, they're bringing on a black guest to tell you how wrong black culture is and how all the violence is because of black people in the country. How many times did he have Bill O'Reilly go on the air and talk about Tiller the baby killer until Dr. Tiller was assassinated by a right-wing terrorist? He brought in Glenn Beck. Glenn Beck said that all the outrageous things that he said, let alone that he said that Obama had a resentment and a racism basically against white people. And he brought in these murderers row of bigots to poison the culture of America, the media of America, and the minds of so many people. And so now there are all these Fox News zombies out there who think, oh no, Barack Obama was not a citizen of the United States, he was a socialist, he was a Marxist, and there are secret plots to bring in Sharia law into the country, and the immigrants are the criminals and the rapists, which of course brings us back to Donald Trump. So his final act was helping Trump to get elected as president this time around. Ailes also, they explain here, advised Trump during the campaign. And the two men were longtime friends. Trump defended Ailes after allegations against the Fox News boss surfaced last year. Now, of course, Trump did that. Trump was also an admitted sexual harasser, at least on the tapes that we obviously saw and heard during the campaign. So the result of all that sexual harassment was this: 21st Century Fox announced in a quarterly report just this month that it has had to pay a total of $45 million in costs, quote, related to settlements of pending and potential litigations. That's both Ailes and Bill O'Reilly, his acolyte as well, who also sexually harassed women. And of course, there's nothing done about it because Roger Ailes was running the station. Ailes himself reportedly received a payout of as much as $40 million. So sometimes there's justice in the world and sometimes you never get that justice. So Roger Ailes became an incredibly wealthy and powerful man, in my opinion, poisoning the culture and the politics of this country for all that time, and unfortunately he was fairly successful. But in his end, he didn't go out well. Gabriel Sherman, who has done some brilliant reporting about Ailes and Fox News, explained what happened at the end. He said Ailes was spending time apart from his wife in recent days. Given all the stories about sexual harassment, that is unsurprising, I suppose. Elizabeth Ailes had been in Palm Beach. Ailes was alone up in Garrison, New York. He explained further, per second family friend on cause of death, Ailes fell in Palm Beach and had a blood clot fall from the fall. He suffered complications and then eventually passed away. So he died at the end, fairly alone. He fell and metaphorically couldn't get back up. And even Trump had to distance himself from Ailes at one point. So he wasn't advising Trump, he wasn't at Fox News, he had lost all of his power. So I'm glad he lived as long as he did to be able to see at the very end his defeat and humiliation. It was a long time coming, and if he had a worthy adversary on the other side, he would have come a long, long time ago. But the Democrats in this country got taken for a ride, and they never knew what hit him. And the same thing with mainstream news. He pulled them along on that ride, and they went full bore. They did everything that he said they would do. In that fateful memo in 1970, he outlined what he was going to do, and the schmucks in cable news and in the Democratic Party never figured out how to beat him until the very end. And they didn't beat him, he beat himself. So all of his monstrous designs finally caught up with him. And if today the mainstream or conservatives want me to shed a tear over Roger Ailes, who I think set this country back in so many different ways, well, they're going to be sorely mistaken, because I don't. I like that he died alone and humiliated. And in fact, one of the last things that anybody heard from him was when asked how he's doing, he said, quote, "Well, if you want to know if I'm suicidal, the answer is no." Well, the very fact that you have to answer that question and someone asks you near the end of your life, "Hey, Roger, you're in such bad shape. Are you suicidal?" Well, let's just put it this way. For all the conservatives that have poisoned our culture with their money, their greed, their bigotry, if the last sentence out of all their mouths is, "Well, I'm not exactly suicidal," that's not such a bad way for them to go, at least in my book. Good night, Roger Ailes, and you will not be missed. Okay, now, that's my opinion. Let's go to the opinion of conservatives. Okay. So Roger Ailes has passed away. He, of course, was the founder of Fox News and helped Nixon, George H.W. Bush, George W. Bush, Ronald Reagan, all of them get elected, to some degree Donald Trump as well. Certainly promoted him for free over and over on Fox News. And of course, he was a serious sexual harasser. Up to $45 million in payments have been paid out to his victims. Dozens of victims never got paid in the fees, all the way to last year when he was finally exposed. Now, that is not how Fox News hosts remember him. First, let me show you some of the weeping on air.
Roger believed in hard work. He ran 4 political campaigns. Many people out there would say that he saved this country by starting the Fox News channel. Roger gave every single one of us on this couch an opportunity. He put food on our table. And you know, he went out in such a sad way, but who doesn't have sins? We all have our sins, we all have our cross to bear, and Roger, I will love you forever. You gave me an opportunity, and I will forever, ever, ever be grateful. I know I would not have gotten this job if it weren't for you. And I hope that you rest in peace, Roger, and I hope that you are at peace. When we were all at our hardest times, he was there for me when I went through some really hard times. Janice, are you okay? You want to say anything to that?
No, I wouldn't be here without that man. And when I was diagnosed with MS, he got on the phone and said, "Whatever we can do for your family," because we were all part of a family. And you know, he was a presence, and he will be missed on this channel. He will be missed.
We were all part of a family. Well, I wouldn't say you all were. So, look, I understand that they knew the guy, and if I knew the guy, even if he'd done some bad things, but he'd been great to me, I understand why I'd feel grief over that, and I would say nice things about him. But we don't know him, and personally, and he never did us any favors as a country. What we know is the abomination that he created at Fox News, how he stole at least the George W. Bush election on election night, let alone the help that he gave to conservatives in promoting not just their conservative ideals, but bigotry throughout the country. And we know like I said, the dozens of sexual harassment cases. So you tell us that he's been helpful to you, and I believe you, and I understand that's why you're upset. But I think there's a lot of other folks that he brought in that look just like you, that he did not have an intention of making part of the family. He had an intention, as we have seen, and it is documented and proven, and that's why the settlements were paid. He had the intention to sexually harass them and hopefully coerce them into sleeping with him. So if that's a guy who's part of your family, I don't think that's the guy to celebrate. So maybe you guys were lucky, and I assume, obviously, based on your reaction, that you were, that he never got around to sexually harassing you. But there was a woman who was sitting in that exact seat, named Gretchen Carlson, on Fox and Friends, on that show, who won $20 million because of how much he wanted to sleep with her, how much he threatened her, and eventually removed her from air because she wouldn't give in to his demands to pleasure him sexually. So you'll excuse me if I'm not crying along with you. So now let me give you the reactions of other hosts and other conservatives. Bret Baier, of course, Fox News anchor, says love and prayers to Beth and Zach. R.I.P. Roger, you changed television as we know it. Now that's relatively benign, and I don't have problems with that. He's obviously saying love to Roger Ailes' family, and they didn't do anything wrong. Super fair, obviously, and he did change television, that's true. Then you go to Geraldo Rivera. Oh my God, Roger Ailes is gone. Devastating news. And Erica and I send our condolences to Beth, their son Zach, and the entire family. He was a great man. Now, Geraldo defended him in the beginning of the sexual harassment allegations, then realized he was wrong, came out and said, well, he was more complicated. That's the euphemism that we're using now. When you're a monstrous pig who takes out your penis, and as he did once in the Mike Douglas show, and chases a woman around the room trying to touch her with it, apparently you're complicated, okay? So now that he's passed away, all of a sudden, overnight, he's a great man again. No, not buying it. Death does not give you redemption. Britt Hume says, terribly sad news. I guess that depends on your perspective. Sean Hannity says, today America lost one of its great patriotic warriors, Roger Ailes. For a decade, Roger Ailes has impacted American politics and media. It is true that he has impacted it, but I think I would argue and have argued today for the worse. Laura Ingraham says, she has guest hosted on Fox News, but it's not employed by Fox News. She says, Roger Ailes founded one of the most important and successful media outlets in American history. I will miss his friendship dearly, R.I.P. Well, again, I guess Laura was one of the lucky ones. Others did not miss his friendship at all. Brent Bozell, another conservative, says, the good Roger did for America is immeasurable. May he rest in peace. Now that's not an obnoxious comment, it's just one that I wholeheartedly disagree with. George Bush, the first George Bush, says he wasn't perfect, but Roger Ailes was my friend and I loved him. Not sure I would have been president without his great talent, loyal help, rest in peace. Now, George Bush, I've got mixed feelings about George H.W. Bush, but he did not run clean campaigns. He ran incredibly dirty campaigns, including the Willie Horton ad. And Ailes helped him to run those dirty campaigns, so I guess it's true he wouldn't have been president without Ailes, neither would his son. Did that make the country better? I would argue it most certainly did not. Would have been nice to have, by the way, have someone paying attention when the president was handed a memo called Bin Laden determined to attack inside the United States. Thank you, Roger Ailes. We appreciate you putting George W. Bush into office by having his cousin call the election on election night, which then led to that disaster. This incompetent fool that you were happy was an incompetent fool, so you and your rich friends could all get all the tax cuts and all the deregulation that you wanted, but it cost the rest of us a horrible, horrible price. Finally, back to Sean Hannity. He says his endless enthusiasm, energy, wit, humor, and raw instinctive intelligence will be greatly missed. Pretty sure that a lot of people did not find Roger Ailes funny, including the dozens of women that he said, either you must pleasure me or I will fire you and end your career. They didn't find that funny. All right, and Hannity ends by saying, but to his enemies know this, I say, advantage Roger. In his mind, he just has a head start in preparing to kick your ass in the next life. Ooh. Since I don't believe there's a next life, here's probably what happened in his last moments. Oh yeah, I'm gonna kick your ass in the next life. Gone. No next life. You're just dead. That's all there is. I know people get so touchy when someone dies. It doesn't make you any better person the minute you die. I don't know why we have this insane reverence for the dead. It must be something that's part of our nature, but I don't get it. It's not logical. Roger Ailes is just as much of a horrible human being today as he was yesterday. He's just a dead, horrible human being. will not be missed. Okay. Now let's go to good news, okay? Okay. Now I want to tell you about the wonderful work that you guys have done. So we told you that if you helped us hire investigative reporters, we would unleash them and we would try to hold people in power accountable. Now, the first reporter we ever hired was Jordan Chariton. We did that through a membership, you guys being members of the Young Turks. And Jordan's been following several stories very closely, including Flint, Michigan. And recently there was a town hall there, and they held it in a church, and then they used that as an excuse to arrest some of the people who were just going to the town hall, who were citizens who had been poisoned just like everybody else there with the lead in the water, who were justifiably angry. Now I'm going to tell you a great update on that story in a second, but first, let me show you the arrest if you didn't see what happened originally. Here, watch.
Church, please remove your hats. If you don't know, the ladies is okay to wear their hats in the church, but gentlemen cannot wear their hats in the church, so please remove them. Please don't be in here trying to disrupt this meeting, because if you do, I'm going to escort you out, and I'm only going to take you to the back door, and then you're going to jail. I'm not going to play with nobody tonight. That's just how it's going to be.
Don't get over to the point now. This is over. Then do what you're going to do. Come on, Mr. If you resist, and if you don't push out, I'm leaving. You and your wife. I gotta get my coat. I'll get it for you. We get your friends. This is that way.
I'm handicapped.
Walk around this way. She's handicapped. Somebody walk around. Tell me. Which way you want? How long you doing this church? Wait a minute. What's your name? Get off my wall. Get off my wall. Watch my cuffs. Grab my keys. I got a security car guy. Hold on. Give us the keys. Give us the keys. There's the keys. Who do you want to give the keys to? Oh, you're cussing at the church. Yeah. You cussing at the church. No.
So you can watch all the videos for yourself at youtube.com/tytpolitics, but you'll never see any of the people who went to that town hall raise their hands against the cops, because that didn't happen, and it's not on any of the videos. They were arrested for raising their voice, and as you heard at the end, they're cussing in the church, disrespecting the church, which of course is not a crime. And that's why you need reporters to point that out. If you have reporters, as we did with Jordan in this case, go over and over and say, what is the crime they're being charged with? Why are they being charged? Why did you hold the town hall event in a church? Did you know the town hall rules must apply no matter where you hold it? You can't have church rules apply at a town hall. That is not legal in the state of Michigan. So now I want to go to the piece that Jordan wrote just last night on our Medium page, medium.com/theyoungturks. He said, in follow-up interviews by TYT Politics with 5 members of the Flint Six, a similar pattern emerged. None had a clue what they were arrested for, what stage the supposed investigation into their alleged crimes is at, or when the uncertainty would end. And then they got lawyers from the ACLU, and of course they helped tremendously too. And then Jordan went and asked a US Congressman from Michigan what he thought of the situation. And the spokesperson for Representative Dan Kitty wrote in, until Congressman Kitty sees the people who did this to Flint charged and brought to justice, he finds it hard to believe that charges should be brought against victims of the water crisis. And lo and behold, after the US Congressman says that, guess what happened? The charges are now dropped. That is great news. This is what I hope we can do with investigative reporting. Bring you real change and a little bit of justice. So let me fill you in on the rest. On Thursday, Genesee County Prosecutor David Layton will announce there will be no misdemeanor or felony state charges brought against 6 Flint residents arrested at a town hall on April 20th. Jordan wrote that last night, and that happened today. So the charges are gone. We told you there was no reason to believe that they had done any felonies or misdemeanors, and disrespecting a church is not a crime. David Layton, a prosecutor in Genesee County, says, I believe we acted timely and appropriately, received the reports Monday, read them Tuesday, discussed them Wednesday, and made a decision. The city and the county are separate entities. I don't tell them what to do and vice versa, nor do I arrest people. We review warrant requests and based on the law and circumstances determine whether to authorize or not. In other words, look man, I didn't arrest them, and now you're putting pressure on and asking me to explain if they're gonna be charged. And my answer is no. No, there is no crime here, so they're free to go. Now, there is one more layer to this story. Unfortunately, it's not completely clear because there's the county, now the city. They say although the prosecutor's office, or Jordan does, although the prosecutor's office won't bring charges, he did suggest potential charges aren't completely off the table. The matter should be returned to the Flint city attorney for her review, Layton said. If she believes misdemeanor charges are warranted, that's up to her to issue them under city ordinance. So let's continue to keep up the pressure to make sure that the Flint city attorney also does the right thing. But guys, you helped hire that reporter. He stayed on the story. Now those people who might have gone to jail in a terrible injustice did not go to jail, are free to go. That is not on their record. Thank you. I told you, together we can make a difference, and every day, if you fight for justice, you never know, you just might get it. All right, back on the Young Turks. Let me read a couple of quick tweets for you guys. Hashtag TYT Live to talk to us during the show. The mathematician says about Ailes, he created a propaganda machine that fed ignorance, racism, and monstrosity of US conservatism and may ultimately destroy America. Well, let's hope it doesn't get to that, but that is what I agree with you on, unfortunately, the results. Shakira Graham says the weeping on Fox over Roger Ailes is North Korean-esque, disgusting, roast in hell. Now, Shakira, that last sentence I don't agree with, roast in hell. Luckily, I don't think there is a hell. I think it just lights out, and the last thing he probably thought is, oh, well, I wasn't suicidal. Okay, Carl J. Peterson says, about the Flint story, I hope that they still take them to court for false arrest. Now, Carl, I appreciate your fervor on that, and I share it, but it's fairly unlikely. But I'm just thrilled that we actually made sure that those guys are all right and don't go to prison. The guys who went to the town hall and who were citizens of Flint. Okay, now, let me tell you about the FCC. Okay. Now, the FCC is being led by Ajit Pai. He was a former Verizon lawyer and has throughout thought that net neutrality should not exist, that the internet providers like Verizon, Comcast, and the others should be able to discriminate and slow some websites down, speed others up, and basically destroy the internet as we know it, and just hand almost all of the power to decide who has websites that work, that function, and who don't, to just a handful of internet providers throughout the country who often have either monopolies or duopolies throughout the entirety of the United States. Okay, so today they went a little further in executing that plan. Federal Communications Commission Chairman Ajit Pai's plan to roll back net neutrality rules took its first step forward on Thursday, according to The Hill. The commission voted 2-1 along party lines to advance Pai's Restoring Internet Freedom proposal, which would repeal current net neutrality protections. That is as Orwellian a title as you could possibly have for a regulation. Restoring Internet Freedom, which would in reality destroy internet freedom and hand all the power over to about 5 companies. This is so loathsome and so obviously against internet freedom that this is a rare issue that liberals and conservatives unite over on the internet. The only people that don't unite over it are the Republican politicians who are bought lock, stock, and barrel by those same 5 companies. Their voters are not with them. No one on the internet's with them. Even the most diehard Donald Trump supporters online go, wait. Our websites can be shut down if we don't pay a ransom to those 5 companies? That sounds like a terrible idea. That's right. And not only that, it not only advantages those 5 companies, it also gives a huge advantage to other crony capitalists who could then go and legally bribe through campaign donations other politicians to say, hey, in my field, why don't you give me an advantage and slow down the websites of my competitors? I'll pay off the politicians and then I'll go pay off the internet providers, and I've got more money than you, so you no longer have freedom. All of a sudden, nobody can go to your website because it's too slow. How do you like that? Internet freedom, restoring internet freedom bill. They are absolutely Orwellian. Hill continues to explain Pai's proposal would undermine existing net neutrality rules by undoing the legal basis of the regulations. They say, no, the regulations were keeping freedom away from the internet. Really? The internet seems pretty free right now. They say, oh no, businesses just can't thrive on the internet because of the current rules. Preposterous. Google, Facebook, and some of the other tech giants wrote back, yeah, we're doing okay, and the internet freedom is what allowed us to build these companies and break the monopoly that the rest of the media had. And to their credit, they could actually do crony capitalism too, but they're not. They have the ability to pay the ransom to Verizon, Comcast, etc., and then kill off their competition, but they're not. They're actually, for the moment being, doing the right thing and fighting for internet freedom. And almost all the investors, and so we also have some rich folks on our side for a change here, that put money into internet ventures go, no, we put money in expecting these rules. Don't talk to me about how you're gonna restore freedom by destroying the rules that have always existed on the internet to keep it free. It is a total and utter lie. The Obama-era net neutrality regulations, again, as The Hill explains, passed in 2015 as the Open Internet Order, aimed to create a level playing field on the internet by ensuring that broadband providers treated all online content the same. And that is exactly what they're looking to end now as Ajit Pai looks to destroy internet freedom and unsurprisingly give a massive, gigantic advantage to the company that previously employed him and paid him a lot of money, and my guess is will employ him again and pay him even more money after he's done instituting these new rules. Pai wants to continue the Trump administration's assault on free speech and political dissent and hand over control of the internet to his corporate cronies at AT&T, Comcast, and Verizon. That's according to Mary Alice Krim, Free Press Field Director, and I think she is exactly right. So if you care about freedom, it doesn't matter if you're a right winger or a left winger or anywhere in the middle. If you care about the sites that you like or the sites you want to create, well, guess what? You're not going to be able to afford the ransom to those companies. So fight for freedom now before they take it away from you. Okay. By the way, I should give quick credit to Ed Markey, Senator Ed Markey, and Senator Ron Wyden. So not every day that you see Democrats that are actually fighting for the right things, and they were actually out there in the hot protests that joined the actual voters and people who are mad about this. So credit to them for showing up. Okay, now let's go talk about Syria. Donald Trump's ratings are, of course, very down. He's in the middle of a gigantic mess over the firing of James Comey and the investigation of Mike Flynn, the secret intelligence he gave to the Russians, and the list goes on. So when was the last time Donald Trump's ratings went up or he was applauded by the establishment media? Well, the last time he bombed Assad's government in Syria. So guess what he did today? Out of the blue, not because of a chemical attack, not for any stated reason that seems apparent to anyone else. He's like, I'm gonna bomb Assad's government in Syria again. Now, the last time he did that, all the media fell over themselves going, oh my God, he's now a president, he's now awesome. I hope they don't make that same mistake. So let me give you the details from USA Today. A US airstrike in Syria on Thursday targeted pro-regime forces who were threatening a coalition base where advisors train anti-Islamic State fighters, according to US military official. They explained that the airstrike targeted a tank and 2 earth movers that were building fighting position within the defensive zone, the official said. The official did not provide an estimate of casualties. So let me decipher that for you guys. Oh, the Assad guys were not, being problematic in our fight with ISIS. That's our official excuse. So we bombed a tank and 2 earth movers? That's all, that's it? And we warned the Russians ahead of time. So in other words, hey, I did a bombing over there. Why, add to ISIS or something, right? Yeah, I don't know, I don't have a chemical attack as an excuse now. ISIS, I did an attack, everybody, are you back on my side? It's the cheapest trick in the book. USA Today further explains the official described Thursday's strike as a defensive action that does not change the US policy of focused military efforts on defeating ISIS. In other words, Russia, don't worry, we're not actually targeting Assad because Russia wants to protect the dictator Assad. So what we're just trying to do is bump up our poll numbers here. Now, of course, we're told over and over again that we do the bombings because we care about civilians, but what you might not have heard is a couple of days ago, we killed a lot of civilians. Air raids on an Islamic State-held village and town in Syria have killed at least 32 civilians over the past 2 days, activists said on Monday. It's Monday of this week, that's the Associated Press. They explained it was not immediately clear who was behind the strikes on the village of Akrashi on Sunday and the town of Bukamal on the Syrian-Iraqi border on Monday, and the activists blamed the US-led coalition. So when Assad killed those kids, and he's killed more than the people that died in that chemical attack, 84 people died there, including a lot of kids and civilians, that is outrageous and the whole world is united. When we do it, Oh, come on, that was just an honest mistake when we killed those 32 civilians. What are you getting all hurt over, okay? The Pentagon acknowledged late last month that at least 352 civilians have been killed by coalition strikes in 2 countries since the start of the air campaign against ISIS in 2014. However, activists monitoring groups say the number is much higher. Access is restricted to ISIS-held areas, and details are hard to come by. But how about women and kids? Well, the observatory, which is based out of Britain, said 12 women were killed in strikes on the village of Akershee. So yes, we do that as well. Now you don't hear about that in the news too much. Credit to the Associated Press for covering it. But it is interesting what the rest of, especially television news, chooses to market and what they choose not to market. So now you know the reality. Okay, now let's go on to the guy who ordered those strikes, kind of, Donald Trump. Okay. So Donald Trump is in a world of trouble. He's now got a special counsel, Robert Mueller, former director of the FBI, who's investigating Trump campaign connections to Russia. Lindsey Graham walked out of a classified meeting today, and he's a US senator, and he said now they will be severely limited to conduct any investigations in Congress. Why? Because it is now considered an active criminal investigation. So that's your latest turn. And so how is Donald Trump going to respond to all of this? Now, a couple of days ago, he went and spoke, and at the time he had said, look, at the way I've been treated lately. Now this is at a commencement and he should be talking about them and their future, but he's not. He complained after telling the cadets to never give up in the face of adversity. But he didn't talk about their adversity, he talked about his own. He said, especially by the media, no politician in history, and I say this with great surety, has been treated worse or more unfairly. Of course, that's not remotely true. Whether they've been treated badly also depends on what they did. Now, back in the day, it didn't necessarily depend on that. If he read any history at all, that he would know that the press in the beginning of the country was absolutely vicious. They would put the worst kind of rumors about Thomas Jefferson and John Adams, and the press corroborated it or not. So presidents have been treated far, far worse. And in fact, all the billions of dollars in free media that he got is what led him to become president in the first place. But the guy cannot stop crying. It's super ironic that he ends a lot of tweets with baby, because that is exactly what he said. By the way, we have a president of the United States that ends tweets with baby. Okay, accusing his opponents of being babies, he now calls Chuck Schumer, the main Democratic senator in the Senate, crying Chuck. Well, that's ironic because we were about to see him cry even more, Trump is. But they decided that after his speech to the cadets, that it was the wrong strategy, they should be a little bit more level-headed. They brought in a whole bunch of people into the Oval Office, had a strategy meeting, and then they came out with a more cautious statement. Okay, they said, as I've stated, they claimed that Donald Trump wrote this. Of course, that's not true, but he did agree to it. He said, as I've stated many times, a thorough, he doesn't know the word thorough. Anyway, a thorough investigation will confirm what we already know. There was no collusion between my campaign and any foreign entity. I look forward to this matter concluding quickly. In the meantime, I will never stop fighting for the people and the issues that matter most to the future of our country. How, just a side note, how obvious is it that Donald Trump didn't write that statement? When's the last time Donald Trump talked about foreign entities? Okay, if Donald Trump wrote that statement, it would have been like, okay, fine, I won't talk too much about it, okay? And let the guy do this investigation. Let him look into it. He won't find anything, baby. Anyway, so they decide, and Trump signs on to it, we're not gonna cry about this anymore. We're just gonna say, hey, let the guy do his investigation. He's not gonna find anything anyway. Now that's a rational approach. So can he stick to it? Of course not. So he goes right back on Twitter and says, with all the illegal acts that took place in the Clinton campaign and Obama administration, there was never a special counsel appointed. What illegal acts under the Obama administration? The Republicans investigated everything under the sky and the moon under Obama, and they didn't find anything. Benghazi, Benghazi, Benghazi. They did 9 Republican-led investigations and concluded at the end of them. Not Democrats, Republicans concluded, oops. There's no wrongdoing here. There's no crime. Basically, they just ginned it all up, okay? But Trump is going around going, oh, I'm such a poor baby. They keep picking on me just because I keep committing obstruction of justice and witness tampering, and I probably did a giant financial deal with the Russians. Why didn't they go after Obama? So the baby continues. He says, this is the single greatest witch hunt of a politician in American history. Well, you for God's sake, stop crying already. Jesus Christ. Nope, he's not gonna stop. And then he went on air and he did it again. Listen to the bitch, I mean witch.
Was this the right move, or is this part of a witch hunt?
Well, I respect the move, but the entire thing has been a witch hunt, and there is no collusion between certainly myself and my campaign. But I can always speak for myself and the Russians, zero. Believe me, there's no collusion. Russia is fine, but whether it's Russia or anybody else, my total priority, believe me, is the United States of America. So thank you very much.
He added, it's such a witch hunt. Hey, grow up, man. You're the commander-in-chief. Man up already. Is this what you guys wanted? All you betas, all you cucks out there who voted for Donald Trump? You don't even know what the guy stands for, but you're like, oh, he's my alpha. I'm gonna vote for him. What kind of an alpha is this? Every time he's tweaked, he comes out. He's like, it's a witch hunt. They're coming to get me. Somebody help me. I'm just a poor little baby. Bitch. Okay, we move forward. Russia's fine. Russia's fine. What does that mean, Russia's fine? Okay, anyway, Chaffetz. Oh no, shoot, I gotta take a break. All right, guys, real quick, let's take the break. I'll do Chaffetz and Flynn when we come back. The Flynn news is devastating. All right, back on the Young Turks. I got a ton of stories for you guys, so let me just read 2 tweets. Rita Ann writes in, quote, restore internet freedom equals the freedom of telecom companies to rob you blind. Brandon Neal says if Obama went on an apology tour, Trump is going on a crybaby tour. Pretty much agreed there. Okay, and by the way, in one of the tweets where he talked about the special counsel, of course, for the second time, he misspelled counsel. Somebody, for God's sake, check the tweets, but they can't get a control over the guy. All right, let's go to Jason Chaffetz. Okay. So Jason Chaffetz is in charge of the Oversight Committee in the House. That's why he wants to get the hell out of Dodge. I told you that things would be turning south for Donald Trump when Republicans start backing out of the room. I told you that from day one. And then we saw that Chaffetz said, hey, you know what? I'm gonna go ahead and resign because he doesn't want that job. It's a politically lose-lose situation for him. If he goes aggressively after Trump, the Republican voters and his base will hate him. If he doesn't go after Trump, then he's not doing his job, and he himself can get into a lot of trouble if it turns out that Trump did criminal acts or other people in his administration did criminal acts. So he just wants to get out. So he said in the beginning, oh, I'm done after this term. Then he said, you know what? I'm not gonna even wait till the end of the term. Now we find out, he's like, no, I gotta get out of here. This thing's going much, much faster than I expected. So Talking Points memo reports 2 days after threatening to use his subpoena pen to get his hands on James Comey's reported memos describing his encounters with President Donald Trump, Representative Jason Chaffetz on Thursday expressed skepticism as to whether they actually even existed. So before he came out and said, I've got my subpoena pen ready to get those Comey memos. Then apparently somebody pulled him aside and had to talk to him and like, no, Jason, you're about to leave Congress. You don't get the bribes and all the jobs that you want as lobbyists or going into Fox News or wherever you want to go if you don't play ball. Now, be a good little boy and go back out there and say, what memos? What memos? Subpoena? Did I say subpoena? I don't know what memos you're talking about. Jason Chaffetz said on Good Morning America, I don't think they should have actually appointed somebody about the special counsel. I've not seen any evidence of actual collusion. Where's the actual crime that they think they need a special prosecutor to prosecute? I haven't seen that. There's been a lot of flailing, but that flailing started before January 20th. Oh, all of a sudden, your donors talked to you and told you which direction to go to, huh, Jason? You're not so tough anymore, right? We've seen no evidence of possible crimes. How about when he told Comey that that he should stop the Flynn investigation. That's obstruction of justice. Now that doesn't mean you proved it yet. That's why it's your job to investigate it. And if it turns out there's nothing there, then you can prove that it didn't happen. Wouldn't that be a wonderful opportunity for you? Now you don't want that because you know it did happen. Are there potential crimes? Of course there are. Witness tampering, obstruction of justice, let alone the actual crime itself of dealing with the Russians and God knows promising them what at our expense, at Americans' expense. Now, we go to the Hill. House Oversight Committee Chairman Jason Chaffetz is expected to announce Thursday that he will leave Congress by the end of June. Oh, now it's an absolute panic. Before, maybe by then, no, I gotta go sooner. No, I gotta go by June, June's next month. I gotta go, man. What if the memos come out and I'm stuck? I don't wanna get stuck. I hate this job. I gotta get out of here before I get caught between a rock and a hard place. Total, utter panic. Washingtonian reported last week that Chaffetz has been telling fellow House Republicans that he will join Fox News possibly as soon as July. So for him, that's a win-win. I get the hell out of Dodge before the Trump thing drags us all down. And then I can say, it wasn't me, man. I wasn't even in Congress. Number two, I go get paid while I'm getting ready to run for governor of Utah. Number three, I get paid by an organization where I get to do propaganda for my own party, for my own race. It's a perfect win-win. Who the hell wants to be in Congress during Trump? I go to Fox News and I get the money, I get the media, I get everything I want without any of the headaches. That's why he's doing it. But no, he writes a letter telling us it's because of his family. This is why people hate politicians. Jason, nobody believes that. Even your own supporters don't believe that. Even they're not that stupid. So let's give you some of the letter. He says, when I first ran for Congress in 2008, I promised I would get in, serve, and get out. Let's pause there for a second. Yeah, but you just ran for Congress 6 months ago. This term is only less than 4 months old. Did you tell the voters when you were running, hey, you know what, I'm gonna get in, and then 4 months later, I'm gonna get out. I'm not gonna serve the whole thing. You guys are suckers for voting for me. No, I plan to just use this for my own benefit and then get out a lot quicker than I told you. I don't think you told them that. And what is it with the Republicans who love to quit? Sarah Palin, I'm great, I love being governor of Alaska. I love the state of Alaska. I'm gonna run for vice president. I didn't get it, I'm gonna go get a reality show instead. They all quit and run to TV. Okay, continuing with that letter, he said, I told voters I did not believe Congress should be a lifetime career. I knew from day one that my service there would not last forever. Oh, you principled guy, then why didn't you not run last time? You just ran the race. Why didn't you come to this conclusion earlier if you said from day one you knew that it wouldn't last? Okay. He says, my life has undergone some big changes over the last 18 months. Yeah, Trump got elected. Those changes have been good, if you say so. But as I celebrate my 50th birthday in March, the reality of spending more than 1,500 nights away from my family over 8 years hit me harder than it had before. So when you ran again 6 months ago, you didn't give a damn about your family. Now all of a sudden that you got to investigate Trump, you say, oh, my family, right, my family. And in the letter he keeps talking about, oh, my wonderful children, and the one is doing this, and the other one has got wings now, and it's just, oh, my family, I just realized I had a family. Why didn't somebody tell me when I was running the campaign that I had a family? He says, I've slept on a cot in my office, largely to save money for the Chaffetz family, but also to remind myself that my service there was temporary. Though the time away and the travel has been a sacrifice, our family has always been united that public service was the right thing to do. We feel my time in Congress has been well spent, but it now seems the right time to turn the page. Yeah, I know. It was all a giant sacrifice. You didn't want the money or the power. You didn't want to take a high-powered and even better paying job at Fox News and then later as a lobbyist. You didn't want any of that, but you made the sacrifice for public service because you care about the public so much. Come on, does a single Chaffetz voter believe that? This is why America can't stand politicians. You guys are so obviously full of crap. Okay, Chaffetz, go make some money, run away like a little girl, run away. Sorry, girls. Okay, I got a 4-year-old. She'd be way more courageous than this guy. Okay, anyway. Whoever wants to stay. Whoever wants run. Okay, now let's go to the, believe it or not, the biggest story of the day, okay? And that turns us to Michael Flynn. Okay. Mike Flynn was the national security advisor for Donald Trump. He worked on his campaign. And if there's one thing we know about Mike Flynn, man, he had a lot of issues with the government of Erdogan. That's the president of Turkey. I know it because Flynn said it, and he said it emphatically. He had a lot of trouble with Muslims overall. And remember, Turkey is 99% Muslim. So let me tell you about that. Last July, Flynn praised a coup attempt against Erdogan, criticizing the Turkish leader for being too close to President Barack Obama and calling the coup, quote, worth clapping for. Yes, we're applauding the coup against Erdogan. If you're Mike Flynn, you think that was wonderful. How about Muslims overall? He said, quote, fear of Muslims is rational, and he capitalized rational. He said, Islam is not a real religion, but a political ideology masked behind a religion. So, well, this is why conservatives like Mike Flynn. He is a man of his word, and he's gonna say it like it is. Islam is bad, and Turkey even worse. God, thank God they did that coup against Erdogan. But then something curious happened. Let's go to the Huffington Post on this one. Flynn shifted to supporting Erdogan only after a Dutch company headed by a man with ties to Erdogan's government hired his intelligence firm early in August. By November, Flynn had flip-flopped entirely. We need to see the world from Turkey's perspective, he wrote in an opinion piece published on election day. This is the man of principle. Turkey's the worst. I'm glad they did a coup against Erdogan. We got to wait a minute now. I didn't know I was going to get paid by them. No, we need to see things from Turkey's perspective. Okay, it gets worse. So how much did it take to bribe Mike Flynn? Well, to be fair, a decent amount. It was a fact, as the Miami Herald and McClatchy newspapers explains, that Flynn disclosed himself in a declaration saying that, yes, I did get money from people related to the Turkish government to the Foreign Agent Registration Unit of the Justice Department in early March. According to Flynn's paperwork, he was paid $530,000 for work, quote, that could be construed to have principally benefited the Republic of Turkey. So now he should have filed that much earlier, and it's actually a significant legal issue for him that he did not file that when he was advising Trump, when he was getting state secrets, and then when he was national security advisor. But in March, he finally files it and goes, oh yeah, I was kind of working for the Republic of Turkey. Okay, and so what did Michael Flynn write after he got paid that sum of money? In the Hill, he wrote, our ally Turkey is in crisis and needs our support. That was the headline. And then he wrote, in this crisis, it is imperative that we remember who our real friends are. The ones who bribe us for $530,000. Oops, I didn't mean to write that part. Yes, this is Mike Flynn. It's not a matter of opinion. It's not whether the right wing is right or the left wing is right. Mike Flynn is a man who could easily be bought. The Russians bought him for $33,000. Apparently the Turks overpaid him. That's what they gave him to go sit next to Vladimir Putin to celebrate RT's 10th anniversary. He didn't report that either at the time, and as a former military officer, he's supposed to report that. That's another legal violation. This guy's in a world of trouble, and if you're a conservative, you still have his back after knowing that he flipped and all of a sudden is in favor of the Turks, and for you right-wingers filled with bigotry, ooh, now he supports the Muslims. Why? Because he got paid. Where's your allies now, Mike Flynn? You don't have any, because we all know you're deeply corrupt. And this is the guy that Trump continues to back to this day. And he knew some of this stuff, and it allowed him to be the national security advisor anyway. So now let's go to more great reporting by McClatchy newspapers, because this is not just, hey, he could have done damage to US interests for his own behalf. Apparently he did. So let's go to their explanation of what happened. They say that one of Trump administration's first decisions about the fight against the Islamic State was made by Mike Flynn weeks before he was fired. And it conformed to the wishes of Turkey, whose interests, unbeknownst to anyone in Washington, he'd been paid more than $500,000 to represent. The decision came 10 days before Donald Trump had been sworn in as president in a conversation with President Barack Obama's national security advisor, Susan Rice, who had explained the Pentagon's plan to retake Islamic State's de facto capital of Raqqa with Syrian Kurdish forces whom the Pentagon considered the US's most effective military partners. Obama's national security team had decided to ask for Trump's sign-off since the plan would all but certainly be executed after Trump had become president. Flynn didn't hesitate. According to timelines distributed by members of Congress in the weeks since, Flynn told Rice to hold off a move that would delay the military operation for months. He told them, according to notes taken that are now part of the timeline, and we see it in Dianne Feinstein's report on this and others, he said, quote, don't approve it. Don't approve an operation against ISIS because the leader of Turkey, Erdogan, doesn't want that operation to happen. This is the same Erdogan that he thought should have had a coup go against him. He applauded the coup that would have removed and perhaps executed Erdogan. Then he gets paid $500,000 by people connected to Erdogan's government. All of a sudden, he's Erdogan's best friend and stopping our fight, the US fight against ISIS, because Erdogan told him to. That's who Mike Flynn is. Okay. He told the New Yorker in February that Obama had 2 narrowly defined efforts to defeat the group, that's ISIS, and called for fighting these guys on the battlefield. That's what he said in public. In private, he's telling Trump and the Obama team, no, don't fight them in the battlefield. Don't fight them in the battlefield. Why? At the time, no one knows he's getting paid $500,000 by Turkey. We only find that out in March, later. This is exactly what we're talking about when we say, hey, these private payments to people like Flynn and possibly Trump could they affect our national interests? Could they work for their own financial interests and actually hurt US national interests? Yes, the answer is overwhelmingly yes, and almost certainly what happened in this case. Now, back to McClatchy newspapers. In the Miami Herald, they report his position, Flynn's position, was consistent with the wishes of Turkey, which had long opposed the United States partnering with the Kurdish forces, and which was his undeclared client. Now, at the time, the people who had arranged this on the Turkish side started bragging in public. Ekim Alptekin, is a Turkish businessman who helped to arrange this deal. He said, we have spoken with his advisors, referring to Trump, and security team to understand what their vision is for Middle East and Syria. In other words, don't worry, I got this. I already talked to them, and it's true. He did talk to Mike Flynn. He said, according to the Miami Herald, that he was optimistic that the Trump administration would be more sympathetic to Turkish interests. Well, after you give him $500,000 to the National Security Advisor, yeah, apparently he was much more sympathetic to you. He couldn't have been more sympathetic to you when previously he couldn't have been less sympathetic. And then Optikin says at the end, it's not just that we are in disagreement with some Obama policies like Syria, but on the Trump side, we saw a willingness to look at these things differently. Well, now they wanted to cover their bases, the Turkish side here. So like, okay, well, we just flat out bribed them, but we called them lobbyists here. And in America, all that is legal, so we just give him a check as a lobbyist. Now, if the schmuck had just registered as a foreign agent, yes, it would have created problems for him in whether he would have gotten the National Security Administration job in the first place, or National Security Agency, but at least it would have been legal. In America, you can be legally bribed by these foreign countries. It's insane, right? So, but they're like, but let's make sure we grease the big guy too. So, in another indication of the close ties between the new administration and Turkey under Flynn, the Turkish-US Business Council's annual summit, which is chaired by, hey, look at that, the same guy, Optekin, moved its meeting to the Trump International Hotel in Washington this year. The summit, which is in its 36th year, had in previous years been at the Ritz-Carlton. The new location was announced the day before Flynn was fired. So, hey, Trump, don't worry, we moved it from the Ritz-Carlton to your hotel. You now get paid too. That's a clear violation of the emoluments clause. The Turkish intentions here are super clear. They're intending to influence the Trump administration, and they did. We delayed an attack against ISIS, not because it was the right thing for America to do, but because it was a thing that the Turkish government wanted and paid for here in America. These are the guys that are patriots? Please. Now, finally, when Mike Flynn did file those papers, they explained, according to the filing, he signed the contract with Optikin's firm on August 9th. Trump received his first classified intelligence briefing on August 18th, a meeting that Flynn attended. As Trump's national security advisor in the White House, Flynn had access to even more highly classified intelligence. He sat in on most, if not all, of Trump's phone conversations and meetings with foreign leaders. Now, at the time, he did not tell them that he was actually working for some of those foreign leaders. if they can prove it, and it seems abundantly clear, but I mean prove it in court, those are some very serious crimes that Mike Flynn might be on the hook for. What was that about lock her up? We'll get to that in a second. Okay, Flynn's lawyer has said that he called Trump's transition team before the inauguration, asking whether Flynn should register as a foreign agent. So apparently he told Trump, hey, I'm getting paid by Turkey, let alone the Russians. And Trump heard it and was like, I don't know, man, sure, come on in, be my national security advisor anyway. What a disastrous decision. So now Trump might be on the hook for some of these legal issues as well. So what are the legal issues? Failure to registering as a foreign agent is a federal crime. There is a renewed focus on getting to the bottom of what Flynn did and what Trump knew. So that's a serious federal crime. Now, one more thing. Some members of Congress in private conversations have even used the word treason to describe Flynn's intervention, though experts doubt that his actions qualify. Now, in order for it to be treason, you have to actually actively help an enemy and one that we are at war with. So now Turkey is not an enemy, Turkey is an ally of the United States. So that wouldn't qualify as treason. But he did stop an attack against ISIS, and ISIS is an enemy. Sounds like treasonable suspicion to me. Okay, now I'm going to leave the last word to Mike Flynn. Hey, Mike, in cases like this where national security is endangered, what do you think should happen? Let's find out.
We do not need a reckless president who believes she is above the law. Lock her up. That's right. That's right. Lock her up. I'm going to tell you what. It's unbelievable. It's unbelievable. She put our nation's security at extremely high risk with her careless use of a private email server. Lock her up. Lock her up. You guys are good. Damn right. You're exactly right. There's nothing wrong with that. You know why we're saying that? We're saying that because if I, a guy who knows this business, if I did a tenth of what she did, I would be in jail today.
Looking forward to it, Mike. Okay. One more story about Mike Flynn for you guys, and it has to do with Trump. Okay. News story out. It turns out they claim Mike Flynn didn't even want to be national security advisor, but Donald Trump asked him to do it. Now, there is another twist in this story that is very important to what's happening today. So let me tell you what it is from the top. The Daily Beast is reporting President Donald Trump pressured a reluctant Michael Flynn into accepting a job as the White House top national security official, even after Flynn warned the president that he was under investigation over undisclosed lobbying on behalf of a foreign government, the Daily Beast has learned. Okay, this partly goes to Trump's stupidity. Are you kidding me? That's toxic. Why the hell would you put him in charge of the national security apparatus? Okay. Michael Leedon, the lawyer, the co-author of Flynn's The Field of Flight, says, so he's a good associate and friend of Mike Flynn. He says he did not want to be national security advisor. He didn't want to be in the government. He wanted to go back to private life, but Trump insisted on it. Now look, everybody's got their own interest here, and they might be trying to protect Flynn, his friends here. And are they going to throw Trump under the bus to make that happen? Maybe. And boy, Mike Flynn knows a lot of things about Donald Trump. That could get interesting. So they continue. Trump's pressuring of Flynn to take the job came even though Flynn had informed the Trump transition team that he was under active FBI investigation over undisclosed lobbying on behalf of a Dutch company, lobbying that Flynn now admits may have advanced the interests of the Turkish government. Okay, there's more to this story, but if we just stopped here, it was monumentally stupid of Donald Trump to hear all that and go, oh, okay, come into my administration anyway. Be my national security advisor, one of the most important jobs in the government. Yeah, you want to work for a foreign government while being one of the most important guys that decide what we're gonna do with foreign policy and our national security? Yeah, come on in, Mike. Okay. The president's continued loyalties to his ousted former aide is so strong, in fact, that the two have remained in touch despite the potential that their communication could be portrayed as White House interference in a federal investigation. What? He's calling Mike Flynn? That's insane. And as usual, incredibly stupid. Well, that could open you up to another crime, actually a host of crimes, including witness tampering. I thought, and it was Daily Beast reporting from last week, as I'm going to tell you in a sec, that they had talked him out of it. Apparently it's not, they didn't talk him out of it. He called Flynn anyway. Trump's White House attorneys warned him repeatedly against communicating with Flynn after his firing. As usual, the knucklehead didn't listen to his attorneys. The two have stayed in touch, according to a Yahoo News report Thursday, confirmed by multiple White House and administration sources. And Daily Beast then talked to other White House officials. They also confirmed it. He's talking to Flynn. A disastrous and possibly illegal idea, okay? News that they remained in touch flatly contradicts repeated and adamant White House denials last week that Trump and his former national security advisor had been communicating since Flynn's ouster. So they denied it. No, they're not communicating. As usual, it was a lie. As usual, they now, I don't know if it's the Flynn guys that are outing him, it's people who are working against Trump's interests. I don't know what it is, or if it's just Trump being stupid as usual. Now they say, oh yeah, we were lying. He's been talking to Flynn the whole time. Even if you wanted to cover up your crimes, why would you be that stupid and admit it? Maybe they realize, oh yeah, when I call Flynn, the FBI knows. I guess I should admit it in public now. Is there no end to this man's idiocy? Okay. But Trump doesn't just hope that Flynn will beat the rap. Several sources close to Flynn and to the administration tell the Daily Beast that Trump has expressed his hopes that a resolution of the FBI's investigation in Flynn's favor might allow Flynn to rejoin the White House in some capacity. A scenario some of Trump's closest advisors in and outside the West Wing have assured him absolutely should not happen. Those sources said Trump didn't believe Flynn should be under investigation in the first place. What? You're gonna bring him back into the government? We just found out today that Flynn got paid $530,000 by people associated with the Turkish government and changed his position completely from being against the Turkish government to being in favor of the Turkish government and helped the Turkish government make sure that we did not arm Kurdish fighters that would fight against ISIS. You'd bring that guy back into the White House? Just when you think he can't get any more mental, he does. But wait. There's one other thing here other than stupidity. Mike, I know the things that you know. Don't worry, Mike, don't say anything. I'm gonna look out for you later. Don't worry, Mike, there's jobs in it for you. Don't let the FBI scare you. Don't let Mikey, I'll bring you back in. We will bring you back to the White House. Everything's gonna be fine. A White House official says, this one appears to be friendly to Trump. Trump feels really bad about firing him, and he genuinely thinks if the investigation is over, Flynn can come back. Yeah, Flinny boy, of course, we're gonna take you back. We're gonna go back to the way we were. We're gonna make a lot of money together. Don't talk to the feds, don't be a rat, Mikey. Don't worry, we'll take care of you, Mikey. Mark Zed, a national security attorney, says, the last thing the White House would want is an allegation of conspiracy, witness tampering, or coordination. If Flynn is going to be indicted, or certainly under investigation, then I would want the president to be as far away from him as possible. So you got possible charges of conspiracy, witness tampering, and coordination with that said witness. And you're gonna risk all that. Why would you do that? There's only two possible answers. He's the world's dumbest man, which is entirely possible. Or he thinks, Mike, don't say anything, don't say anything, don't say anything, don't worry. We'll get you paid afterwards. You know how the Turks paid you off? Now we'll pay you off. We got your back, Mike. Whatever you do, don't say anything to the feds. Is this a good idea? Well, Brad Moss, a law partner, says, talking with witnesses got Nixon in trouble. Hey, what happened with Nixon anyway? Oh, right, he resigned when they were set to impeach him. Just saying. This is really bad. Okay, now when we come back, one of the great stories we have for you guys is tough guy Alex Jones said he was gonna fight Chobani to the end. He was never gonna surrender. What happened instead? You're gonna love it. Come right back. All right, back on our Young Turks with Anna Kasparian. We got some great stories for you guys, a couple of quick tweets for you guys. Bitchy Gay Guy writes in, whoever is coming up with these mixed soundboard musical intros deserves a goddamn award. Bart, Jared Jackson, it is in fact Bart. Nice job, Bart. Award, no, but that nice pat on the back, okay? Sasha Ray says if public service was the right thing to do, referring to Chaffetz, why is it not the right thing to finish that commitment? Well, that's an excellent point. And I'm sure the reporter's gonna ask Chaffetz any second now. And finally, Thahodi says, a political ideology masked as a religion? That describes evangelical Christianity perfectly. Ironic that Mike Flynn said that about Islam before, of course, a government that is fairly fundamentalist Muslim government paid him $500,000, and all of a sudden he was massively in favor of it. Okay, Anna, what do you have for us?
All right, let's start with some international news. Thailand has some pretty strict laws when it comes to insulting its royalty. In particular, the King of Thailand. You're not allowed to say anything negative about him because if you do, you could face some jail time. Well, interestingly enough, someone who is critical of the king in Thailand decided to post a video that went viral on Facebook featuring him wearing a crop top and shopping with tattoos and everything showing in Munich.
Those are fake tattoos, right?
No, they're real tattoos.
Really?
I think he, for some reason, lied and said that they're fake tattoos, but I think they're real tattoos. The New York Times has reported that they're real tattoos, but who knows? Who knows and who cares?
Yeah, it's
okay?
irrelevant.
It's funny that he would, if they are real tattoos, it's funny that he would lie and say that they're fake tattoos as if that would make it better. I would argue that would make it worse. Like you went out of your way anyway, moving on. So he's embarrassed because he's wearing a crop top. He's shopping in a crop top, but he should just own up to it because you like the crop top, you like the midsection, you're feeling good about yourself, you're shopping in Munich, you're the freaking king of Thailand, just own it, right? But no, he got all hurt about it and started crying about it. And then they contacted Facebook and said, you must take this viral video down or else we're gonna go after you, we're gonna sue you. So Thailand's laws make insulting the monarchy a crime punishable by up to 15 years in prison. And guess what? Facebook listened to them and they took the video down. They didn't take the video down, but it is blocked in Thailand. So anyone living in Thailand, anyone existing in Thailand won't have access to it. But we have access to it. We have access to the screenshots, which we've shown you. And it's just a lot of fun. It's a lot of fun.
Okay, so maybe we shouldn't have kings. Because maybe they do absurd things like, hey, if anybody even insults me, I'm gonna put you in jail for 15 years.
I know, bro, but you're wearing a freaking crop top in Munich. You're out in public wearing that. You know what I'm saying? It's not like he did this in the privacy of his own home and then someone invaded his privacy and then obtained images of him. Like he wore it out in public because he felt pretty damn good about it. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So just own up to it. There's nothing wrong with it.
And what's the point of being king if you can't go around in a crop top? Right? I mean, isn't the whole point of being king is that you're awesome, you rule the place, and you can do anything you want. So instead, you're hiding whatever your real identity is. I don't know, right? Like, whatever it is, you're just having fun, right? And instead, you're going around, and that's why it's like, look, is it better to be a king than it is to be someone with no money? Of course. On the other hand, it's not that great, man. You live in this little cage where everything is judged nonstop. You think like the royalty in the UK, I wouldn't want it at all. And you can say I'm crazy, I don't care, that's fine. I don't want to live that life where they're all constantly under a microscope and they have to follow all this stupid etiquette about when to bow, when to have tea, and when to do this and that, etc. And they can't live their lives free. That's why Prince Charles, I don't begrudge the guy getting into whoever's tampons that he got into. There was a fun recorded tape that got leaked of him. Anyway, so.
Wait, what?
Yeah, he said he wanted to be his lover's tampon. It was gross, but the guy loved her. He loved her, okay? So anyways, long story.
You can love people in other ways.
I hear you, sister. That is very fair. Anyway.
He's a cyclist. Anyway, moving on.
Okay, the main part of this is Guys, Thailand, get rid of the nonsense monarchy. And I'm not just picking on Thailand here. Everybody that's got a monarchy, yes, including the UK. What are you holding on to? Not just antiquated notions, but notions that were dictatorial and wrong and authoritarian and stupid. They shouldn't rule over us. Why should we hand our freedom over to kings? Now, I know you've got a parliamentary system now, but look, in Thailand, still 15 years. In the UK, people will get pissed about this. Oh, how dare you, God save the Queen, right? What century are you in? Get over it already, get over it, end all this nonsense. What are we playing, Game of Thrones? What are we playing, silly little games here, princesses and princesses? It's absolute madness.
Yeah, I don't know. I feel like if you are a person in power and you show the world that you're this easily insulted, that people can get under your skin this much, you don't come across as a powerful person.
Yeah, and guess what? All of these so-called kings and queens, at some point, one of their ancestors butchered everyone else in the country and took power, right? So that's how you get to be a king or a queen. And then all of them since then have been riding off of that. You think they're special? No, they're spoiled little brats that never had to do anything their whole lives, had all this money handed to them. So you think they could lead countries? They're usually pathetic guys like this riding around in crop tops. And then when they get caught, they go, oh no, you insulted me. Put him in prison, put him in prison. He insulted me. You know what that says? It shows you're incredibly weak. That's what you are. And all these, whether it's the kings or it's the presidents pretending to be in a democracy who put people in prison for offending them. It's our wannabe authoritarian leader here in America, Donald Trump, who we just found out the other day, told James Comey, hey, why can't you just imprison the reporters who report the leaks about me? Oh, they're being so mean to me.
You don't like that.
Yeah. Or, by the way, it's the religions. Oh, you offended me because you drew Muhammad, so I want you in prison or I want you dead. You offended me because you did something about Jesus Christ, and so I'm gonna do this and that. And so, hey, if you're so right and you're so strong, why are you so thin-skinned? You should be able to take all criticism and not have any issue. You should have the great security of knowing that you are right. But in reality, you know you're not right, and you know that you didn't earn anything to become king in this case. Just let it go, man. You should voluntarily let it go. Just be like, you know what, guys, you're right. I'm not a king. What the hell did I do?
I want to wear crop tops in Munich.
Yeah, I just want to run around Munich going schlupen das, das ist Vitamin.
Anyway, all right. Well, moving on to some other news. Let's have a little bit of fun. Male fashion trends are evolving to the point where they are adapting to female fashion trends. Case in point, the female romper. Apparently, there is a company that is attempting to design rompers specifically for men. Now, if you have no idea what rompers are, there's an image showing you. It's kind of like a onesie, but it is in shorts form, okay? Now, there is a video that gives you a better idea of this, but the whole reason why this is getting a lot of attention is because there is something known as the Romp Him Kickstarter project. And the last time I checked, which was about an hour ago, they raised a whopping $252,000, okay, crowdfunding this project just to design these rompers for men. Now, there's a fun video showing you how you can be manly and you can sport the romper. Take a look.
All right. I'm confused as to whether it's supposed to be manly or not, because they got the girls they're carrying around.
Some of them are like kind of beefy.
They're being bros.
Yeah.
But then kind of not.
I love this, and I would not be turned off by a guy who wears a romper, believe it or not.
Oh, okay,
no,
God bless.
First of all, it would catch my attention, and I think I'd be into it. Secondly, it shows a certain level of boldness that
That's
I
true.
respect.
I grant you that.
It's bold. It's bold. It's kind of like a woman wearing a hat, right? Hats are bold. You know, you never know if someone's into the hat. right? You're taking a risk.
What I love about it is the difference between men and women. Because guys don't care about your hat. They're just looking to see if you're hot or not hot. Whereas women are like, oh, are you bold? Which is to women's credit, because that's at least about your personality rather than your looks.
Because it takes confidence to pull that off, right?
Does.
You have to be a confident dude to wear something like that. And also, it's interesting because for a really long time, women who wore pants were thought of as weirdos. Right? I mean, it was a long time ago, so it's kind of strange to even think about it now, but women were only supposed to wear dresses and skirts. And so I'm sure when women started wearing pants, people flipped out. And so why can't men adapt to female fashion trends as well? I mean, it's not like they're wearing gowns or anything. They're wearing rompers. There's nothing wrong with it.
Okay, yeah, I don't think there's anything wrong with it. It's just not for me.
No. You have no business wearing a romper. Okay, that is unacceptable.
Okay, I'm glad we clarified that. Okay, so for 2 reasons, and so let's just put it out there, okay? First of all, it's needlessly complicated. How do I even get into that thing? Like it's a onesie, so like do you put it on?
You put it on like the same way that you wear pants.
Yeah.
Okay, 1 foot in,
and then you
the
gotta
second
get.
foot in.
It's like there's no need for it. There's a reason
lift
why.
Lift it up.
Yeah, there's just no need for it at all.
It has a pee hole.
Okay.
So you can take the thing out and do the thing that you need to do.
The thing that I need to do, okay, and that could go in a couple of different directions, but anyway. Okay, if the romper room or whatever this romper room. If the romp-em is actually getting you to romp them, then you can take the thing out and all that stuff. Anyway, the second reason is there are some clothes that are just meant for skinny people and not for people who have any weight issues at all. You think an overweight guy's gonna wear a romp-em?
It's a romper, not a romp-em.
No.
Romp him.
Yeah, the romp-em.
Yeah.
That's the new product. We're not wearing that shit. No way. Okay, so yeah, it's definitely because I'm biased, and it's definitely because it gets under my skin. But like when they do this high fashion that's designed only for incredibly fit guys, it bothers me.
Okay, but you also need to understand that high fashion is usually created or designed for incredibly fit people, period, right? Including women. I mean, the whole skinny jeans, low-rise jeans in general, okay? Bodycon dresses, which by the way stands for body conscious dresses. Those are like the skin tight dresses, the bandage dresses. Like they're all designed for women who weigh nothing or women who have a tiny waist and a gigantic butt, right? So yeah, I know, it's frustrating. That's the fashion industry. And I know you criticize them a lot for that, right? I find that there is value in the fashion industry. I'm not in the same camp as you, but they need to evolve a little bit and consider the feelings of individuals who are not necessarily fit by conventional standards.
Or by the way, don't consider our feelings. Who cares?
Yeah.
You do you, boo, and you do your romp-em thing, and I guess if you're into it, and whichever guys or girls are into it, you have at it, Hoss, and take the thing out of the pee hole or whatever, and do whatever you're gonna do.
I personally love rompers for women.
Really?
I do.
Okay.
I love rompers. Well, I love these rompers too for men. I don't really care if men wear them. I think it's great if they want to and they feel good. Do you? But for women, I've been a big fan of rompers. I wish I could wear rompers to work. Sometimes I do.
I wouldn't even notice. Like, who's stopping you?
No one, but like most rompers are kind of sexy for women, so it's kind of inappropriate.
Oh,
for
is
work.
that right?
Yeah, but I do have a beautiful romper from Laylee's Couture. Okay, one of our fans who makes clothes in San Francisco. Awesome, professional looking. I can wear it to work.
Yeah.
You guys have seen me wear it before.
I'm not sure I've ever noticed anyone wearing a romper in my entire life.
That's because you don't notice anything.
Okay, I don't notice that stuff. Anyway, super last thing is, yes, every once in a while, this is more my bias. Women, meaning well, will be like, oh my God, that sweater it looks great. Why don't you buy that or whatever? I'm like, yeah, that's because I weigh 100 pounds more than that sweater would look good in, right? So all the clothes are designed for guys who are already decent looking, right? And so it's like it's a vicious cycle, right? It's harder to look good when you don't look, when you're not in shape, and then all the clothes are not designed for us. So, okay.
Yeah.
Anyway, so I'm just keeping it real.
It's frustrating.
This is my random gripe. So fuck the romp-em.
All right. Are we taking a break or skipping ahead?
Oh, we got to take a quick break, guys.
Let's do that.
So when we come back, some very serious stories and some very fun stories, including finally, the Alex Jones story. If there's one thing we know about Alex Jones, he does not surrender. He will fight these yogurt sons of bitches to the end.
Yeah, we also know he's a pig. So anyway, come back after the break and we will discuss him and more.
All right, back on the Young Turks. Members of the day are Joseph Titano and Franklin Gonzalez. Franklin, tell your brother Randy to watch the show and also become a member. TYTnetwork.com/join. Not only a fun post game today for you guys, and if you miss any of the amazing news from the first hour, you can watch the show anytime you want without ads if you're a member. But also Aggressive Progressive tonight. The first portion is free. Check that out at 9 o'clock Eastern on TYTnetwork.com/live. And now it's 90 minutes. So if you want to watch the whole show, become a member at TYTnetwork.com/join. Okay, a couple of quick tweets. Sean Phoenix says, maybe the king was just feeling fabulous that day. Go ahead, girl. You look fierce, brah. LOL. Do men wear those tops in Thailand? I don't know.
Well, I mean, in Thailand, I know that and I'm not saying that he falls into this category, but so-called lady boys, and I don't know if that's already considered a politically incorrect thing to say, but that's a culture there, a subculture. So the reason why I even bring that up is because the idea of men incorporating more feminine articles of clothing and styles into their closets, I guess, is not that crazy. Like, we have different cultures and it's okay. I know in the US, seeing a guy in a crop top might be a little strange or whatever, but in Thailand, I don't think it's that crazy.
Dude.
Who cares? Just wear whatever you want and then own it. You're in public.
No, King of Thailand, you're gonna die one day, okay? And when you do, how did you spend your life? You spend it hiding the whole time? Like, it's just, and what was the point of being king? And look, let's talk more about that in the post game, because I want to talk about Roger Ailes and all the money that he got. And on the last day, did it help him at all? And so I just want to talk about that concept a little bit, like the greed that folks have and what winds up happening with it. Okay, Jack McAnally says male rompers, golfers will wear that shit. Maybe they would.
That
is
does
kind of a
seem
golfer
like something
outfit.
golfers wear. By the way, Jordan French texted me and let me know that in Arkansas, like, I guess it's like hunting apparel. Like, there's rompers with like camo on it.
Okay. Hey, do you, boo, in the woods?
I would never expect that to happen in Arkansas, of all places. You know
No,
what
I
I'm
could
saying?
see it. I could see it because
So
it's
fashion forward.
No, it's like fashion backward, and somehow fashion forward caught up to fashion backward.
Get out of here.
Anyway, Riley Grady says peeing in a romper has to be a bitch. Hard pass.
No, you
but
take
they
it
have
out.
a zipper.
Like, there's
That's
this-
why she told you about the taking it out business.
That's how you guys take it out, right? You go like
Yeah.
this.
Or like in my case. No, all right. Anyway. I just play and it's wrong. It's wrong. All right. And Woke Bay says, I wouldn't wear a romper. I imagine that is someone impersonating Haas as Woke Bay. And I love it. Okay, I think that's hilarious. Okay, guys, let's give you Alex Jones.
All right. Alex Jones is known for doing some defamatory segments on people that usually leads to those individuals being harassed. Case in point, the CEO of Chobani, who had to deal with all sorts of harassment after Alex Jones did segments and also posted social media indicating that this guy was hiring immigrant rapists to work in his factories, okay? So one of the articles that he posted said, Idaho yogurt maker caught importing immigrant rapists.
Migrant rapists.
I'm sorry, migrant rapists. Now, InfoWars also claimed that the company's workers were responsible for a 500% increase in tuberculosis in Twin Falls. This is just straight up false, right? There's no evidence to back it up. There was absolutely no fact behind it. But since he went out there and said it, all of the crazy people who believe anything he says went after Chobani's CEO and started harassing him, and they also called for a boycott. Okay.
So let me just say one other lie that he threw in there because it's amusing. Now, if you're Chobani, it's not amusing, but he had promised to come to Idaho with an investigative crew. I didn't know he was hiring investigative reporters too. He said, quote, in order to show Islamists getting off the planes. So there's the rapists and the Islamists.
Right.
And they're also brought with them a bag of tuberculosis.
That's right, exactly.
Except there are no cases of tuberculosis in Idaho. That's also made up. And the local prosecutors are like, there was no rape. You know why we didn't prosecute it? Because there's no gang rape. There was no rape. The whole story's made up.
And also, Alex Jones tried to tie the migrant workers because, look, the CEO of Chobani, he's a Turkish man. He wanted to hire refugees to work in his factory. He wanted to give them an opportunity to live a better life. And of course, this enraged, crazy people like Alex Jones. And so he went out there and put these defamatory videos up and tried to make it seem like, oh, these Muslim refugees are rapists, they have diseases, they're dangerous. And when he says Islamists and then rapists, he wants to draw parallels there, or actually a connection there, right?
Yep.
So it's all, again, for the billionth time, defamatory. And so the CEO of Chobani sued him, which you should do when someone says defamatory things about you because it could ruin your reputation, it could really harm your business. There are actually damages that come out of ridiculous coverage like this, right? Now, when the lawsuit first began, Alex Jones said the following: I'm choosing this as a battle. On this, I will stand. I will win or I will die. I'm not backing down. I'm never giving up. I love this. I will win or I will die.
That's the key. That's everything.
No, this guy is unstable.
Of course,
He's insane.
That's why he says things like,
we're under attack. It is an alien force, not of this world. It's the devil, okay?
Okay. So guess what happened? Guess what happened? I mean, he hasn't died, but he did end up settling and he did end up apologizing.
No, wait, I thought he was never gonna surrender. What happened?
He loves this. Anyway, if you don't believe me, take a look at a video that he posted on YouTube and disabled all the comments for it, by the way.
Oh, bitch.
Take a look.
During the week of April 10th, 2017, certain statements were made on the InfoWars Twitter feed and YouTube channel regarding Chobani LLC that I now understand to be wrong. The tweets and video have now been retracted and will not be reposted. On behalf of InfoWars, I regret that we mischaracterized Chobani, its employees, and the people of Twin Falls, Idaho, the way we did.
Oh, what happened though? I thought you were never gonna surrender, Alex. I thought you were gonna take a stand and you were gonna fight to the death. What happened?
I will win or I will die. By the way, this is the second time in the past 2 months that Jones has had to apologize for promoting falsehoods on his show. If you watch Alex Jones, you're a sucker. Stop watching him. He's a scam. He says defamatory things about innocent people and he's dangerous, okay?
The other one that he apologized for was the Pizzagate stuff, the comment ping pong. He had made that up, and then he had to come out and again be like, oh, my lawyers have written the statement. It turns out I was lying the whole time, and I don't want to lose everything I have because if we go to court, it's going to be super obvious that I was lying. So I will now admit to you, my audience, that I am a character actor. What did they say in this child custody case? That he was a performance artist.
Yeah, he's playing a character.
So every once in a while, the rodeo clown has to go out there and read his little bitch statements because he's been lying to you all along. So again, you can say, oh yeah, I don't believe you. Go ahead, watch Alex Jones. Watch him go, yeah, I was lying about Chobani. Turns out he didn't do anything. You made it all up, didn't you, Alex? The guy's a complete and utter fraud. We told you that from day one. And we're proven right over and over again. By the way, yet another Turkish American kicking Alex Jones' ass. Who's next? Is Dr. Oz gonna take a turn at you next, Alex? Look, you can't fight Turks, just give up already.
Relax.
Okay, all right, so, I know, he's never gonna surrender. Okay, we got another segment for you guys if you're watching online. For those of you who are on Sirius, God bless your heart, we gave you a solid 2 hours here. Everybody else, come right back. We got a quick break for you guys and then great stories. Damn, now the great Derp got a t-shirt out of me at the last moment here with a great tweet. It's called InfoWars because they're at war with information, right?
I was gonna make that joke and then
sorry, you don't get the t-shirt.
You're running out of time.
No, the great Derp gets it.
Oh, I don't get another TYT t-shirt? Oh, damn.
Okay, look at this. Rubbing it in for you guys, okay? Yes, we're lucky we get all these TYT t-shirts.
No, we are lucky actually.
Yesterday, Anna was on Old School, and by the way, there was rave reviews.
There were?
Yes, the audience loved it. Some of them said it was one of the best Old Schools ever.
I had so much fun.
Wasn't it fun?
Yeah, I had a lot of fun.
We were all wearing rompers. It became a big romper room. Okay, so it was me, Anna, John, and Brett. It was a ton of fun. Check that out. Why did I bring that up? Information, war against information. Right. Oh no, because John and I were both wearing the Jurassic Prick T-shirts.
Yeah, it's so good.
Okay, that's a fun T-shirt that we came up with recently. Anyway, shoptyt.com for those shirts. Okay, all right. What's next, Dan?
All right. More and more people are getting married to individuals from a different race. In fact, Pew Research just conducted a study where they took data from the census and found that 1 in 6 newlywed spouses are of a different race or ethnicity, okay? Now, to give you some more information on this, Pew Research also found that overall, 1 in 10 people, or 11 million, 1 in 6 people who married in 2015 wed someone of a different race or ethnicity, the highest proportion in American history. However, if you look at the overall number, 1 in 10 people, or 11 million in the United States, have spouses of a different race or ethnicity. So if you're younger, you probably think, well, yeah, what's the big deal? I mean, I've seen mixed couples all the time. It's pretty common. Well, if you just rewind 50 years, the number was much lower. Only 3% of people in the country were, it's called intermarried, which sounds very strange. Yeah, intermarried sounds like you're marrying like a different species or something,
right,
but yeah.
Right. No, I'm outer married. Okay, anyway, I'm actually one of the intermarried.
So am I.
That's right.
Yeah.
So what's more amazing is that interracial marriage was illegal in this country in many parts, not in every part, but in a lot of states until 1967.
I know, it's crazy.
Only in 1967 did the Supreme Court say that no, it's unconstitutional to bar different races from getting married to one another. What's even crazier, in 2012, there was a poll done during the Republican primaries. In Alabama and Mississippi, about a quarter of the Republican voters still think interracial marriage should be illegal.
That's so insane.
It blows my mind because they live in a different world. They have different facts, they have a different reality, and in their world, like getting married to a black person, a white black person, or any races mixing is so outrageous they think it should be banned. Whereas in LA, no one would blink an eye, no one would care ever. And if someone believed the things that they believe, we'd look at them like they were monsters.
I just feel like, look, Skittles is right. You should taste the rainbow, right?
Well, that's got a couple of connotations. Anyway.
I mean, it depends on what you're into, but I feel like staying within your race and going even further and staying within your nationality is so incredibly boring. Like for me, and by the way, if that's what you want, if that's what you desire, do you, no judgment. But I don't want to live in a society that forces me to be with someone who's exactly like me. I get a lot of pleasure out of learning about other countries and other cultures, and it's, a relationship is the best when it's a learning experience, when you learn from the partner that you have, Yeah. And I feel like, yes, if it's someone who comes from the exact same culture as me, there are certain things that, we understand about one another, and there's a certain level of comfort there as well. But get out of your comfort zone, just appreciate different cultures and understand that just because someone's a different race or a different nationality doesn't mean that, it's the worst thing in the world and you're mixing. And I feel like people who have this activated fear center in their brains are the ones that get turned off by the idea of intermarriage.
Yeah, and so let me explain also the old world and the new world. And there's a slightly different take on this too, which is that, so in the old world, the reason why they told you to marry within your own clan was because you were gonna fight the Canaanites and you needed as many babies as possible who were Israelites or Philistines or whatever, right?
Yeah.
And so they're like, oh my God, marrying the Canaanites is the worst. You're gonna give them babies. You're gonna give the enemy babies and they're gonna kill us with them. Are you nuts?
You gotta marry the Philistines and have babies with them.
Okay, so that is where this whole tribalism comes from. That's why, and that has come all the way up to now, where people still, from the old world, like Turks think, oh, you gotta marry a Turk, you gotta marry a Turk. I know you got the same pressures as Armenians, and then still some of that, a lot of that is left in America, where people think, no, you gotta marry within your race. But in the new world, we're actually are marrying within our cultures. It's just that our culture is no longer based on race or ethnicity.
That's right.
In a place like LA, and now a lot of the country, most of the country, I would argue, our culture is an American one. That's, made from TV and online. And look, media is the culture, right? And in the old days, your culture was all politics was local, all media was local. So you married somebody from your hometown because that's all you knew.
Yeah.
Right? Now, all that media and culture is national and in some ways global. So we're all part of that big culture. Now there are pockets of culture, of subcultures that have not changed. And hence the Alabama and Mississippi Republican voters who are like stuck in a time warp. And they're still like, oh no, my culture is, I don't like the other race, I like my race, right? So, okay, but most of us have moved on from that. And finally, we're winning. We're gonna win, they're gonna lose.
Yeah, because we're mixing, right? And I think that's a great thing. So whenever we talk about how we need to move past race in the country and what the possible solutions are. Look, you can get the government to reform certain things. You can tackle things like institutionalized racism. But nothing is gonna work quite as well as the fact that we're all gonna have sex with each other, we're all gonna procreate, and we're all gonna have mixed babies, right? And then like the idea of race is gonna be kind of ridiculous.
Yeah, we're almost getting there for the younger generation. So finally, last optimistic note here. Like Anna said, 50 years ago, it was only 3% that was interracial marriage. Now it's 10%, but among the people getting married today, it's 17%. Now, which way do you think that's gonna continue to go? It's not gonna go backwards, it's gonna go forwards. We're gonna make more progress and we're gonna have more interracial marriage. By the way, if you happen to marry someone within your own race, there's nothing wrong with that at all, right? Just find the person you love. I know, radical thought. For conservatives, they're like, whoa, that's a weird thing to say. No, I mean, as long as they're within your race, right? But those guys are all ancient, man. They're gonna be doing this to the end of time, right? But it's not gonna help them. So the reality is we're gonna win because we always win at the end because we have progress at the end. And yes, the end takes a while, but right now it's speeding up.
Yeah, well, there is one thing that we are not seeing progress in, and unfortunately that is education, scientific education in America. Now that Republicans have control of Congress and we have a buffoon as the president of the United States, Republicans and conservatives specifically are focusing on reforming education by taking advantage of certain loopholes. Now, what they want to hone in on is this idea that science education should provide different perspectives, like creationist perspectives or climate change denial perspectives. And so states like Florida have done the following. Florida's legislature approved a bill on May 5th that would enable residents to challenge what educators teach students. And 2 other states have already approved non-binding legislation this year, urging teachers to embrace academic freedom and present the full spectrum of views on evolution and climate change. This is insane. Okay, so, and this is something that conservatives have been tackling or attempting to tackle for a very long time. In fact, the first academic freedom bills popped up in the early 2000s, but until this year, only 3 had become law. One in Mississippi in 2006, one in Louisiana in 2008, and another in Tennessee in 2012. The reason why I bring this up is because look at the states that we're talking about. They're conservative states, they're red states that just do not like the idea of their kids learning science. They don't want to accept the fact that climate change is very much real and it is man-made. They don't want to accept the fact that evolution is very much real. They want to teach their kids religious mumbo jumbo instead. Now, the Florida legislation enables any tax-paying resident of a given county to file complaints about the curriculum of the schools in their district. A complaint would trigger a public hearing to determine if the material in question is accurate, balanced, non-inflammatory, current, free of pornography, and suited to students' needs.
Why were they putting like dick pics into climate change material? Although Florida's kind of a dick pic.
Yeah. Well, Florida's the dick of the United States.
Yes. Okay, so this is a new Orwellian tactic. In the old days, what they used to do was, hey, listen, why don't we just teach the Bible in school, and teach that, hey, evolution is not true, and the Earth was formed in 6 days, and then God, even though He's incredibly powerful, had to take a nap on the 7th day. Okay, whatever floats your boat.
Well, thank God. I mean, I really like my Sundays. Sunday fun days, awesome.
Okay, so and then the Earth is only 6,000 years old, etc. And then the courts were like, no, we don't live in a theocracy. Your religion doesn't get to rule everybody. The Constitution very clearly says you cannot establish your religion. So okay, you couldn't do that. So then they're like, okay, I got it. we'll call it creationism, so it'll seem like a science. So, okay, now you teach your actual science, and we'll teach our voodoo called creationism. And so they tried that for a while, and after a while, the courts got caught on to that. They're like, no, dude, you're still trying to sneak your Bible back into the course. So that good. Now the new thing is academic freedom. Now, wonderfully Orwellian, because they don't want you to actually teach things that are academic. Okay, what they want you to do is teach the same old Bible, right? But they call it freedom. And they're like, oh, I got it. You could add freedom to anything and it'll work, right? Oh, no, we're doing it's not slavery anymore. It's slavery freedom. Okay, and by the way, back then they actually do that. They're like, no, you're taking away my freedom if you take away my slaves.
Right.
That's what the Confederates actually said.
Because they consider their slaves their property.
That's right, and you're like, you're taking my freedom away, but then I'm gonna have to actually get off my lazy ass and do my own farming. Okay, anyways, back to this. Well, under that idea, couldn't you have academic freedom in math? I mean, the mathematicians say 2 + 2 = 4, but I've got academic freedom, so I'm gonna call it 5. But are you trying to curtail my freedom? I think 2 + 2 = 87. These people with their science and math are trying to take our freedom away from us. And it's actually not even that much of a hyperbole. We roughly know how old the earth is, and it ain't 6,000 years old.
It's just amazing to me that parents, right? Because the parents would really be the catalyst for reforming the curriculum. Like they wouldn't like the fact that they're learning about evolution, or they wouldn't like the fact that their kids are learning about climate change. So they want to teach their kids fairy tales and non-truths.
Yeah.
It's insane, right? You should not be a parent.
No, but Anna, the thing is though, we live in an ocean of insanity, and we're actually an island of sanity within that ocean, because a huge percentage of the world believes in all those fairy tales. That, oh yeah, there was a virgin who had a virgin birth. Sure, she did, right?
But like, I'm not even talking about that. Like, if you want to believe in those fairy tales, that's fine, right? I'm not even mad at you if you believe in religion, you have faith or whatever it is. But here's the thing: you don't get to dictate what other kids learn in what's supposed to be a fact-based science class, right? You don't get to teach my kids. I don't have kids right now, but let's say I do, right? If a parent shows up to my school where my kid goes and has the audacity to say that the science teacher needs to also teach creationism, needs to also talk about climate change denial, I would lose my mind. Who the hell are you to dictate what my kid learns? No, I want my kid to learn facts, not what your fairy tales are. You know, after school hours, you wanna go to church, you wanna go to a temple, you wanna go to a mosque, and you wanna pray to whoever, do you, boo, but you don't get to tell me what my kids are gonna learn.
But that's
unacceptable.
But the problem is, religion intrinsically has a hard time getting along with the state, because in almost all those organized religions, they think that they should dominate over all the rest of us, and it says it in their books, right?
Yeah.
And so they think, no, the Yahweh, God, Allah is the ruler of all, and you must listen to him. But I'm not in your religion. And look, bottom line is, if you believe in that kind of stuff, I got a great country for you. It's called Saudi Arabia. Go there, you get all the theocracy you want. Religion rules everybody. Similar in Iran, you'll love it, go for it. The Taliban have a fundamentalist state that you're gonna really enjoy, right? But here in America, it is the core of our Constitution that we have the free exercise of religion, and you cannot establish a religion. So that means we could be any religion we want or no religion at all, and you cannot enforce your religion on us. So sad day for you. If you want a theocracy, go to Saudi Arabia where you belong. And by the way, we're also gonna win. So, they can cry all they want. The internet's been around. The internet is younger than I am. That's how small a time frame humanity has had to digest information. That's the first time we all got universal information. And they're like, oh no, religion will be around forever. Are you kidding me? Every day we get, the side of reason and logic gets stronger, and every day these old ridiculous mythologies and fables and fantasies get weaker. Because every day new generation grows up on the internet and goes, you want me to believe what? Yeah, Okay, I'm going to needlessly say one last thing that has nothing to do with the story, just because it popped in my head and I'm always amused by it. Okay, there's a thing in the Quran where they say, if the mountain will not come to Muhammad, Muhammad will come to the mountain. Okay. Deep. Yeah, you know why? Because Muhammad tried to get the mountain to move, and it wouldn't, so he went to the mountain. I'm like, I don't know if you guys get this, but that's kind of an admission of defeat.
But what did he do to the mountain? Like, what happened after that?
Nothing. He just needed to get to the mountain. He's like, watch, I will move the mountain. Oh, see, wah, wah. Oh no, I couldn't move it. All right, anyway, guys, let's go over the mountain. Let's just walk over. And they put that in the Quran, like, oh yeah, showed him.
There should be like a show on Netflix about like parts of the Quran or the parts of the Bible that are that ridiculous.
No, we have it ready. We just never unleashed it. We have Bible study ready to go, hosted by Jimmy Dore. All he's going to do is read sections of the Bible and the Quran. That's it.
You know, look, nothing against Jimmy Dore. Love Jimmy Dore, but you know who's really good at talking about religion? John Fugelsang.
Oh yeah, John's great.
He'd be so good at that show.
Okay.
And so would Jimmy. It's just that every time I think
don't start wars, dude.
I know.
Don't start wars. Hey, look, I know we're way over it, and I got to catch up playing and stuff. But there's a reason why we must do the New Hampshire story. Let's please do the New Hampshire story, okay?
We killed that story.
Oh, really?
We didn't tell you. I'm sorry.
Oh,
because
no.
we were too full, and
well,
so
you were right because we're 18 minutes over.
Sorry, guys.
Okay, that's all right. We'll see if we can do it tomorrow. Okay, guys, post game where I talk about life and death and what happens at the very end and what Roger Ailes must have felt like. Ooh, drums. TYTnetwork.com/join. Bye-bye.
Welcome back to Think Tank. Hannah, John, and Allie Moore here today for a very special Think Tank episode. Allie is from eatbugs.com or eatbugsevents.com, and that's what we're gonna do today. We are going to eat bugs. I am admittedly terrified. How are you feeling?
I'm not that hungry, honestly.
Was that
it's
before
weird.
Or
I feel
after
like
seeing the bugs that you weren't hungry?
Little column A, little column B. A little plate A, a little plate B.
All right, Allie, give us the lowdown on what is happening in front of us right now and what is about to happen.
Yeah, so I warned you to keep an appetite for this event. We have a first segment, which will entail, getting your palates used to the flavor of bugs. We have some bugs in their brazen form, their full glory, little seasoning on some, but to get you accustomed to trying them out.
Yeah, you said these are barbecue, right?
It's a beetle with ant seasoning, which really it changes the experience.
Yeah. But the point is, at the end of this, hopefully you'll be brainwashed or convinced into accepting bugs as an ingredient.
Hopefully we won't bug out.
More on the fly. Yes.
Oh, that's a good one.
Thank you. I'll be back on that. But the reason people are eating insects more and more frequently now in Western cultures is because, the FAO and UN released a report in 2013 that suggested insects could be a viable protein source and other micronutrient source for growing populations. They're healthy, sustainable, and
than probably any protein source that we eat, right?
Yeah, if you have 100 grams of beef and 100 grams of crickets, the crickets will have more bioavailable proteins, so like your body will digest it better. They'll have less fat, less calories, more vitamin A, calcium, iron, all that. So it's not just protein, but that's one of their strong points.
Just a warning, you do have to not vomit it up though to actually access the protein though. What I'm wondering as I'm looking at this is like if I had some food and I saw a bug on it, I would send it back. What would have to be on here for me to push it away? It's like, oh, there's a hair on my beetle. No.
Pretty much, or if it wasn't farm raised, like people will joke, oh, there's a bug, like there's your lunch. And it's like, no, it has to be farm raised.
Where are these farms?
So these are from Entomo Farms, which is based in Canada. There's a couple farms.
So that's what it's called, eating bugs, right? Entomophagy or something like that? Okay. Yep. So that's what that means, eating bugs. And so there's certain farms that raise these, I guess?
So I think we should probably, people tuned in to watch you eat bugs.
I know,
and for me to make snarky comments about it.
to extend the whole intro thing so that, okay, so walk
what's
us
first?
through. Yeah.
What's first?
So I think we're gonna start off with something a little easier. We're gonna do
banana.
honey mustard glazed crickets.
That sounds good.
I like honey mustard.
Yeah, sure.
So you have your spoons. Most people will eat these like bar nuts. So just dish a little out into your plate or your hand, and then just give them a try.
Just before, I will say I have been trying for a little while to be vegetarian, so I'm putting that on hold for this because this is bigger than me.
I know, I have been vegan for the past month, so
But,
today this is not gonna.
Okay.
Okay, I'm gonna
give me a
serve
couple.
you some. There you go.
What? Hold on. Wait, can we just see? She literally put one, but okay, that's way too much.
That'll be great.
The last thing I need when I get to the Beatles is to be full.
All right, so this is what is it? A honey mustard
glazed cricket.
Honey mustard glazed cricket. Okay.
Okay, I'm doing more than one. I don't know why you're doing one.
On the count of 3. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, it's good.
Tastes like bar food.
It does. It's pretty good, actually.
Buggy, but.
All right. Ooh, I did not expect to be able to do that. I'm really proud of us right now.
What have we descended to as a species?
Better.
Okay, it gets better. All right, next.
So next we'll do some
weird.
barbecue flavored mealworms. And crickets and mealworms are the most commonly eaten insects in Western society.
Oh, in Western society. Okay.
Well, hold on. Let me just put some on my spoon, and that'll be easier to eat.
No,
Okay.
I'm trying to serve you.
Okay, you're covering half the plate with each. Hold on, can we zoom in so you can see that she actually has one there? Lest you believe a hair fell on her plate. You put an entire colony on my plate.
I'm on a diet, John.
Yeah.
All right.
What do these taste like?
These are barbecue mealworms.
But like my one goal in life is to not ever have a worm in my mouth. That's basically, or in my body.
It's kind of croutony, right?
Yeah, that tastes great. I like barbecue.
They kind of fall apart. There's really nothing to it.
It's like those little hash brown chip things that you can get
Yeah.
at a convenience store.
Yeah. With those
Like the
little
Turks
like
better.
barbecue, like what are they called? Like the little corn chips, corn nuts, or
Can
whatever.
I say this? So as I'm looking at this plate and it's got a bunch of crickets, a bunch of worms, I know that these are not intelligent creatures, but I'm really worried one or more of them are playing dead, and at the last second, it's gonna like come back to life. That's my worry.
Okay.
So far, it hasn't
Moving
happened, I
on.
don't think.
Will happen.
All right.
So now we're gonna take you towards some unseasoned insects to give you a taste of.
They're ramping up the difficulty there just a little bit. Okay.
Yeah. So this is a.
I think I'm gonna jump straight into this one.
Are you serious?
Are you really gonna?
No, but I thought it would be
Oh
funny
my
if
God.
I did.
Okay, well we're gonna get to it, so get ready. Okay, what is this?
So these are queen weaver ants. You can just spoon a little on, or we have a jar here that you can take them from. Might be easier. Okay.
Ants, huh?
Yeah, queen weaver.
Wow, that's something. It's like science class on my spoon. Okay. Oh, and by the way, so I mean they're tasting fine. I've always felt it's a little bit weird though. Like I know that if you think about eating meat at all deep enough, it'll make you sick. But I've always thought eating an entire creature in one bite, there's something weird about that. Even like shrimp, there's something like a giant holding like a dangling human. It's just that's weird.
There's not that big of a difference between shrimp and insects. You know what I mean? It's pretty much the same
That's
concept.
true. Okay, so queen weaver ants. Okay. Now, are these all sorts of ants, or are we just eating a whole bunch of queens in one spoon?
Just a whole bunch of queens.
It's really a bunch of queens?
Oh yeah.
This seems so decadent.
Yeah.
Today we dine on royalty.
Oh, you're just getting in.
Okay, I don't know what that is, but I don't want any part. These are all queens?
They're queen weaver ants.
That seems messed up. I don't know. Oh, okay.
I was gonna let you run with it, but
We devastated 1,000 colonies.
I don't know if I can.
They're
do this
leaderless,
one.
just like America.
You lead the pack. You lead the colony.
they're not gonna have much flavor. So his mom got him to eat things.
What do you think?
Doesn't really taste like much. Actually, it's a little bit sweet. I don't know what that is.
I'm gonna try.
Oh no, I bit through my tongue on purpose. Sorry, that's the blood. Oh, no, they taste fine. They taste fine.
All right.
Yeah. And I'm assuming a lot of the times in America, in the context that they're using, we're gonna get to that, they're powdered. So it's not like you're plucking an individual insect as much.
Yeah, there's a lot of debate about how to sell the public on insects, and some people consider this showboating. Like, you would not eat a severed cow head, right? You would eat a hamburger.
Is it a think tank video?
So maybe.
Betsy.
Next week on Think Tank.
It took a while to get through the skull, but it's worth it. Stick around till the end.
They thought they were vegan.
Do you eat this like at home? Like if you're like sitting in front of the TV, do you grab this and you're just like, all right, scandal time?
Yeah, actually, this will be used as like a crouton on salads that I'll make, protein fortify it. Otherwise, I'll more often bake with the powder or put it into a smoothie.
Okay.
So I'm not just sitting there munching
those are
on
fun.
Bugs.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Queen Weaver ants. Okay, what's that?
So we'll go with this way.
Okay.
These are jampolines or grasshoppers in English. They're very common in Mexico, and
I've
these
always
are done
hated
up
grasshoppers.
Oaxacan style.
Today's revenge.
What does that mean? What does it taste? Is it spicy?
So it's a little
spicy
tahini,
grasshopper?
lemon, lime.
Oh, so this one is seasoned.
This one's seasoned.
Okay.
Yeah. This one's gonna be good, I think.
I
Wow.
don't know if I can do
Wow,
this
this
one. I'm
this
not
really
gonna lie to you.
like this is bigger than all the rest. So I don't know if you can really tell, but this is more like you can make out body parts. It's like a full creature.
I don't know if I can do this one. This is a
No, but just think about it. Think
There's
about it. No.
a leg.
Hold on. Think about you're trying to sleep and then you just hear the cricket in the background keeping you up.
I don't want to eat it.
Let me
This is a
sleep.
grasshopper.
Oh, here, picture it like this. It's not that you want to eat it, it just jumps at the wrong angle.
And that was a bold move.
It's got little legs.
It's got some taste to it.
Is there one that doesn't look
Yeah, it's like
as
kind of sweet and spicy at the same time.
intact?
Wow, it's really got some like substance to it. You gotta chew this one.
I don't think I can do it.
Right here.
It's a little bit spicy. A little bit spicy.
Okay.
Wow. So, I mean, this is demonstrating at the very least that like with these, you can really customize how they taste. Like you can put a lot of different flavors into it.
Oh yeah, I like to, chefs get excited about insects because there's 1,900 and counting edible ones, and
Jeez.
that's
This is
a
gonna be a
whole
long
new
video.
culinary world.
Yeah.
You can do it.
It's fine. It's fine. It's fine.
All right, I need this for the record to see that I'm about
Do you
to
want me to
put
throw it in your
an
mouth?
entire grass. If you can make the grasshopper, I will eat it. If you can make it into my mouth, I'll eat it.
You gotta eat it one way or the other.
All right, let's try.
Okay.
I'm nervous. All right, grasshopper a la mode. Okay,
That was close. That was close.
Try again.
Okay.
All right, grasshopper.
Open it wide. God damn it. Okay, just eat one. Just eat one.
We lost a grasshopper.
That's a good one.
That one has so many legs.
It has more wings, really, and the wings are really the flavor center of the grasshopper.
All right.
I find.
Grasshopper time. Mwah.
Ah, she bit it so slowly. It's like the scene in Saving Private Ryan when you hear the knife going in.
These are all very.
Isn't that spicy though?
Yeah, that's
It's
a very
sweet.
nice flavor.
So those
Yeah.
would be like the meat in a taco. You can use bugs as additions or substitutions.
Yeah, yeah. As long as it's on purpose. If you look down at your taco and it's covered in crickets otherwise, send it back. Okay, that's fine. That's fine.
All right, next
What else
up,
we got?
Household favorite, some
everywhere.
termites.
Termites?
Yeah, right
I want you guys to know that when Allie was setting this up, she put the termites on. She's like, "Oh, these are so cute."
Yeah.
Yeah. Again,
There's a
you've
lot
never
of
had a
cultures
problem with
that eat
termites.
termites, and we'll cover that in a future video. But a lot of cultures eat termites and ground it up into flour.
I don't get how you catch them. They're so little.
They have those termite mounds. You just go in there, scoop it out like
I guess
ice
that's
cream.
true. Oh, like
I
an
just made
anteater
that
or
up. I have
something.
no
Although I
idea.
guess they'd probably go for ants.
The original humans, way back when, were getting a lot of their protein from small game and insects, and that's why our systems can digest them so well. So, here we have.
I'm getting full. I'm getting full. No, I was burping. I'm getting full. Oh my God, there's so many. This is a whole family.
All right, termite time. 1, 2, 3.
It's nutty.
Yeah, that's very nutty.
It's nutty, and it falls apart. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right.
We're protecting our homes by eating these.
What a wonderful world, though. It's truly like recycling, using every insect along the way. You're not destroying the termites, you can eat them.
It tastes like you're eating like almond shells or something like
So,
that.
like, if a house has a termite infestation, do you
Just
go in
crawl
and you're
around,
like,
nom, nom,
stop,
nom, nom,
let me go get them for you?
Unfortunately, I don't know if they've been infected with pesticides or like anything, so avoid
Oh,
that.
geez.
Just wash it off. Like
These are
crushed berries.
organic, I assume. Okay.
All right, next one.
So now we're going to go for some Timon and Pumbaa style sago grubs.
A grub.
Oh yes, these are known for not being the healthiest of the insects because they have a higher fat content, but they taste like bacon.
Oh, I only eat healthy.
I'm on
Sorry.
a diet.
Well, there we go.
Hakuna Matata.
Yeah. This
A
you can
grub.
blend up into a wonderful beignet sauce.
Oh my God, it's like tough.
Oh yeah. So it's dehydrated. It has a little bit of salt on it.
They're so big.
That's a sago grub.
Where are these from?
These are from Thailand.
They've flown all this way.
Just for you.
Wow. Not fully dehydrated. There's some liquid there.
Yum.
So what's the verdict on the juicier of them?
I'm gonna skip this one, I think.
Well, I don't know that it tastes like bacon necessarily. It's fine.
It's the consistency of like a dried apricot.
Yeah.
But
it's fine. It's juicy.
But imagine how juicy
My preference
it was.
as an amateur to this is I probably prefer the bugs not juicy. But if you hadn't told me that was a bug, I wouldn't have known. I would have assumed it's some kind of dried fruit.
Okay.
Yeah.
I am nervous. Like I don't know if I've ever seen this bug, what it looks like in its natural habitat.
Roll
I'm
over
nervous
a
to
log.
see what it looks like in its natural habitat. All right.
Was that a bite off of that?
Yes, I took a bite, John.
Look, we're trying to be open-minded, okay? Think Tank is about
I
expanding.
am. I have tried every single one so far.
Did you try?
I did.
Do or do not?
Okay.
Come on.
Okay, next.
All right, so there's no pressure to eat them. These are mostly for Instagram, Snapchat, they make an impression.
Look how big it is.
So typically with the beetles, I will use them to promote an event or activity, or I will candy them, glaze them with honey and cinnamon and
That
bake
sounds
them.
good. That sounds good.
These are just kind of whole in their raw form for you to,
Have you ever eaten one of these?
yeah, I mean,
You've eaten many?
well, I don't sit there. So I'm trying to protect
Oh,
my
not
brand,
many, okay.
Not being like Bug Lady, which is one step removed from Cat Lady. But
I'm not sure which direction it's a step removed.
So it's a really good sorting system. I'll have a guy over and try these. And if
So
they're-
can you eat the shell? Is that safe to eat?
Can you eat this whole like this?
So it's kind of like.
Do you see this?
A pumpkin seed where it will be a little bit tough and you can or cannot. Some people spit them out. It'll have that same texture and kind of a similar flavor.
So you're not supposed to swallow them?
You can.
You can eat all of this?
Break
I
it
can
down.
eat that little.
If I saw this in my apartment coming at me, I would be extremely worried. This looks like.
Would you eat one?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, so the crunch is gonna be loud. So what you're gonna do?
Oh,
is
you
like,
okay?
just
So
eat
I'm
it.
gonna do it with you. You
Really?
eat it like that.
Oh, you're just gonna eat the shell directly?
Yeah, we're just gonna peel it apart and eat it.
But you don't eat it just like whole?
You can. It's gonna be a little messy. You want to just bite into it?
You know what? C'est la vie. YOLO. What else could I say?
3,
Get
2,
some
1.
of the shell off.
Ready? What kind of a beetle is this?
Rhino beetle.
So this is a rhino beetle. We're about to eat a rhino beetle. I don't think I'm gonna eat the whole thing. Just a rhino
the butt.
beetle.
I'm gonna eat the back like
Eat
a
the
shrimp.
butt of a rhino beetle. Okay, ready? Are you ready?
There's. What? I feel like she's pranking us. I don't think this is a real one. I don't think this is something you're really supposed to eat.
Oh, I just saw the underside.
Don't look too close. I started to dissect it and I shouldn't have, okay? Can we get some honey and cinnamon, please?
Cheers.
Okay, cheers. Rhino beetle, 1, 2, 3. I get to my teeth.
That one's buggy, huh?
Oh, she
Yeah.
like went to town.
That's a bug. Wow. There's so
All
much
right,
of it.
guys. Today, John and I tried a lot of bugs. We have a future episode
It's
where
not
we'll
going down.
try to decipher if we're eating bugs or not, and we have some great episodes with Ali talking to us about cultures that eat bugs and how we as Western societies got away from eating bugs. So look out for those videos. And if you want to learn more about eating bugs and have Ali host an event for you guys, you can go to eatbugsevents.com. Let us know what you thought about this episode in the comments down below, and we'll see you guys soon. Hey guys, welcome back to Think Tank. Hannah, John, and Allie Moore from EatBugsEvents.com. And today we're going to play a game of bug or no bug. We are going to guess if there are bugs in the food Allie is about to feed us. We already did
I used to play with my little brother
where we
when I was younger.
tried
He didn't know.
all of these insects that she brought us. And so now they're going to be mixed. You want seconds? They're going to be, I guess, mixed in through different forms. How do you put these in these forms? Do you just mash them up? Are there chunks of bugs in all of these things? Break it down for me.
Yeah, so
It's a nest.
chocolates and protein bars are made with a cricket powder. So it looks kind of like this, where it's blended up and it looks like a protein powder.
Let's look at this.
Pretty good.
Pretty good, yeah. It's 45 calories for 2 tablespoons with 6 grams of protein. Oh, all right.
Yeah.
Okay, looks like any other powder, any other
Okay, there we go. And it's gluten-free and paleo and all that stuff if you're into
thank
it.
God.
So then over here we have hummus and bolognese sauce. Yeah, that was made. These are from like a food processed puree of mealworms. And this one is from also more of a puree of mealworms. I did not make this bolognese sauce. I got it from Seafood, which are, it's a brand called One Hop Kitchen. 2 brothers have turned to food science to make common products with insects. Super cool. Yeah.
Okay.
So cool.
So I think we'll start you off with, let's start with
Why don't
something.
we end with the chocolate?
Yeah, let's start with the
Okay,
bolognese
so
sauce.
this is, okay. So wait, one of them is bugs and one isn't?
Yep. I'm gonna
Okay.
hold them up so I don't know if you can see it.
Okay, so you can see. Looks like
They're
like
different colors.
kind of marinara-ish. This is a little bit more orange. That's a little bit more red. I'm going to assume that bugs added to a substance make it less vibrant. So I'm going to assume that this is bugs, but we'll see.
Okay.
Tried bolognese 1.
Tastes normal. Doesn't taste like it's covered in bugs.
That one bugs. Because when we tried the bugs before, they were like a little like nuttier. And that one's not as sweet as this one. So I think it's that one.
I'm going to say this one.
Who's right?
Hannah.
Yeah, it's a
I
common
don't like
theme
this
on
game.
this show. Yeah.
Okay, they were both good though. I mean, I was mostly just guessing. It's hard to tell the difference between the two.
So you can see how this would be the more common use case for insects in Western diets, where you're not just here, have a bug on a plate. It's
So when you have people over for dinner, do you have to like specify like, no guys, I didn't put bugs, or you just kind of like, gotcha?
Yeah, no, absolutely. My family asked me not to bring dishes for like family potlucks. So like, Allie, we don't know what's in what you're cooking.
That's
you should be
very
on board
funny.
at this point.
Here, I brought the iced tea. Wink.
Okay, I think this one has the mealworms in it. But I'm gonna try it regardless.
Okay.
Yeah, let's see. Okay, and then we find out that these don't actually have bugs in it. It's the crackers all along.
That would actually be a good twist. I'll use that in the future.
I'm about to double dip, sorry. That one had bugs. So you guys can see where
I'm gonna guess the
eating
same,
hummus.
but you can't really tell a difference. But I'm gonna guess that one.
Yeah, I'm gonna guess this one.
Yep, correct.
Yay!
But I'm guessing kind of off the color, I guess,
so am
because
I.
the taste is not different, I don't think.
There's not that big of a taste difference. This one tasted like a little bit more like barbecue-y, and since we had the mealworms that were a little bit more barbecue-y before, I assume that one.
Okay.
So the cool thing
But
is,
both, all are very normal.
Yeah, I could, yeah, there's like a slight difference in taste, but it's not like I'm
It's not
trying to
like
think
biting into
about
a
the
beetle.
fact that I'm eating bugs.
so for a similar flavor, then you have something that takes like a ton less land, water, whatever resource to grow, and is higher in protein and other micronutrients for you.
Okay.
Healthier, more
Okay,
sustainable.
love it.
So these are gonna hopefully have more of a disguise around them. We'll start with the protein bars.
Okay.
And we have 3 protein bars. They're really normal ones. I'll tell you the brands later because I don't want you to try to figure them out.
Okay.
And
So one of those 3?
one of the 3 has bugs.
Okay, thank you.
Can you plates or something?
No, this is a Quest bar.
I
know
feel
this
like
is a
it.
Quest bar.
Yeah.
This is
maybe.
a Quest bar. I'll tell you right now, I don't even
I
need to
don't
bite
think I've
into
had one
it.
that
That's
has
a Quest bar.
chunks in it. It's good.
No, it's a cookie dough Quest bar or chocolate chip Quest bar. All right.
Ridiculous.
Hey.
No, that's crickets. I've had this. This is crickets. Hold on.
I need to use all of my, I'm just gonna do it like this.
Sherlock Holmes over here.
I know.
Okay, more chocolatey. I'm gonna guess this one.
I'm gonna guess this one. I'm gonna guess this one.
I'm gonna guess this one just because it's more rough, I think. This seems more like processed.
No, but you're not thinking right, because if they're trying to sell bugs, they wouldn't put it in like a rough one. They would try to make it look more seamless.
Okay, well,
I think
it's this because this looks more like something where you'd find bugs. I don't know.
Sensing a trend, Hannah.
No, God.
Yeah. I told you, common theme on the show.
Well, whatever. The joke's on you because I liked how all of them tasted. So.
This one tastes the best.
Oh wait, that's the bug one.
This one was like the sweetest one. Yeah, no, like this
that was
sweet.
lipstick actually.
But
yeah, no, that's delicious.
But doesn't that look like bugs?
Yeah, but that's the problem. If they were gonna sell bugs, marketing, John, think about it.
Well, they might try to make it. Maybe it's a ceiling they can't get past.
No.
Okay.
This one has bugs. All right, let's do.
All of them are fine.
So
yeah, they all tasted great.
Chocolate. You cannot.
This is a Quest bar, right?
You can't
Yeah,
what?
you're right.
What flavor?
It was the cookie dough one. Yeah. Yeah, okay, I'll have to step my game on that. So on here, no inspecting it because sometimes chocolate has marks on it that can be identifiable.
That looks like tracks of a bug.
So keep it non-inspected.
I want to touch all of your food.
Now we're on my territory.
Delicious.
Yeah, that's pretty good. Okay. I'm gonna finish this later.
Delicious.
Chocolate too.
I am inspecting it. I'm breaking the rules.
No.
Great. I like bug chocolate.
My job's eating chocolate. Okay, good.
I think this is the one with the bugs.
This is more brittle, harder. I'm gonna guess this one.
I think me too, actually.
But not based off of taste. They all just taste like chocolate to me.
Now I'm going to inspect.
You're ridiculous. Stop it.
No, I want to win this game.
I'm gonna say this one, but they all taste good.
I'm gonna go with this one.
I'm gonna say the one with the nuts, I guess.
We have John as the winner.
Whoa!
So I think that's 5 me, 1 her.
I need to get this.
That is, I think it's Cadbury.
Well, they're all good, okay?
Good.
So it seems to me that once you put it into things,
You can't
tell the difference.
Yeah, I mean, this looks like any protein bar. Now, if you're at the gym and you're just like chomping on this and you like throw this away, does anybody like look at you funny?
No, in fact, I have a shirt that they made called Fueled by Crickets. And I like wearing that because
that's a conversation
I have one that says Fueled by Pop-Tarts, actually.
Yeah.
That's amazing. If you
yeah.
had a Tinder, you should write like I eat bugs and like see what kind. That's a great conversation starter.
It is.
I would swipe right on that shit.
Yeah, so I mean, once you put it in a chocolate, once you put it in the sauce, like it's only the stigma that would stand in people's way.
So where can people get all of these things?
So most of them, they're in a couple convenience stores or Whole Foods. XO is a protein bar you
They
might
have
find.
them in Whole Foods?
Yeah, they used to. I'm not sure if they're still there, but I've seen them in
that smells delicious.
airports. This is salt made with crickets.
Salted cricket. Oh, the cricket. Can you make perfume out of it?
Or you pour it on yourself, see what happens.
All right, so I am the clear winner of bug or no bug. Is this one of the events that you offer for Allie's website? You guys can go check out at eatbugsevents.com. Let us know what you thought about our taste test today in the comments down below, and we'll see you guys soon. Hey guys, welcome back to Think Tank. Hannah and Allie and Laura here from eatbugsevents.com. And if you haven't seen our episode where we tried some of the bugs, I don't know if you guys can see this. I'm gonna show you now. We tried these bugs in an episode, so you have to go check that out with Allie. They were actually A-okay. Like I was pleasantly surprised by the taste of these little critters, and now calling them little critters, I feel a little sicker than I did before, but that's okay. So I want to get into like how you started eating bugs, how you got into this hobby and everything. Or is it a hobby or is it just a diet?
Yeah, it's a hobby at this point. It's taken over enough of my life. I first got into eating bugs when I was in Mexico. Like I think most people's stories are similar. Traveling, I saw that people in Mexico or Thailand were eating bugs and decided to try it for myself. In my case, I was building a health clinic over in Huichapan, which is a small puebla. And they have these taco stands that are open late at night. And they serve everything from cow brain to tongue to dampolines, which are grasshoppers, like these.
Those ones were good. Those ones are like, I think, one of my favorites that we tried.
So those were at first, when I got home, I researched how to buy grasshoppers or crickets to scare my friends.
Okay.
And then it turned into this whole obsession of studying and researching the emerging field. It was really interesting how sustainable they were and how it was growing in Western civilization. Started blogging about it. While I was blogging, I started talking to the farmers and the people making things like the protein bars and fell in love with them. Their passion's so real, and so I started to help them market their products in LA, and here we are.
So these are actually better for the environment. They're better for you than meat, right? Can you talk to me a little bit about like some of the effects of that, like talking about the environment and how they can actually help in that sense, but also why they're nutritious for us to eat?
Yeah, so I like to explain to people that insects are healthy for you, healthier for the environment, and can taste pretty great when you know how to cook them. In terms of environmental impact, they are so much better than livestock. You've seen, I'm sure, documentaries on the poor ethical treatment of livestock, and insects like crickets are raised on farms. They're raised for 5 weeks to grandpa crickets. They're put to sleep. They're cold-blooded, so they're just, refrigerated and frozen, and then that's how they die. They are really small and grown in bins, so they're great for urban farming. For 1 pound of beef farm to table, it takes 2,000 gallons of water to raise.
Wow.
For a pound of crickets farm to table, it takes 1 gallon of water. So that sustainability ratio is crazy.
And you don't have the effects of like the methane in the environment and things
Exactly.
like that. Okay. All right. So that makes sense. And then why are they good for you? Talk to me about some of the nutrition in some of these bugs.
Yeah, so it differs depending on the type of bug and what it was fed. But on the whole, most insects are much more protein-packed than other forms of protein, like beef or chicken. And it's not just protein, though. There's a lot of emphasis on protein, but crickets have, for 100 grams of beef and 100 grams of cricket, they'll have a more bioavailable protein. They'll have
That
less
means you can
fat.
digest it better?
Yeah.
Okay.
Your body can absorb it because it has all 9 essential amino acids. It'll have less fat, less calories, more vitamin A, zinc, calcium, a perfect omega-3 to 6 ratio. Just everything. It's loaded.
Yeah, that's what I read into this a little bit, and so they actually have like the similar sort of like good fats for you as like fish and things like that. Okay, and like we already sort of eat forms of insects, I think, more like in a more socially acceptable manner when you're talking about like lobster or shrimp or something like that. It's essentially the same thing. Like their exoskeletons are very, very similar, right?
You did your research. Yep.
I do. Okay, so that's really interesting. So when you first started getting into this and you started eating, would you say you eat bugs every day?
I eat them like 3 to 4 times a week. They're not at economies of scale yet, so I'll add them to meals, but I balance.
Okay, and did you see like a difference in the way that you were like feeling or the way that your skin looked, or was that anything like that? Any noticeable differences?
I'm not gonna say they're a silver bullet miracle food, but I definitely feel like this is an easier source of protein than beef is, and like it's easy to digest, like you feel healthy eating it.
And have your friends been like very accepting of this? Are they weirded out? What about your dating life when it comes to bugs? Like, I don't know how personal you want to get, but like, I'm so curious.
Yeah, my friends just kind of, at first, when I started doing more and more bug events, my friends were like, okay, this is interesting. Maybe I'll try it, kind of with the same face you had on. At this point, though, they are converts, and they're like, Allie, I love eating bugs. Like, when you come over, can you bring some cricket protein powder?
Whoa.
Sometimes they want to scare their family with it, but it always ends with a good intention. Like, I want to start incorporating this into my diet. Dating-wise, I think it's a great filter to see how open-minded somebody is.
Yeah.
I'll try to bring bugs on the 2nd or 3rd date and see if they're down or not.
And if they're not down, how does that go down?
If they're not down, I'll normally...
I can't date you.
I'll convince them eventually. If not, honestly,
Buzz off.
Kind of.
Yes.
Open up that can of worms.
Good one.
Thank you.
You must have some like up your sleeve.
Always.
Always. Yeah. I love it. All right, that's so interesting that you got into this. How can other people get into eating bugs? Like, what are some websites? What is your blog?
Yeah.
Tell us the deets.
So I blog
or the
on...
beats, like Beatles. No, that didn't work as well.
Close.
Yeah, no.
Crickets. Get it? So my blog is Buggable.com. That's Bugible, like bugs and edible. Then most of the products can be found online. So edibleinsects.com. entomofarms.com for the powder, Lithic Nutrition. That's that One Hop Kitchen. We tried some of their bolognese sauce earlier. So most insects can be just purchased online at this point. We're trying to get it so that more restaurants are actually serving them.
Yeah.
There's a couple in LA that actually on their secret menus have insects. I've worked at the Guild in West Hollywood. If you ask them for something made with insects, they might be willing to make it for you.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah.
Very, very interesting. And I'm sure there's some sort of blog or something like that in for different cities around the country. And we have a ton of international audience members who may already have insects that people are eating in their cultures. And we're gonna talk about that in another Think Tank clip. Thank you so much for explaining how you got into bugs. You guys can check out buggable.com and also eatbugsevents.com. And you can actually host one of these bug tasting events with Allie if you are so inclined. Let us know what do you think and if you would try bugs in the comments down below. And we'll see you guys. Hey guys, welcome back to Think Tank. Hannah and Allie Moore here from eatbugsevents.com. And we have been doing a ton of clips with Allie where we tried bugs, all of these. We tried items with bugs in them. But eating bugs, as crazy as it sounds to us, and as hard on the stomach as we may think it may be, is actually really, really common. You said 80% of the world already eat bugs, and it's part of their diet, right?
Yeah.
So talk to me about some cultures and how they incorporate bugs and how maybe we're kind of being left behind.
Yeah, so when people first think about eating insects, there's a lot of, it's a new trend, it's a health trend. No, like you said, thousands of years, 80% of the world, France included, escargot, which a lot of people overlook.
Yeah.
It's really common. In Mexico, they'll have tacos made with champolines, which are grasshoppers seasoned up with chili powder and lemon and lime.
We ate some of those grasshoppers and they were so delish.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna do it in this way, yeah.
So some cultures will substitute insects for meat, like in the tacos, and some will add them. So, you can have some queen weaver ants ground up and sprinkled over plates. Noma is actually ranked the #1 restaurant in the world in 2012 and 2014. It's in Copenhagen. They've made prolific use of insects in their dishes for their flavor profiles.
Oh, interesting. And things like alcohols in Mexico and things like that, they incorporate like larvae and stuff like that, right?
And the mezcal at the bottom of the bottle.
Okay.
Yep.
But I know there's like termite salt or some sort of salt that you can dip your something into.
Yeah, so all over you can make salts. You can in Thailand and other Asian countries, it's common to find insects seasoned and in bar nut jars. You can just eat them if you're at a bar.
The ones that we had, the honey mustard one, sounds like you could totally eat that at a bar. What about these ones?
Sago grub. So these are more common. You'll find them on the streets in Thailand as well, sometimes fried like scorpions. Mopani worms and other grub forms are really common in Africa.
Okay.
Mopani worms are a delicacy. And the thing is, people also ask, why isn't this super common? And it's because it's not industrialized. So they'll harvest them and they'll gather them, but they're not large scale raising and farming for human consumption.
And mealworms too, right? Yeah, so they'll make them into different flours and things like that. So really popular in Africa, South America, Asia. I know in South America they do pretty much like tarantulas, right?
Yeah.
They'll fry tarantulas and things like that. And so it's really interesting when you kind of think about how we got away from it. Because we used to eat bugs all the time. And then when we started doing livestock and sort of getting into more an agrarian culture, that we saw bugs as more of a pest. And so that's sort of the cultural shift, right?
Yeah, and that's even extending now over into countries like Africa and Thailand, where we're seeing a westernization, where now it's considered high class to eat burgers and whatnot, and they are starting to eat insects less and less, which is not a great trend for our environment.
Right, because they're so much more sustainable than eating meat and other things like that. I mean, even when you think about other forms of protein, like almonds. Almonds take so much water, whereas bugs don't, and they probably have more protein and a ton of fiber, right? When you eat the exoskeleton and things like that. It's very interesting to think about what other cultures do, and that's a huge part of what we do on Think Tank. And I love that we got to try this and incorporate something that 80% of the world's population is doing. Guys, if you have ever tried a bug, I want to hear about your experience. And if you're in a culture that has bugs as part of a staple in their diet, please let us know what culture that is and how you guys incorporate it in the comments down below. You can find Allie at eatbugsevents.com. I'll see you guys soon. Hey guys, welcome back to Think Tank. Hannah and Allie Moore here from Buggable.com and EatBugsEvents.com. We have been doing 8 weeks of these sorts of all different kinds of trying bugs, trying items with bugs in them, talking about different cultures that incorporate bugs into their diet. And so if you have been inspired to try bugs, Allie is gonna break down which ones you can just grab off the sidewalk. No, I'm just kidding.
Yeah.
So what kind of bugs can people eat?
Yeah, so we spoke a little earlier about the whole sidewalk thing where it's not a great idea just to pick up a bug and eat it unless you know where it's from. If you're in a city, maybe that's come in contact with pesticides or has eaten things that it shouldn't. Insects are so small that what they eat is their body. So we want farm-raised insects that are fed organic apples and bananas or whole grain oats. And the most
that's what they're fed?
You can, the cool thing is for chefs, if you feed a cricket mint, it'll adopt a minty flavor, or like cilantro, it'll have a cilantro flavor. So you can play around with those in the flavor profiles in a million ways. More commonly, they're fed apples.
Wow, that is so cool. So does apples give them like a sweet taste?
It's just pretty standard, like that earthy, nutty taste. Very basic.
That is so interesting. All right, so you want farm-raised, sustainable, organic. It sounds like whole food bugs only, okay?
Yeah.
Very LA bugs, they're gluten-free. All right, and so what kind of bugs do people normally eat and what kind of bugs would you recommend?
Yeah, so for first timers, I'd recommend bug products like protein bars. I love lithic ones. I think you even said that
that tasted the best out of all the protein bars we tried.
Yeah, lithicnutrition.com. You can get their protein powder and their protein bars or bolognese sauces from One Hop Kitchen. More commonly in Western civilizations, though, we are growing mealworms and crickets simply because we know how to raise them in the most efficient way. We're still trying to catch up to livestock to bring the price down. I mean, insects in the West
are they expensive?
They're not expensive, but they're not cheap. Most people would think, oh, it's a bug. It's going to be super inexpensive and cheap.
How much, if I want, do you do it by the pound or how do you?
So you'll buy them in like little packages for protein bars or you'll buy them in
If I wanted
bags.
to buy this whole mason jar, see, this is already very like organic in the mason jar. If I wanted to buy this whole mason jar of mealworms, how much would this cost?
So that could be anywhere from $10 to $20 for a bigger bag. I've split them up into my little mason jars. I keep them on my spice rack, so if people think that
that's not bad.
No, it's not that bad at all.
Because if you think about like you go to like a dinner, like chicken costs like $20, and this probably has more protein than chicken.
It's going to be comparable.
Wowzers. Okay, so mealworms and crickets are the easiest. And then what if people want to get adventurous?
If you want to get adventurous, I recommend the grasshoppers and champignons. You can actually go to Latin markets in East LA and purchase some of these as well.
Okay. And I'm sure many like metropolitan cities around the country and around the world have some sort of equivalent.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then I really recommend for everyone, the protein powder is super accessible. It's right over there. And you can buy this in protein powder form or just ground up crickets. And you can make anything from cookies to brownies to pancakes.
Is it like a 1-to-1 ratio or do you look it up?
You can do, so I like using 20% powder instead of normal flour and just putting it in for baking. And then in a smoothie or a protein shake, you just use it like you would use whey protein.
And this is a superfood. Would you argue that bugs are superfood?
I would say they are superfoods.
Yeah, because basically this says the future of food, and we've discussed on Think Tank before that bugs are the future of food because they are more sustainable, they're healthier for you, and they're better for the environment. So that's really, really important. We like the environment, and I actually liked the bugs. Not gonna lie to you. I actually like the bugs. So don't pick up bugs off the sidewalk, but I encourage you to try them. I encourage you to step out of your comfort zone and try any sort of bug that you can find in your neighborhood. You can learn more about eating bugs by checking out Allie's blog, Buggable.com. And let us know if you do end up trying a bug, what the experience was like in the comments down below. I'll see you guys soon.
They've heard the news that Bill O'Reilly is out. He's out hosting the O'Reilly Factor. I believe yesterday it was just called The Factor. So what happens next? Before we get into what happens next, let me read the statement from 21st Century Fox regarding Bill O'Reilly. They say here, quote, after a thorough and careful review of the allegations, the company and Bill O'Reilly have agreed that Bill O'Reilly will not be returning to the Fox News channel. Bill O'Reilly has since been on vacation. And of course, we've known for years that there's been these sexual harassment allegations, but as of recent, the New York Times, they published an expose that revealed that O'Reilly, according to Mashable.com, quote, and 21st Century Fox paid a total of $13 million to resolve multiple sexual harassment claims. New allegations surfaced and more than 50 advertisers bailed on his primetime show. Now, since then, Bill O'Reilly has, through his lawyer, he has denied the allegations. In fact, I have a statement that was released from his lawyer on Tuesday saying, quote, that his client has been subjected to a brutal campaign of character assassination and that they promise irrefutable evidence that O'Reilly was being targeted by far-left organizations bent on destroying him for political and financial reasons. Now, the outcry, the public outrage, it has been polarized. And you have one side that is defending Bill O'Reilly. You have another side that is elated that he's no longer going to be hosting the O'Reilly Factor, and he has been called out for these sexual harassment allegations. But then you also have people that are still thrilled that Bill O'Reilly is gone. But let me just read you what Karen Rowland says. She's the chief campaigns officer at the advocacy organization Ultraviolet. She says, quote, let's be real. Fox is not rejecting sexual harassment. They're covering their butts. If they were rejecting sexual harassment, they would have fired Bill O'Reilly years ago. They're doing this because advertisers are fleeing. This is definitely a business decision. Thoughts, 5 words or less.
Money talks louder than Bill.
Advertisers no spend zone.
He's in some hot chocolate.
Bill never factored this outcome. He thought he could get.
Oh, I like it. Wait a second, Samantha.
That's like the first time I got some claps. I'm really into this, and I'm liking you as a guest because I'm liking
that
you
was
a lot.
really good.
Thank you. Okay, so I mean, I'm sure he thought he'd get away with it, just like Roger Ailes thought he could get away with it. This is kind of like the precedent that was set there and trickles down.
And they went so long without addressing it that I think that they thought to a degree that if you don't talk about something, eventually it will go away. But like I sort of alluded to in my 5 words or less, advertisers were being pressured to pull out of advertising on a show. So I agree with what a lot of people are saying. This has less to do with Fox taking a stand against sexual assault and more for them wanting to get their ad dollars back.
Right. I mean, Fox News essentially seems like a boys' gym locker room and not like a good place for women to work in. And also working in TV in general is tough for women overall.
How?
Let me explain. I'm a woke male, so I understand women's issues more than you do. But you know, like it's already a tough environment, and they're the worst at it. And so obviously, this is about the money. Like it can't be about anything else because nothing is. He brags about his exploits in his books. He's been a dirtbag forever. He's not a good person. I don't like him, and I'm glad that I won't hear him when I go visit my aunt and uncle on the TV, just blaring out anger.
Same.
Yeah, it's also like behind this, when this kind of thing happens, everyone, the advertisers, the networks, everybody looks around and goes like, is this for real? Do I need to take any action or will it blow over? And so the big factor in it, of course, is like the advertising dollars. It happens with Paula Deen when the advertisers drop out, like, and then add to that whether people around the office like you. Like with Billy Bush, I think if Billy Bush was better liked on the set, then he would still have a job. But since they're like, oh, here's an excuse, let's get rid of Billy Bush, and he's gone. I think those are like the two factors, but the money always.
Money talks, and you mentioned. I like that you mentioned the pressure because there were. I didn't know if you guys saw all the different petitions that were out there. There's one that I was reading just this morning because they sent like the update. Like, congratulations to all the people that signed this petition. It was for some of us, some of us. I believe that's the petition. 750,000 signatures, and then what they did is they specifically sent those to specific advertisers. So you had all these, and that was just one of the petitions. So you're getting the public to get behind it and to pressure the advertisers, which is awesome because we do have a voice.
Yeah, what I've kind of been going over in my head is, you know how they call YouTubers and Instagram people like influencers, like social media influencers. Bill O'Reilly is an influencer for another generation. Like he is a major player, and his opinion has an impact on an older generation's point of view, how they see the world, how they see certain issues. So I think there is, just because this scandal has come out and he's not on Fox, I think that we'll see him swooped up by maybe another network, or maybe he'll create his own platform like a Glenn Beck. I don't think this is the end of Bill O'Reilly.
It's so weird because like Bill O'Reilly in the industry, like the rival networks are generally happy to scoop up some folks. So like Megyn Kelly got scooped up,
but she didn't face gnarly allegations.
I just mean when they leave a network, then Greta Van Susteren got scooped up by MSNBC. But the thing is, like now they have to weigh, like CNN, who is fine picking up slimy people and hiring them to work for them, like Corey Lewandowski. They have to like weigh that, like I want him because they lost him, but he's a terrible, terrible person. I think he'll end up taking some time off because he's going to make tens of millions of dollars.
He's getting paid. You're right. He is getting a severance of lots of millions and millions of dollars.
Yeah, and
which just like Roger Ailes did, which is so infuriating to me. Like you fucked up and then you're getting paid to leave. That bothers me.
Yeah, I like he's being taken over by his slot's getting taken over by Tucker Carlson, who's like just a different version of that.
Yes.
But also like a baby teen version of it. Like he's like a soft doughboy version of him that can get like Bill O'Reilly, plus or minus, he is really good at just brutalizing people in interviews. And I just feel like Tucker Carlson's like there's the pit bull with the bowler cap in a cartoon, and like Tucker Carlson's like the little chihuahua.
There's like Scooby-Doo and Scrappy.
Yeah, he's like Tucker's like, I'm gonna.
He also just looks like a ventriloquist dummy, like a hyper-realistic. You're sitting on someone's lap.
What is good is there's been a number of different reports that have come out just encouraging corporations to really look into their HR, to really make sure that they do have the right procedures, and to make sure that they are that the right training and protocols in place to prevent sexual harassment. So at the end of the day, make sure that if you're within a corporation, or if you own your own business, that you can really start from the top and instill that within your employees, because it does start from the top. There does need to be a precedent, and we see with Fox that right from the beginning with Roger Ailes and their highest paid host that they thought that they could get away with this.
Yeah, and there's a culture of abuse and cover up for sure.
100%. And one of the accusers, Wendy Walsh, is a friend of the show. She's a good friend of mine.
She's been on this show.
She's been on this show, and she's incredible. She was one of the last ones to put the nail in the coffin.
Yeah.
And she's not collecting money. She has worked for Fox, and she just wanted to share her story to help corroborate the other women's stories. And because she has a daughter, and she said, I have a daughter, and her and Lisa Bloom, who's an attorney, said we need to get this out there. There needs to be another story so the other women can feel vindicated and validated.
And that's something that I think we don't talk enough about, like people on the left don't talk about, where it's like, we don't talk about the fact that my girlfriend has a job, she actually works in TV, and if she's in an environment where she can no longer keep her job, like we're homeless, because both of us have to have a job to make ends meet. Like that is the thing, like these environments affect all of us, and we have to start looking at this like, look, you have a wife, if you're a dude and you're like, oh, I don't really care about sexual harassment, well, like what happens when your wife has to quit her job so that then you have to support the family all on your own? Like this is not just about women, this is about households surviving. And
you're right.
That's super important. We need to start framing things in an economic mindset that the Midwest people, because people will overlook terrible things. To my family, my brothers worked in an animal processing plant to make money. Like people will work in terrible environments, but if they can't work, that's another issue. And so if we show them that like this sort of behavior puts people out of work, then people will start fighting back against it.
Yeah, and it's sad too, because so many people were quick to blame Wendy Walsh, like what are you doing? Well, you're just trying to get money. And she reiterated on Don Lemon that she wasn't, but this is someone who she was, Brett knows this, when you start to work, and I know this too, when you start to work at a network and you're not a paid contributor yet, you're going in there and you're spending all day long maybe preparing for that segment. You go on the segment. And so Wendy Walsh was on CNN with me. She was on HLN with me, but she was also on Fox News, and she was not yet a paid contributor on Fox News. Her story was that, that she had been on there a number of times, hoping to get that paid contributor promotion. and that she went to dinner with Bill O'Reilly at the Bel Air Hotel, and basically he said that she would be a paid contributor, but let's go to my room. And then when she denied when she denied that advancement. When she denied that advancement, that he all of a sudden she was no longer welcome on that network. So all of a sudden the booking stopped. She never got that lucrative deal that she thought that she was supposed to get. So it's that dangling of the carrot that pisses me off so much that the 1 in 3 women experience sexual harassment.
Bill O'Reilly's carrot. It's disgusting.
His orange carrot.
Yeah.
That would be Donald Trump. That would be Donald Trump.
And that's interesting because it goes back to the Mike Pence thing where he's like, I don't go to dinner with women alone. That's because to me, I'm like, I can go to dinner alone with a woman. But to him and Bill O'Reilly, it's like, oh, well, if I go to dinner with women alone, I'm like a Bill O'Reilly guy. Like, no, you can go and eat dinner with women. I have writing partners who are women. I have performers that I work with that are women. It's like, it's only because you hang out with trash people.
Yep.
Your friends are garbage. Stop hanging out with them.
Yeah. And it's projection too.
Yeah, it is
so
also
crazy.
projection.
Well, luckily he's being taken, Tucker Carlson stepping in, and he's the one who said that sexual harassment was invented by Democrats.
Oh my gosh. There you go.
Problem
Way to go, Fox. Okay, please keep the conversation going, and we will see you next time on Pop Trigger. YouTube removes Daddy F5's horrific invisible ink prank videos, more disappearing ink, but they called it invisible ink. So we don't have the video of this because it has been taken down, but I will describe it to you. And Mike Daddy of 5 Martin, have we ever covered any of his prank videos before? We have not. Amir thought that we had, but we have not. He has like 750,000 subscribers, and if you watch this video, you would be pissed off because in the video what they do is they set up this prank because their kid had once gotten ink all over their carpet, and the kid got reprimanded for it, got in trouble for it. So fast forward, they use this disappearing ink where at first it looks black, then it disappears. The kid doesn't know, so they have black ink all over the carpet with Uno cards, you said, right, Brett? Brett actually saw it. I'm regurgitating what I read in a number of different articles that describe it, which is still horrific for me to read. I can't imagine seeing the visual. But then they start berating this kid, right? They say fucking this. Well, tell them what they said.
They're like, what the fuck's the matter with you? There's fucking ink all over the fucking floor. Get the fuck up here, you son of a bitch. Like, it's like, how the fuck dare you? And this kid's, he's like a very pale, redheaded kid. His face turns as red as my shirt. He's like, I didn't do it though, I didn't do it. And he starts crying. The other son comes in. He gets caught up in it because the parents think this is hilarious, but it's not like, can you believe you did that? It is like drill sergeant anger directed at these kids who start crying. And at the end, they're like, it's a prank. And these kids are still like shell shocked. Wow. And they say, I guess it's funny.
Oh my gosh. Okay, so that's how it was described in the number of articles too, where clearly people were upset by it because then Mike Daddy of 5 Martin, he was berated on not only his YouTube channel but all of his different social media accounts. And instead of thinking maybe I crossed the line on this one, he posted a response video where he basically blamed all the commenters. Is that how you say commenters? Yeah. Blamed all the commenters saying the kids weren't traumatized, even had their own children say we weren't traumatized like little puppets, and did not take any sort of accountability. Then there was a tweet where he posted a video of his wife crying, and then he captioned that saying false accusations are killing my family. And you literally see the mom, this was uncomfortable for me because I had not seen the actual video, which would have made me more uncomfortable. But you never want to create this like unstable, emotional, chaotic environment for children. And this mom was just crying, like playing the victim, how sad and upset she was. And the kids are all around her like uncomfortable, not knowing what to do. That alone was a red flag, not even to mention the other video, but that alone, her response, how she's handling this and how her husband is handling this is really unsettling. So YouTube pulled the video, good for them. Let's gauge our thoughts, 5 words or less.
These parents need parental guidance.
Yeah.
You're not Ashton Kutcher, Dad.
This channel needs to disappear.
Yes, it does. Blame yourselves. That's like the biggest like annoyance to me. I mean, yes, knowing that because we're not in their household. They appear to be very terrible parents, but then when you see how they are handling the outcome of it all, then it reinforces that they are terrible parents.
Yeah, they don't understand the way they're being awful. The way the father responds to it in his video is to say, like, I label it comedy. I say that it's a fake prank. And it's like, no, you traumatize your children and you think that's funny, and your kids obviously have no clue in the moment what's going on. Or if they do at the beginning, you see these kids completely change as the energy their parents are throwing at them, cussing, being so mean, the kids do genuinely break. And it's not like at the end of one of those, even if it's like Impractical Jokers or whatever show you like to watch it as pranks, where sometimes it can be kind of clever. And the people are like, oh, that was really good, you got me. This is like, it's like they're trying to give a get out of jail free card at the end, when really, no, this is a terrible thing that you did.
It's
you can't
bullying.
Just say,
That's why it was
I was
removed.
kidding and move on.
Yeah, it was removed for bullying.
Also,
and harassment.
Also, one of the most important things you can do as a parent is give your kids like confidence and a belief that they're loved and security, like a safe space. It's like literally the opposite of what is happening, and it's so insane that they would do this to me. Like, I know that America still has this sort of thought of like, you gotta be tough to kids, or kids gotta be toughened up. It's like, if you go to like someone in jail and go like, did your parents like, were they tough on you? They'll be like, yeah, my parents were plenty tough on me.
We have science behind that now.
Yeah, like
it doesn't work.
Yeah, it doesn't work. Like, it's fine. Like, kids need a little bit more love. Trust me, because they're going to school and people are doing pranks on them. Like, let them come home and be safe. Like, give them a place to be safe. It's so awful.
It is, Grace.
Oh man. Okay, so watching this and like hearing everything go down, it's like the question I kept asking myself is, what's important here? Like, was this prank important for their, it's like they have X amount of subscribers. We know that the YouTube algorithm is changing. We're seeing YouTubers across the platform having to do more clickbait, having to do more outrageous videos, things to, what can they experiment putting on their face and on their bodies to get those clicks, because this is their income, and I understand that. But to me, it looks like this family was like, all right, we gotta do something, we gotta really shake it up, let's go crazy, let's up the ante here for money. This wasn't to have a special thing with your kids. My parents are older and they're funny, and my dad would prank me a lot with a thing like putting a fake ponytail on his hat. And that's a prank that is scary enough when you're a kid. You know what I mean? If your dad goes away on a trip and comes back with a ponytail, that's scary enough. And that's a funny thing that we can laugh about. But this is like, what was important? Like, what's important here? Like, you are doing this and then you're going on Twitter, you're trying to manipulate people. You're not trying to cultivate a healthy relationship with your kids and have this memory that you can look back on. You're berating them. You're being cruel, you're being mean, and understandably, you're doing it for money. Yeah. You're doing it for views, for AdSense, for money.
It's terrible enough to do this to kids as like a stage parent when you're only like subconsciously messing with them.
Yeah.
Like, they don't understand, you don't really understand. Maybe a therapist can unpack the levels of weird that are actually happening. But when you are overtly shouting at your kids to make money, YouTube, if you go back and look at their uploaded videos, there's only one. It's just the apology. They took down all the others.
They took down all the other videos because all the other videos echoed that same behavior, not to the degree, but it's normal for them to have that elevated yelling voice. It's normal for them to be cursing. So this isn't, even like the video that was captured of the mom crying, like she's crying and cursing to the husband. Like, again, that's representative of how they are behind closed doors, because those are supposed to be like the intimate moments that he's tweeting out. Maybe it's strategic, I doubt it. But again, that's the environment that you're cultivating for your kids. You don't think your kids are not either gonna act inwards and be destructive inside, or they're gonna act outwards and go to school and then also implement that and bully as well? Like,
What are they gonna say? What are they gonna say to the parents? Like, oh no, I don't wanna do that. They're terrified of these people.
Well, did you mention being their teacher and bringing the parents in and being like, your son picked on somebody? It's like, yes, but how many uploads? How many views did it get? Like, I want to know. Like, did it get a lot of retweets?
Was this on the vlog channel or the personal channel? Because we have been trying to up those numbers. So honestly, this is a win for us.
Yeah. If he hit that nerd and it got like, and he broke his glasses and it got 1 million views. Great job, son. You're doing great.
I hate how they were like using the kids to be like, say, basically by saying, say we didn't traumatize you.
Yeah.
Say it didn't affect you. Say it wasn't like mean-spirited. Like they didn't even use that big of a word. Like, sorry, not to be insulting, but like they literally train their kids what to do, what to say, and it's all based on intimidation. And again, that is verbal abuse is abuse.
Right.
It's abuse. And I don't know. I think this is so sad. I feel really bad.
I hope this acts as a wake-up call for them, because I'm sure it does.
I hope so,
I'm
Grace.
trying to like imagine myself in there. I know, but like maybe now, like so it didn't initially.
It didn't.
And it didn't after the fact.
Yeah.
But
They
maybe
did
with time, over time, I would like to think, I want to give everyone the benefit of the doubt that maybe they can be like, okay, let's take a step back. It's it's not us against the world. Let's take a look at our parenting here, because I also can I can empathize with the fact that it's got to suck to feel like the whole internet verse, this thing that you cultivated on YouTube is against you.
You're
now.
to blame.
Right,
You're
I know,
to blame
I know,
in this
but I
case.
hope that
I'm
they,
sorry.
that they can wake up from this and make a change.
Literally the first YouTube video where the comments are actually right.
Yeah.
Like, it's so
Right.
brutal. It's so awful. And like, but it also like I do wonder. It's like this stuff is cyclical, and I wonder how they grew up as parents. Like,
That's where I
as
can have
kids,
empathy.
like, and I think that's where you got to look at it. It's like they grew up obviously in an environment where this was okay, and now it's just the only difference is now you can upload it.
Yep.
Like I feel like
You're right.
and they don't understand the damage that they have.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. So hopefully they can break that cycle.
Yeah.
In an ideal world, hopefully, even though they have not taken accountability as of yet, maybe they will have an aha, self-aware moment and they can become better and break the cycle. Final thought?
Oh, I don't know. Maybe.
You looked like you're about to jump out.
I just have this idea of like, like certain people are obsessed with like America and American traditions. Like this is not an American tradition. Being shitty to kids is not an American tradition. American tradition, like the great American family, even if you're like a small town or racist or whatever kind of, like you can be as far right as you want. The American family is mom and dad and eating dinner together and kindness and love and a Norman Rockwell painting. Like this is not a part of us, no matter what side of the aisle you're on. We have to like speak out about these sort of things.
I agree, absolutely. Please be nice, please.
Just be nice to your kids.
I know, to your kids. Look at Brett, everybody. I know. It's upsetting.
It's only a YouTube video.
Please, it's not just a YouTube
Yeah,
video, clearly. Please share your thoughts in the comment section below,
show.
and we will see you next time on Pop Trigger. Some of the biggest anti-Trump voices may go silent in a matter of days. That's because there may be a writer's strike, okay? So it depends. According to the Huffington Post, it says here that the current contract between the Writers Guild of America, the organization representing 12,000 Hollywood film and TV writers, and the Alliance of Motion Picture and Television Producers, which represents the writers' employers, expires on May 3rd. So there's a 670-page document that goes into the specifics about their pay minimums, how they should handle these disputes, and apparently they're negotiating all that right now. And it's all going to depend. So according to Huffington Post, once again, quote, in the case of a strike, programs like The Late Show, Full Frontal, The Daily Show, and SNL that have voiced some of the toughest criticisms of President Donald Trump on national television would face an immediate blackout. Now, it affects them the most because they're daily topical, writing stories, shows, as opposed to if this was a scripted show, as opposed to if this is a movie, that will impact them later on, but this would immediately. So if there's to be a writer's strike on May 3rd, that night, it's blackout. That's how immediate it is. So what do the writers want? According to HuffPo, quote, the strike dispute is centered around TV. The WGA has stated that its writers aren't profiting off the current boom in TV production as much as their employers are. They're asking for more compensation across the board and from digital platforms in particular. And we saw this with the last writers' strike. They wanted more compensation within the digital world. And now even with more production and more digital shows and more streaming, they want more of that. So they want, now that they're seeing that their employers are making more money, they want a piece of that pie too. So we'll see if they're able to negotiate and make it work. Thoughts, 5 words or less?
Yay, Big Bang Theory reruns.
I should have hired a writer.
That's good.
Strike 2.
Ooh, better write this wrong. WRIT. Shut up.
Wordplay.
I hope that. Okay, do you think
pregnant? How do you do it?
I usually have
You're
pregnant
Serena
brain.
Williams of Pop Trigger.
You saw that she's pregnant.
Yeah.
She announced it yesterday. Yeah.
the Serena Williams of Pop Sugar. Boop, take it. So that was my backhand.
Nope.
No front hand?
Forehand for sure.
Forehand. I know nothing about tennis.
Anyways, let's talk about the writers.
Okay, the writer's strike. So you have writing experience. You obviously have writing experience. You do too. I went to high school. No,
So
but
I-
meaning like, are any of you in the guild? Are any of you guys in the guild?
No.
Okay.
No.
I'm a
not
I've been a
good
script consultant.
But we all know that the writing is what establishes and makes you show. They should be compensated fairly. I was just talking about this with a friend of mine who works in development, and I sort of wanted his opinion on what they can negotiate with here. And he's like, unfortunately, I don't think that they have a huge amount of negotiating power because there isn't, unfortunately, if there isn't a huge demand aside from late night television, because we're always wanting to catch up on shows. Because I was basically talking to him about how there are all these shows I haven't seen. I need to finish Crashing. I want to watch this. I haven't gotten to see Horace and Pete yet, and I want to watch this.
There's so
I wanna
much
watch that.
TV out there.
And he's like, if they'll go on strike, and he's like, and unfortunately, you'll still have tons of new content for the next 6 months. So that's in the favor of, not in favor of the Writers Guild, because people aren't going to have this outcry. Unfortunately, late night television is going to be hit really hard.
Yeah.
And that's where some of the best, most biting, satirical commentary is coming from these days in the Trump administration. So that's where we're going to feel it. But if that's not part of what you watch, then you'll still have tons of new shows. And the episodes are, the episode requirement is shorter, or not episode, order is shorter. There's no syndication.
In the original days, back in '04, when I was working at a talent agency, they would have 22 episode seasons, and that would take you through much of the year, and then you'd have summer off. And so if you were a writer, it was awesome because you get paid every week, and then you get paid more for your script. So they'll give you like 3 weeks off, and you'd get like 32 grand for your script in making that plus whatever $3,400 a week you were getting on the set. Now, you could do other shows if it conflicted, or some of the contracts would be so like you couldn't work on other shows. Now, if that exclusivity carries over, and you're only doing 12 episodes a year, that's half of what you would be paid, and that's given the old budgets when there were only 4 networks or maybe 12 networks that anyone ever watched. And then you'd have more viewers and more money coming in. Now everyone's trying to take it to cheaper. There's fewer places that are actually
fewer
giving
episodes.
out money.
Yeah, well, you'll have 7 episodes.
Just really quick, the skew toward reality TV.
Yeah, or like the shows that people love. So Big Little Lies. There were 7 episodes of Big Little Lies, but those writers probably still had exclusivity provisions that stopped them from working on other shows when they were done working on Big Little Lies. And even though people loved Big Little Lies, which I'm just throwing out as an example, it doesn't mean that they're making anything from doing the reruns or syndication or anything like that. Whereas before, if you got a show to reach 100 episodes, I remember watching the behind the scenes of Gilmore Girls when it reached 100 episodes, and it was this huge party of everyone that worked on the show, and it's just totally different now, because when that happened for Gilmore Girls, those writers knew, great for me, and you can work on a celebrated show that everyone loves, and you just won't get that same sort of kickback.
And you'd get it in season 5 as opposed to season 10 that you would need now to get 100 episodes.
Exactly.
Yeah, and I think that one of the things that people on the outside, hopefully, like what's also going to happen is that on the upside, that's all the negative about it. But like, hopefully, the political climate that's going on right now with all the protests, that like the Writers Guild will be able to not just get people who are in the Writers Guild involved, because this should be a shot across the bow for everyone. And hopefully, I think America's turning back to unions, or at least part of America is turning back to unions, and understanding that we need that, and that if the Writers Guild is injured, if like the Directors Guild, SAG-AFTRA, like we're one of the few industries that still has a strong union, and if that falls, like there's no chance for any unions to survive, and we need those unions. People are starting to realize that, because corporations will take everything from you if you let them. Like we will all be like little Dickens characters writing scripts, for like, and they'll be like, oh, it's Sunday afternoon, like, yeah, I get back to work, figure out another pun,
may have another Wi-Fi password.
Hopefully, I'm not in the Writers Guild. I am promising you right now that I will be at least at one of the things to support.
That's awesome.
And I think like if you're not in the Writers Guild, if you're a person who just loves TV and loves network TV and laughing and scripted stuff, and you hate reality TV shows or whatever, like go out and support these people. Like write the networks, write the production companies, tell Netflix, tell Amazon, tell all of these people that you support the people who actually create those shows. Like Breaking Bad is good because it was written by a genius who is in the union.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. We're gonna leave it on that note. Unless you have one more thing you want to add.
There's also some pretty hilarious stories out there about what happened during the last writer's strike.
Tell us.
Like Transformers: Revenge of the Fallen, they didn't have time to finish the script before the shooting happened, and it shows. Like it is a nonsensical film because they had essentially just what was available to get to like an outline essentially. And then there's a story that you gotta look at. It's like an oral history of 2009 films ruined by the writer's strike. There's a Star Trek. Kurtzman and Orsi are the two writers that write a lot of stuff that you've seen, including I think Revenge of the Fallen. But they finished the script, but they weren't allowed to change anything on set. But they were also producers, and they were very loyal to the union strike, but they are also still like invested in their project, so they can't change any words. So they were just trying to use facial expressions.
No way.
To like communicate like that was good, that was not good.
No
like when someone
way.
ad-libbed, they were like, but they didn't violate anything. But it's a really great read.
Yeah.
I think I would suggest people go find it.
Yeah, it's very interesting. What's it called?
An oral history of 2009 films ruined by the writer's strike.
Okay, that's great.
Yeah,
all
just
right.
a quick title.
Yeah, very quick. Yes. All right. So please keep the conversation going. We want to know what you have to say, and just to echo what you said, Ed, get out there. We do have a voice. We've seen it. How we can sign petitions. We can contact the Alliance of Motion Picture and stand behind these writers. And we'll see you next time on Pop Trigger. Zara is in hot water for a skirt that they made that many say resembles Pepe the Frog. Now, the alt-right has since appropriated Pepe the Frog to represent white supremacy and their movement. So when many people saw this skirt, let's first look at the two images. So let's look at the skirt. Okay, so here's the skirt. We have two frogs that was designed by an artist. I'll give you the information about the artist. And then let's look at Pepe the Frog. And there's Pepe the Frog, all right? Now, as soon as that skirt was released, let me read some of the outrage on just Twitter for one. But of course, it was on Facebook, it was on Instagram, people sharing the photos. We have from Megan, she says, Zara is really out there trying to sell a Pepe the Frog skirt, apparently unaware this is bad. Then we have from Michael Dreyfus, perhaps Zara is challenging the alt-right to be inclusive of green and black frogs. And then we have from Griffin, you do realize that Pepe the Frog was deemed a hate symbol by the Anti-Defamation League, just letting you know. And so you do have some people saying that this doesn't necessarily look like Pepe the Frog, but more so looks like the character from SpongeBob SquarePants. So some people are saying this
Who was in the Klan?
This looks more like Old Man Jenkins. They're saying that looks more like Old Man Jenkins. But anyways, let's discuss thoughts, 5 words or less.
Fortunately, I don't wear skirts.
Stick it up your tadpole.
This appropriation is inappropriate.
Too close to call.
God, Sam, you're on it today.
I'm on it today. Let me read you what Zara had to say. So Zara told The Guardian they did release a statement, quote, the skirt is part of the limited oil on denim collection, which was created through collaborations with artists and is only available in selected markets. The designer of the skirt is Mario de Santiago, known online as Yimmy is Great. Mario explores social interactions through his work, and in his own words, he says, the idea came from a wall painting I drew with friends 4 years ago. There's absolutely no link to the suggested theme. In fact, there's video of his drawings from 4 years ago. So he's saying that he developed this way before, because it was just in like the last year and a half that the alt-right has somehow like appropriated that meme. And Zara has pulled it from shelves. They want to be safe, and they've pulled it from shelves.
And also, Pepe the Frog has been in existence since 2005 from some sort of an online comic book thing called Boys Club. So yeah, in the past year we have come to know it as a symbol of the alt-right, but I know plenty of other YouTubers or social media influencers who will mess around with memes. I mean, Pepe the Frog is a meme more than he is like a symbol of the alt-right. He's also a cartoon frog that I actually think is probably loosely based off of, and I really just want to know if anyone in the comments knows this book, Frog and Toad, the 1970s children's series. No? Okay, moving on. In any case,
Huge fan.
in any case, I just think that this is like, it's wrong if Zara is stealing another artist's work and making it their own, saying it's their own design.
But they're not, they're using,
Right, but it doesn't seem as though that is the case given that he has evidence of his drawings from years prior. And I also just don't think that, Pepe the Frog has become synonymous with the alt-right, but also not necessarily.
And that original artist, he did release a statement, who was a Hillary supporter, the original artist, not the artist from the skirt, but the Pepe, the Frog artist is saying this is like he's actually fighting it with the defamation, the Anti-Defamation League. He's trying to reclaim his artwork. He says the worst thing, in so many words, he said, the worst thing that an artist could have is have in his mind, the alt-right appropriating his work because he's against all that. So everyone should know that too.
Yeah, and this isn't the first time that Zara has taken art from someone, right?
Yeah, Tuesday Passan sued them last year. She's a friend of mine.
Oh, no way, we covered that story.
We did cover
we
that.
covered it, yeah. And they tried to make it right by end up paying.
I don't know this. I'm not a lawyer.
Yeah.
I'm barely even a comic. They tried to make it right, I guess, but I think it is also sort of a symbol of like what's wrong with these gigantic corporations where they're just gobbling things up and no one's checking things, like whether or not this guy did this mural 4 years ago. That looks like Pepe the Frog to me, and it's like as a stand-up comedian, like whether or not I came up with a joke, that if I'm like, oh, like what if I go on stage and sing the Mighty Mouse song? I totally thought of that originally, and then someone's like, that's someone else's bit. I have to be like, oh, that's someone else's bit. I shouldn't do that. So it doesn't matter whether or not ignorance is not, an excuse in this situation.
That's a good point.
And also, this is not the first time Zara did this thing like a few years ago with the crazy sweater shirt Auschwitz thing, where it's like it's not the first time that they've been slightly culturally insensitive, And
they overlook it. They're not.
It's because it's giant, and they're just like.
They're just pumping it out.
They kind of are the ones who create cheap clothes, and then they fall apart. And then to get you to buy more, they create. It's not just like winter, spring, summer, fall. It's like beginning of winter, a month into winter. They are always changing their season.
They pump it out, pump it down.
And that's why they just chuck things out. They want to be kind of edgy, and this is what happens.
The skirt looks like it was designed by a Twitter bot.
Can we look
honestly.
at? Okay, can we look at the skirt again? I want to see.
It's like, oh, it's a bunch of memes on an like.
It also feels like a reaction to what we're seeing, which is like you want to dress sort of 90s chic and kind of messy, like rips are really in, and also kids like memes. Let's throw some memes on there without actually being very thoughtful about how they want to approach incorporating memes for kids to buy the clothes.
It's pseudo edgy on purpose fashion. Like I just don't dig it. Like like go and get.
Fortunately, and I really should never ever be considered a fashion expert, but I'm gonna throw this out there. I don't think a lot of people would have bought and been proud to have worn these skirts, even if they did remain on the shelves.
I doubt that.
You think people would have bought them?
I'm not. I wouldn't wear it, but I could see people wearing that with like a white little T-shirt.
Who are these people that you know?
Who are these people? I don't know if I know them, but I could see people based on what I see in the magazines.
If I close my eyes, I can visualize people and aliens and whoever and elephants wearing it too. But if I actually think of a meaningful person, I can't think of anyone I know that would.
There's a lot of clothes out there right now with like these like patchwork and holes.
Yeah, rips are very popular.
So
right now.
I mean, you said it. You just
honestly, no, you're right. I should not ever share.
What if you have an alt-right music festival to go to? You know what I mean? Like, what if you have like a racist music festival and you got to figure out something to wear, something cute. Ted Nugent, Screwdriver. Yeah, like the two racist bands that I know.
Ted Nugent, and that's about it.
Yeah.
White Beyonce.
Wait.
Yeah.
Isn't that
I thought you were
Adele?
going to say something else.
I just made that up. No, I was just thinking, just like the going to a concert or a music festival. My girlfriend showed me this Victoria's Secret bra that's just for music festivals. It's just like a bralette with fringe, and that's what you wear as a top. And they're like marketing it just to people going to Coachella.
Yeah. It's a big market.
All it's for.
Coachella's become like this a place for people to show off their fashion.
Yeah.
So I could see why Victoria's Secret, whether you like that or not, but Victoria's Secret's capitalizing on it.
If Burning Man was near a freeway, it would be Coachella. That's what it is. Yeah, Burning Man Light, a star. It's like a gateway festival.
Wait, have you gone to Burning Man?
No, I'm terrified.
Have you gone to Burning Man?
No, I've never gone to Burning Man.
No, I wish I could have. Now I feel like it's too late.
Pop Trigger road trip, everybody. We're all going to be at Burning Man.
Grace, have you?
No, I haven't. But if Victoria's Secret starts making some trendy, tight sports bras, I am there.
They do.
They have some. Yeah, they have a lot of them that are.
They
just,
do.
That
They have ones. They
just
made like
black,
yoga
white,
pants. My girlfriend tried on, but like it's got this decal on it, so when you take it off, it just says.
Sports bra?
It's but like sportswear,
Okay.
and they have a.
They do
it's
have-
VSX.
they have a lot
is
of,
their
like-
little subline, and then when she took it off, it just says like the letters down your leg.
They have
It's
a lot of
really
like cool unisex ones too.
I think H&M
you
has
would
some
like
cute
it.
like sports bra type things.
Yeah.
Well, now
yeah, like
I
this
have
one.
to go.
Yeah,
I mean, if you want to go shopping with us, you can.
Yeah.
We'll take
Let's
you
go
out.
bra shopping right now.
Yeah,
you're into-
let's
let's
go.
do-
Tell you who's gonna
I'm
buy
into-
fashionable clothes? I have no fucking clue.
All
I have a
my
lot of
bras
clues.
now are nursing bras. Isn't that funny?
Oh,
So they
there
can
is.
even though
open
I'm even though I'm not nursing yet, but because I had to buy new bras anyways, they're all nursing
You can
bras.
just pop
so
a
I
boob
can
out.
undo this little latch and it goes boop,
Yeah.
but I'm still held up and then boop. Yeah.
You think you'll keep wearing them afterwards? Like you'll just be like, this is actually kind of nice. Like you come home, like it's
Free
like
the nip.
That's right.
just
yeah.
the open,
Just let the girls out, you
let
know?
them hang out. Oh,
Yeah, and
get
there's
some-
nursing clothes too, which is so cool, where you can just unzip,
Yeah.
or you just flip up. I love it.
I didn't
It's
know
so
they
convenient.
existed
That is
until I was
amazing.
at lunch with my friend who had a baby, and she was just like, pow! And when it first happened, I was like, oh, it's breaking. Oh, it's designed that way.
It's brilliant. It's
Interesting.
brilliant.
You
All
just
right,
cover
we
it
went
up
a
with a
little
babe.
off topic, but please let us know what you have to think. All right, let us know your thoughts, and we'll see you next time on Pop Trigger. We have another baby update.
Who's
bump
pregnant?
date.
I knew that you were going
It's
to
a
say
bump
that.
date.
Brett's pregnant.
I could
Yay,
pass.
Brett.
You
I
can
could
actually feel a
pass.
kick. It's weird.
Oh.
Yeah, that was breakfast.
Yeah.
That gave me chills.
I'm at 32 weeks now. Let me show 32 weeks. So that means I'm in the home stretch. So and look at so I'm gonna pull up, but don't worry, this is my pregnancy jeans.
Oh.
So what's
was
so
worried.
cool about pregnancy jeans? These are
tiny.
super stretch, all elastic, and then this little nifty belly band is connected. So it grows with the
Connected
belly. It's connected. Grows with the belly, and then even after postpartum, guess what? I can still wear these.
Wait, so
Yeah,
how do
I
you-
need them right now.
I can still wear them.
Every time I sit down in my
So,
car,
yeah.
I like unbutton. I'm like, ugh.
It's the best. So pregnancy jeans for the win. These are citizens of humanity, and they're really great and stretchy and fantastic. And because some people will buy certain jeans that they can't rewear again.
Yeah.
So yeah, so 32 weeks, which means my updates are because I haven't. They don't always do ultrasounds and measure. I have a doctor appointment today. Maybe they will today. But according to my app that follows how far along you are, she's about 16 inches long. That's pretty long.
That's a good length.
That's
a
pretty
good
long.
length.
She's the
That's a
size.
keeper.
Yeah, I believe she's the size of a squash, which is like almost 4 pounds.
There's so many kinds of squash.
Yeah,
though,
I was
right?
gonna
know.
say I've seen many a variant of squash in my day, so I don't.
How big
that
is she
means
compared to a baby?
Yeah.
Well, she's almost 4 pounds and
she's almost
16
a
inches.
full
Think of
baby.
it.
Almost a full baby.
Now,
That's
yeah, and
two-thirds of a
then
baby.
she supposedly, unless she's breech or she hasn't moved yet, she's face down, ready to go out the
Do they-
canal.
wait, do they move?
She's head down.
Do they
she's head
turn
down.
at some point? Do they just go like, all right, it's happening?
I
Or
don't
do they-
know exactly
Gravity.
when they know.
Gravity. Their heads are so much bigger than the rest of their
I
body.
don't know how they know to turn, and some of them might turn right before. Sometimes
Wait a minute.
you give birth breech, but as of now,
They're on their
she's
heads.
head down.
She's doing a headstand.
She's right here.
Well, they're
She's head
floating.
down.
blood all rushed to
Yeah,
her
but
head,
they're not
she get
like
lightheaded?
weightless,
She's,
right? Or are
she's
they?
like suspended in the amniotic fluid.
It's really
so
thick.
Does it feel like space?
I feel like it.
Yeah, is it space or is she just like in a pool upside down?
I think it's like
a
pool, but like a really thick pool.
Yeah,
like
she has a lot of installation in there. A lot like
like one of those sensory deprivation pools.
Oh, I want to go in one of those.
I want to go in one of them too. My roommate went in there into one of them after he went through a breakup, and he said it was very healing.
Can we go?
The breakup or the
both? It was time
Let's go
for
because
both.
that's supposed to be good for the back. Because my only like major symptom is my lower back and middle back is just shot because of like the weight displacement.
Maybe that's why babies cry so crazily when they're born, is like they were in a sensory deprivation experience, and
it
then
was
they're
the
just like,
best.
everything's so loud and so bright.
They say the first 40 days you really should limit stimulation because it's like they're on acid.
Well, they say it's like a fourth trimester.
Yeah, exact fourth trimester.
I know tons of stuff.
So, and then her nails are all grown, her toenails are all grown. She either has a full head of hair or peach fuzz. I wonder if she's a full head of hair or peach fuzz.
Oh, what if she came out with a ponytail?
Like Grace's dad.
Yeah.
And then I'm trying to think what else. We started parenting classes last night.
Oh.
That was
I need to
funny.
know. Okay. I need to know.
We have
I
like
have many
6,
questions.
5 more, and a breastfeeding class, and a CPR
That's
class.
all you need, those 6 classes, and you got parenting done.
That's my question. So is it parenting specific for a newborn baby, or are you talking about larger things that might
comes
come
next. Yes, so
Okay.
this is the first of 5, and each one's different. This was the baby basics.
Okay.
So this was swaddling, this is taking their temperature, removing like the fluid from their nose.
Question
Yes.
about the fluid from the nose.
Yes.
Do you suck it at the other end?
What do you mean?
My friends have a baby.
They said you do cheek and nose only.
But the way that you get your baby's boogers out is they have this machine. It's just a tube with a little nozzle. You put the nozzle in your baby's nose, and on the other end you go.
Oh, that's a different one. She mentioned that.
And you suck their boogers out.
She
with
mentioned
your
that. She
mouth.
said the little like blue thing that they gave us last night is all you need. But she did mention that last night.
Your friends are just gross. There's no reason
If
for
you
that.
wanna
midwife. The mom is a midwife.
Yeah,
so
and
she's like, this is better.
Very credible then, very credible. And hey, if the baby's suffering and has a cold and has excess fluid, then you're gonna do whatever you can to make the baby feel better. I would do that too, if that's what it works.
What's the thing with the fluid on the cheeks that you just said?
Oh, you go inside. So like, let's say they're not able to it looks like that they have like excess breast milk, or they're not swallowing properly. And there's like, if you go, you can use that thing inside their cheek and get it out
from their
too.
boogers?
Because and you can. Someone raised their hand and said, "Can you use back and forth?" And she said, "You can go back and forth with that. Of course, wash it afterwards, but." Neither is a sanitary place, so it's okay to go back and forth. That's what so you're taught by nurses there. Another class I'm taught by a midwife. Another one I'm taught by a pediatrician. And the CPR, infant CPR is, so right now it's all newborn oriented, but one of my classes, I think it goes into like the first 4 months, like sleep training, things like that.
Have you changed diapers?
We did diaper changing last night, which I've done a million anyways, because I have a shit ton of, no pun intended, nieces and nephews.
Ew.
But
That's a lot of shit.
But and then you just learn stuff about your biology too, which I already knew, but it reinforces like. Sorry if there's too much information, but like as a woman, like your nipples get darker and larger, but that's for the baby to see, because the baby has a very limited grace.
Just stop me when I get there.
I'm not gonna tell you what mine look like, but your nipples get darker and larger, and it's a beautiful thing because the baby has a very limited eyesight range, and so the baby needs to see where to latch on. So it's all biology. It's fantastic, and it's amazing.
Isn't that crazy?
I have the tiniest nipples, and so I would be a terrible mother. I have like nipples that are smaller than a dime. But if I had a kid, they would grow?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Maybe I should get pregnant.
My nipples, everything's changed. Your whole body changes in response
We're
to
glowing.
the baby.
You're glowing. We're all agreeing that she's glowing.
We all agree. It's positively glowing.
Please comment glowing.
Honestly, it's like radiation.
Yeah, we are
It's
out.
highlighter,
The power
but
went
thank
out
you.
yesterday in the studio. This is all Sam.
I'm emitting just light.
So how long is it normal for you to stay in the hospital after you give birth?
It depends. If you were to go to a birthing center, they typically, you could labor as long as you want at that birthing center. They're not going to rush you. but then after you give birth, you're really only at a birthing center for like 4 to 6 hours. That made me nervous. People that are fully educated, like midwives and people that are more informed than I am, think that's plenty of time, ample time, and then your midwife or your doula will come to your house like shortly thereafter and help you and educate you in an appointment, and then 2 weeks later. But in the hospital could be anywhere from like 2 days to 4 days, sometimes but they want you there because the nurses will keep track of, and you can make the choice, like I don't want too much intervention, I don't want too much fetal monitoring when you are giving birth. So there's
none of us do.
Yeah, so it's like you can stay there for a few days, and if there's trauma, that happened to the mom or even the baby, you're gonna stay there longer. But I would count on, I think, a couple of days to be there, and the lactation nurse will come in, even though I already have a breastfeeding class. The lactation nurse will come in and make sure that the baby's latching, that you're confident as a mom, that the baby's confident. They'll even teach you there how to swaddle, things like that.
I would want to do that.
I like that, me too. But again, if I was more informed, or if I had a fantastic midwife, believe me, they have their reasons too why they like to send mommy home, because they're confident and they've already helped prepare the mom prior. So it just depends, to each its own. I liked the idea of being there for a couple days and being monitored, but for the ones that are confident to go home, power to them too.
Good
and I point to Brett because Brett has a really fantastic midwife friend. Yeah, which is an unbelievable. I met with some midwives. Yeah,
that's why
Sage
you're so
Rager.
strong.
Sage Rager.
But it's it's just weird to think like we're kind of in the home stretch. I mean, technically, like when I talk to now I go to doctor's appointments every week or every other week, but soon it'll be every week. And I talked to her last time and she said, I said, what would happen if I go to labor early? She says, if you go to labor within like 35-ish weeks, we're not gonna stop it. So that means in a few weeks, like baby will be totally fine. If I go into labor like now, she'll try and stop it.
Most importantly, when can you start drinking again?
I know, I can't wait. I do have a girlfriend that said, I'm known to bring a fantastic or a very like nice chilled bottle of Chardonnay to the hospital. I was like, hallelujah. But you do have to, be aware that you're breastfeeding. So maybe I could have a glass and then you can test your breast milk to make sure it's not
alcoholic.
Yeah, so then you can pump.
That's the thing. Like my friend, when she had a baby, she would be like, she'd pump. She'd be like, give me a glass of wine.
Yeah.
And she'd drink, and then she was a doctor, so she's like, I gotta wait until it's gone. But that was so good.
There's a science behind it, but I'm excited to be able to.
Booze goes direct. It's like a daiquiri, basically. They're getting,
like a very
for the
milky
breast
daiquiri.
milk. Yeah, the breast milk.
Warm almond milk daiquiri.
Yeah,
I wonder what that's like.
There's definitely a limit. I mean, even like when you're pregnant, you'll have some doctors say that it's okay to, indulge in an occasional glass of wine. And the CDC will have a blanket statement saying no alcohol, because what's moderation to one person is not moderation to others. And
that's what's weird. Like another person I know, you're not supposed to have anything to drink when you just get pregnant.
The first trimester is key.
In the third trimester, you can have a glass of wine. The thing is like, it's way worse. Like, if you're starting to be pregnant and you drink that wine, people don't notice. They don't see that you're pregnant, so they won't say anything. You could be ruining your child. But if you're in your third trimester with a glass of wine, everyone's like, what the fuck are you doing?
Yeah.
Put that down. And you're just like, it's okay. I need it.
Yeah, it's okay. But yeah, so we're in the home stretch. We'll see. I mean, my due date's June 16th, about 8 more weeks. And yeah, she's just filling up my tummy so much that like you feel her kicking and punching and elbowing. A little girl. Yeah, and she's very active, and I love it. Like like when I wake up and then I feel her, I'm like, morning, Sophie. I love it so much. But yeah, but it's not perfect either. I don't want people to think that pregnancy is. I mean, there's a lot of awesome experiences being pregnant, but I can understand why it can be. Yeah, it can. My back hurts really, really bad. I know that some people have great pregnancies and some people have terrible pregnancies, and so there shouldn't be any expectation out there that your pregnancy should be a certain way. But yeah.
Yeah. Thank you for
I love the
everything.
baby
It's
updates.
kind of amazing.
I love the baby updates.
Do you have any other shirts that like take advantage of the irony of having like a big belly?
Yeah, so this one's a Buddha belly, you can see.
Like that's
brilliant. Wait.
Like
yeah,
every
so you can see the Buddha belly.
And
everyone rubs your tummy, so you're like, yeah, I pretty much have
a cool one would be like that.
I have one with a heart on it. That's a cute one too.
Cute.
Yeah.
I like the one where like all the continents are together before they drifted apart. Pangea, and it spreads while you get pregnant would be great.
Wait, is that one that you've actually seen?
Zara.
You just thought ton of it.
I just thought of this right now.
Zara,
That's
they're
brilliant.
Zara's got it already. Yeah.
Yes, yeah, now they are. They're already. It's already like printed, and now after you said it, it's already in their stories. That's how quick they are.
would be cool.
That's really good. Yeah. So yeah, and again, what's really cool is when after these videos, the comments, there's a lot of mommies out there that will give me advice. So I'm not saying you have to do that, but share your thoughts, and if you have any advice, it's awesome because I do read it, and I've already gotten some products from some of the advice out there, like the belly band. And you're always out of breath. I sound like I just ran a marathon, but I'm out of breath. But yeah, so please continue the conversation and share your thoughts, and we'll see you next time on Pop Trigger.
There's a new sneak peek of Wonder Woman where we see more about her relationship with Steve Trevor and Themyscira. Let's take a look.
Have you never met a man before? What about your father?
I had no father. I was brought to life by Zeus.
Right.
The gods made the Amazons to restore peace to the world. And it's what I'm going to do.
Well, that's neat.
Oh, damn, did you see Ares? No, he's not in there. This is largely, I would say, old footage. However, we do learn two things in this. Number one, they changed Wonder Woman's origin. Hippolyta made her out of clay, not Zeus.
Oh, of course.
Two, I think what they're going for in this tone is to show you this will not be joyless like other DC movies. So good.
I'm looking a lot forward to that concept. I hope they double down on
nice
how the movie will be fun and funny
and enjoyable.
Yeah.
And just not dragging on until an inexplicable plot point about Martha. So with this, I think to me, I have been disappointed by the Batman and Superman.
We've all been hurt, yeah.
Yeah, we've all been hurt, except for people in the comments who will point out how terrible I am for hating these movies. I think this is my last chance for DC, movies. If this one has the same problems as the old one, I have no hope for Justice League, none. And I love the idea of Justice League and the characters in the DC pantheon because that is what I grew up with. I do have a nostalgic connection that would make me forgive faults, but that only lasts to a point if you enjoy facts.
Isn't it weird how DC is not seem to be learning from their own mistakes or even learning from the successes of the Marvel franchises? Like, they've heard movie after movie, hey, these movies are 1, too dark and gritty and depressing. 2, the scripts are kind of weak. 3, you don't really understand the characters. You changed too much, and Superman would never do that.
Superman would never do so much of that.
So I get that you're a writer, you're a director, you're a producer, you can put your own thumbprint on it, but these are the reasons your movies were not critical successes.
I mean, when we look back at that leak or alleged leak from a WB employee that was talking about the inner workings, it looked like it was just too many cooks. It's just too many people in the studios who believe that they know best, that what they're doing is right, that it needs to have all these different requirements met by different people who aren't creative people, and that's what happened. And it's plausible. I still don't know how verifiable that so-called leak was, but it makes sense, which is the root of people believing it at all.
And the story about the Wonder Woman movie before it was a real thing was that Warner Brothers and DC weren't confident that a female headlined film could be as big a success as a Batman or Superman movie was.
I think they're still not confident because as you may have realized in the past week, as many sites have pointed out, other YouTube channels have pointed out, that there hasn't been that much marketing for Wonder Woman. No. If you didn't know, it's out on June 2nd. June 2nd, a month away.
Yeah.
You remember during Suicide Squad, it was everywhere. Batman v Superman, everywhere. Wonder Woman, where is it? Put it out there. Don't just, this teaser was in Gotham.
This is your last chance to get Kim to keep watching your movies.
Yeah.
Don't squander this.
Don't you want $12 from me?
Again and again.
Yeah, it's hard to watch.
People like these properties. People love the DC characters. They love that universe. They have nothing but high hopes for a Justice League movie. Now, there's not been a whole lot in the universe building cinematic type thing that DC and Warner Brothers have really shown me that they're gonna do a real good job. But I still want them to.
Yeah, no, the thing is you want them to do a good job, which is what makes it that much more heartbreaking and disappointing when it's not good or when it just makes no sense and you can see how it could have made sense. I have a controversial opinion, which was that by their merit alone, just comics, I think DC is better than Marvel. But Marvel's movies have just blown away DC movies, which shows that you can do so much with, if you have the right creative choices, you can do a lot to make your characters, marquee characters. Who knew Doctor Strange 15 years ago?
Right. Like if Marvel can put faith in Doctor Strange and the Guardians of the Galaxy, like anything's on the table. Like anything goes in the DC universe. Like we're doing a story on Injustice 2 in a little bit, and there's lots of like really oddball characters.
I like it though.
Those oddball characters work really well on the TV shows that they're on. I mean, Flash and Supergirl are huge successes.
Yeah.
Legends of Tomorrow and Arrow these days not so much anymore. But like, if those are your testing grounds, like this stuff is working. Keep doing it. Like.
For sure.
Feel free to take risks. I'm afraid this movie is going to be compared to the first Captain America movie, the time period piece, fighting Germans, that sort of thing.
World War I, Shadow Water.
It's not a super fair comparison to make, but it's going to happen. And people had compared Wonder Woman to Thor because of the Greek, the mythological element. Thank you. So I don't know how DC is taking those particular comparisons to heart, and whether or not they'll learn from the lessons of those two franchises, which are in no way perfect, but fun and enjoyable and very successful in the box office.
Well, I mean, if we're looking at the teaser as a watermark alone, I think it's positive. I really hope they continue to put out more clips and more marketing. I don't think they will. But I did like that it showed, hey, it's a little bit lighter this way. Hey, she's got a brightly colored costume. There's lots of colors going on at Themyscira, and there's a contrast. And look, we're showing how stupid conventional society is through her eyes. I like those ideas. I really hope they go over well. Audience, do you think Wonder Woman is going to be a success? And do you think the DC cinematic universe is going to be a success? Let us know below, and please like and subscribe for more. If you love the idea of rich dummies who are annoying getting what's coming to them, then you sure as heck loved Fyre Festival as shown across social media platforms this past week. Now those very social media posts will be used as points of evidence in a lawsuit. So, Fyre Festival.
This is my favorite story of the past week.
Can you explain what it is in 1 or 2 sentences?
Sure, it's a music festival that took place in the Caribbean, I believe. I don't know exactly what island it was on. Oh, in the Bahamas, thank you. The music festival that took place in the Bahamas, except that it was a total disaster from start to finish. Music acts canceled, people went hungry, the venue was not finished, they slept in disaster relief tents. The story just gets better and better the more you learn about it.
This story is a meal.
Also, Ja Rule is to blame.
Comprised of 2 pieces of bread, an American cheese slice, and some salad.
Sad pizzeria salad.
I mean, it looked like I could get it at a grocery store. So what it was advertised across social media by so-called, well, not so-called, influencers.
Yeah.
And what was weird was that almost none of them had hashtag ad or any kind of indication that these were ads at all. People like Kendall Jenner and her various friends were also caught up in this.
A couple of Victoria's Secret models.
Right, and across the weekend we saw most of those promotional videos and pictures taken down in embarrassment, and in their place, many others of the reality of Fyre Fest went up, and they are the basis of a lawsuit from a plaintiff named Daniel Jung, who filed it after buying a $2,000 ticket.
The cheapest ticket available, by the way.
Okay.
$2,000.
The lawsuit in federal court doesn't give much information on Jung himself, but there will be many social media posts used, including these. So here's an example of an unfinished part of what was supposed to be this luxury, all-inclusive, cashless, by the way, which is why so many people got screwed. Adventure, this is the concierge. It's not
Concierge
much.
2x4s, yep.
Yeah, And then there's just some wrapped up things in the background. And these are the secure lockers. However, it was not told to anyone that they would need to supply their own locks, leaving these relatively useless.
And totally unsecure.
And not secure.
I highly recommend, you could see sort of in the background the domed tent things. Those are FEMA disaster relief tents with very little furnishing on the inside. So this was not quite the, all-inclusive luxury destination event.
I do want to point out there was one that was included in the lawsuit of pigs swimming in the water, and they were saying there were loose, unsecured animals in the area. That area is well known for having swimming pigs, so that part is dismissible entirely.
Also, it's awesome. I would totally go to a beach and swim with pigs if they were friendly pigs.
It's really cute, actually. That's a selling point. But it also has nothing to do with the festival itself.
But like when Blink-182, who was headlining the event, heard how bad it was going, they canceled. They didn't even bother flying in.
Well, there is some evidence, actually.
The medical tent was completely unoccupied by any doctors or nurses whatsoever. They had nobody on staff there.
There is some evidence, actually, that the festival runners told celebrities not to come. So they knew ahead of time that this was going to be awful. And they still ran it anyway. People who were told to come to this event cashless ended up not being able to take cabs, not being able to
book flights home.
Get flights home. And then we had people passing out due to being stuck in an enclosed area that was very hot and without food. It was
the lights to illuminate the beach at night were just big work lights, like pointed at the disaster relief tents, and like most of the tents were on a sandbar, not on the island proper, so there was like whipped with wind and ocean spray. People are just sitting in folding chairs, miserable.
You giggle at this. There's a lot of internet schadenfreude involved.
You started off the story by saying it was a bunch of rich kids that
I said the idea of a bunch of rich, annoying people getting their comeuppance is something, it's so delicious.
It was a lot of young people there that like tapped out all their savings for this.
They shouldn't have done that.
It was the people that like got jealous from all the Coachella pictures and was like, yes, I need to get in on this right now.
It's very hard for me to empathize with that feeling.
Now everyone is getting a full refund from what has been said on the internet. I don't know how they're gonna roll that out or to what end, which makes me wonder, like,
where is that money coming from? Because they were already, by estimates, about $1 billion short from making what's advertised happen come from what they actually had. And it did cost money to make that happen as well. Where is it coming from? Is it Ja Rule? I don't know.
It can't be Ja Rule.
No.
I don't know.
If he were to do that,
initially,
it would be murder.
Before I heard about full refunds, I was like, oh, well, this was a scam. This was a bait and switch. You get people to pay thousands of dollars for a luxurious 2-weekend event. You give them absolutely nothing, say no refunds, and head back to the States. But that's not the case.
It's interesting how much social media played into this, which is it was real-time reporting of how awful things actually were. We had the reference points of before of people, influencers basically, maybe unknowingly, but lying to people about what this is, if they should buy tickets, what have you. We have people buying into this via social media. We have people reporting how far from reality it was via social media. We have the rest of us all playing into that, laughing at them. I don't know, is there a lesson here? Don't believe everything you see?
Yeah, buyers beware, I guess.
Don't be a rich, annoying asshole, or everyone will laugh at you.
But you will swim with pigs.
But you will swim with pigs. That's a good silver lining, I think. Audience, what did you think of Fyre Festival? And will it be possible for anyone to get their money back? Let us know what you think below. And please like and subscribe for more. The new season of Orange is the New Black was found by hackers and posted online. However, as you probably haven't watched it yourself, it wasn't very successful.
The season?
The ransom,
endeavor. Yeah.
the hacking. What happened was,
I'm sure the season is great, don't worry.
I haven't seen it yet. However, a group of hackers, or one hacker, was able to secure season 5 of Orange is the New Black along with several other shows from a distributor who had a security, I would say, gap.
I don't understand the idea of a Netflix distributor, but that's okay. I won't harp on that point. I didn't realize that other vendors were involved.
with Netflix delivering this content to your home digitally and over the internet.
Right. So what happened was that this hacker was able to obtain this season of Orange is the New Black along with some other television shows and basically told Netflix that it was going to be a ransom. You give us money or we're going to put it out on the torrent sites. Netflix basically said, oh, fine, we're not giving you money. And then it went out there onto BitTorrent, the Pirate Bay. Anyone who had that ability could have gotten them. And it didn't really go over as well as they thought because of a few reasons. One,
they didn't get any money.
No, they didn't get any money. But like basically it didn't ruin Netflix because that predicates the idea that people have Netflix just to watch Orange is the New Black. And that's not really the case. There's a lot of original Netflix shows out there. Also, people want to consume Orange is the New Black in a way with other people. Like you want to binge it all, but you want to ask your friends, oh, did you see it? Did you see episode 5 when Red did this and this and this? And if you're alone, it's not as fun. And lastly, over the years, BitTorrent and other torrenting sites,
pirating in general
has gone down significantly with the rise of streaming content. People want to watch this on their large home television instead of their laptop or mirroring from the laptop, which can be a pain in the ass. People want to consume it this way. It goes back to hypotheses back in the day where if the content is available legally and it's easy and accessible, people will go to it. And that is precisely what happened at this point.
That was the fatal misunderstanding, is not realizing why Netflix and other streaming services have been successful. Because people want to give credit where credit is due. They want to pay for things that they enjoy to keep them going so that there can be more of them in the future as long as it's easily accessible and relatively affordable. So, I mean, that's the reason Netflix works, you stupid hackers. Is that you're paying 15?
Tim, don't tempt hackers.
I have nothing to ransom. I'm sorry. People want to support art, I guess. And maybe our president doesn't right now, but people are putting their money where their mouth is. That's why Netflix is so freaking successful. And to think that Netflix would worry that all of that sentiment and all of that goodwill for the products that they make would be undone because one season of one of their shows was leaked a few months early, is crazy and misguided, and it's why you didn't get paid.
And that's why we're not talking now about like the big blowout twist this season. You know, barely any people have seen it, and the people who have seen it, you know, they're not, I guess, the masses, representative of the masses of people who watch the show and generate all of that buzz that keeps it going and keeps it in the public pop culture consciousness. It just didn't work this time, which may be a victory of streaming services. Audience, do you torrent? And what do you torrent? Let us know below in the comments, and please like and subscribe for more. Injustice 2 is coming out very soon, and with it comes along a huge roster of DC characters and many, many questions. When we're looking into Injustice 2, Injustice 1 ended with Superman being imprisoned after, basically this is predicated by, what if Superman was an asshole? And he became a dictator. And basically, Batman had to lead an uprising against him. That is kind of what's happening in Injustice 2. There are two factions, well now three, I'll get to the third one. The Superman group, the Batman group, and with that a rising group of villains led by Gorilla Grodd, well not led by Gorilla Grodd, among which is Gorilla Grodd led by Brainiac?
Yeah, he's supposed to be the antagonist of the game.
And with that, actually, no, I think Grodd is the leader of the group, and Brainiac is also the antagonist of the game. Anyway, semantics aside, there are so many new characters in the game, including one old one that's been incredibly revamped. You may remember so it's very confusing because there's two universes. The Joker that had upset Superman in the first one was killed.
Right.
There's no more Joker.
Except that.
The alternate Joker went back, but now there's a new Joker. And he looks like nothing before that we've seen Mark Hamill voice, though he still sounds like Mark Hamill. So we have this picture of the Joker. It does sound like he's voiced by Mark Hamill again. However, he looks like a combination of Jared Leto's version of the Joker and Heath Ledger's version of the Joker. No shirt, big purple overjacket. He still has that maniacal Mark Hamill laughter. I don't know if this is another alternate universe Joker. I have a theory that he's some kind of scarecrow derivation, like from the
Just
toxin.
fear toxin, yeah.
Fear toxin induced. I don't know.
I think it's actually just that universe's Jared Leto.
He just shows
who's
up.
just still method acting. And he just got a new haircut. I think that's it. Honestly, I think that's it.
I don't know. I don't hate it though. When I saw the footage of the in-game gameplay and his ultimate move, it was kind of good. It looked a lot better in motion, I guess, than it does in a still, which is probably, I mean, when you see the still, it's shocking. It's visceral. What is this bullshit? Is probably your thought. We have a few other characters I would like to put a spotlight on that I like very much. Okay, this is the main antagonist of the game, Brainiac, which we did mention before. It's one of Superman's greatest villains.
Never seen a green skin Brainiac before.
I've never seen one that was that ripped, but it could always be the suit.
Could be.
Yeah, what here we have is Atrocitus, which
Atrocitus?
I've only seen it written, to be honest.
Me too, fair enough.
So I don't know.
Red Lantern.
He hates the Sinestro Corps, and he is a Red Lantern from Space Sector 666. Oh shit. So he's just like a big, brutal Red Lantern. Also joining is Black Canary, Dinah Lance. You may have seen her in your collective consciousness from Arrow, though it's not that version of Laurel. I don't need to explain that.
A lot of these characters are coming from the CW shows, which is good because they're leveraging those properties really well, I think.
Yeah, including, well, we'll get to it.
Yeah, we'll get to it.
Blue Beetle is one of my favorite characters, and in this really
Is he your favorite because he's awesome on Young Justice?
Yes,
Me too.
and also his best friend is Booster Gold, and I think they're great together, and I hope Booster Gold is one of the yet-to-be announced characters, because there's a few in the roster that aren't filled out yet. But yeah, he was awesome in Young Justice, which is coming back, by the way. So Firestorm, as Tim mentioned, is from the DC's Legends of Tomorrow. It was a character created specifically for that show, and now is making his
Video game debut.
Video game debut. It is two people sharing one superpowered body.
Oh.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah. Okay. As I mentioned, Gorilla Grodd, not God, is leading the group of villains that are trying to take over in the absence of, I guess, a real government and superheroes that are united in one front. I've never seen him portrayed that well, but I think video games might be a good medium for him.
Okay.
Damian Wayne Robin. This is not Tim Drake. This is not Dick Grayson. This is Damian Wayne, everyone's least favorite Robin.
Ouch.
Sorry. You did point
sorry,
out.
not sorry.
I'm not sorry.
At least he's alive.
He's too old.
Well, he's too old for canon because he dies when he's young,
Well,
right?
he's supposed to be, no, well, I mean, like, he looks like he's as old as Dick Grayson.
Yeah.
And how
Honestly,
old is Batman supposed to be if he's his dad? I'm just saying. Next clip. Scarecrow is here in a more menacing version than we've seen before.
Scarecrow is the character that makes me think, man, this game takes a lot of liberties with like power levels.
Yeah, because
And
he's
these-
supposed to be weaker and smaller. He's all mental based.
Yeah, like it works so good in Arkham Asylum when he's got fear toxin and
Yeah.
like the fear is his weapon against Batman.
I don't
but in a
know.
punching match with Superman and Atrocitus,
I feel like his leg would fall off. Like
I don't know.
immediately.
You can only spray poison at someone so many times before they crush your skull.
I mean, you could start every match by spraying poison.
And I would if I were you.
Yes. Supergirl, who has recently received a lot of popularity thanks
So
to
hot
the
right
new
now.
show, is in this. She also has a Power Girl reskin that will have unique voice and dialogue. Dr. Fate. If you don't know who Dr. Fate is, think about Doctor Strange, but then DC.
And put a helmet on him.
Yes.
And also the helmet is
he's
the person.
recognized by fans as a member of the Justice Society for America, which makes me think there will be maybe touching on another universe. Maybe. That's just an idea. And Reverse Flash. He's like the Flash, but a jerk. He is a premier skin for the Flash again. So it's the same fighting move set, but with different voice and dialogue, and maybe intro animation.
We do have a picture. Good. This is my favorite one.
Really?
Yeah.
Why is Swamp Thing your favorite?
Swamp Thing's great. Why is he my favorite?
You're going to have to be more specific.
I can't. I read some Swamp Thing comics when I was younger, and I really liked them. I don't ever remember him having wings, to be frank with you. So I'm interested to see where that's from. We're going. I just think he's an oddball character that doesn't fit in the DC universe injustice thing, whatever, and that's what I like about him.
Other characters that will be in this include Captain Cold, Cheetah, Darkseid, Deadshot, Poison Ivy. These are new characters to the series. The old ones are also coming back.
Anybody get dropped?
Grid, Mr. Freeze, and did anyone get dropped? I don't see Raven in here.
Oh, shit.
So I think she's gone at least. I don't see
Captain Cold and Mr. Freeze?
Well, they're reskins of each other.
Oh, that makes more sense.
Yeah. Just like Flash and Reverse Flash. Otherwise, that'd be just too much Flash. Too many flashing. And yeah, it does seem like there were a few characters that were dropped in here. I don't see Shazam in here either. So, but I do see Black Adam, which is weird, which makes me think they'll announce Shazam later.
Yeah.
Billy Batson. So this is coming out very soon from NetherRealm. There may actually even be some Mortal Kombat characters, as those were the highest selling DLC last time. We also don't see characters like Zatanna in here. So there are a lot of holes to fill in here as well. Where's Martian Manhunter? Stop excluding him from everything. He's cool. Y'all.
And you made a character with a green face, so it's you're not afraid to do it. Brainiac looks like Martian Manhunter with robot armor on.
Swamp Thing looks like a dirty Martian Manhunter, I'm just saying. So there are a few missing. There are a few new faces. Which is the one you like the most, audience? Is it the Joker? I would be surprised. Let us know below in the comments, and please like and subscribe for more. J.K. Rowling has some very interesting tidbits about the next installment of Fantastic Beasts, in that she refuses to reveal something that's a big spoiler. So recently on Twitter, where J.K. Rowling is very active, and I would recommend you follow her, she is fun and great. She was talking to a fan about a detail about Newt Scamander. Could you please tell me which animal is Newt's Patronus? Or is that a spoiler of the next movies? To which she says, a big spoiler. Ah, well, maybe one day. So, yeah, there were no Patronuses or Patroni, or whatever the plural is, in Fantastic Beasts. And it seems like something that would be very important because it's an animal representation of your guardian, your protector. And we've never really seen a fantastic one, more so regular ones, which makes me think Newt's is one of the unique Wizarding World characters. Perhaps a phoenix. I have a theory that involves Fox the Phoenix.
Oh, shit.
But what do you think?
I think it's probably a Danish girl.
What?
If I had to guess. That's really what's inside him trying to get out. Full disclosure, I haven't seen either of those movies, so.
What? You've seen and read some things of Harry Potter, right?
Oh yeah, all the Harry Potter
Thank
movies.
you.
I haven't seen Fantastic Beasts.
Okay, so I hate you sometimes. Fantastic Beasts does focus on adding new beasts. So I do believe it could be possible it's something we haven't even seen yet. Or perhaps it's something we have seen, like maybe a large bird that he was hanging out with in Fantastic Beasts and like played in a significant plot point, I would say. I think it'd be very weird if it were something like a rhinoceros, a weevil. You know, it's not going to be a normal animal. Otherwise, that's not a big spoiler.
What's your Patronus?
I took the Patronus test on pottermore.com,
Mm-hmm.
and I got a Fantastic Beast. I got a hippogriff.
Whoa,
Yeah.
that's a good one.
I'm magic. No, I'm not. Did you take what?
No.
Do you have an idea of what your Patronus would be?
Probably something small and rodent-like. I'd like to think it's like a red panda, but
Like a rat?
It's probably like
Rat boy?
a ferret or a weasel or something. That's my guess.
Ferrets are cute.
Yeah.
I mean, Hermione's is an otter. That's a small, cute little wiggly animal as well. And she's one of the greatest characters in the whole world. Audience, what do you think Newt Scamander's Patronus could possibly be if it's considered a big spoiler? Maybe it's an animal we've seen before. Maybe. Let us know what you think below. And please like and subscribe for more. After solid appearances since 2014, Oculus will be skipping E3 this year, which could mean some interesting things about the expo itself and Oculus. So there's
in other news, E3 isn't as cool as it used to be.
It's never as cool as it used to be. Nothing is ever as cool as it used to be. But E3 is making a big change this year in that it will be allowing non-industry professionals into the expo itself, which would make it more on par with gamer-friendly experiences like PAX and the PlayStation experience. Because in the past, it's always been industry and press only, and it has kind of lost some steam in that way. And we've seen many companies jettison themselves away. I mean, Disney Interactive ditched last year, but then they had a major shift in their company as well. We saw Activision go, we saw EA form EA Play, which is an offsite event that was open to the public and will be open to the public this year. And now Oculus is gone.
Yeah, I mean, there's two big reasons to not go to E3. One is you don't have anything new, and Oculus doesn't. They haven't announced any new hardware or first-party proprietary software. And two, it's lame. And you recognize that it's lame, and there's other games in town.
I think there's even more reasons why you would not go to E3. Leaning more toward we don't have anything new. Oculus is currently going through some turbulent times. They have a major lawsuit against them that would leverage $6 billion in damages potentially, and potentially shutter the company itself. We saw Oculus founder Palmer Luckey depart under really ambiguous circumstances, and is not necessarily a popular public figure anymore considering those circumstances. We've seen some major shifts in the company. I'm sure Oculus Rift headsets will be in the expo in some capacity at other booths. But it could not necessarily be something about E3, but speaking to the company Oculus itself. It's not clear though.
I'm reminded a little bit about the life and death of the 3D television. I mean, these hardware lives and dies with.
I don't think Oculus is necessarily like the benchmark though anymore.
But is VR games, are they taking off? Are there a bunch of them? Or was there just the Batman one and now everyone says it's overpriced Rick and Morty one and a handful of others? Like if there were a dozen, 2 dozen, 3 dozen VR booths at E3 and they all had Oculus headsets on them, then fine, Oculus doesn't need to show up, their product is everywhere. But if it's just a couple, like where's the market for VR that we thought was going to be huge?
Oculus is not the only game in town.
I mean, you're right, of course.
We have HTC, we have PlayStation, we have so many smaller like Samsung gear. I think you're speaking to another problem in VR, which is the best experiences are not accessible at this point and could lead to it never taking off. But I don't think Oculus is even the leader anymore in VR headset technology. I think the Vive, I really like the Vive, and they don't seem to have as many issues as Oculus has on a more micro level from the company. I don't know. I mean, those are two different issues, I think, though.
So we're going to get companies that will do it better than Oculus in the future once everyone learns the lesson from the first round of hardware. But if the software support isn't there, if the games aren't being made, then no one's going to get funding for better hardware in the future.
Listen, I went to the porn VR booth last year at E3, and that place was poppin'. Everyone wanted to try porn VR, and I did, and it was crazy. Check out that video on Nerd Alert. I don't think this necessarily speaks to VR as a whole. I think it either speaks to Oculus on a micro level or the idea of conventions on a macro level, because we also see similar things with major studios and San Diego Comic-Con, which is we're not doing our announcement here. We're doing our announcement on our own time on the internet, however we want to. We're going to make an event all about us instead of a big event where we're just a small component. So I think it may be one of those two things, or at least the second one. Yeah, the convention cycle is strange because E3 has been open to the public in the past. This isn't the first time that's ever happening. It wasn't very successful. Yeah, like they get a whole bunch of people to show up and it's crazy and busy and it's too much and people don't like it, and then the industries don't want to come back, and then so they scale it back to industry professionals, but then it's a weak turnout and companies pull out because the people that are buying the things won't be there, and then they open it back up again and it's huge again. But so
E3 has to find its balance, and E3 was the biggest game in town when E3 was the only game in town.
Would you be interested in going to E3, or is it not as appealing to you? I mean, now that anyone can buy a ticket ostensibly, would you want to go, or would you rather go to PAX? Let us know what you think below in the comments, and please like and subscribe for more. If you thought Unroll Me was a great way for you to declutter your inbox and it was all good and fun and free, you were wrong, because it turns out they lied to you, sold your data for money.
If they're not charging you for the product, you're the product. In this instance, it's fraud and lies and awfulness.
I mean, what happened in this was Unroll Me was, they advertised themselves as a way to unsubscribe from like newsletters and a bunch of things that you didn't necessarily want, but were cluttering up your inbox. And in that, giving them access to your inbox, they data mined for, let's say, the example that they have is for Lyft receipts, and then they would sell that information, your information, to Uber, and they would form whatever advertising scheme they wanted to on you. So the people behind Unroll Me have been saying, "Oh, this is normal. Everyone was doing it. I don't."
Which is just the best defense.
No, it's not. First of all, when you say, "Oh, others are doing it too," that doesn't mean you're not doing it, and that doesn't mean that it's wrong. I mean, we get into this thing where we think we're being trained to think our privacy is not our own, and that we can just sell all of our information off, or someone else can sell all our information off and profit off of us for free. And that's not the case. Just because others are doing it doesn't mean you're guilty as hell. And just because you're still open and accepting the blame, you're not exempt. That's not an excuse. But also, they were saying that this is a normal thing for things like Facebook and Gmail, for one. They don't sell your personal data. They sell ads. It's different.
But they use your personal data.
They use your personal data. However, they don't give it out as like raw, uncut information to another company. They hold on to it within their company, and
use it for targeted advertisement.
It is targeted advertisement, but it's not selling your data to someone else.
And you expressly gave them permission to do so when you signed up for their services in the terms and conditions.
On that topic, Unroll Me claimed that people knew what they were getting into in the small print. However, the large print told a different story. So here they say, in order to use Unroll Me, you need to authorize us to access your emails. Don't worry, this is just to watch for those pesky newsletters. We'll never touch your personal stuff. That is the part that people have a problem with, because it constitutes misleading, perhaps lying about whether or not your personal stuff, your data, would be sold off without your permission, and that's a point of contention. Yes, and now there is a lawsuit against them.
Privacy Act and the Stored Communications Act.
There's a class action lawsuit. I think it's very well founded, considering that's what they said versus that's not what they did.
Yeah.
So yeah, I wonder if I can get in on that class action lawsuit, as I definitely did this at least once.
Oh my.
Yeah.
I just hit unsubscribe a million times.
I do that now, now that I'm subscribed to a lot of press emails that I don't want.
This is part of a more systemic change in public thinking, though, in terms of what your privacy is, what your information is. We have all these devices and services that we give permission to read our emails, look at our contact lists, even listen to us all the time. I mean, your Xbox Connect is listening all the time if it's on. Your phone is listening all the time if you have Siri activated.
Okay, Google.
Exactly, and Alexa in your home, and all of these things are just listening to you all the time. And who knows which of them you agreed to process that data that you're saying out loud all the time, or store that data that you said out loud all the time, or then sell that data that you said out loud all the time. So people are just becoming more and more and more okay with these practices.
That's the problem.
Yeah.
I did mention that off the top, which is that the idea that everyone is doing it is supposed to make you think that it's okay, and it's not okay. None of it is okay. Just because you're being infringed upon in many different directions doesn't mean that that's the normal thing to do. It's like these companies are gaslighting us into thinking our privacy is not our own, and that is so not the truth, even though it's so prevalent. So you do have to actually fight every single one of these battles because it does matter, and you do own your privacy. Audience, have you used Unroll Me? What did you think happened? I was especially mad about this because I think I did use it in 2014.
But did you get rid of those pesky newsletters?
I guess. But did I get more newsletters? I don't know. Audience, did you use Unroll Me? Let us know what your experience was below, and please like and subscribe for more. There's a new 400-pound security guard in the parking lot, and it's a robot.
Oh, that's nice.
Let's take a look.
I thought it was gonna be mean.
Nope.
Chances are you haven't heard of Nightscope, a security startup founded way back in 2013. But it won't be long before you come face to face with one of its creations. They're 400-pound, 6-foot-tall autonomous security robots that rove parking lot aisles, the hallways of office campuses, sports stadium foyers, and shopping malls on the prowl for suspicious activity.
There's only 700,000+ sworn women and men protecting our streets, and that's at the federal, state, and local level. The math doesn't pencil. You can't do that. So what's the actual problem? The actual problem is that we don't have actionable intelligence, and the only way to gain actionable intelligence is through eyes and ears.
All right, that's the Nightscope K5, a LiDAR robot that would be able to scan areas that maybe people wouldn't want to go, maybe really dangerous areas. Examples given were areas under bridges in San Francisco, just really not friendly areas for security where they would be afraid for their lives, per se, human security guards. It does say that it packs a LiDAR sensor and cameras that would help it differentiate between a harmless passerby and a potential criminal. I don't know how, but it doesn't take any action, fortunately. No one's getting shot by the robot or arrested by the robot. It operates basically like a moving security camera and an intimidating presence, I would say. It would be able to upload all of this camera information, terabytes of it, away and be able to store it for 15 years necessarily.
I think it's a fine idea. I mean, I get what he's saying. There's only so many people that are willing to, put their life on the line, defending a parking lot under a bridge. So let's do the next best thing, which is a very expensive robot. I'm not quite sure why more security cameras wouldn't also work. I get how this is a crime deterrent, because if I'm doing something shady and that thing rolls around the corner, I don't care if it doesn't have like a gun on it. Like, I'm freaked the hell out.
But it doesn't have a gun. I mean, there would be a way you can get around it.
I think the solution is
you could literally find the tipping point and tip it over. I don't know. You could hit it with your car, for all I know.
Oh, well, I guess you just totally undid the security system because, yeah, you could just hit it with your car.
I'm not scared of it.
What if we put attached to it like a guard dog on a leash, and then the robot could determine whether or not a dangerous situation was happening and release the leash, and then the guard dog is off to the races? Because now it's just like, and the dog gets walked, which is nice, I think.
I don't know if I want a robot in charge of a dog. Release the hound, and then it just runs off, and then it just runs across the street to freedom. I don't know. You may worry that this would put actual security guards out of jobs.
But don't worry, it's prohibitively expensive.
No, it's kind of, well, here it is. The plan from Nightscope costs about $7 an hour for 24/7 surveillance. That's $62,000 annually, and that includes monthly software updates, maintenance, and remote assistance from technicians in the company itself. It costs about I don't know how much a security guard's salary is, but I think that's a pretty like sizable human being salary.
And it's powered by powdered donuts, so you don't actually need to buy new fuel that you weren't already buying for your security guards.
No,
so it's perfect.
No, erroneous, no. But this would be to help a security guard. Maybe, I'm not intimidated by it. I think I would laugh at it and then continue committing crimes if I were a criminal, which I'm not.
What if we gave it the Portal Turret voice package, And then it could just like, I see you. Where did you go?
Oh, to put the creepy element in?
Yes, so that it's like rolling around the corner. Like you're robbing a store late at night and this thing is just following you, saying vaguely creepy things and recording everything that you do.
I feel like it would get it shot at.
Maybe it should be bulletproof. I think we're QCing this thing right now, live.
I know, I'm really not scared of it at all. I don't know if it really.
How about the Dalek voice package then?
Sure. And then make it look like a Dalek. But then
put a plunger on it and have it chase people around.
Then will see it and try to like take cosplay photos around it all the time. And that will ruin the point of having one at all. Audience, if you saw this thing late at night, what would you do? What would you do? Let us know below in the comments. And please like and subscribe for more. We all know about the Large Hadron Collider, which is used by CERN and made many discoveries, including the major discovery of the Higgs boson, in which there are accelerating particles, subatomic particles, and these magnetic fields slamming into each other, colliding. We're marking on what happens, but what happens if a human being gets in the way? What would happen if you put your head in the Large Hadron Collider? It happened to one man. And thinking about the Large Hadron Collider, we have massive amounts of radiation, proton radiation. And we have these subatomic particles being shot around in this miles-long corridor at almost the speed of light. And it might not be incredibly discernible what is happening to the naked eye.
Discernible.
Get it? I did not intend that at all.
That is my only contribution to this clip.
But something is definitely happening, something powerful, something crazy. And before, scientists have been asked what would happen if a human being were to be caught in this beam. And it's not really clear because no one wants to sacrifice their soft human flesh to potentially disastrous conclusions. Professor Michael Merrifield from the University of Nottingham said, "That's a good question. I don't know is the answer. Probably be very bad for you." Professor Lawrence Eves from the University of Nottingham said, "By the scales of energy we notice, it wouldn't be that noticeable. Would I put my hand in the beam? I'm not sure about that."
You should trust him, he's a scientist.
Yeah, it's just like, what would happen though? Because we've seen, nuclear fallout, which is a lot of radiation, like in Hiroshima or Chernobyl, and we've seen the results of that. But what if it were to be super concentrated?
Like one proton.
No, not that concentrated.
Like sorry.
Because you need at least two for them to collide.
Of
but
course.
the beam.
So 2 protons. No, okay, I'll let you finish.
Not that, but what if someone were to be in the way of a proton beam? This actually did happen in 1978. Soviet scientist Anatoly Bogursky stuck his head in the particle accelerator. This was an accident. He wasn't doing this on purpose just to be like, oh, what would happen? But so often in the course of accidents, we learn something about what could possibly happen. He was checking malfunctioning equipment in the largest particle accelerator in the Soviet Union when a safety mechanism failed and a beam of protons traveling at nearly the speed of light passed straight through his head. And by that time, that had never happened to another single person. And he was taken away to get medical treatment to see what would happen.
So, I mean, this was long in the days before epic fail videos online, but I think this would probably be one of them. You know, the Russian scientist sticks his head up into the collider to check it out, and
it's
catastrophic
an
accident that we can all learn from.
So he said he immediately saw an intense flash of light, but felt no pain. So he was taken to a clinic. Doctors were worried about him. They were worried that the protons would wreak havoc and essentially cause major cell damage, cause the cells to no longer divide, break down chemical bonds in the DNA, and
because this was radiation, what, did dozens and dozens of times more than the lethal dose?
Yes, it was very powerful in a very concentrated area right in his head. So luckily, his organs may have been all right, and he would still be able to produce, white blood cells and have his bone marrow cells continue to divide itself. So what happened to him was the beam shot right through his head, and it deposited a huge amount of radiation energy. Weirdly, or maybe not weirdly, or surprisingly,
I think it's weirdly.
He's still alive today.
Yeah, that's crazy to me.
His face is half paralyzed. and he's reported to be deaf in one ear. He has suffered at least 6 generalized tonic-clonic seizures.
Grand mal seizures.
These are typically like the big seizures that you would see depicted on television.
Not
He's
fun,
also
yeah.
suffered from smaller seizures, which are less visually dramatic, but he's never been diagnosed with cancer, which is surprising.
But I think if you were to ask him today whether or not it's safe to stick your head in a particle accelerator,
not.
He would probably tell you no.
No, his face got
it.
paralyzed. He's deaf in one ear, and now he suffers from seizures. Don't put any part of your body in a particle accelerator if you are to get the rare opportunity to look at a particle accelerator. But I seriously expected it to be far worse. Yeah. I expected it to be lethal, and it wasn't. But it does cause damage, obviously.
I think if you were to have a couple of people try those exact same circumstances, it would be lethal for some of them.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, this is a sample size of one person.
Yes.
And we don't know the other aspects in his life that would lead to him living or perhaps not living in another circumstance. It's an accident because no one is going to risk their lives in this way. It's not going to be positive. It's not going to, you're not going to get like spider powers or any other kind of superhero abilities. You will probably suffer tremendously over the rest of your life. So
yeah, I'm glad that Peter Parker didn't just have seizures all of his life and was deaf in one ear.
Yeah,
he made out pretty well in the deal. So like, it's a spectrum from good to dead, I guess.
From Spider-Man to paralyzed face and seizures and deafness. Particle accelerators, not even once. For your flesh, that is. We can still learn a lot from particle accelerators, but maybe don't put your body inside of one in any aspect. What we have learned from this one person who did it by accident is that tragic things could occur. Perhaps even worse, because as I said, the sample size was very small.
All right, another day, another Trump fiasco, and he gets pushed further into a corner. I know that you can't push baby into a corner, and he is a baby, but nonetheless, he's there right now. TikTok. We have a tremendous number of updates for you guys on how all that is shaking down, and then Turkish president's bodyguards get into a fight here, not in Turkey, here in America. That's kind of a bad idea. So that's fun. We have video. That's also fun.
Fairly amazing video, actually. Yeah, it's pretty good.
Yeah. Slash, there's an argument to be made that it's not at all fun and a really bad idea. Okay, so and then I think, well, the Comey news is definitely the biggest news. But in the second hour, we have great news that on any other day should be the top story of the day.
You're talking about the introduction of the male romper, right?
Okay, no, I'm not. Slash, don't know what that is. But okay, all right, but let's go forward. What do you got, John?
Surprise news today, Sheriff Clark, you're probably familiar with him from previous episodes of The Young Turks, is gonna be joining the Trump administration. That is slightly less surprising news than it was to me when I found out that he wasn't already in the Trump administration. But he apparently is announcing today, reported by the Daily Beast, that he's gonna be joining the Office of Partnership and Programs as the liaison with local governments and police departments. Now, a lot of people extremely angry about this because there are few more objectionable people in the country than Sheriff David A. Clark. We could do an hour on all of what he's done, but at least 4 people have died in his jails, including a newborn. One man was deliberately denied water and died of dehydration in his prison. I mean, he's previously said incredibly offensive things about how Black Lives Matter is going to work with ISIS to take over America. He said literally, there is no police brutality in America. There is no racism in America or in its police. The list goes on and on. And look, his administration is a murderer's row of crooks and criminals and that sort of thing, but he stands out even amongst all of them.
Yeah, he's an abomination. Young Turks contributor and Daily News reporter Sean King did a dozen tweets in a row of horrific things that police departments have done in the country that were clearly racist, such as let's go hang some niggers. Okay, that was some of the things that were said by cops, and he has different cases of that type of usage of the N-word in San Francisco and Florida, and the list goes on and on and on and on. I don't want to get the cities wrong now. You can check it out for yourself there. So Sean's point is for Clark to turn around and go, no, there is no police abuse, there is no racism among the police in America, is such an outrageous, outlandish thing to say. And you would only say that if you were looking to please people and get things like this, get money, get position, get power, and sell out your own people to do it. And that's exactly who Sheriff David Clark is. He's a giant, I'm gonna be polite here and say sellout. There are other choice words that other people have used, I think appropriately so. But even if you don't care about how much he ignores police abuse throughout the country, you can't let a man who let someone die of thirst in America, in his prisons, become anyone that is relevant to our security in America, because he's a monster. And he's, of course, as usual, grotesquely incompetent, which I know makes him fit in with the Trump administration. But if our security is in his hands, we're all in a lot of trouble, because he does not care about your security. All he cares about is politics and how do I get paid by the white man.
Yeah. I mean, the possibility that he could, in coordinating with all these different local governments, police departments and all that he could spread these absolutely barbaric practices to more jails. I mean, he's already got a couple of bodies, blood on his hands already. The idea that he could take that national is incredibly scary.
Okay, last thing, if you're a conservative, you should also despise David Clark. If you claim that you're pro-life, an inmate was having a birth, they refused to give her help and refused to bring her a doctor, and she didn't have any help at all. The kid was born.
She was shackled during it.
Yeah, she was shackled, and then of course the baby died. So, I mean, he is the poster child for where you're supposed to fight against. If you're pro-life, there should be no one you dislike in the country more than David Clark. He let that poor kid die, okay, dead, and so. For this guy to be in charge of anyone's security is an abomination. Just when you thought Trump couldn't get worse, he's like, oh, I got an idea. Let's bring in one of the most loathsome guys in the whole country and put him in charge of security.
Yeah, and perhaps even more sickening, there's some small chance, a 3% chance that he did it to distract from the news that broke yesterday, but I got news for him. We're covering both today.
Yes, unlike cable news, we can chew gum and walk at the same time.
Yes.
Yes, let's do
Comey
next.
That. The New York Times reported yesterday on the contents of a previously unknown memo written by former FBI head James Comey concerning a conversation he had several months ago with President Trump. This is back in February. In fact, it was the day after Michael Flynn resigned, which is going to be important for the contents, and we want to talk about this because the revelations inside of it are absolutely mind-blowing. So Mr. Comey had been in the Oval Office that day with other senior national security officials for a terrorism threat briefing. When the meeting ended, Mr. Trump told those present, including Mr. Pence, the vice president, and Attorney General Jeff Sessions, to leave the room except for Mr. Comey. And in fact, in some descriptions, he had to tell Sessions twice to leave the room. Sessions apparently felt that some would consider it to be inappropriate to leave Trump in the room with the man heading up the investigation into his campaign.
It's inappropriate to leave Trump in the room with anyone.
Exactly, yes, especially women. But more importantly, we go on a little bit into the memo, and Trump said this once the room had been cleared and he was alone with James Comey, said, I hope you can see your way clear to letting this go, to letting Flynn go. He is a good guy. I hope you can let this go. Mr. Comey did not say anything to Mr. Trump about curtailing the investigation, replying only, "I agree, he is a good guy."
I certainly wouldn't have gone that far.
Yeah, but it's very similar to what he said after a month previous. Donald Trump had requested a loyalty pledge out of him. He said, "Well, I'll give you my honesty." He sort of like puts just a little book note there and then eventually writes it down. Now, he shared the existence of the memo back in February with senior FBI officials and close associates. And it is known by people who've worked with Comey for several decades that he does create similar memos throughout his career, and in this case has created them, including some that are currently classified, about every phone call and meeting he has had with the president. Now, this first one is a bombshell. God only knows what will be coming in the days and weeks ahead.
Yeah, so it's actually well-known fact by everybody that Comey writes those memos because he did it when he worked under Bush, and he objected to the warrantless wiretapping program, which was illegal in the beginning and continues to be illegal, but that's a different story. And he actually was a stand-up guy and did the right thing there. And when the Bush administration tried to steamroll him and lie about the situation, he said, "Well, I mean, I did put a memo into the record, and turned out." The then FBI director, Robert Mueller, had also done a memo, and it corroborated Comey's memo at the time. At the time, Comey was at the Justice Department, so he was proven right and vindicated in that. So it's not like Comey's memos haven't contradicted a president and been proven right before. They have. Of course, Trump doesn't know any of this because he doesn't bother doing any homework. And that's why I said the day that he decided to keep Comey, I said on the Young Turks, for him, it's a terrible mistake because Comey's a smart guy and he views himself as a hero for better or for worse. Yes, he likes the spotlight, and yes, he likes to contradict his bosses, so to show that he has principle. And Trump is going to be a target-rich zone, and that's exactly what he's turned out to be. And Comey documented it all along. And people say that the folks that he talked to said he was made very uncomfortable with the conversations that he had with Donald Trump. Again, he's not alone in that category, right? But if you ask the FBI director to stop an active investigation, that is obstruction of justice 101. Like if you look up obstruction of justice in the dictionary, it'll give you that example.
Yeah, I mean the classic example from Watergate was this exact same thing. The problem is that you said there he asked him to stop the investigation. So Steve Doocy told me through Fox and Friends, he just said he hopes he can let it go. He didn't order him to let it go. Isn't that different? You know, like if you're in a room with a mobster holding a baseball bat and he says, you know, I wouldn't want to see your nice belongings get smashed. Maybe you shouldn't look into this, police officer. He didn't tell him not to. He just threatened him.
When he said, "I hope you pay me the vig," he didn't say, "I'm ordering you to pay the vig."
Exactly. Now, look, so we haven't actually seen the memo yet, and the White House is saying that it's not true. Trump has not specifically spoken about this yet. There is silence, perhaps the longest gap with no tweets from Trump so far, beating his previous. He's never gone a full day in the past year, but. So we don't know what he believes, but we'll get to a little bit more of that in a second. We have one statement from a White House official saying, while the president has repeatedly expressed his view that General Michael Flynn is a decent man who served and protected our country, the president has never asked Mr. Comey or anyone else to end any investigation, including any investigation involving General Flynn. The president has the utmost respect for our law enforcement agencies and all investigations. This is not a truthful or accurate portrayal of the conversation between the president and Mr. Comey. So that seems like a pretty categorical denial of what has been reported. Theoretically, there are tapes of this, according to the president, perhaps, so maybe we'll find out more about it. But we did hear this. Again, leaks come out every day about the internal state and the state of morale in the White House. So apparently Trump was furious about the story, according to an official who spoke with Politico. He retreated to the White House residence within 75 minutes of it going online, leaving aides to figure out how bad the fallout was. He hasn't been heard from since. He is still pressing the red button to have Diet Cokes delivered to his room. That's the only evidence we have that he's still alive. But it seems, I mean, you're talking about textbook obstruction of justice. Super fast, let's go through this. Immediately after becoming president, he sits down at a dinner with Comey and asks for him to pledge his loyalty to him. Then, a couple of weeks later, he tells him to stop investigating Michael Flynn. A few weeks after that, he finds out through Jeff Sessions that Comey has requested more resources for that investigation. So clearly he had not called off the investigation. He then fires Comey gives a pretext having to do with Hillary Clinton for why he fired him, immediately undercut him by admitting that Russia was on his mind when he did it, and then started tweeting threats to James Comey, who's now a private citizen at that point, about tapes that he's gonna have of their conversations. It has every element of obstruction of justice in exactly the right order to take down a presidency, assuming, and there's no reason we should assume this, that our country still operates under the rule of law.
Okay, now let me add to that, because we ain't done with him yet. All right, so first of all, on the tapes, Comey's associates are now telling the press, oh, please let there be tapes. Because they're of course confident that Comey is telling the truth, and Trump, for the billionth time in a row, is not. So now they're not the only ones who are not confident that Trump might be telling the truth here. When his own aides were asked about, hey, so do you know if there are tapes and do you know what was said? First of all, they said, well, if there are tapes, we haven't heard it. Boy, that'd be interesting, right? And then they said about the meeting, it's not like we were in on the meeting. We had no idea. We still don't really know what was said.
Now, that backs up the part where he cleared the room for it.
Yeah.
Clearly they weren't in the room.
Now, if you're a top aide to someone, presumably you believe and trust them. So if someone in the press asks you, Politico asks you about this, you go, no, of course the president is right. That's outrageous. You don't go, I don't know, man. You go, I don't know, when you know the guy's lied every other time.
Yeah.
Now it's gotten so bad that aides are refusing to put their names on memos because they're afraid that Donald Trump will contradict them in tweets hours later. So they lie for Trump, they go out there and they go, oh no, the firing Comey wasn't about Russia. Then Trump goes on TV and goes, yeah, it was about Russia. They say, oh, it was about Hillary Clinton. He goes on and said, oh, it wasn't about Hillary Clinton.
Yeah.
It goes on and on every time. So they're like, well, we're not gonna do it anymore. We're not gonna say, do your lie, and then you contradict us an hour later.
Yeah.
Even on this one, he did the same thing. So I'm sorry, on the when he gave away the secrets to Russia.
Yeah,
where
McMaster looked like an idiot.
Yeah, McMaster and Spicer and everybody else said, no, he didn't give away any secrets. And a couple hours later, he tweeted away, yeah, so what? I can give away secrets, I'm the president. Oh, yeah. So they've had enough of that. They don't believe him either. The dates are very relevant here because that dinner that he had with Comey where he asked for the Pledge of Loyalty was 1 day after the FBI started investigating and questioning Mike Flynn. The February 14th meeting where he tells him to let the Flynn investigation go is 1 day after Flynn resigned from office. / was fired. So both
the firing
times
was just a couple of days after he requested more resources. It's immediate turnaround.
Yeah, both times. The minute that Flynn is the center of an investigation, he goes to the FBI and goes, stop investigating him, stop investigating him. That tells you two things. One, obstruction of justice, as we talked about, but the second thing is Flynn's got something. Trump is in an absolute panic over what Flynn might say. Again, there's another story out where aides are practically tackling Donald Trump so that he doesn't call Mike Flynn, because that would be tampering with a witness. You can't do that, but he's dying to call him. And you know what the schmuck's gonna say? It's not gonna be sophisticated. He's gonna be like, hey Mike, don't tell him what we did. Okay, so we might consider Mike Flynn's offer of immunity if he's really got something about a Russian deal that Trump's done. So hold for that. This guy's on borrowed time, man. Pence is warming up in the bullpen. This is really, really bad. And on the 75 minutes, I've got to go back to that for one last time. Imagine that you've got Democrats talking about impeachment. You've got Republicans not rebutting them. Okay, so Brett Baer on Fox News said there are not Republicans willing to go on camera tonight as of yet. And then a White House administration official said there's this misunderstanding that all these people want to go out there and defend us. Who are they? Do you want to call them? Do you know how to get them on TV? Right? So they have no allies. They're like, did you find an ally?
Yeah.
I don't know anyone who's willing to back us up. So that's the kind of nightmare scenario that they're in politically. And the dude goes, oh, okay, you guys got this, and goes upstairs and watches reality TV. Are you kidding me? You retired to your residence 75 minutes into the biggest story of your presidency about how you might have obstructed justice?
Yeah.
You know why? He's a child and he doesn't know how to act. And he doesn't know how to react, so he's like, oh, I don't know, and he runs away. And then afterwards, when people start making up lies and bungle it because there's no correct way to handle this, he'll come out and be angry at them. Go, you screwed it up. It wasn't me, you did it. Sean Spicer did it wrong. Why did he hide in the bushes? And why did he do the lies I told him to do, but not do them well enough? He just wants to be able to blame someone else. He's so ready to run away. That's why Roger Stone's going around with the Alzheimer's rumors. Everybody's ready to pull the chute. And then, look, finally, on the Republican reaction, I told you the 3 steps before he resigns. One is Republicans start backing away. Chaffetz already did that. And then now Chaffetz comes in and goes, no, I got my subpoena pen. I'm ready to see those memos. That is a big blow. And then I realized,
1 week from now, he's requested all memos concerning communications between Comey and Trump.
Okay, so that's a big, bold move. And then I realized something that Michael Schur had shown in his reporting on TYT Politics during the campaign. Mormons particularly dislike Donald Trump. Remember, Evan McMullin did really well in Utah, and it's not just because of Evan McMullin. They are immigrants to this country in a lot of ways. They feel like they are a minority that's discriminated against. They don't like Trump's talk against immigrants and Muslims. I know it's like I didn't know that, and Michael went and interviewed people, and it turns out that's a real thing. So if Chaffetz, who's thinking of running for governor in Utah, and is not going to stay in the House anymore, goes, hey, you know what? Let me see those memos. Let's see where this thing leads. He's in a world of trouble. That's step 1. Step 2 is his old enemies, Lindsey Graham, John McCain, all the people that he went after come to shiv him. So on that note, we have John McCain saying, we've seen this movie before. I think it appears at a point where it's of Watergate size and scale. That is a significant comment, man. That is a Republican senator talking about how this is like Watergate. I think that John McCain might be looking forward to a moment where he says, I prefer presidents who weren't impeached.
Look, and it is a big move, or I should say, it's a big quote from John McCain, because John McCain so far has been willing to criticize Trump, but hasn't actually done anything yet. He keeps talking, that's great, that's more than Republicans will do, but I would like to see some actual action. And you have Amash and you have Angus King talking about the possibility of impeachment. Yeah, I would say that, look, I don't know the Watergate history as well as a lot of people do, certainly Michael Schur. But it seems like it's likely the crime in this case far worse than Watergate, and the cover-up both more bungled and more all-inclusive. Like, I've listened to the tapes from Nixon talking about the possibility of intimidating the FBI into backing down. They weren't as clear as these memos apparently are. So I think it's actually worse in this case than it was under Watergate.
Because as I told you, and why I said, however long ago I did that he's done, he is not smart enough to pull off a cover-up. Not remotely smart enough. And when this is already bungled in an epic, historic way. I mean, who is stupid enough to come out and say, yeah, I fired Comey because of the Russia thing? I mean, that's unbelievable. Who's stupid enough to come out and say, yeah, I gave the Russians top secret information, but I could. I mean, what a child, what a fool, right? So he has no sense of how to do that. But you think that same guy hid the money he got from the Russians in a sophisticated way? No, he probably left it out in the open on his bed, right? He probably put it in like Bank of America. It was like, I don't know, it's signed from Russia with love in the note for the check, right? So tick-tock, tick-tock.
Look, unfortunately, because there's so much to cover today, we're not gonna cover it in depth, but there is apparently now a part of the investigation being conducted into the whole campaign and all the Russia stuff. All that is $850 million that were given to one of his business associates that then was turned around and put into a Trump-branded hotel in Toronto. $850 million coming from a Russian bank, of course. Even though we've been assured many times that he doesn't have any loans or any debts from Russia, hasn't had any business with them, we find out about, oops, maybe $1 billion.
Everybody thinks that Trump has hotels and towers and golf courses, that's his real business. No, his real business is running a laundromat. Okay, he's been running that laundromat for the Russians for quite some time and not remotely smart enough to cover it up well. So yeah, the Russians have been busy covering it up. You see how many people they assassinated since the election? What is it, 6, 7 diplomats assassinated, 9 people overall, people falling out of buildings, and the Russian government saying, I don't know, somehow a bathtub fell on them. Okay, so all right, the Russians are busy doing that. Putin's a smart guy. Trump, on his end, there's no way he covered it up right. So not only is he a goner, soon you might hear chants of, lock him up, lock him
Well,
up.
actually, we'll have that shortly. But I do want to turn to one thing, because you said that there's different stages of the Republicans possibly turning on him. And certainly John McCain, Lindsey Graham, a few others willing to criticize Trump leading up to today, but also with the Comey memo. But not everybody is willing to do it. So Paul Ryan, still a powerful Republican, I guess, to the extent that he can be, he was asked about the Comey memo, and here's what he said.
Let me tell you what I told our members just this morning. We need the facts. It is obvious there are some people out there who want to harm the president, but we have an obligation to carry out our oversight regardless of which party is in the White House. And that means before rushing to judgment, we get all the pertinent information. And I'm sure we're going to want to hear from Mr. Comey about why, if this happens as he allegedly describes, why didn't take action at the time. But the point is this. We can't deal with speculation and innuendo. And there's clearly a lot of politics being played.
The framing on that is amazing. We have to take seriously, it doesn't matter if it's a Republican, we have to take seriously our obligation to look into James Comey. What did he do? Should he go to jail?
No, but this is step 3. So the last step is Paul Ryan finishes him. And
he says he has the utmost confidence in Donald Trump still.
Of course he does. And so we're not there yet, but this is the beginning of the end. So Paul Ryan's not saying, oh, I've lost confidence. No, if he said that, we're already done, right? But for him to say, hey, listen, Democrat or Republican, we have to investigate. Now, that's a talking point that you could say, but the question is, what do you follow it up with? When he said, we support the subpoenas of the Oversight Committee, that means go ahead and get the memos, and we know what a schmuck this guy is, and we know what those memos are gonna show. So he's at least got the shiv out. It isn't in Trump yet, but it's coming.
Okay. Possibility. Do you want to take our first break before we turn?
Apparently.
You maybe get some water. Maybe it's not a bad idea. So look, when we come back from this break, obviously the shutting down of the investigation, that's the big headline from the memo. But there's actually another section to it that's scary in a whole different way, in a different area. And we'll get to that after this break.
All right, back on the Young Turks, Cenk Uygur, John Iadarola with you guys today. Let me read some tweets for you guys. Hashtag TYT Live to talk to us live during the show. Of course, it's live 6 to 8 p.m. Eastern. I love that we're back on Sirius. You guys get it a couple hours later, but bless your hearts. It feels so good to be back on Sirius XM. All right, Kalolo writes in, does Cenk realize he's a civil rights leader? No, I do not, but thank you. He says, that's what I call him when I tell people about him because it's true. Well, that is maybe the kindest thing anybody's ever said about me, but thank you very much. He's, I think it was, of course, in reference to the Clark story. And Muriel says about Sheriff David Clark, Clark is the epitome of an Uncle Tom right next to Ben Carson. Now, I didn't say it, Muriel said it. Chris Duran says, Trump is still hiring people into his administration. What's the point of doing that if he's about to get impeached? Okay, John Miller says, quoting me, unlike cable news, we can chew and walk gum at the same time. He says, love him or hate him, Cenk is definitely a real person.
Unlike cable news, we can't get idioms right.
Yeah.
We just can't do it. We don't have to
I'm gonna have to make a note to the editors on walking gum. We're gonna take that out.
Yeah.
Okay, anyway, thank you guys for the tweets. So one more quick thing for you guys. Did you guys notice John's shirt?
Oh, come on.
Okay.
Come on, the shirt.
Jurassic prick.
New design for the graphics department. That is awesome. One of my favorite movies. That's just a great design.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, I love it. In fact, I almost wore the same exact shirt today, which would have been awkward.
I always have backup shirts just in case.
Instead, I went with millennial pink.
God. That's the avocado toast of shirts.
All right, what's next?
Anyway,
what's next is giant breaking news, by the way. Sorry.
Dramatic breaking news. According to the Justice Department, this just came out, so we're light on details. They are appointing a special prosecutor to investigate Russia's alleged involvement in the 2016 presidential election. This is coming out from Deputy Attorney General Rod Rosenstein, who you've probably heard a lot about over the past 2 weeks, saying this about, by the way, former FBI Director Robert Mueller, who we were just speaking about, is going to be the special prosecutor. This is what Rosenstein said in a statement. Based upon the unique circumstances, the public interest requires me to place this investigation under the authority of a person who exercises a degree of independence from the normal chain of command. Oh, a degree, that's good. Why not total independence? Anyway, a special counsel is necessary in order for the American people to have full confidence in the outcome. Our nation is grounded in the rule of law, and the public must be assured that government officials administer the law fairly.
So let me interpret this piece of news for you guys.
Ladies and gentlemen.
Not yet, but close, okay? So ladies and gentlemen, we got, okay, so.
We played that when he fired him, by the way, the ladies and gentlemen.
I know, no, it's on its way. So this is great news. So what people were asking for was a special prosecutor. This is gigantic news. We now have the special prosecutor. What I was really worried about was that Trump was gonna pick like Rudy Giuliani or Tiffany Trump or Bo Dietl or
Steve Doocy.
You're right, some guy he likes on Fox News. So Rosenstein, who is the Deputy Attorney General, now remember the Attorney General Jeff Sessions has recused himself kind of from dealing with the Russian investigation. Rosenstein is more trusted by bipartisan officials in DC. Now delivers and picks Robert Mueller. Now Robert Mueller was FBI director under Bush, so okay, but here's what we know about Mueller and why I'm very excited by this. He's the guy who backed up Comey during the Bush saga when they did the warrantless wiretapping, and Comey drew the line and said that's illegal. You, the Bush administration, are not allowed to do that. And the guy who backed him up was then FBI Director Robert Mueller. Now that Robert Mueller is now the special prosecutor. Trump. Na 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 na. Look, if there's nothing, then Mueller will say there's nothing. And we have a lot of circumstantial evidence already in the public record, right? Yeah. But we don't have a smoking gun. Well, him saying, let Flynn go. Okay, as long as that we can prove that.
And then when he does, and he fires him and said he had Russia on his mind when he did it.
Right, now if we can prove all that, if you've got the memos, especially if you have the tapes, etc., he's a goner, right? But that's Mueller's job, and Mueller is going to be very careful, and I think he's as nonpartisan as we could have hoped for. Yeah. So, and he's a professional, and I think that if you bring that professional in, they're gonna do their due diligence and they're gonna find a ton of evidence against Trump.
Exactly. I mean, look, it could take months. It could take longer than that. And I would say to Robert Mueller, if you have any conversations with Donald Trump, take very detailed memos afterward. They could be important maybe. And understand that while this is gonna be going on, hopefully there won't be obstruction of this portion. You also have a second Senate committee asking Comey to come and testify. It seems likely at this point that that's going to happen, especially once those documents come out within the next week. So a lot of things are going on. They're not directly connected necessarily, the multiple facets of this investigation, but this is a new one. It's one that we definitely needed. I know a lot of people have been calling for a special prosecutor, tons of politicians at last night's town hall. Bernie Sanders was calling for it again, and so this is definitely a good development.
Can I be the
Debbie Downer?
Yeah. Okay, nobody knows. I don't work with Department of Justice. I don't know how special prosecutors work, exactly what he's gonna be focused on, but it sounds like he's gonna be focused on whether or not the Russians interfered with the election, the day of the election. Not about with collusion, not about any kind of, the way that Flynn was set up to be blackmailed, not about how they owe them something or the way the conversations were possibly had. He said, if I'm elected, I'll give you this, I'll give you that, the way we think possibly happened. None of that doesn't seem like, maybe I'm wrong, I'm just sitting here, that it doesn't seem like that's the focus. The focus is, did they get inside the old Debo machines and change our votes? And I can say, we found out they didn't, the Russians didn't hack our voting machines and change the election results. And Hillary actually won all those states that she actually lost because she should have. So it's not that that's what they're looking for. They're potentially looking for whether or not they did that. And when they come out and say, no, they didn't hack the machines, then the narrative is gonna say, you see, everything you've said about the Russian collusion is BS. And that's not gonna be accurate, and it's gonna let them walk. It's facade.
I don't read that into this statement. It's possible that that's what they're gonna do. Look, at this point, I wish that he would focus on Comey's time as head of the FBI under Trump, because it seems like that is an area where, again, like with Watergate, where the cover-up is worse than the crime, it's looking pretty bad at this point. I don't know that it's worse than the crime, but it's pretty bad.
No, the crime's really bad.
Yeah, the cover-up's bad too.
That's my guess. Okay, JR is our resident skeptic and playing that role well today.
But that said, please edit that portion of the video out.
Yes, no, that's already gone. So
I hope, Mary, I hope that you can see fit to remove that part of the video. I hope. Jared's a nice guy, but I hope you can see fit to make that.
Now, he's not ordering you, he's just saying he hopes. No, look, the Whitewater investigation was supposed to be about some real estate deal in Arkansas, which many, many years later, they did realize Bill Clinton didn't do anything wrong in Whitewater. But what'd they get him on? Sleeping with an intern. It starts somewhere, it ends somewhere else completely. Now that was a witch hunt, right? And that was politics, and they did it on purpose. And Ken Starr's whole point was to get Clinton by hook or by crook. Now Mueller's not that guy, but if Mueller is honest, maybe that's a big if. But I'm hopeful on it. All he has to do is scratch the surface. Again, maybe I'm wrong about all of it. Maybe Trump is some sort of mad genius and no, I'm not wrong about that. Okay, so Mueller's gonna find plenty of stuff. Yeah. So we'll see. We'll figure this out, and hopefully one day I'll do a big told you, and we will play this to its conclusion.
Ladies and gentlemen, we got.
Not yet, though. Not yet.
We what? What did we do? Stay tuned.
I'm wrong, bottom line. So I'm just saying what I think I'm seeing here. That's all.
Okay, let's turn to a slightly different angle on this as we close out the Comey memo portion. While people are understandably focusing on the portion of the Comey memo where Trump apparently pressures the head of the FBI to stop investigating one of his buddies, there was another section that's scary in a very different area. I mean, the first part, you have him pressuring government officials to not investigate. But here you have an area on the media. This is what it said. Alone in the Oval Office, Mr. Trump began the discussion by condemning leaks to the news media, saying that Mr. Comey should consider putting reporters in prison for publishing classified information, according to one of Mr. Comey's associates who had the memo shared with him at that point. So this is not exactly the first time that Trump has talked about imprisoning journalists, changing the laws in terms of libel and slander and those sorts of things. But here he's talking to the then head of the FBI and saying the people who receive and publish leaked information, which is one of the things historically journalists do in America and abroad, that they should be imprisoned. And again, this is an area where it goes beyond just the content of the investigation into Russia or whatever the topic is. Once he has a more friendly head of the FBI in, he is a guy who philosophically thinks that journalists who publish things he doesn't like should end up in jail. And that's scary going forward in any area.
So as usual, he doesn't understand the concept of America. You think he's read the Constitution? Come on. I don't care how much of a Trump supporter you are, you know he hasn't read it. You know he has no idea what those amendments say. So, and even if he did, which I will never concede that he has, okay. Oh, I'd love to give him an immigration test. You know the one they give when you're trying to get a green card or become a citizen? Mm-hmm. Oh, he'd get 1 out of 10. He'd be a miserable failure. Anyway.
He'd fail a BuzzFeed test.
And you'll never believe the question he missed.
No.
37 questions Trump missed. You'll never believe 27. All right, but if you believe in America and the Constitution, I mean, boy, does it get any more central to the mission and ideals of America than freedom of the press? And if you just don't believe in that, and you think that we should imprison journalists because you didn't like them or they offended you,
yeah.
That's, it's literally un-American. And it's always like the guys who claim to be the most American and jingoistic, and we're gonna make America first, and we're gonna make America great again, who actually don't believe in the country at all.
Yeah.
I mean, he's a wannabe dictator, and that's what dictators do. Authoritarian goons lock up journalists. And so, and look, I think we've been slipping towards that direction far too much already. I thought Obama went way too far in that direction, using the espionage against journalists. And anytime you touch power, all of a sudden the people in power don't like it and want to shut you up.
Regardless of party.
Yeah, and when Obama did it, we said, number one, it is terrible on its face, and he should have never done it. Number two, it opens a door, and when the next Republican comes in, then that, we could have a host of terrorists fly out of that door, and here we are. And with a sitting president asking the director of the FBI, hey, can we just throw these journalists in prison for doing their job, which is getting leaks from the government. And by the way, his administration leaks like to no end, including the ones that he's in favor of, right? There's all these positive leaks about Trump too. Are you gonna put those guys in jail? No, you're only going to imprison the people who don't suck up to power. And that's the antithesis of what we believe in as Americans.
And I mean, here's, like we always find out, he does X terrible thing, it has no effect on his supporters. If he literally locked up a dozen journalists, 80% of his supporters would be like, yeah, they They were hurting the president. They were hurting the country.
They'd chant, lock them up, and they'd be enthusiastic about it. But that's because they're un-American goons.
Yeah.
They are. Go read the Constitution.
That's the way you said that was funny.
Okay.
Okay. Well, I want to go to one more video though. So there have been talks from a few people in the media recently, in government, I should say. Amash and Angus King. We were talking a little bit earlier about that, about the possibility of impeachment. I know that Bernie Sanders in the town hall yesterday said it's still way too early to be talking about that. Schiff saying the same. Another Democratic politician saying it's too early, and I totally understand that. But for one politician, it is not too early to take to the floor of the House and deliver a speech literally calling for the impeachment of Donald Trump. That is going to be Representative Al Green, Democrat of Houston, and here's what he said.
I rise today, Mr. Speaker, to call for the impeachment of the President of the United States of America for obstruction of justice. I do not do this for political purposes, Mr. Speaker. I do this because I believe in the great ideals that this country stands for: liberty and justice for all. The notion that we should have government of the people, by the people, for the people. I do it because, Mr. Speaker, there is a belief in this country that no one is above the law, and that includes the President of the United States of America.
And thus it begins. So we of course have Democrats now who are saying we should think about it, we should consider it, we're on the road to impeachment, we have the first call for impeachment there, but it doesn't end in Democrats. If it did, you could say, oh, well, it's just partisan stuff. First of all, Justin Amash now on the Republican side saying now, if what Comey says is true, well then, we've got to start considering these drastic actions. Now, Amash never liked Trump in the first place, but still it's a giant thing for a Republican to say a Republican president should be considered for impeachment in any way, shape, or form. Then you got Democrats again, like Senator Richard Blumenthal, saying we are witnessing an obstruction of justice case unfolding in real time.
Yeah.
It's true, we're seeing it right in front of our eyes. Then we go to the GOP again. Representative Kevin Cramer, who's a Trump supporter, complained that the White House keeps changing its story. Now, that's not anywhere near calling for impeachment, but these guys are frustrated and they've got eyes like we do. And yes, they're professional liars. But as they look at that, they go, oh, they can't keep one lie straight. At least when in the good old days of Republican talking points, we'd take one lie like, hey, if we give giant tax cuts to the richest people in the country, it'll trickle down to you. Yeah, we're doing it for you guys. Not for the guys actually getting the money, but for you guys who might get it later. But they would stick with that lie. And Kevin Cramer and the others are super frustrated. They're like, they can't even stick to a goddamn lie.
Yeah.
So they're incredibly frustrated. McCain talking about how this is the size of Watergate. Bob Corker saying they're in a downward spiral. These are all Republicans. And then a House GOP aide said, I love this. This aide is trying to say we shouldn't go towards impeachment, but look at his quote, gross incompetence is not an impeachable offense. That's the best they got.
That's his friend. Yeah. Okay, why don't we take our last break of the hour? When we come back, we've got a dramatic video of the security forces of President Erdogan of Turkey attacking protesters outside of an ambassador's house in Washington, D.C. You're not gonna wanna miss that. But we're gonna do a break. For those of you watching on YouTube, during this break, we're gonna do a video for you. This is Donald Trump speaking at a Coast Guard commencement ceremony. And look at how quickly he turns the speech to be exclusively about him. You're gonna see that if you're watching on YouTube, and we'll be back after this.
All right, back on the Young Turks. Don't get me started. All right, Jake and John with you guys.
I know what you're talking about.
Okay. We're just talking about something off here. It's all inappropriate. Okay.
On Old School tonight.
But let me give you guys a poll real quick. Remember when James Comey was first fired, we asked, is Donald Trump done? Over 20,000 people have already voted on that. So far, 73% to 26%, 27% saying, yeah, he is done. But go vote, tytnetwork.com/Trump. That's how you vote there.
By the way, so you said, remember when Comey was fired? Like, so much has happened since, it was like 8 days ago.
I know, it seems like a year and a half ago. It's amazing that it was only 8 days. Every time we come on air, there's another giant breaking news that we have to read in a panic during the break to bring to you guys.
One of my favorite tweets so far today, so Lauren Duca, who writes for Teen Vogue, I believe, who got big because she was on the big story anyway, she just tweeted, "Lol, it's only Wednesday." Like, it's just crazy how much can happen in a week when you have a dullard like Trump as president.
Yeah. But you know, when Pence becomes president, like, we're not gonna get news for like a year and a half.
He is hiding in the shadows. He's in a bush in darkness, hiding.
No, he's in
trying
the bullpen,
to keep his hands off all this.
Right now, the Republicans are doing this. Anyway, Derek Martin says, I don't know who's responsible for picking Mueller, but that's one of the best decisions out of Washington since November. It's not that long, but anyway, Roy Lehman. Roy Lehman says the director for Mueller needs to be scoured to see exactly what he's supposed to investigate. Meltdown investigators were toothless. Well, so Roy, one of our other viewers actually just sent it to JR, and JR and I both just read it, and it says you can investigate the election and anything that arises out of the election investigation.
So kind of like Whitewater.
Yeah, it's that's broad enough to keep going. So I think that's good. And then Nick Verna says, don't forget about the influence of the Koch brothers on impeachment. Their boy Pence is warming up in the pen. Now, I'm gonna give Nick a t-shirt because that's a really great point. Not because of the bullpen thing, I've been saying that now for a day and a half. God bless your heart though. Told you, no, I'm kidding. Anyway, no, remember the Koch brothers, and we haven't pointed this out in a while, did not support Donald Trump. And they are the largest donors to the Republican Party overall. Now the Mercers wound up being giant donors to Ted Cruz and Donald Trump, and they were his biggest donors. But the Koch brothers never bought into Donald Trump, and they love Mike Pence. And in fact, today, you know where Mike Pence, Kellyanne Conway, and Reince Priebus, and almost half the administration were? They were at a Republican fundraiser. Now, here's my speculation on that. They're going to get their marching orders. Are we still with them or are we not with them? Because you know who the real bosses are. It's not Priebus and Pence, it's the donors.
It's the voter. Oh, I thought you were going to
the voters. Voters, that's a good one.
It's the people, it's the citizen, no? Damn it.
Yeah, they went to go do a focus group of people in Kentucky. No, they went to their donors and said, well, what would you like us to do, master? Okay, all right, what's next?
Okay. Dramatic news again. Following an oddly chummy meeting between President Trump and President Erdogan of Turkey, Erdogan's bodyguards were actually caught on video brawling with protesters. So it's dramatic footage. We're gonna give you all the details. We wanna go to this now. Take a look at what was captured.
Back across the street. Get over there. Get over, don't talk. Stay.
You fit at the cost, man. Yeah, take to me. I wasn't the side.
It's 114, send all available.
Don't move.
Get back!
They attacked us, man. You saw them. We came right after you.
Hey, go! No, you're get over there! Hey! Get back over there! Hey, you might get back over there! Hey! Back over there! Get across the street. Get across the street. Get across the street. Get across the street.
Out the street. To the curb.
Okay, so that's dramatic footage. Let's break down what you were seeing there. So according to witnesses, the brawl erupted when his security detail, the president of Turkey's security detail, attacked protesters carrying the flag of the Kurdish PYD party outside the ambassador's residence in DC. A local NBC television affiliate reported that Erdogan was inside that building at the time. Metropolitan Police Department spokesman Dustin Sternbeck said 2 people were arrested, including one who was charged with assaulting a police officer. And we believe that in the earlier portion of that video, you saw a gentleman on the ground being kicked twice in the head by people in suits. It seems like those were probably the security officials.
Yes.
Now, apparently, the scuffle started when supporters of Erdogan and protesters began to fight. The guards then went outside and immediately attacked the protesters on behalf of the supporters of Erdogan.
Okay, so let's break it down further. So the guys in the suits are the Turkish security guards. You see on the tape, you can see it with your own eyes there. They're charging at the protesters. Now, what we don't see on tape is who started in the first place.
Yeah.
Kurdish side, Turk side. I don't know, and honestly, I don't care for the purpose of this story because we're not talking about the protesters here. If the protesters, one side attacked the other, that's an assault issue that the Washington DC can deal with, etc. What are the Turkish security guards doing getting in the middle of a fight? And to the point where the American police have to separate them from the protesters, and while they're separating them, as you just saw there, they viciously kicked that guy in the head, let alone all the other attacks. It's embarrassing. So now I'll tell you my guess as to why they did it. So that Kurdish flag they think represents terrorism. So they think the Kurdish separatists, whether they're in Syria or in Turkey, are terrorists that are fighting against Turkey, so they get upset, and any attack on a fellow Turk is considered the worst thing in the world. So if they see people flying that flag and they see them attacking Turkish Americans on the side of the road, they think, okay, let's go bum rush them. No, you can't bum rush them. You can't do that in the middle of America. You can't attack and punch and kick protesters in America.
Yeah.
Now, I know that Erdogan's bodyguards have gotten away in Turkey with doing a lot of that. And
a lot worse.
Yes, and we've seen the videos of them assaulting protesters in Turkey, but this isn't Turkey, this is America. So that's not what we do here. And so at a bare minimum, what they're doing is deeply embarrassing Turkey, because now people think, okay, what's Turkey? A bunch of thugs come in and start attacking protesters.
Yeah.
That's not a good look, okay? Yeah. And second of all, just understand the concept, man. And that's the essence of the problem for Erdogan's government, which is, if I disagree with you, it doesn't mean you should kick my ass.
Yeah.
So, and unfortunately, they've built up a lot of power using intimidation tactics just like this. So the tiger doesn't change his stripes. They come here and they think, who cares? Let's just do the same thing. We can get away with it.
Yeah, exactly. I think we have one more photo if we can actually showing one of the suspected security guards choking a woman there. Yeah, and look, anyone who resorts so easily to violence, it's awful. But when you hold all of the power and you believe that violence should be the first go-to, you see protesters. This is America. You're allowed to protest, okay? To go out there and immediately begin assaulting people, kicking women in the face on the ground. There's many photos going around of women, just blood streaming down their faces. Now, as we said with the MPD's statement, we don't know exactly how many arrests there were. A statement was put out by the State Department earlier today, a tweet from Julie Davis saying, "We are communicating our concern to the Turkish government in the strongest possible terms." Great.
Oh, wow.
I guess that's something. And it came out slightly before we went live today that the State Department is actually working right now to ID the individual security guards identified in the footage, but they don't currently know who they are. And we don't know if they do identify them, what will actually be done. But understand that in the background of all this, Erdogan meets with Trump. If there was one word critical of the Turkish regime and what they've done, especially recently in Turkey, I have heard nothing about it. And this is a regime, this is a president who still has thousands of journalists, police officers, judges, civil servants of various sorts in jail right now. Journalists in jail, some journalists have been killed very recently in Turkey. And to have him here and to say not a single critical word, not standing up for any of the values that we supposedly represent as a country, is at least as offensive as the assaults we just witnessed.
But why would Trump do that? He probably looks up to Erdogan.
He's spoken very favorably about him in the past.
So
he congratulated him on the win of the referendum not too long ago.
So we just found out that he asked James Comey to imprison reporters who covered leaks coming from the Trump White House. So as he looks at Erdogan, who's imprisoned all those journalists in Turkey, he probably thinks, wow, that's so great. I wish I could be like this guy. And then a power grab that Erdogan did to make him far more powerful and basically get rid of the old ways. You can't really argue with that. It definitely got rid of the old system in Turkey, which had more diffused power and centralized that power at the top. Trump thinks that sounds wonderful. He probably took notes like, hey, Erdogan, you're at least smart. I'm not that bright. Can you tell me how to be more authoritarian? And Erdogan's like, no, I could do one better. Look at what my guards are about to do. Okay, so I hope that Trump was not taking notes. Look, it's one thing that if Turks are of course upset about Kurdish terrorism and they're worried about Americans arming Kurds in Syria and where those weapons might go, if they're concerned about Fethullah Gulen, who lives in Pennsylvania, might or might not have organized a coup against Erdogan, well, I think those are legitimate concerns. It's another thing to act like this, and you're not doing yourself any favors, and you're certainly not doing the country any favors. Okay, wow, we're out of time. Okay, the last story was about how pissed Israel is that we gave up their source, Trump did.
And potentially got one of their spies killed.
And how they're very likely not gonna give us any more information, thereby making us less safe, and how their source might be killed. So imagine if Hillary Clinton had done that.
Or Obama, anyone.
Yep. All right, thank you, John. Everybody check out youtube.com/think tank. And like I said earlier in the show, now when we come back with Anna, we're going to do a story that is actually in the midst of all this madness, great news, wonderful news. So that when we return. Hey guys, back on the Young Turks, Cenk and Anna with you guys. I don't have time to read your tweets because we have yet another breaking news story. This is unbelievable. It's coming in so fast we can't keep. Eventually, it's going to happen every minute, and we won't have time to read them.
Remember when we were overwhelmed when there was a breaking news story every day, like a big bombshell news story regarding Trump, and now it's every hour. We can't keep up.
Every hour, okay. So new breaking news, House Majority Leader Kevin McCarthy apparently on a leaked tape, now he's a Republican of course, said about Donald Trump that he thinks Vladimir Putin pays him. He says there's two people that I think Putin actually pays. Dana Rohrabacher, who has been all over TV defending Putin no matter what he does, and Donald Trump. Now these tapes are from a year ago. They were during the campaign. Later, McCarthy turned around and pledged his loyalty to Trump and endorsed him. Of course. Now they're claiming in retrospect, now that the tapes have been leaked, that oh, he was just kidding. But on the tapes, he says, I think that Putin pays Trump and Rohrabacher. His colleagues laughed, and then he says, no, swear to God.
He says swear to God, and at one point, Paul Ryan says, we need to keep this conversation quiet or private.
He says, no leaks. This is how we know we're a real family here. Oops. Well, it just leaked, so I don't know that Kevin McCarthy, the House Majority Leader for the Republicans, knows anything more than investigators do, but it does give you, at a minimum, insight into what Republicans actually think of Trump. So as they have been defending him through the campaign, and now that he's president, in reality, some of the top Republican leaders believe that he's bought off by Vladimir Putin, and they put politics above country and supported him anyway.
That's right. Not only do they put politics above country, privately, they have at least some suspicion of what's really going on, and they have decided to defend him anyway, knowing that he puts the entire country in jeopardy. There's definitely that issue right there. And remember, these are individuals who consistently support unnecessary wars, and anyone who has the audacity to speak out against them is being unpatriotic. This is unpatriotic. Supporting someone and having unwavering support for them, especially if you believe they're being paid off by another government, is very questionable, especially if you're a US politician. who's supposed to be representing US citizens, not the best interests of Vladimir Putin or Donald Trump.
Okay, well, on the upside for us, apparently you cannot miss any live Young Turks shows anymore. Because if we're on the air, news will break. And several times a show, okay? So tell your friends, your neighbors, and even Randy Gonzalez, tytnetwork.com/live, 6 to 8 p.m. Eastern. Guaranteed that news will break when we're on the air. So, all right, speaking of which, we actually have great news for you guys.
Yes, so let's do that. Chelsea Manning has been released from prison today. This is as a result of President Barack Obama, or former President Barack Obama, commuting his sentence. Now, his conviction has not been wiped. Her conviction has not been wiped from her record. However, she will not have to serve the full 35 years in prison that she was sentenced to. Now, Chelsea Manning was released from a military prison Wednesday after 7 years behind bars. She would have remained behind bars until 2045 after serving a 35-year sentence. Now, I should note that while she's been in prison, she has gone through terrible treatment, including being stripped naked and left in a solitary confinement cell. She was initially denied the drugs necessary to transition from male to female, and they also attempted to punish her when she had a magazine that she wasn't supposed to have. But of course, that turned into a big story, and things didn't, explode from there. Now, two more. She did release a statement prior to being released. She said 2 more days until the freedom of civilian life, now hunting for private health care like millions of Americans. She also wrote, for the first time, I can see a future for myself as Chelsea. I can imagine surviving and living as the person who I am and can finally be in the outside world.
So I think Chelsea Manning is absolutely positively an American hero. And so back in 2010, as Bradley Manning, she got these 700,000 classified military and diplomatic documents and leaked it to WikiLeaks. Now that's when a lot of folks go, oh my God, they're classified. Well, that was in the pre-Trump era. Now in the Trump era, you could apparently just give the classified documents right to the Russians. And it's not that big a deal. You could expose our sources or our ally sources to getting killed, et cetera. Now the right wing is defending that. But back in the day, they were really against it.
Right.
But understand what we found out in those documents. We found out that internally, the American government knew that the civilian death toll was way larger than they were admitting in public. Now, this is what drives us crazy about mainstream news. They treat whatever the Pentagon says as gospel, when in reality, we know for a fact, partly because of the Chelsea Manning leaks, that the Pentagon lies and does it consistently and brazenly and without any hesitation at all. They know what the real numbers were, and they put out lower numbers because they didn't want the Iraq war to appear to be a disaster, which it was. So now, that's information the American people can use in a democracy to make correct decisions on whether we should stay in Iraq or not. But the Pentagon wanted to manipulate you. They wanted to do propaganda because they wanted to stay in Iraq longer for their purposes, not necessarily for your purposes. So that is why they were so upset about the leaks. How dare an American citizen be brave enough to tell the American people what we're actually doing? And of course, probably the most famous part of the leaks was the Apache helicopter video. And the thing that gets under my skin the most, and if you're a real American patriot, you should be so angry over. We find out that there we killed journalists and first responders. You see it clear as day in the tapes, and we've got our guys, they mistake the cameras for weapons. Now, one, I would hope to God that they would be more careful normally, but they weren't remotely careful. And then they laugh about it, they kill, and then when okay, now you can say, hey, collateral damage, so what? We killed a lot of reporters and civilians in Iraq, had it coming. I don't know why you would say that, but I guess some people could say that. But there is no excuse for shooting at the first responders.
Right.
I mean, that is a clear war crime. You know how many days those guys spent in jail? None, 0, free to go. You murdered reporters, you don't want to call it murder, you accidentally killed reporters, you shot and murdered first responders, free to go, not a day in jail, nothing. You reveal that to the American people? How dare you share with them the truth? You're going to prison. She would have been in prison till 2045, as Anna just told you, 2045.
Right, and also-
So I just one last thing, Anna. I think this was the absolute best decision of Obama's 8-year term. And I'm not exaggerating, and yes, I'll include every position that he had there, because everything else was half measures. Now here, I think that they should have gotten rid of his conviction, etc. But at least Chelsea Manning gets to go free, and if Obama hadn't done that, this American hero would have stayed in prison. You know, she tried to commit suicide twice last year.
Right.
Okay, because it is maddening, the confinement that they have her in. So thank God for it.
Right. Look, I don't mean to rain on the Obama parade, but I want to be fair as well. Keep in mind that Chelsea Manning was arrested in July of 2010. So at that point, President Obama was already in office. It happened under his watch, and Chelsea Manning continued to be, imprisoned right up until the end of his second term. So, and it was a half measure. The conviction is on her record. Her life will never be the same. She's unlikely to find a decent paying job. Who knows, maybe because of such a high profile case, maybe she'll find work doing something a little unconventional, maybe working in the media. I don't know. I have no idea what she's gonna do. But remember, the arrest happened under Obama's watch. She was imprisoned for a long time. She was treated very poorly for a long time. And yes, I'm happy that Obama did commute the sentence, but still half measure.
Yeah, no, I understand. Look, now you're opening up a can of worms. If should Obama put Chelsea Manning in prison in the first place? Of course not. Daniel Ellsberg never went to the prison after releasing the Pentagon Papers. You know why? Because the Pentagon Papers helped America to see the truth about what our government was doing and make better decisions in a democracy. Those are not leakers, they're whistleblowers. And Ellsberg is rightly considered an American hero, and Manning is just as much of an American hero. Yes, it was cowardice to ever put her in prison in the first place and to keep her in prison for all that time, let alone what authorities called basically torture, in the way that she was kept in solitary confinement over and over and over again, right? Now, having said that, we've gotten used to the barbarism of our government. So when they let up for just a second, I feel such enormous relief, because they could have kept her in a dungeon and God knows what would have happened to her.
You're right, 2045 is a long time from now. And so I'm glad that she's free, and I hope that she has a happy, long life out there in the civilian world. It's just interesting because I'm curious to see what her reaction is gonna be to the current state of affairs. I mean, she might want to go back to prison.
Yeah.
I'm joking, obviously, but things are not so great right now.
Yeah.
So anyway, all right, moving on to some other news. Oftentimes when we talk about Mexican immigrants in this country, it's usually geared toward a lot of xenophobia, a lot of ridiculous stereotypes, but we never really talk about how Mexican immigrants are treated in farms and various states throughout the country. Now, there is a story involving the Department of Labor, which has filed a lawsuit against G Farms. This is a farm in Arizona. Apparently, the department says the G Farms housed about 70 workers here on a visa in a dangerous and unsanitary encampment composed of school buses, semi-trailers, a cargo container, and an open air shed. So officials investigated the scene and they realized these guys are living in an incredibly unsafe place, right? They're not housed properly, they're not paid properly. Let me give you more details. According to court documents, the farm crammed 10 workers into each school bus to sleep in. The rear exits of the buses were blocked by a mobile air conditioner, creating a safety risk. The windows of the bus were also blocked. The documents state the air conditioner only blew hot air. And if that wasn't bad enough, an investigator with the department also found that the shower facilities were filthy and trash-ridden, and that an electrical cord used to supply lighting inside ran through the shower area and was exposed to standing water, which could result in electrocution. Now, the owner of the farm completely denies these charges and said, okay, all of these things are false, but we found apartments and hotel rooms for them to stay in. No, but that's what you should have done in the beginning. You shouldn't have had to let it get to this point where investigators realize that these people are being housed in unsafe conditions. By the way, they were paid between 13 cents and 17 cents per bag of onions that they pick. And the farm owner says, no, that's totally fair. If you do the math, they get about $10 an hour, right? But the investigators said that no, they're actually making less, way less than minimum wage. These are all things that need to be proven, obviously, and this is a lawsuit. But these are people who left everything in their own countries behind to come here and do the work that Americans, keep it in real, refuse to do, right? And we continuously demonize them as if they're all criminals and they're all rapists and they're all bad people, when in reality, what we're doing to them is criminal behavior. The way that they're being treated is criminal behavior.
Yeah. Things have gotten so bad that I actually looked at what the attorneys for this company did, and I was surprised. I was like, wow, they were actually a little conciliatory. Not only did they get to the apartments and hotels, they wouldn't be arguing against the government request for a temporary restraining order, and that the farm would actually comply with all regulations. Like in the era of Trump, I expected them to be like, no, I'm right, you know what? I'm now gonna take away that air conditioner that's blowing the hot air, and I'm gonna block both exits.
No, in the age of Trump, I would expect them to do what Darrell Issa did to a reporter just yesterday. As soon as you ask a question, just flip that person off. You know Darrell Issa did that to a reporter?
Who's surprised? Trump's talking about imprisoning reporters, asking the FBI director to do that. So now, we shouldn't have gotten to that point though. We shouldn't be in this era. And there's two elements to this story. First, guys, I mean, is this what we're become, where we house people like cattle and in a school bus in that temperature, and who would you like to live that? And then at least the second point that Anna made, which is like sometimes people go, oh yeah, we do that with those jobs, it's no big deal. Really? You're gonna pick out in the incredibly hot sun onions, then get 13 to 70 cents per bag, and then you're gonna go live in a school bus?
And by the way, the big argument is, no, but the farmers take advantage of these immigrants. If they only paid higher wages and offered benefits, Americans would be swarming in. They'd love to take those jobs. But case study after case study shows that is not true. There have been farms that have not only increased wages, way higher than minimum wage, by the way, and they've also offered incredible benefits, and Americans still won't take the jobs, okay?
There's a recent case where a farm, got rid of 4 workers, hired them with Americans. 3 out of the 4 Americans quit within the hour. Okay, so look, is there a price at which Americans would do it? Yes, right? But we haven't found it yet. and so, look, even if you say, hey, no, we got to do I think we should do it the right way? Of course we should do it the right way, okay? And so if we can find American workers to do it at a certain price, and then we all have to pay a higher price at the grocery store, well, look, that's the price of being human beings, and I'm willing to pay that price. And so that's totally okay, right? And if we can set that up, fantastic, everybody wins, right? Now, given that it appears that every time there's been a crackdown on immigration, and in the deep red states, Alabama, Georgia, et cetera, they literally could not fill the jobs and the companies were gonna go bankrupt and they would change the law and bring back illegal immigrants. And Republicans going, sorry, it didn't work. I gotta bring these guys back, right? So given that, can we at least not keep doing it the wrong way so that they're shipped in, and kept in school buses and paid these low wages, but have a pathway to citizenship? My God, indentured servitude was 7 years, right? In the bad old days when we had slavery and indentured servants, right? The pathway to citizenship, the latest proposal, which was rejected because the Republicans thought it was too lenient, was 14 years of manual labor, and then you finally earn a pathway to citizenship. For God's sake, we can do that, right? I mean, at a minimum. And last of all, even if you don't agree to any of that, can we at least agree that they are decent human beings just like us, in fact, who will sacrifice for their families, maybe even more than us, that they're willing to live under those conditions so they can send some money back home so that their kids have a shot at least.
Yeah, look, for me, the biggest takeaway from this story, regardless of what you think about labor, who should take these jobs, how they should take these jobs, who should get paid, let's just put that aside for a second. The part of this story that drives me crazy is that we continuously get distracted by talking points that politicians feed us, okay? And it makes us think that the real bad guys are those that risk everything just to come here and provide for their families, right? The real criminals here, if these allegations are proven to be true, are the farm owners who mistreated and abused these workers. Those are the real criminals, okay? Those are the people that we should be having conversations about.
You know what the Statue of Liberty says? It says, give me your tired, your poor, your wretched refuse, okay, on our teeming shores. So the people who are hungry and want to work hard and believe in the American dream, that's these guys. Those are exactly what the Statue of Liberty talked about. It didn't say, give me your incredibly wealthy looking for a golden visa, okay? And that is what now we're doing. We're giving away visas for $500,000 a pop. That's not what this country's supposed to be. And so at a bare minimum, we should all agree to treat each other as human beings that we all are, with some shred of decency.
All right, let's take a break. When we come back, Monsanto at it again, lots of drums, this time involving one of its pesticides and up to 800 people who claim that they got cancer as a result.
Monsanto, you did it again. Okay, we'll be back. All right, back on the Young Turks, Cenk and Anna with you. Perry Splets-Tozer says, I really hope we can get a TYT interview with Chelsea Manning. Hold. Scooter the Shooter says, welcome to freedom, Chelsea. Truth always needs to come out. Marcos Granger says, I'm happy about Obama's decision to release Chelsea Manning, but I'd say the ACA saved millions of lives. Both are half measures. Marcos, and this is a silly debate, but Obamacare was a previously right-wing healthcare proposal. So how much credit can I give you for giving us a Heritage Foundation plan and then telling us to be happy about it? So yes, it was better than what existed before. Yes, it's 1,000 times better than the Republican proposal. But I just can't say like, oh, great job, wonderful, problem solved. Anyway, you should check out an interview that I did last night. If you remember, you got to see it live. It was with George Halverson. He is the former CEO of Kaiser Permanente, and he's an incredible expert on healthcare and also child development. The stuff on child development at the end of the interview is amazing. Do not have kids without first seeing the end of that interview, okay? Or buying Halverson's. I'm not playing. Edwin agrees. Everybody who saw it, Ja'Cory, Bart, everybody who saw it. I told somebody at dinner afterwards, they're like, oh my God, what's the book? I gotta check it out, okay? Turns out between ages of when your kid is born to 3 is monumentally important, but the details are important. Anyway, that's on youtube.com/TYT interviews. But what he said about the Republican healthcare plan was, it is horrible and criminal.
Wow.
Okay, so anyway, last tweet for you guys is Captain Picard. That's why donors don't want immigration reform, neither stop illegal immigration. Illegals basically provide slave labor.
That's right. That's exactly right.
Yeah, and so if you're mad at anybody in the immigration situation, the guys you should be most mad are the guys hiring the illegal immigrants. But notice, we never lock them up. Never, right? We never address that. Okay, and member shout outs are Jason Stern and Mason Kirby. Members make this show possible. It allows us to be the independent media that you see before you. And members also get the interviews live like I did last night. And the post game. So we got a great post game coming up for you guys today, and TYT Classics today, and later. Old School. Oh, you're on Old School tonight.
I am. John and I are going to do Old School with you. Actually, Brett's going to join us as well.
Oh,
so
I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Okay, quad Old School. It's going to be fantastic.
It is.
If the current members say it all the time, it's one of the best shows we do. And come check it out. tytnetwork.com/join.
We should knock back a few brewskis.
Ooh, brewskis.
Why not?
Interesting, because I might fall asleep at the end.
Oh, okay.
I usually
Maybe
drink
we'll
coffee.
have some brewskis and we'll get you coffee.
Okay.
Or a rock star or something.
Or hi. All right, let's go forward.
All right. Monsanto is facing a class action lawsuit which has been filed by 800 cancer patients. They are part of this class action lawsuit, and they are suing Monsanto, the maker of Roundup, claiming the company failed to warn consumers about the risk of cancer associated with Roundup products. Now, this is a really fascinating story because keep in mind that Monsanto genetically modified crops in order to withstand Roundup, and that was always super suspicious to me because it's not about genetically modifying plants or crops, it's about why you would want to do so. Why would you want to use a product that's so freaking toxic that you'd have to go out of your way to genetically modify it? Anyway, and they always said it's safe, there's no problem, except the people who were exposed to it at higher levels all somehow got non-Hodgkin's lymphoma, okay?
Right. They didn't all get it, of course, but a lot of them got it.
A lot of them.
And what Monsanto then turns around and says, well, you can't prove it. Right? How do I know? Maybe coincidentally you guys all got it for a different reason. Now that is super hard to prove. By the way, that's why you have lawsuits.
Yeah.
Because you get to present your side, Monsanto, and you've got an army of lawyers. The other guys get to present their side, and that's how we adjudicate things. And then they're like, no, don't sue us, right?
Yeah, so let me give you the details on what's going on. And when I said they all got this condition, I meant the individuals who have joined the class action lawsuit. That's what I meant, not everyone who's been exposed to it. Okay, so Monsanto says there's no proof that glyphosate is carcinogenic. That is the chemical in question here. In fact, it cites a report by the Environmental Protection Agency's Cancer Assessment Review Committee that said that this chemical is not likely to be carcinogenic to humans. Okay, but also keep in mind that someone who was working within the EPA at the time that that statement was released had very cozy ties to Monsanto.
Oh.
So that is an ongoing theme that you notice with Monsanto. And how do we know it? We know it through emails that somehow we have access to that indicate that they had the cozy relationship, and also that they were working with scientists in order to manipulate the outcomes of certain scientific research, okay?
And by the way, when they say there's no evidence that it's carcinogenic, that's
not
simply not true. In March of 2015, the World Health Organization's International Agency for Research on Cancer said that it is, quote, probably carcinogenic to humans. So now there's been other reports in 2016 as well, and it goes back and forth. But look, if you are a rational human being and a giant multi-billion-dollar corporation says, don't worry, I paid a bunch of scientists and they agree with me, you know to discount that, right? I mean, please tell me you know to discount that. Now, if they have neutral scientists that have reports saying it's not carcinogenic, well, that's interesting. And again, that's why we go to court and figure it out.
Right, exactly. And just to be clear, there is some evidence as of now against Monsanto that I think is pretty interesting, especially considering the fact that emails indicate that they wanted to manipulate the outcome of these scientific studies, right? So I think that's super suspicious. But at the same time, you're right. I mean, you need to prove it in court, and as of now, it has not been proven. I just want to give you guys the facts that we have at the moment. Now, the World Health Organization's International Agency for Research on Cancer caused a stir in March of 2015 when it said that glyphosate is probably carcinogenic to humans, meaning it can lead to cancer. Now, the lawyer who is representing the patients in this class action lawsuit said the following, though. We are not alleging that our clients got cancer from this chemical alone. We are suing because our clients got cancer from Roundup. Roundup contains animal fats and other ingredients that increase the carcinogenic property of this chemical, right?
Yep.
So that's interesting. And so that's another thing that needs to be proven. But Monsanto stresses that the International Agency for Research on Cancer report does not establish a link between the chemical and an increase in cancer.
So they go back and forth on this, but the folks do have cancer, and
a lot of folks have cancer.
And they were exposed to Roundup. So let me go through some of Monsanto's excuses, right? And their different tactics. Tactic number one, and this is not just Monsanto, any company charged in a case like this, their number one excuse is, well, you don't know it for sure. You don't know for sure. Maybe that all those people got cancer. There's another case in Arkansas where they were by a river, and there's a company that was leaking stuff into the river, and there's an extraordinary case of cancer in that neighborhood right by the river. And they're like, well, you don't know for sure. It could have been the birds, it could have been the flowers, it could have been something else. You don't know, ha ha, ha ha. Well then, if we agreed to that concept, then they could leak anything they want. They could make it as carcinogenic as they want, and then say, well, since you can't prove it 128% that it was exactly what led to their cancer, then I win and I can do anything I want. But that's not how it works. You go to court, and the jury or the judge decides. And you know what? A lot of times they ruled against these companies because it turns out Yeah, of course, it is provable enough, right? And you can trace how the people were not sick before, they are sick after a certain time, and if you have enough evidence, then obviously you win the case, right? So number two thing that they do is they ghostwrite reports.
Yes.
Okay.
Can I give you the details on this? I want to give you guys specific details. Okay. So a month before the IARC report came out in 2015, Monsanto executive William Haydens sent an internal email to company toxicologist Donna Farmer. In that email, he suggested ghostwriting parts of an overall plausibility paper to save money, okay? He continues to say, if we went full bore with experts, we could be pushing $250,000 or maybe even more. A less expensive, more palatable approach might be to involve experts only for some of the less contentious parts of the report. Then Monsanto would ghostwrite the exposure tax and genetox sections. That is, I'm not putting words in his mouth. I just read verbatim what was in his email.
So what would be palatable is if we just wrote it saying it's safe and only brought in the experts on stuff that's not controversial. Well, that would be palatable for Monsanto's interests. And guys, you know this, right? That corporations are built to maximize profits. They're not here to worry about your health. They're not here to worry about any of those things that affect the community. Their job is maximize profit. And so will they hire scientists? Do you think there's any chance that the scientists that Monsanto hired were going to come out and go, oh my God, it's really carcinogenic. You guys got to stop this.
Yeah.
You stop making all those hundreds of millions of dollars off this product.
No, just like how the Koch brothers, hire scientists to do research on climate change and then come out with the outcome that no, climate change is not happening and it's not man-made.
Yeah, and by the way, there's another reason why you go to court. Because ExxonMobil and all those other companies say, no, all our scientists say the climate change isn't happening. And then once you do some requests for documents, you find out internal memos that say, oh, it's definitely happening, let's figure out how to hide it. Okay, so let's see what happens. Now, the third thing that happens, which I didn't know about, and I've seen this, right? But I didn't know what the source was. I thought it was legit, right? Is whenever you talk about Monsanto or GMOs, you will get a flurry of attacks online, and they'll say, oh, you're anti-science and you're a conspiracy theorist and stuff. And I thought, man, those people are kind of riled up. That's kind of interesting that they care so much about this.
Right, and especially for people like us who are certainly not anti-science and we love scientific advancements, it makes you stop and think for a second. It's like, oh, did I miss something? Because sometimes you come across comments that might be negative but constructive, and so you might want to look into a different perspective, but then you do some digging and you're like, no, there's some wrongdoing here based on these internal memos and based on some of this activity and behavior by these executives at Monsanto. There's something shady going on. But what they do is they use the same type of tactics that our US politicians use. They hire trolls, they hire bots, and they go ahead and they attack people who have the audacity to criticize them and the behavior that we just laid out for you guys.
So I didn't know this until it was just revealed. It turns out they're paying trolls to say that stuff online. So now, if you're a person who earnestly believes that and you were fighting against people, one, are you sure you weren't influenced by the people that were paid to do that in the first place?
Right.
Now, I know you're going to get touchy about that. So, no, I'm independent. And I'm sure that I'm not sure. I guess that there were some people who earnestly believed it. But now they've ruined your credibility too, because it turns out they were paying everyone else. And so now when you see an online comment, and they do it on Facebook, they do it on social media, they do it all over the internet. And just like the David Brock's group did it during the campaign, and then Trump's people did it during the general election. So they're paying people to put out comments going, oh no, Monsanto's right. Oh, you guys, if you're attacking Monsanto, or you're concerned about GMOs, or you're concerned about cancer, you don't know science. Science is awesome. That's what makes us pause. Go, wait, we agree that science is awesome. We're totally pro-facts. It turns out it was all a trick. They're pretending to be in favor of science to push their corporate agenda in that case. So beware of people telling you online how the true scientific position is to be pro-GMOs, pro-Monsanto, and pro these chemicals that they're putting in there that they claim coincidentally people got cancer from, but they didn't get it from us. They just happened to coincidentally get it in the general area. But if you say they did, I'm gonna send my trolls after you.
I think the most important, this is the rule of thumb with every issue that's controversial. don't believe us, don't believe Monsanto. You're a smart person and you have every imaginable resource at your fingertips. Do your own research. Don't pay attention to the trolls. Don't pay attention to anything. Just trust yourself, right? Because there's a lot of propaganda. I don't think there's propaganda on our side. We're just trying to report the facts to you guys. But nonetheless, if you don't trust us, do your research because there's some shady stuff going on and it's unacceptable.
So, and the problem is that when you go to do it, these guys have paid a lot of money for fake news and fake reports.
Yeah.
And so and part of their effort is just muddy the waters enough so people aren't sure.
Right, so they're confused, yeah.
So that at the end of the day, we win the cases and we walk out and we keep making our money.
Yeah, well, I'm looking forward to the trolls commenting on this video.
Yeah, well, and the funny thing is if you're a real person, we'll have no idea.
Right.
So Monsanto trolls, luckily you just made a lot of money. Go comment away.
Yeah. All right, moving on. A DC artist well, he's in DC, right? So let me start that over again. A DC artist recently caused quite a splash after he projected the emoluments clause onto the Trump Hotel in Washington, DC. Robin Bell and a couple of his friends pulled up in front of the Trump Hotel in a van. They set up a projector and beamed the entire text to the emoluments clause of the US Constitution, which of course bars this president from receiving gifts or payments from foreign governments or heads of state, onto the old post office pavilion's facade, as well as text reading, "Pay Trump bribes here" and "emoluments welcome." So I didn't know that this is something that he actually regularly does, and since it doesn't cause any type of permanent damage to anything, it's not technically illegal. So apparently the projection was left up for about 15 minutes before authorities were able to take it down. But I love this because this is, first of all, I see this as a form of political art, and I love political art, especially when you can find loopholes and make it legal. And it says something, and it says something in a very strong way. So a lot of people took photos of it, took video of it. Experts agree Trump is a pig was a previous projection that Robin Bell had done. This was, I believe, right after he got elected. But nonetheless, it's a clever tactic that he uses, and it gets people talking, so it's great.
So the earlier one about how experts agree Trump is a pig was in late November after the election. And it's actually a throwback reference to Ed Meese, and that's what people had done in the 1980s DC punk scene. So it was an homage to those old artists, and seems to fit Trump pretty well as well.
Yeah.
I like the more clever approach. I mean, look, the homage is clever as well, but of not only putting the emoluments clause, but the exact arrow of "Pay Trump bribes here."
Right. Yeah.
And that it's a very, very real issue. Citizens for Responsibility and Ethics in Washington have already gone to court saying he violated the constitutional clause for accepting payments from foreign governments. Every time they check into his hotel, that is a payment to Donald Trump. And foreign government officials have said repeatedly in the press and in public, yeah, of course we stay at Trump Hotel because we want to make sure that the American president is happy. In fact, there's been cases where they admitted, well, we had our conference booked for another hotel, but we switched it and moved to the Trump Hotel to make sure that Trump was on our side. That's a foreign government basically admitting in public that they're, in a sense, bribing Donald Trump so that they can get favors from our government.
Republicans' inability to apply the same criticism that they used against Hillary Clinton on Donald Trump or themselves drives me absolutely crazy. Look, the criticism that Hillary Clinton got during the election, not all of it, but a lot of it, was completely justified in my opinion, right? But why is it that Donald Trump gets to do, I mean, more than what Hillary Clinton did, okay? Times 100, and leaking classified information to Russia, violating the emoluments clause of the US Constitution. I thought Republicans were pro-Constitution. I thought they were constitutionalists. I thought they wanted to protect the Constitution. They don't want to protect the Constitution. They want to protect their political party regardless of how ill-behaved they are. And in this case, you have our president taking advantage of his position to profit. That's all he wanted. That's all he wanted. He wanted to win and he wanted to profit. And that's all he's using that position for.
So when Hillary Clinton took money from foreign governments and in the form of donations to her foundation, we pointed that out over and over again on the Young Turks and said, look, she might one day be president. The Saudis and all the other governments that gave money to the Clinton Foundation didn't do it because all of a sudden they cared about healthcare, right? They didn't do it because all of a sudden they decided that charity is an awesome thing. And if they did, they might have wanted to give to many other charities. No, it was obviously to influence the Clintons. Now, if you were justifiably angry about that, when these same governments don't give to a foundation or a charity to help Trump, they just put it in Donald Trump's pocket. Shouldn't you be at least as concerned about that? And number one, of course you should be more concerned because it's just flat out bribery. He takes the money and puts it in his pocket. It doesn't go to any charity. Second of all, he's the president. Hillary Clinton could have become president. That's why we were so concerned about it. He is currently the president and taking this money from foreign governments. So let alone all the trademarks that were granted to him in China, let alone all the towers that have now been approved to be built in foreign countries like Turkey and Argentina and all the other ways that he has enriched himself, which is a direct violation of the Constitution. The Constitution doesn't say, hey, if you take money for your charity, if you're running for president, that's a problem. Maybe you should, but it doesn't say it. It says if you're the president and you're not serving the American people, instead you're serving your own interests by taking money from foreign governments, that is an unconstitutional and impeachable offense.
It's crazy. All right, let's do a little bit of international news. Let's have some fun. An Oxford University student is unlikely to get any jail time after she stabbed her boyfriend and assaulted him in other ways during an alcohol and drug-fueled argument. Now, the student in question is Lavinia Woodward, and she is studying at Oxford to become a surgeon. Okay, so why is it that she gets away with this? Well, we'll get to that detail in just a second. But she is 24 years old. She stabbed her boyfriend in the leg with a bread knife before throwing a laptop, a glass, and a jam jar at him during a row fueled by drink and drugs. Okay, that's according to Ross McGinnis, a Yahoo reporter. The boyfriend called her mother on Skype for help, but Woodward punched him in the face before picking up the bread knife and stabbing him in the leg. Damn. So this was obviously a very violent episode, but the judge has decided that this young woman has a lot of potential, so she's unlikely to face any jail time. In fact, he has postponed the sentencing for 4 months. She will not be sentenced until September, okay? Judge Ian Pringle has delayed sentencing for 4 months and indicated that Woodward may not be jailed because of her potential. Let me give you his exact quote. It seems to me that if this was a one-off, a complete one-off, to prevent this extraordinary, able young lady from not following her long-held desire to enter the profession she wishes to, would be a sentence which would be too severe, okay? She stabbed someone with a dull knife.
Okay,
she stabbed someone. Like, I'm not saying destroy her, okay, but really, what?
Yeah, okay. First of all, to be fair to her, it was just a butter knife, okay?
You can't go around stabbing people. This is insane. Okay, no, fair is fair, okay? If this was a story about a dude doing this to his girlfriend, people would be understandably outraged, right? I don't know if this is a gender thing. I think it's more of a privilege thing. And she's a very cute, attractive, young white girl.
To be fair to her.
Okay, and so and there seems to be a lot of empathy for her. And I don't feel that that same empathy would exist in similar instances or similar cases involving people who look different.
Let her go. No, I'm kidding.
It's a freaking dull knife.
Okay, all right. So let's get real here for a second. Are there issues of privilege? Of course. Okay, now this is the UK, but let's just say, I don't know, so I can't comment enough about the UK, I know the American context. If you had a black male stab a woman in the leg with a knife and then throw a laptop at her, a glass, a jar at her, right?
While on drugs, by the way.
And their excuse was, no, but that's okay. I was really high and I'm an addict. And doesn't show up to trial. She's in Milan, do you know that?
She's in Italy with her mother.
Okay.
What?
And says, I do declare, I've got a bright future ahead for me. Here's what's gonna happen in America to that black male. 20 years, okay, about, right? So.
And again, look, I want everyone to understand, I'm not saying like throw the book at her, she should be in prison for 50 years. But here's the thing, it's assault, in the very minimum it's assault, and it's involving a potentially deadly weapon. I know it's a dull knife, but it's still a knife.
Yeah, I don't know if dull makes it better or worse, but anyway.
You can't go around stabbing people.
Of course, all right, so. And look, and if you're a poor white kid out of Nebraska and you stab somebody, you're probably going away for 20 years too. So, so I think that it's that these judges, and I said the same thing with the Stanford rape case, right? They look at these people and think, there but for the grace of God goes my kid.
That's exactly right.
Oh, but that's a good kid going to Stanford. That's a good girl. Good. She's going to be a heart surgeon.
So sweet.
She's going to Oxford.
She has those rosy cheeks and that blonde hair.
Okay, come on. She doesn't look like a criminal.
Right.
It's probably a one-off. Now, how often when you're poor, again, doesn't matter what your race is. If you're poor, do you not look like a criminal? When you go in front of that same judge, all of a sudden they don't think it's a one-off. They don't think you have a bright future, and off to jail you go. So that's what's driving everybody crazy throughout the world, and that's what the establishment still doesn't understand to this day. And now I'm going to extrapolate a lot here, but I believe it. That's part of why you have all these anti-establishment votes. That's why you have Brexit. That's why you have the Trump vote, because people are pissed. They're like, enough, man. When it comes to us, we get crushed. Our wages are stagnating, they're not going up. When we go in front of criminal justice, they maul us, right? I get a ticket and then all of a sudden, I can't pay it because I didn't get my paycheck in time, or I had to get a payday loan, and then it's doubled and it's tripled and I'm totally screwed. And then they'll sometimes put you in jail for that because you owe it to the government. I mean, they will crush you in every conceivable way. And then when someone wealthy does something, I do declare she's got a bright future. I mean, she's going to Oxford. So toodaloo to say hi in Italy to her. If you didn't show up to court and you were poor, they wouldn't assume that you're fine and you'll show up later. They'd put out an arrest warrant for you and get your ass to jail immediately. And then they'd put you away for a long, long time. This is what we're pissed about.
Absolutely. And also, come on, guys. Why you gotta do Doctors Without Borders dirty like that?
I mean, look, she is in Italy without borders.
No, I get it.
She had no borders. It's too good a pun. It's too good a pun, you can't turn it down.
True,
okay.
but.
Puns without borders. Okay, oh my God, we're out of time. Okay, we're done?
We're done. We have TYT Classics today for our members. We do TYT Classics every Wednesday. It is not live, but you can check it out in the archives if you are a member, tytnetwork.com/join. And we also have a post game, right?
That's right, absolutely. And it's gonna be great. No more bathroom talk though. Okay, all right.
Oh, bye-bye.
Hey guys, welcome back to Think Tank. Hannah here with Mr. Josh Silver, who is the founder and CEO over at Represent.us. Can you tell everybody what Represent.us does?
Well, it's great to be here.
Yay!
Represent Us brings together progressives and conservatives in support of a bottom-up strategy to fix our rigged and broken political system.
Yeah. Okay, so tell us how they do that.
Well, so the problem with American politics today is that the way that candidates run for office is broken and corrupted. The way that we vote is outdated and corrupted and broken. And the way that politicians govern is corrupted and broken. All three: run, vote, govern. And so what's happened is it has eroded the foundation of our democracy. It has made it so that bad candidates tend to run for office. I mean, does anybody watching the show feel like the best and brightest in the world were running for president of the United States in 2016? No, instead we're sort of in the general, we're left with some mediocre choices generally, with some exceptions. And this is not because of some like bad luck that has bestowed our nation. It's because the way that the system works is not good, and politicians won't fix it because you're asking the fox to put a lock on the hen house. The politicians who have benefited from the current system, have achieved great power under the current broken system, are disincentivized from fixing this rigged system. And I think that's why, Bernie Sanders had so much support in his run for president. It's why Donald Trump won the election. It's because whichever candidate was most anti-establishment, most against the rigged system, was going to win that general election. Clearly, Trump had more of that rhetoric than Hillary Clinton.
Yeah, I think a lot of people agree that the system is rigged, right? And I think a lot of people believe that there's a lot of corrupt things that are happening right now in government. What do you think is like the core or the root problem there and why it's corrupt?
Well, there's a bunch.
Yeah.
But we can loosely put it into 3 buckets. And this does not comprise all of the problems with our government and the system, but it does, as a practical matter, it comprises the areas that we believe can be fixed, which is really exciting because there's a lot of people watching the show who are like, it's so broken, there's nothing you can do.
Right.
There is a lot you can do. So the problem really sits in 3 buckets.
Okay.
How candidates run for office, how we vote, and how politicians govern once in office, and all of them are broken. But for the purposes of like how we fix it, because people are so frustrated, everyone feels like the system's rigged, it's broken, we have terrible candidates, and there's nothing we can do about it. There is a lot we can do about it. And so for the purposes of fixing it, we put it into 3 areas. And I think this is why there's this bottom-up movement. I mean, this is really important as a sort of to set the table. There are tens of thousands of people all across the country who are taking matters into their own hands and passing non-binding resolutions in their city councils or county commissions at the state level, passing laws that fix this system through the ballot initiative process. And increasingly, we're starting to see effective lobbying. And what's really interesting is that it's not just liberals and progressives. What we're starting to see is grassroots conservatives and libertarians and moderates who are joining progressives in trying to unrig the system. So the 3 buckets are campaign finance and ethics, the buying of, the auctioning of our democracy, which is so prevalent. $7 billion was spent on the 2016 federal elections. It cost an average of over $14,000 a day to raise enough money 6 years in a row, 365 days a year to be a senator. Over $14,000 a day you have to raise. Pennsylvania and New Hampshire in 2016, you would have had to have raised over $40,000 a day. Every day, 365 days a year, 6 years in a row to have enough money to win those races. That's broken. That means you're spending all of your time with the 0.05% of Americans who write checks for $10,000 or more, and effectively 99.95% of Americans are disenfranchised.
Right, so you're saying that it's broken not only because you have to pay, spend so much in those districts or in those areas, but because to get that money to achieve that, you have to fundraise from those ultra rich.
Yeah, I mean, think about it. Think about it. I said to you, hey, you know what? Guess what? You have to raise $40,000 today and tomorrow and the next day. What are you doing? You're spending all your time with rich people. It's a problem. So we do campaign finance and ethics and transparency. That's one bucket. Another one is gerrymandering reform, fixing how our U.S. House race districts are drawn. Because today, 86% of U.S. House districts are uncompetitive in the general election.
So what, can we just break down real quick what gerrymandering means?
Sure, so gerrymandering is this horrific, stupid process where—
How do you really feel about it?
Yeah. So at the end of each census, right, the Constitution says that every 10 years, the government has to just figure out who lives where.
Yeah.
And when they do it, then they are also required to redraw the districts that create the place that the U.S. House members represent in Congress. And what you have is, in most states, whichever party has a majority in the state legislature, the state capitol, they're the ones that get to draw the lines. Go figure. So what happens? Politicians pick voters instead of voters picking politicians. But here's the real problem. So some people watching right now, you might be like, well, so what? I don't know. Here's why you should care. Only 15 to 25% of voters turn out to vote in primary elections. And so when 86% of elections are not competitive, then the only election that matters in the minds of a politician, it's the primary.
Right.
And guess who votes in the primary elections? The most extreme wing of the party. So why are Republicans unwilling to do a basic background check for gun purchases? I mean, talk about no-brainer, right? This is It's because the people who vote in their primaries are against it.
Right, are really
and they're the only
passionate
people
about
that
it.
matter.
Yeah.
And think about this. Only 28% of Americans are registered Republicans. 25% of Americans are registered Democrats, and 44% of Americans are registered independents. So, I mean, people don't realize that. Almost 50% of Americans are independents today. And the world as you see it through the mainstream media is there's Democrats and Republicans, and that's the world. It's like not.
Right.
And less than half of registered Democrats and less than half of registered Republicans are even happy with their party. So most of them don't like their party.
Right.
So getting back to gerrymandering can be fixed. This is what's cool. Gerrymandering can be fixed by passing a statewide ballot initiative, right? So taking the vote to the people in the question of like, vote yes on question 2, right? Now, some of you watching might have never heard of a ballot initiative, and that's because about half of the states in the United States don't have it. Sorry. But half do. That's 50% of the country. And you can create an independent, nonpartisan commission. So independent people who are not affiliated with the party that draw the lines. And they've been doing it in California for 9 years, and it's been working. A law that was passed by the people at the ballot in 2008, and it works. So
I mean, that makes sense. Yeah.
So to recap, we've got campaign finance and ethics and transparency. That's bucket number 1. Then you've got gerrymandering is bucket number 2. Number 3, the one I get really excited about, and I actually, my wife falls asleep as I talk to her about this.
Oh, looking forward to this.
is called ranked choice voting and open primaries. Okay, well, what is that, right?
Well, we're gonna do a video that breaks that down, right?
Oh, perfect. Way better than me.
So now we're gonna tease you guys. We're not gonna tell you all the answers now, but ranked choice voting, you can give you wanna give like a brief little explanation about?
Sure. Yeah. So with ranked choice voting, here's the problem. 44% of Americans are independents. Only 25% are Dems, 28% are Republicans, and most of those people don't even like their party very much. Why? Because the people who are in power are kind of cuckoo a lot of the time and don't vote in their interests. Instead, they vote in, shocker, they vote in the interests of their donors most of the time. Well, if you want to introduce a candidate to run in the election who is an independent, say, or maybe a third party candidate, what's the first thing that happens? Spoiler, oh my God. Ralph Nader, you're going to run as an independent, or Bernie Sanders or Ross Perot, you're going to spoil it for the Republican, or you're going to spoil it for the, what does that mean? You're going to suck away votes from the realistic candidate who has a real shot. And here's the cool thing about ranked choice voting. In this scenario, and this is something that's done in Canada and the United Kingdom, in Australia, New Zealand, the Czech Republic, Ireland, I mean, a lot of places, a dozen or so cities in the United States. Instead of just voting for one candidate when you go to vote on election day, you pick your first choice, your second choice, and your third choice all at once.
Yeah.
1, 2, 3. Then you tally up the votes. And if none of the candidates gets more than 50% of the vote, this is kind of cool, then the lowest scoring candidate, the one who received the least votes, is eliminated. Everybody who voted for him or her, their second place vote is applied to the remaining candidate.
Right.
And they keep doing this so-called instant runoff until some candidate gets more than 50% of the vote.
Right.
And what that does, it eliminates this problem we all have where it's like, oh, I'm gonna vote for the lesser of two evils, right? We're all used to that because that's how the system works. Or, it ends the spoiler. And instead, it makes it so you can actually vote for who you really, really love. And you can pick for second place someone else and know that if the person you love doesn't win, your vote's gonna still count.
Still count,
Can you imagine how much that could change things?
No, I think it would have changed the last
Outcome
election
of the last
dramatically.
election,
Yeah,
for
completely.
sure. Yeah.
And we'll get into some of the more specifics for ranked choice voting. So just to summarize here, you have your 3 buckets, and do you think that those 3 buckets are inherently corrupt, or do you think that the way that they are set up now requires people to be corrupt in order to adhere to them?
Oh, that's interesting. It's a kind of a chicken and egg question. A lot of these laws were really sort of created. Remember, we don't come from a perfect country, right? Like a lot of people forget that when our founders created the country, it was only white land-owning men who were allowed to vote, right? I mean, like things have been, it's an imperfect nation that we've improved over time. A lot of these systems that we're talking about were created by those white dudes. And they didn't know how big the country would get. They didn't foresee the undue influence of money in politics. They didn't foresee the way that the Electoral College could skew things. But here's the thing, I want to kind of pause. Because at the end of the day, the reason that you invited me onto the show, the reason that we care about this is that the outcome of these issues that I'm talking about, these have direct bearing on whether or not we can effectively deal with climate change, whether we can effectively deal with poverty, whether we can effectively deal with healthcare. Because on all of these, I mean, let's face it, everybody watching your show, you have a smart show, everybody has an intuitive sense that like climate change, why aren't we in a major international treaty that just like seriously cuts back on carbon emissions so that the earth is not like hopelessly warming, right? Basic, it's not rocket science to do that, right? But instead we're the world's second largest polluter and it's not going down nearly fast enough despite some valiant efforts. Why won't Congress go with that? Why won't Congress agree to allow the government to negotiate drug prices with pharmaceutical companies? I mean, that's something that is done in literally every other country in the world. Our government won't do it because of money in politics, and we have the highest healthcare costs in the world. I mean, the list goes on. Why did the government put us, we, the people, back on the hook to bail out the largest banks when they engage in risky derivative trades, what imploded the economic markets in 2008? Why are we back on the hook after reform in 2010 said, no, taxpayers are not going to bail out the banks for risky behavior? We're back on the hook through a secret little rider that was snuck in by Citigroup lobbyists back in 2015. The answer to all these is the undue influence of money in politics and the inability to get really strong candidates to run and to win office because of our broken democratic system.
Yeah, and I want to get into a little bit more about the way that sort of plays out in terms of like lobbies and things like that in a future clip. But I just want to remind everybody that Represent Us is completely nonpartisan, right? And this is something that I think affects everybody across party lines, whether you be Republican, Democratic, or independent, which apparently most of you are. Guys, you can learn more about what Represent Us is doing at represent.us on Twitter. Leave some comments below in ways that you guys have seen corruption play out in elections in your communities or districts in the comments down below, and we'll see you soon. Hey guys, welcome back to Think Tank. Hannah Cranston with Josh Silver here, who is the founder and CEO of Represent Us. And Represent Us is basically trying to fight against corruption, which I think we can all get behind. And one of the ways that I think they can do so is with something called ranked choice voting. And ranked choice voting basically tries to eliminate the spoiler effect. So we have a little video for you guys to watch from Represent Us, your YouTube, which is amazing. They have really, really great videos there. So we're gonna watch what the spoiler effect does, and then we'll tell you guys how we can fix this.
Let's take the entire electorate and boil it down to 100 voters. And let's put everyone in order of their political preferences. The most conservative on the right, the most progressive on the left, everyone else falls somewhere in between. Now, when we've got just 2 candidates to choose from, the folks on the right vote for the Republican, those on the left vote Democrat, and the 5 to 10% in the middle who might vote either way end up tipping the election. But what happens when you introduce a third-party candidate? If that candidate is progressive, the progressive vote is split between 2 good candidates, and the conservative wins. If they're conservative, their vote is split, and the progressive wins.
Okay, so that's the spoiler effect, right? Can you explain what you think causes that, like at a legal level?
Well, so here's the problem. The problem is that when this goes way back. Let's go back to the 1700s.
Okay.
So we had
I feel like we already are with some of the policies that are being passed.
So we go back to the 1700s, and what happened was the founders of our country were rebelling against the crown, against England, right? And that's of course a parliamentary system. And in a parliamentary system, people get voted in proportionally with their parties. So everybody votes, and 20% of the vote goes to the Frog Party, and 20% of the vote goes to the Liberal Party, et cetera. And then those parties get to put that percentage of their representatives into the parliament. So you get lots of different parties, and it's much more diverse.
Right.
Our founders were like, okay, forget you, England. We don't want a parliamentary system. We're going to create our own system. It's a federal system, federalist system, and we are going to make it different. And we're going to make it so that everybody votes, and then whoever gets the majority of the votes or more votes than everybody else wins. It's called a winner-take-all system. So let's say that there's 4 people running. We all run. I get 38%. You get 35%. Someone else gets 21%, and the other person gets the rest. Well, even though I only had 38%, I win because I got the most votes. So this is a faulty system, and we've had it all the way from the beginning in the United States, 230 years ago, whatever it is. And so the problem is that our founders did not realize the inherent flaws in this new invention they made, which is the idea that when you have this winner-take-all system, then inevitably you have a majority of people, often, not always, who actually didn't even vote for the person who won. And so you have a system where in that environment, it promotes this two-party duopoly. Of course, a duopoly means like 2 players, whether they're companies or in this case politicians or parties, kind of have the market captured, and that if a third party tries to run, then they're seen as a pariah because you're gonna take votes away from the Democrats because and if you do that, then Hillary or whoever it is not gonna win, or vice versa.
Well, I mean, I think we saw that with the last election, right? And people were saying if they voted for Jill Stein or Gary Johnson or something like that, that was essentially like a vote for Trump. So you guys actually really broke it down well in this video on their YouTube. So I'm gonna play you guys a little bit of that so that you can see how this could have played out in this past election.
Say you're a conservative who wants to vote for Gary Johnson. In our current system, you probably felt pressure to vote for Trump because you didn't want to split the conservative vote and elect Hillary. But with ranked choice voting, you just put Johnson first and Trump is your backup. If Johnson doesn't win, your vote is automatically transferred to Trump. Or say you're a progressive who loves Jill Stein. And instead of being forced to use your one and only vote on Hillary, you could put Stein first and Hillary is your backup.
Okay, so is this already playing out in this? You said this is already playing out and there's some communities around the country. So can you break that down for where this is happening and how we can make it happen more?
So for example, in St. Paul and Minneapolis, it's happening. In Oakland and San Francisco, it's happening. So big cities. And you can actually go to represent.us on the web. You can sign up, you can volunteer like thousands. We've had 2,300 or so people who have volunteered to actually roll their sleeves up and get to work just since Trump got elected, in the last 100 and some odd days. And you can get all of the materials you need to learn how to bring a ranked choice voting proposal to your county commission or your city council and actually start lobbying to try to get it to happen there. Because I think sometimes we get disheartened because we say, oh, Congress won't do anything. There's too much money, too much power. Well, you know what? In the current moment in Washington, D.C., that's true. But not in your cities and towns and counties. Generally, there's not as much money warping the process. There's more openness by elected officials to interesting new ideas. Cambridge, Massachusetts has ranked choice voting. You can start it, and we will help you. We'll help you with model legislation. We'll help you write it. We will assign organizers to you. That's what Represent Us does. We have 25 staff. We've got millions of people across the country who are involved. We've got tens of thousands of volunteers who have rolled their sleeves up and gotten to work. And this is something that is doable and a small and important step that you can take to make your democracy work better.
So you guys are really doing this through sort of this like grassroots movement around the country. And you're giving people the tools to make a real difference in their communities. Do you think that can eventually, is like the whole goal of Represent Us, to have that trickle up to, I guess the presidential election?
It is. So think of it this way. Let's look at gay marriage or marijuana decriminalization.
Okay.
These are issues that for marijuana 20 some odd years ago, for gay marriage a little bit shorter time back, they saw that they weren't getting anywhere in Washington, D.C. So what did they do? They took the fight local. They took it to city councils, to ballot initiative states. They took it to court. They started lobbying legislatures and they said, we're going to build a bottom-up movement and we're going to pass gay marriage or marijuana decriminalization laws in the cities and counties and states. And they did that like a domino effect all across the country. And what happens eventually is if you do that on any issue, what happens is the sane, smart policy that works becomes the new normal. And the dysfunction that today in 2017 defines American politics, that becomes the exception. That becomes the pariah instead of or the odd skunk at the party. And so you flip the script, And then I think getting to and I'm sure there's some people who are skeptical who are watching saying, oh, you're never going to see change in Washington. It is probably likely that it's going to take a major scandal, some kind of, like maybe there's Russia ties to the Trump administration. Go figure, you think? Or whatever it is, which is actually a realistic possibility. Because remember, we never had major campaign finance and ethics laws about our democratic system until 1974.
Right.
And that was in the wake of Watergate when the President Nixon was found to be ordering break-ins on the Democrats. Huge, huge scandal. And that's when they created contribution limits and expenditure limits. They created the Federal Elections Commission. They started monitoring candidates.
Right.
So it's building the base across the country so that when the right moment strikes, that real, robust, transformative reforms like what we're talking about, that those will pass.
So you think it would take some sort of like big scandal to have that? You don't think it'll just sort of like happen naturally over time or something like that? You don't think, I don't know, a Trump win would be enough for that?
Well, there's another possibility.
Pumped about it.
There's another possibility, and that is something that we saw in the 1930s with FDR, President Franklin Delano Roosevelt. He was a fighter.
Yeah.
He was a president who came in and he said, the system is broken. He was a Democrat. The Republicans are trying to screw you over, and we have to just do the New Deal. We have to pass all kinds of sweeping reforms, and I'm just gonna fight. I'm gonna kick everybody in Washington in the teeth if they oppose me. I think there's a lot of people who feel like that's what's needed right now for real change. It's not happening. It has not happened for many presidents. I think that kind of president could also be a major game-changing force in this.
I like that. I would love to have a game-changing president. Let us know if you guys have more questions about ranked choice voting. You can learn more about how to get this in your district by visiting Represent Us's Twitter at represent.us, and we'll see you guys soon. Hey guys, welcome back to Think Tank. Hannah with Josh Silver here, who is the founder and CEO of Represent.us, who is fighting against corruption. And one of, I think, the leading causes, I guess, of corruption is the ability for lobbyists to basically sway elections. So I would love for you to kind of explain how lobbyists do this and maybe give us some examples of how we can see this in our everyday lives.
All right, well, one of the most vexing ones, Hannah, is that just drives me crazy. So a lot of viewers won't remember, many will, that in 2008, we had a major financial crisis, right? And the housing bubble blew. A lot of protections that had been in place that would have prevented it were whittled away by Congress. And it wasn't just Republicans. A lot of people think, oh, the Republicans are terrible on this financial oversight. Actually, it was under President Clinton, a Democrat, that these protections were taken away. Both parties were taking huge money. Remember, the banking industry is one of the biggest donors to politicians who need countless thousands to run their campaigns. And what happened was, after the 2008 financial meltdown, it was proven that so-called derivative trading, so I won't get into all the details, but this very risky behavior by the banks that was not regulated brought down the whole market. So 2 years later, 2010, under tremendous public pressure and a lot of leadership from President Obama, there is a law passed that, among many other things, says, okay, banks, the taxpayers are no longer going to bail you out if you engage in all of this risky behavior, like really risky, bad ideas. It's like saying to your cousin, oh yeah, I'll give you $10,000 if you go to the casino and just blow it on the blackjack table. It's risky. Then in 2010, in a must-pass bill at the end of the year, 2015, in the kind of quiet of night in Congress, there's a bill slipped in at the very last minute that literally puts US taxpayers back on the hook, which we are today, again, for bailing out the largest banks if they engage in this kind of casino royale derivatives trading. Why would politicians do this? Like, it's directly against the interests of their constituents. It's because of the insidious role of money in politics. But the list goes on. A lot of
Okay, but let's rewind for a second here. So explain to me how like a lobbyist who maybe has connections that is hired by a bank is then talking to people in government and makes those sorts of bills pass. That's what I like. Let's get into that.
So let's talk about what actually happened, because this tells it better than any anecdote.
Great.
The New York Times revealed when this all happened at the end of 2015, they got their hands on a letter that was written on Citibank, one of the largest banks in the world, Citibank letterhead by Citibank lobbyists, with proposed language for how they would like to put the American taxpayers back on the hook to bail out Citibank and others if they engage in this behavior. And it was shown that the law that was slipped through in the dead of night was the exact language, save for like 4 words. It was the exact language in the memo from the Citibank lobbyists to the politicians. And guess what?
So they copied and pasted.
Yeah, and so a lot of people say, corruption, why do you call it corruption? It's corrupt because who are the donors to those members of Congress who make those decisions, those members on the so-called finance committee that write the laws that govern how the banks work? The biggest donors are the lobbyists for the banks. And that is what we call legalized corruption. And a lot of people say, well, why do you call it corruption? I mean, what kind of corruption? It is, what's happened is quid pro quo bribery, like what I'm describing, has become perfectly legal. Every day in Washington, D.C., bank lobbyists get together, they wine and dine our members of Congress, our politicians. They so-called bundle checks, lots of checks for thousands of dollars to their political campaigns and cultivate these relationships. And then when the moment is right, they take the model legislation that they've written and they pass it in the dead of night. And this happens on so many issues.
Right. So just to rewind again real quick, like let's talk about Citibank. Citibank can't pay a potential congressman or whatever a ton of money and say, hey, I'd like this bill to pass, but that's illegal, right? But it's legal to have that middleman, the lobbyist, sort of broker that relationship, correct?
Yeah, I mean, the problem is that the law has become so porous because the politicians have whittled away the definitions that you literally would have to have, like what you saw with Watergate, you'd have to have a recording of a lobbyist saying, hey, Fred, I want you to do this favor for me and I'll give you $10,000. And then you need a recording or an email where the politician says, okay, Barney, I'm on it, I'll take that. So the problem is that the onus is on we the people to prove a quid pro quo that everybody in Washington, D.C. knows is the complete status quo. It's just that the politicians and lobbyists are smart enough not to have a verifiable record, but it is the way it works. Why else would they do what they do? Why else do hedge fund managers, billionaire hedge fund managers, pay 15% tax on their so-called carried interest, the money that they make on their hedge fund investments, when middle-class Americans pay more than that? Why else does that happen? Why else do pharmaceutical companies not have to negotiate with the government over drug prices? I mean, all these extremely—
They have money. Big pharma, banks, they all have money.
And so the problem is that because of our corrupt system, the laws that dictate how you can bust these guys for doing this, what constitutes official corruption versus unofficial corruption has become like Swiss cheese, and it's really hard to enforce. And that's why we're trying to change the laws from the bottom up by replacing the Swiss cheese with real hard laws that actually do bust these guys for this kind of quid pro quo politics.
So seeing their relationship with lobbyists, see who they're taking money from. I have a few questions. Are there ways for your everyday person to see who their politician is taking money from, right? So if I'm like very against the NRA, like I don't want my politician taking money from the NRA. Where can I find
There's a bunch of resources. You can go to opensecrets.org, which is great, opensecrets.org, maplight.org. Those are the two best places to start. And there's a place called Follow the Money. If you want to look at a more state and local level, you could go to followthemoney.org. So there's a ton of resources that you can find out this information. What's been missing for a long time are methods to fix the problem, and that's what's exciting to me.
So real quick before we get into some methods to fix the problem, I watched one of your guys' videos, and another thing that I found really interesting, like I understood like sort of the relationship between lobbyists and politicians, but another thing that I found really interesting is because politicians take money so that they can finance their campaigns, correct? Because they want to win again. But what's really interesting too is that a lot of lobbyists will offer jobs at their firms following when these politicians, leave office or whatever, and obviously being a lobbyist is very lucrative. And so this guy, this former lobbyist, says like, oh, then we had them in the palm of our hand. They would do anything they wanted because they wanted a job there following their I guess like tenure in politics. And so that's a huge form of corruption as well. I think that said like half of retired senators and 1/3 of retired people in the House.
And we call it the revolving door. We call it the revolving door. I know, it's ridiculous. So here's the problem. Not only is that completely corrupt, it's what disgraced super lobbyist Jack Abramoff, and for those of you who don't know him, he was a guy who was like the king of Washington. He was so corrupt. He went to jail for 5 years. He was just shown to be just bribing politicians in the most egregious way. That was even illegal in today's law, under today's law. And when he got out of jail, he said, I really want to try to make right and try to be part of the solution because what I did was out of control. He said this revolving door thing, he's like, as soon as I talked to a member of Congress or a staff member and I talked about employing them with a lot of money after they're done with government service, as soon as I saw they were interested, I knew that I had them. I knew that for the rest of their time on the Hill, that I would get what I needed from them. And so the problem is, for example, today, if you're a US Senator, you have to wait 2 years before you're allowed to be a lobbyist. But you could be a historical advisor. Right? And this is what happens all the time. It's like this little weird mushy middle where these guys go right to lobbying firms immediately after leaving Congress, even though the law prevents it. It's 2 years for the Senate, 1 year for the House.
Yeah.
And again, it's because the laws that dictate, well, what is a historical advisor? What is a lobbyist? They've all just been riddled with loopholes and they need to be built back up. And they can be. They've been whittled down by lobbyists over decades, but from a bottom-up strategy, we can fix them.
And you can do so through grassroots movements that Represent Us, I guess, organizes around the country. So you can go check out what they are doing and follow them on Twitter at Represent.us. And we'll see you guys soon. Hey guys, welcome back to Think Tank. Hannah here with Josh Silver, who is the founder and CEO of Represent Us, which is really passionate and really starting sort of these grassroots movements around the country to fight corruption. And I think a lot of people after the election feel I think there's a huge group of people who are resisting and feel motivated and activated, but I think there's a lot of people who also feel very apathetic. I think there were people who felt very apathetic during the election, who feel very apathetic now, and feel like there's not a lot they can do because they don't feel that their government really represents them. And you guys put together a great video to show sort of how that plays out. So I'm gonna play you guys a little clip of that now.
Take an idea that nobody supports, literally nobody, and it has about a 30% chance of becoming federal law. Now, take an incredibly popular idea, the most popular idea this country has ever seen, and there's also about a 30% chance of it becoming law. This means that the number of American voters for or against any idea has no impact on the likelihood that Congress will make it law. Put another way, and I'm just going to quote the Princeton study directly here, the preferences of the average American appear to have only a minuscule, near zero, statistically non-significant impact upon public policy. So if you've ever felt like your opinion doesn't matter and that the government doesn't really care what you think, well, you're right. But there's a catch. This flat line only accounts for the bottom 90% of income earners in America. Economic elites, business interests, people who can afford lobbyists, they get their own line. Look at how much closer their line is to the ideal. When they want something, the government is much more likely to do it. And when they don't, they have the power to completely block it from happening, no matter how much the rest of the country supports it. They get what they want, and guess who ends up paying for it? We pay for it with the most expensive healthcare in the world. We pay for it with a tax code that's a complete mess. We pay for it with internet that's slower and more expensive, with wasteful spending, a floundering education system, a catastrophic drug war, and 1 in 5 American children born into poverty. Almost every major issue we face as a nation can be traced back to this graph.
Okay, so obviously that is pretty effed up. What do we do to fix it?
There's a bunch we can do. So the reality is that we can affect the laws that affect our city council, our county commission, our governors, our state representatives, our state senators. We can actually take action in our own states and our own cities and our towns to change the laws that govern this. It's gonna take longer to do it in Washington, D.C., that's okay. Remember, the first civil rights organization was created in 1894, and it took them 70 years to pass the Civil Rights Act. This kind of stuff can take time, but the people that were working on that back in the late 1800s, we can all agree, they were heroes.
Right.
And so we need heroes now. We need people who see the gravity of the problem, that video you just showed, and people who go to represent.us, sign up, become a volunteer, and become part of the solution. Because we will show you how to lobby locally, how to pass a law locally. It's doable. People don't realize it's doable because nobody talks about it. Thank you for bringing me on to talk about it.
Yeah.
And there is a way that from a bottom-up movement, just like gay marriage and marijuana decriminalization, we can do this by bringing together grassroots conservatives and liberals together and fixing this. Because I will tell your viewers, I mean, I know that you don't agree with people who are different than you politically. I get it. But the reality is that on this issue, you probably do agree.
I mean, this affects everybody, right?
But more,
regardless of where
Tea Partiers support the idea of everything we're talking about.
Yeah.
Radical overhauls to how campaigns are financed, ethics laws, transparency, gerrymandering, other issues we've been, voting policies. They will get behind and work together with progressives on this. So I urge everybody, like, put the other stuff aside. Everyone's not going to agree on abortion issues. Everyone's not going to agree on gay marriage.
Right.
But we can agree on how to fix our political system. So at least the politicians who get elected are going to make decisions based on what they believe is truly right and not based upon who's buying them that day.
Yeah, not even so much of what's truly right, but what their constituents want, what's most important for their constituents. You guys can learn more about this by heading over to represent.us.com and following them on Twitter at represent.us to get involved and change this, because this is BS.
Do it.
Hey guys, welcome back to Think Tank. Hannah with Josh Silver here, who is the founder and CEO of Represent Us. So you guys have been watching weeks of Josh kind of telling us how our country is pretty corrupt. And now we are concluding that series with him telling us how you guys can actually make a difference and fix it. So what are ways that people can get involved? What are ways that people can stop this corruption that is taking over elections and is taking over our country?
Well, I'll tell you, getting involved locally, and I'll tell you a couple ways that it's been happening. Our members, we have over 50 chapters across the country. Here's some of the stuff they've done. Back in 2014, as a starting point, we were brand new. We were just a baby as an organization. Our members in Tallahassee, Florida, the capital of Florida, put a city anti-corruption act on the ballot in a city that had had problems with corruption. They created a new independent ethics commission. They lowered contribution limits so that lobbyists couldn't write huge checks to politicians. They even created a subsidy that helps people make small dollar contributions to politics. And the Tea Party and the liberal group Common Cause got together and worked on it together, and it passed with 2/3 of the vote.
Wow.
And it's working. In Maine, we saw a similar law passed. In the city of Seattle in 2015, a similar law passed. Our members across the country got behind efforts. In 2016, we saw the most comprehensive law that overhauls how campaigns are financed, that makes it so politicians and lobbyists get in real trouble if they break the law and bribe each other or what have you, that makes it so people really know who's writing big checks to which politicians, which parties. We saw that pass in the state of South Dakota, a deeply red state where voters picked Trump 2-1 over Clinton, but the people there voted for the most comprehensive, transformative anti-corruption act the nation has ever seen.
Well, I think that's a really good point that you bring up there, because I think it's important to know that this issue goes across party lines, right? And everybody knows that this is a nonpartisan issue and something that everybody can get behind.
This is one of the only ones. I mean, this is one of the only ones where you could go to Thanksgiving with your uncle or whoever it is that you totally disagree with. Like you're like, I can't talk politics with him or things are gonna get weird. And you bring this up and everyone's like, amen. Like we Adam McKay, who did The Big Short and Anchorman and Talladega Nights, and Lorenzo de Bonaventura, all these hotshots from Hollywood, they've all gotten behind, Rachel McAdams, they've all gotten behind this recently and become members of our creative council. You can see it at represent.us. And we're just starting to see that from all walks of life, people are starting to embrace and understand that yes, we can take action at the local level by going to represent.us on the web, signing up, becoming a volunteer, and working with people who, no, I don't agree with you on a lot of things, but on this, on unrigging the political system, I think we can agree on it, and there's something we can do.
Yeah, I don't think anybody likes bribery, and they don't want this big money sort of determining their elections and the policies that people, real humans, are going to have to live with. You guys can get more involved to help stop this corruption in our country by heading over to represent.us and following them on Twitter at represent.us. Thank you so much for being here. This has been such a fun time, sort of like, well, fun time's an interesting thing to say, but it's been, very eye-opening about all of the crazy shiz that is going on in our country right now.
And remember, every issue you care about, climate, poverty, health, it's all connected to this. If we can't fix our democratic system and unrig the system, we're not going to succeed in advancing those issues.
Very true. So let's start now. Head over to represent.us, and we'll see you guys soon.
All right, welcome to the Young Turks, guys. As usual in the Trump administration, another giant day of news. I think he's on the ropes. I think he's closer to gone than a lot of people realize. So I've got about 3 different stories that show that to you today. I got one in the first segment, but I think the story about what Roger Stone just said might be the most important one. Because I think it's a bellwether for what's coming. And then right before we got on the air, another news story broke, as happens almost every day in the Trump administration. Another unbelievable, outrageous story. Apparently, President Trump asked the FBI Director James Comey to shut down the investigation into Michael Flynn. Now, recently on the show, it's all a whirlwind now. I forget if it was in a regular show, in a post game, or an old school. I was talking about, look, he's flipping out over Mike Flynn. It was yesterday on the show, and trying to contact him. And everyone is saying you can't contact Mike Flynn. He's a witness in this Russian investigation, but he's dying to contact him. You know why? Because Flynn knows. Flynn knows whatever happened. Flynn knows it, right? And so turns out he actually asked Comey, but the one after that, and then Hillary Clinton is back. Oh boy, and then more devastating details about the Russians. By the way, it feels like it was a week ago. I haven't even told you the story yet on the show because it happened just like this right before we went to air yesterday of what Trump told the Russians in the Oval Office. And his incompetence is causing news at a record-breaking pace. One bungle after another after another. Okay, now so we're gonna get to all that, but I wanna get started. First, I'm gonna start on good news Then I'm going to get to maybe not better news. The good news is so big, but one of the stories on why Trump might be in a world of trouble, and then Bernie. All right, so let's get started. Okay. So in the midst of all of the craziness of Donald Trump and all the news of the day, I don't want you guys to lose track of the fact that we're winning. Now you might be thinking, wait a minute now, it depends on what you mean by we. I mean, if you're talking about progressives, unfortunately our party these days, the Democratic Party, and they are losing at record pace all across the country, electorally and certainly in policy. Yes, well that's certainly true. But if you mean we as in the movement overall and the tide of history, well, I have great news for you guys. So now some of this you have begun to see throughout all these years, of course, but when you look at it in one moment in time, it gives you a really great window into how much we're winning. So I say we in this case, meaning progressives. My definition of progressive is people who want to expand the circle of liberty. So conservatives want everything to stay the same. So if propertied white men had all the rights, they want propertied white men to always have all the rights. Now that was conservatives back in the day, right? And then they hold on and they say, okay, non-propertied white men as well. And they say, okay, well now that's the new tradition and heritage and culture, I wanna hold on to that. Whereas progressives say, no, let's go forward. So expand that liberty to women, African Americans, and of course, gay Americans. So that brings me to this story. So how much are we winning on this issue? Well, we have changed the country's mind. I mean, it's a bold thing to say almost completely, but kind of. So new Gallup poll out, 64% of Americans say same-sex marriage, not civil unions, not a half measure, not some rights. Same-sex marriage should be legal. That's almost 2/3 of the country. Now, if you've gotten 2/3 of the country to agree with you on any issue, that is a giant win. That is not a small number. That is fairly irreversible, and that trend continues in that direction and has not abated. To give you context here, back in 1996, Bill Clinton is president. I thought back then the country was already headed in a progressive direction. But you know what percentage of Americans thought same-sex marriage should be legal? Only 27%. Isn't that amazing? We moved it from 27% to 64% in about 20 years. Amazing, amazing. So don't lose track of the progress. Yes, the arc of history does bend towards justice. And so let me give you now how the parties line up on this. 74% of Democrats now are in favor of this. That number should be higher, but we'll take it. Most importantly, 71% of independents now think same-sex marriage should be legal. It's over. We've won on this issue. If you have 71% of independents on your side, OVAH, OVA, okay? And then look at this, even 47% of Republicans. We've almost got a majority of Republicans saying yes, same-sex marriage should be legal. And of course it is. Supreme Court ruled in 2015 that it is now legal throughout the country. But it's one thing to win on the law or on a ruling. It's another thing to win hearts and minds, and we have. And you know why? We had an excellent case to make. It's because, of course, every American should have the same rights. Nobody's asking for extra rights. Gay Americans were asking for the same exact rights as straight Americans. They had the Constitution on their side, and they had logic and reason and decency on their side. Now, it also helped that this is a rare issue where the Republicans didn't care to spend that much money against it, so thank God. And so now one last thing about this. I know the Democratic Party loves to take credit for stuff like this, and some credit should be given. I think that it was really more progressives who were aggressively pushing in this direction, human rights activists, gay rights activists who were pushing in this direction. But you know, some folks who were Johnny-come-latelys and decided they were for same-sex marriage as late as 2013 or recently passed laws in their state. They're like, whoa, look at this, I'm so progressive. I'm for same-sex marriage. I know, that parade started a long time ago. Just because you jumped in front of it doesn't mean you led it. But no matter who led it, thank God it's going in that right direction, and I don't think it's ever gonna turn around. So don't lose sight of these great, great victories. So when I tell you we're gonna win on a different issue, you'll see why I say that. It's based on actual facts and history. It is, although in the short term we get hurt a lot, history is on our side. We own the future. Okay, so now let me move on to today's news. Okay. Now, Ann Coulter was one of the two people that we had banned on the show. We had to break that ban because the other person was Donald Trump. Now, we'd banned him years ago, but he broke that ban by becoming president. So credit where credit is due, I guess. And Ann Coulter then rode that wave and became relevant because she was one of his main backers. And hence, we started to talk about her as part of the national conversation. Before, she was just a sideshow, maybe a freak show, part of the circus, right? And just trying to get attention. But she does represent the extreme right wing in this country in some ways. So she became relevant in that sense. And she wrote a book, for example, called In Trump We Trust. And that really did capture the zeitgeist, at least of the right wing at the time. And she said that she worshiped, quote, worshiped him with, quote, blind loyalty. Well, she's relevant again because apparently she has opened her eyes, and that worship appears to be coming to an end. Now, again, as a particular performer in this circus, don't care much about what Ann Coulter thinks, but as some representative of the extreme right wing, it is an important bellwether. So now it looks like his own forces are beginning to withdraw from the battlefield. So let me give you Ann Coulter's latest quotes. She told the Daily Caller, a conservative website, everyone who voted for him knew his personality was grotesque. Damn. Now, I don't remember you saying that, Ann, during the campaign. I don't remember you calling him grotesque. I remember you talking about worshiping him. If he was so grotesque, why did you worship him? They're heading for the exits, guys. Okay, that's on his personality, but it's about to get worse. Now, she says, as far as the issues go, boy, things don't look good. All right, I love it. She says, I'm not very happy with what has happened so far. I guess we have to try to push him to keep his promises, but if he doesn't keep his promises, I'm out. Here's Coulter looking for the wait. Where's the shoot? Where's the shoot? Get the hell out of there. Now, why is she saying that, and why is this relevant again to the national conversation? Because it is true that Donald Trump has not kept his promises to the right wing. So, for example, story out yesterday in the news about immigration. I mean, that was his #1 issue, right? Build a wall, and I'm going to make sure you guys get higher wages because we're going to keep the immigrants out. And it turns out he cut a deal with the giant farming companies, and he's going to let them keep hiring exactly who they were hiring. So then that defeats the whole point. He's targeting like 4th graders, threw out a guy who was a business owner in Indiana and going after political enemies. But the whole point was raising wages and et cetera. He's not going to do any of that. He said that he was against the global financial elite and he was going to drain the swamp. And then he put his 5 of his top advisors are Goldman Sachs guys. The Coulters of the world claimed that they hated the Goldman Sachs global elite. So he said he was going to get on NAFTA. He says now he's reconsidering. He doesn't even know what NAFTA is. So he's delivered on almost none of his promises to the right wing. So some of you might be happy about that. You know, he hasn't come anywhere near building the wall. Ann Coulter's upset that there's no progress being made. She's asking for people to send bricks into Congress to help build the wall. But I mean, that's the least of the issues. The real issues are the populist things that he promised, including, by the way, getting tough on China. Now he says he didn't know how complicated it was. It turns out you can't get tough on China. Well, if you're a right winger, you got to be pretty pissed. So far, he's given you almost nothing. He tried that travel ban, and that didn't even work because he bungled it. So like you love the Muslim ban, travel ban, whichever one you want to call it. I know for PR purposes you're calling it the travel ban, but the reason you loved it was because it was the Muslim ban. But he couldn't put it into effect because he's a moron. So at the end of the day, what do you have? Like the rest of the country, you got nothing. That's why they're looking to get out now. So she says to this point, where's the great negotiation? That budget the Republicans pushed through was like a practical joke. Did we win anything? Now you might not agree with her. You might have thought it was draconian and et cetera. But for the extreme right wing, they're like, that was not nearly draconian enough. You got us nothing. It's partly because he doesn't know what the hell he's doing, and the establishment Republicans have taken over, and they're doing exactly what they want to do. Hey, don't rock the boat, keep the establishment in charge, and just give the rich and the donors some tax breaks, and that's really what we're doing here, and that's all. You're not gonna get any of your populist agenda through, okay? She said, Americans don't like that. I don't like that. That's talking about hiring his kids. And listen to what she says there. That's the one fascist thing he's done, hiring his kids. Wow. Now I know that they're more moderate. In the scope of this administration, there are no moderates there. But among the insanely right-wing and all the establishment characters, et cetera, Jared Kushner, Ivanka Trump are in the non-extreme right-wing, I guess. So Ann Coulter doesn't like that. But to call them fascist, I mean, Donald Trump, those are the two people he trusts most, Ivanka Trump and Jared Kushner. So if you do that, you're basically going to war with Donald Trump. They're getting the hell out of there, man. This ship is on fire and the rats are looking for the exits. So last one, she says, I'll say we had no choice, but the Trump haters were right. It's a nightmare. I can't even contemplate that. Right now, I'm still rooting for him to turn around. Damn. Na 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 na. When your base leaves you, you ain't got nothing left. So I've been telling you from day one that he's gonna head down to 25%. Right now, he's still holding it around 39%. 39% for a new president is horrible. 25% means you're on your way out. Now, the only way he gets down to 25% is not if you convince Democrats to hate him even more. That doesn't help you in the numbers. It's if his base goes, the guy was full of crap. Turns out he's not gonna do any of the things he promised. It turns out he's just gonna do what Rice Priebus and Paul Ryan and the establishment wanted all along. Yeah, you're damn right that's what he's gonna do. He's gonna do what the big donors tell him to do. Just a normal, slimy politician. And now even the right wing has begun to wake up to that. I'll see you at 25%. Okay, now let's turn to the Democrats and their problems. Okay. Politico with a very interesting article about Bernie Sanders and whether he's going to run for president. All right, so the drama has begun already, and there is two different lines of attack here. I am amused by one and angered by the other. So let's give you some of the quotes from this piece written by Edward Isaac Dover and Gabrielle Debenedetti. Sorry for how I pronounce your names. You can return the favor with trying to pronounce Cenk Uygur. Okay. They explain, many top Democrats are furious that Bernie Sanders appears to be running for president again, or at least planning to drag out his decision long enough to freeze the race around him. Okay, now there's, again, two different sides to how I view the article as well. So one is, what is the agenda of the people writing the article? Two, and much more importantly, what is the agenda of the people who gave him this story? So the Democratic establishment goes to these writers and says, okay, here's what we're mad about, and that's why they write the story. And it is telling of what those folks think. So that's why, in a sense, the story is important and helps us understand the landscape. So, as you see in that article there, the Democrats apparently are furious that Bernie Sanders is thinking of running for president. Why would you be furious that the most popular person on your side that is also happens to be the most popular politician in the country is thinking of running for president? Shouldn't you be overjoyed? I mean, what a weird statement, isn't it? Imagine if like JFK is the most popular politician in the country, Democrats are like, oh, we're furious that he's thinking of running. Barack Obama, if he was the most popular politician in the country, he's thinking of running, oh, we're furious about it. Why would you be furious? He's on your side. That's because they think he's not on our side. Not the whole Democrat independent thing. No, they think, no, he actually wants to get money out of politics. He's not gonna do what the donors and the lobbyists and the consultants want. Oh no, watch out for Bernie Sanders. Well, at least you're showing your hand in a very obvious way. So now they go on to explain, outside of his tighter than ever inner circle, friends and staffers who'd be happy to back him again say they rarely, if ever, speak to Sanders these days. Okay, now this is where they are pretending to care about Sanders supporters. Now, look, to be fair, they might have gotten one or two people inside the Sanders camp to say something like that. But overall, Democratic establishment, please don't feign any interest in, like, oh golly gee, I just care so much about the Sanders supporters. Whatever will become of them. Okay, now for the ones who are mad that Sanders hasn't told them what he's gonna do yet, okay, that's your problem, man. He doesn't owe you anything. He'll tell you when he wants to run, when he's gonna run. Like, what? We just got started. We just got past 100 days of Donald Trump. Why does he have to tell you something that's gonna happen 3.5 years from now? Look, I know I'm not unaware of the machinations here. They're thinking, okay, wait, should I join Joe Biden's campaign? I gotta get paid, right? Should I join Elizabeth Warren's campaign? Whoever is running, right? So Bernie, you gotta tell us so that I can get onto the campaign. Yeah, but that's your interest. That's not necessarily the country's interest or Bernie Sanders' interest. Okay, so they explain Sanders hasn't made any decision and he tends to dismiss the discussion about 2020 as dumb. He hasn't fully committed to running for re-election to the Senate next year. Yes, that's his prerogative. I mean, on the one hand, the Democratic establishment keeps saying, oh, he's gonna be 79, that's way too old for him to run. On the other hand, they're like, why won't you tell us what you're gonna do 3 years from now? And so which one is it? Like maybe he thinks, well, I don't know how I'm gonna feel 2 years from now. I don't know how I'm gonna feel when I'm 77. Give me a minute here, let's try to pass some policy. Let's fight Trump, let's figure out what's going on. Let's actually push the country in the right direction. No, tell me what's happening, because everybody in Washington needs jobs, and all of our jobs are on the line. So you gotta tell us what's happening. Okay, take it easy, man. He calls it dumb and Politico goes, oh great, then let's write that article talking about the thing that he thinks is dumb. Okay, so now, they say, but the senator who'll be 79 next time the New Hampshire primary rolls around is continuing to put himself at the center of the conversation. He's introduced a Medicare for All bill this week that he hopes will force others to sign on. Like there's 1,000 frustrating quotes in this article, but that might be the top one. What do you want him to do? He cares about the issues. They find it in Washington, they find it so bizarre that you would actually care about this shit. Why don't you care about electoral politics and who's gonna win and who's gonna have power and who's gonna have money? Why do you care about Medicare for All? Now you're putting yourself in the middle of it. He's putting himself in the middle of it because no one else has co-sponsored it. Because he's the only one fighting for Medicare for All in the Senate right now. Because he cares. I know it's so foreign to Washington. That's why they're never gonna understand him. They're like, that's so, why? If you're not gonna run for president and grab all the power, why are you in the middle of this issue? Because he cares about it? I know, totally foreign thought to everybody who works in Washington. Okay, now they explain he's joining Ohio Governor John Kasich for a CNN town hall tonight that's being held on the evening of the Center for American Progress's forward-looking ideas conference, an event Sanders wasn't invited to. Indeed. Okay, Center for American Progress, unfortunately, is now the epicenter of the Democratic establishment and the corporate Democrats. So they did this, what Politico describes as a forward-looking conference. They called it the Ideas Conference. They invited no progressives to it. They didn't even invite the most popular politician in the country who's on their side because they don't want to hear from him. They want to hear from their corporate buddies. So they invited a bunch of politicians. It's like a useless conference. So in this case, he's like, okay, Kasich, I'll debate him on the issues because I care about the issues. Let's do the debate. They're like, why are you showing up to the debate? Like nobody even invited you. Did you think maybe you should write an article about why this guy doesn't get invited when he has the best poll numbers? Did that not occur to you? Okay. By the way, let me say one more thing about his age. Right now, everybody's talking about it. You might not see, but in Washington, everybody's talking about how Joe Biden's gonna run. Joe Biden's going to the first primary in caucus states. He's doing events there. That is a telltale sign that he's gonna run. But every time you mention Sanders, oh, he's too old, too old. He can't run, he's too old. Do you know how much older Bernie Sanders is than Joe Biden? Well, that's gotta be a big difference. 10, 20 years? 1 year. Bernie Sanders would be 79 in the 2020 elections. Biden would be 78. But not one soul has mentioned how Joe Biden is too old. Because if you're an establishment guy, awesome. Bernie, why are you here? Why are you in the center? Why are you not deciding yet? What's wrong with you? We're furious with you, Bernie, for being so popular. Okay, now here's Marcos Melitzis, Daily Kos founder, former progressive. I'm sure he'll be mad at that. But Marcos, what are you doing, man? I know there's not a Democrat party official that you haven't fallen in love with. Okay, go ahead, tell us. He says, the fact that Tom Perez has given Sanders a platform without Sanders genuinely agreeing to work towards unity has made a mockery of the whole process and literally divided the party more than it was before the tour began. It's been a disaster. Wait. Why does Bernie Sanders have to promise unity to Tom, who the hell are you, Perez? Tom Perez barely squeaked in to be the head of the DNC. The head of the DNC, you guys told me was not that relevant. When Debbie Wasserman Schultz was the head of the DNC, you were like, oh, it's not a big deal. What are you guys getting all upset over, right? Now, Tom Perez, who nobody had heard of before outside of Washington, who was sent in by Obama to make sure that Keith Ellison lost, and the corporate Democrats are thrilled with, but has no support in the country. Nobody knows about him. What's his poll numbers? When they went to do the Unity tour, he would get booed and Bernie Sanders would get wild applause. But you think the most popular politician in the country should bow his head to Tom frickin' Perez? Why don't you frame the question, Marcos, the other way around? What the hell is Tom Perez doing on a Unity tour if he can't even unite behind, how many times do I have to say it before it gets through your thick, thick skull? The most popular politician in the country. He's on your side. It's a gift. What are you doing? No, I'm furious with him. Why won't he bend his head to the establishment Democrats? Because he's right and they're wrong. Last time the establishment Democrats had a brilliant idea, it was Bernie Sanders should bow his head to Hillary Clinton because she's got this thing figured out. Hey, Marcos, hey, Politico, hey, all the Democrats in Washington, how did that turn out? We were right, you were wrong. Hillary Clinton was an absolute disaster. We're not gonna make that mistake again. We're not gonna lose to Trump again. We're not gonna lose to the Republicans again. You want to torpedo a guy who the country loves? So what? So you can get paid? Our answer is hell no, and I'm being polite. Melissa continues. Yes, Perez and company are clearly afraid of Sanders and his followers, but letting Sanders make a mockery of the party doesn't exactly help it build in the long haul. You're making a mockery of the party. So here's a guy who's been gifted to you that has nearly now the doubling the poll numbers of Hillary Clinton and Donald Trump, and you go, you actually want to fight for policy and the things we pretended to care about all this time, and you're incredibly popular. You're making a mockery of us. Well, he is making a mockery of you, that's true. Now, by the way, Bernie's overall popularity, let me give you two recent polls, 57% Harvard-Harris study, that was the highest number that any politician in the country got. And then Fox News, they certainly don't like that independent Bernie Sanders, call him a socialist all the time. What do you get? Fox News poll got a 61% approval rating there, highest in both polls. #1 in the country, and they keep spitting in his face. Okay, now here's more from Politico. He's a constant reminder. He allows the healing that needs to take place to not take place, said one longtime senior party official, who like others remains too worried about appearing to oppose Sanders to speak on the record. Now, if you had the Democratic voters on your side, forget the Republican voters and the independents for a second. You keep telling me, oh, he's not even in the Democratic Party. He's an independent. He's actual progressive. Well, he's not even part of the corporate Democrats, right? So, okay, well, then I presume that you have the Democratic voters on your side, right? Then why are you afraid to oppose him on the record? Shouldn't you be really popular in opposing him? Oh, you don't have the Democratic voters on your side. You're afraid of pissing off all the Democratic voters while shivving him in the back and giving anonymous quotes to Politico. Oh, that's why you're doing it. How do I know? Again, it's not my gut, it's not my intuition, it's numbers. So Harvard-Harris survey, what percentage of Democratic voters approve of Bernie Sanders? Again, #1, 80%. 80%. 4 out of 5 Democrats are on our side, not your side. So don't pretend that you represent Democratic voters or the Democratic Party. You don't, and that's why you're afraid to come out and say it publicly. Okay. But by the way, I don't know anybody on Bernie's side who's afraid to come out publicly. Here I am, right? Here are all the other folks that are on Bernie's side. They're all public. You know why they don't mind saying it publicly? Because we're not embarrassed about our position. We're not embarrassed by our policy points. We're not embarrassed about the guy that we back.
and we have the voters on our side and you don't. So I guess that's a sad day for you. Okay, Donna Brazil chimes in, this ought to be good. She says, he's not someone we should go to. Really, Donna? Wow, what a shocking conclusion that is coming from you, former head of the DNC. He's not someone who we should go to build or rebuild or expand our party unless he's willing. What do you mean, unless he's willing? So here he goes on the unity tour and he actually pushes for progressive positions that you guys have been pretending that you would like to do decades later, but you believe in the tranquilizing drug of gradualism. So it sounds like you're not willing. He's saying, let's go forward, let's do Medicare for all. Are you guys not willing? So he's not someone we should go to. If Hillary Clinton was polling at 80% among Democrats and 61% among the entire country, and she was the most popular politician there was, you think they'd say, oh, she's not someone we should go to? Like if that happened in the last election. Oh, no, she should step down. She's leading right now, so she should get out of the race. No, they would say the exact opposite. They did. Even though she was horribly unpopular, they said, no, it's gotta be her. It's gotta be her. Okay. Gee, I wonder if it isn't about winning elections, and it isn't winning about policy, it's about maintaining their power for all these people. Why don't you just make it more obvious while you're at it? Okay, now here's more from the article. When he warned those up for re-election in 2018 against centrism, this is referring to Jeff Weaver, who's campaign manager for Bernie Sanders. It raised eyebrows in the room. After the Democrats lost to Donald Trump, they lost the House, the Senate, 69 out of 99 state legislatures, the Supreme Court. They've lost everything there is, going the so-called centrist route. Bernie Sanders' campaign manager, former campaign manager, now is at Our Revolution, says, hey, maybe centrism is not the right idea. And in Washington, everybody's like, oh, raised eyebrows, really? Well, then how do we get donor money? It isn't about winning elections. It's about getting paid for these guys. Okay. Touring the country with Perez, Sanders sought to stamp his economic populism on the head of the DNC, but the people familiar with the arrangement said he also spent much of the time traveling with the party chair on the private Gulfstream jet, getting to learn about Perez's personal history, which he hadn't bothered to read up on earlier. So which finally comes me back to the actual writers of this article. So like I said, part of it is good. Hey, at least we find out where the corporate Democrats stand. Part of it is, hey, my friends in the Democratic Party, but you didn't write it that way. In fact, the whole premise of the article is, what's wrong with Bernie Sanders? Why won't he either declare and seek power or get the hell out of the race, which is what we would really, really prefer, you can tell from all these quotes. Why didn't you write it in reverse? Why didn't you write the article saying Bernie Sanders is the most popular politician in the country? Why won't Democrats back him? What a bizarre thing to do if you seek to win elections where you're actively rejecting the guy who the country apparently really likes, unlike any other politician who they mainly dislike. But they didn't even think to write the article that way in Politico. The Politico was like, hatchets, yes, ready. Scalpel, yes. Shiv, ready. Okay, not just the Gulfstream jet. The other thing is he hadn't bothered to read up on Tom Perez's history. He's fighting for Medicare for all, for $15 minimum wage. He's got all the policy issues down pat, and you criticize him for it. And now your attack against him is that he doesn't know the bio of Tom Irrelevant Perez enough? Because the whole mindset is Bernie Sanders must bow his head. He must bow his head to Tom Perez and Donna Brazil and to every lobbyist and every consultant and every Democratic Party hack in Washington. And if he doesn't bow his head, then he's not giving us unity. It's a debacle. He's ruining the party. And he doesn't even know the bio. He didn't Wikipedia Tom Perez enough. What an outrage! Why don't you think about it in reverse? What does Tom Perez know about Bernie Sanders? Why doesn't Tom Perez ever back Bernie Sanders' progressive policy calls while they're on that so-called unity tour? Bernie Sanders says Medicare for all. Tom Perez says, we want to get together with everybody, and we like unity and love, and we want to bring people together, blacks and whites and women and men. We want to bring them together and then do what, Tom? And do what? I can't tell you that. My donors don't want me to say a thing about that. Yeah, that's what I thought, Tom. So I got a message for the Democratic Party. Either you unify with the most rational choice there is, the most popular guy in the country in politics, otherwise admit you're not for unity. You're for your own power.
You don't give a damn about unity. You don't give a damn about winning. That's why you lost to incompetent buffoon Donald Trump. How dare you even talk about anything as if you know how to win in politics when you just lost to Donald frickin' Trump and admit that you don't ever and will never care about policy. Okay, gee, I wonder why Bernie's got 80% approval among Democratic voters and you guys are hiding in the bushes. Young Turks. Guys, we'll get to tweets later. I got 1,000 things to share with you guys. Let's go to the next Democratic story and then I'm gonna be back to Trump. Okay, let's go to Hillary Clinton story, guys. There we go. So Hillary Clinton has decided to join the fight. God help us. Okay, Paul Blumenthal from the Huffington Post explains, 6 months after losing the presidential election to Donald Trump, Hillary Clinton has launched Onward Together, a nonprofit to fund groups that encourage political involvement. Well, kind of. Political involvement if you're doing the right things, but not if you're not. My guess is that they're not gonna back any primaries against corporate Democrats, right? Of course. As long as you toe the line, then they will be onward together. If you don't toe the line, okay. She explains, Hillary Clinton says, from the Women's March to airports where communities are welcoming immigrants and refugees to town hall meetings, in every community, Americans are speaking up and speaking out like never before. In other words, there's a parade, how do I jump in front of it? Okay, great. She cited new activist groups, including Indivisible, Swing Left, and Run for Something, that emerged in the wake of the Women's March. She also sent out a tweet that I want to share with you guys that listed a couple of other groups. She said, again, Indivisible, Swing Left, Color of Change, that's a great group. Emerge America, Run for Something, and Governor Howard Dean. She says, this year hasn't been what I envisioned, but I know what I'm still fighting for, a kinder, big-hearted, inclusive America. Onward! We're going to America, we're going to Seattle, okay. All right, now, I butchered that Howard Dean quote. I like how they throw Howard Dean in there. Howard Dean used to be a progressive fighter, but for a long time now, he's been a lobbyist in Washington. And so they always throw him in there like, remember Howard Dean? Back when he was a progressive fighter, they're like, Howard Dean is strange. He's really weird, he's an angry guy, there's something wrong with Howard Dean. Right? Now that he's been a lobbyist for a long time in Washington, they're like, Howard Dean! Howard Dean's great, he's smart, he's a progressive, he's on our side, Howard Dean! Yeah, okay, I know, you got in your hot tub time machine and now think that you're gonna impress us with the words, the name Howard Dean. Now, look, some of those groups do really good work, some of them do great work, others I don't know well enough. But I'd be surprised if you were gonna get a buck from Hillary Clinton and her buddies if you didn't toe the line exactly as they want you to. Okay, in fact, Hillary Clinton explains, in some cases, we'll provide direct funding to these organizations. Now, they can't really do much else, to be fair to them. They have no popular support. Her support evaporated the minute she lost the election. She's now polling at 35%. That's actually lower than Donald Trump. So she doesn't have any popular support. I mean, is she really, I don't know. I hope to God she's not thinking of running again. I don't think, maybe I'm being naive. I don't think that's what this is about. I think this is about, we're still relevant. Remember everybody, the Clintons still have power. Who knows, I might run for mayor in New York City. Now I've got a PAC, I'm powerful, I'm important. Come on, give me money. Oh, you know what, who knows? Chelsea Clinton might run. You never know. Remember, the Clinton brand is still really, really valuable. Give me your money and then I will direct it to allies who know how to do the right thing, okay? They explain Onward Together has not yet announced whether it will disclose donors or set any other policies limiting donations. Okay, here, I'll break the news for them. They will not have limits on donations. And there are many donors they will not disclose. Okay, so there's your breaking news. Because that's what they always do, that's the same game that they're gonna play. And so, look, I get it. Some people could say, hey, look, people join the fight, what else you want? Great, okay, they fight from that side, we fight from this side. And there's value to that, and maybe that's a fair point.
And the proof's gonna be in the pudding, so we don't quite know yet. But if history is any guide, the folks who have set up this PAC, including Hillary Clinton, have never really pushed for progressive policy positions unless they say, oh, but super, super incremental. Let's just like take a 1% step, and then the donors are comfortable that you haven't really rocked the boat. Remember, it's the donor's boat, so be careful, don't rock it too much. Let's go nice and easy status quo with 1 to 5% change, so you get lulled into a sense of complacency and we keep taking all the money out, right? My guess is that's the direction they're gonna go. But I would love, love, love for them to prove me wrong. Like they get in the fight, they roll up their sleeves and they're like, okay, Medicare for all, $15 minimum wage, free college education, no more wars, let's go, roll up the sleeves, let's go. Come on, voters, let's go, let's do grassroots, I'm gonna go knock on doors. Wait for it, but don't hold your breath. By the way, we have a poll on this, tytnetwork.com/Hillary. Should Hillary join the resistance or go back into the woods? I believe last I checked, Into the Woods was winning 93-7. No, and then the Hillary Clinton, no, that's not true. Then the Hillary Clinton bots came in and started voting. You know that now it's got over 100,000 votes. And still they couldn't get to 50-50. Do you know that when you vote in our poll, but you're not a real person, we can tell? So when the number of people who voted in the poll is way higher than the number of people who actually visited that page, we know that correct the record's been there. Let's correct this poll, this is not going well for us. We're losing 93-7. They cranked it all the way up, had a bunch of BS votes that got her to 57% join the resistance. And then the actual human beings showed up and they're like, no, I don't think so. And now they're back to under 50%. Okay, so Hillary Clinton and all the donor class in Washington, if you have actual human beings on your side, then have them vote at tytnetwork.com/Hillary. Otherwise, keep your bots. Okay, another story about the possible fate of Donald Trump. Let's do this. Okay. Weird happenings in Washington right now that lead me to believe that Donald Trump is in way bigger trouble than even the press understand. So obviously, there's the James Comey firing, which is a firestorm on top of all the general incompetence and controversies that he's caused. And now we find out that he accidentally gave classified information to the Russians in the Oval Office. And now we find out on top of that today that he asked James Comey to stop investigating Mike Flynn, which is arguably obstruction of justice. And the reason he wants him to stop investigating is because Mike Flynn knows the deal that happened with the Russians. That is a fair assumption. Okay, so then Marco Rubio randomly starts tweeting out Bible verses. That's strange. He tweets out, peace I leave with you, peace I give you. Not as the world gives, do I give to you. Do not let your hearts be troubled or afraid. John 14:27. Apparently this is a Bible verse that people turn to in very, very troubling times. Okay, then he quotes another Bible verse. He says, commit to the Lord whatever you do and your plans will succeed. The Lord works out everything for his own ends. What's going on here? Is Jesus coming back? What? So now, a lot of people saw this on social media, including conservatives, and they're like, that's not normal. What the hell is next? Now, of course, other conservatives jump in and go, what? He say, hey, you liberals, you don't understand the Bible. The guy loves the Bible, he's quoting the Bible. How come he never quotes the Bible on other days? Why today, of all days, all of a sudden these things about like, don't worry, as things come to a horrible end, God works in mysterious ways and you will be comforted. Like, as I see those quotes, I think either Marco Rubio has a sex scandal that he's about to tell us, or he knows something about the Trump situation and how bad it is more than we do, okay? Now, but even so, by itself, I wouldn't have done that story if that was the only clue that we had. But let's look at the other context. Then we turn to Roger Stone, who goes on Alex Jones' show and says something incredibly strange. He tells you about how they're going to attack Donald Trump. But mind you, no one has actually said this yet other than Roger Stone. Let's watch, then I'll explain.
It's a disclaimer right up front. They're going to say that this is a conspiracy theory, but it's the stone cold truth. they are going to claim that Donald Trump has Alzheimer's and that it is progressive, and that is progressing, and that is the source of his insanity. I've talked to the president fairly recently. He is sharp as a tack. There is no evidence of any deterioration in his thought process. This is completely bogus. But under the 25th Amendment, if a majority of the cabinet plus the vice president agree that the president is incapacitated, well, then he is removed. And if he seeks to fight the charges, it goes to the U.S. House of Representatives, where erosion among Republicans could destroy the Trump presidency. This is bogus. They could not beat him at the ballot box. So now they seek to remove him by claiming that he's insane. Look at his record on the economy. Look at his appointment to the Supreme Court. Look at the way he has the Chinese doing our dirty work in North Korea, and you will see he's not crazy. He's a genius.
I was about to say, if that's insane, we need more of it.
But this is the game plan. Watch carefully. You're going to see the word Alzheimer's more and more in the next several days.
Well, I'm paying attention very, very carefully, and I had not seen Alzheimer's until Roger Stone said it. So either he knows what the Republicans are going to claim about Donald Trump, certainly doesn't have any worthy context in the Democratic camp, or he just planted the story. And I think that is far more likely. It's a classic Roger Stone move to say, now what they're saying about how Donald Trump is insane is not true. Who said he was insane? Nobody said it. Now the thing about Alzheimer's, let me tell you something. Did I say Alzheimer's? I think people might be saying Alzheimer's soon. Remember everybody, Alzheimer's, but he doesn't have it. Now that's not just a pull to shoot. That's a legal defense. If you're worried that they've got good evidence on you colluding with the Russians, that's why you say, oh, they're saying he's insane. So you could later say, oh, no, poor Donald Trump was losing his mind. He had already gone insane, insanity defense. So of course, you can't hold him responsible for the deal that he made with the Russians. He had Alzheimer's. No, look at all his erratic behavior. They have begun to set up his legal defense. Tick tock, tick tock. Nobody said Alzheimer's but Roger Stone. And Roger Stone is very connected to Donald Trump. He bragged to the Young Turks that he was the guy who convinced Donald Trump to run in the first place. He just said he's been talking to him all the time. By the way, Donald Trump recently said he hadn't talked to Roger Stone in a long, long time. As usual, one or probably both of them are lying. Now, final part of this is, I told you that if he was gonna go, it's the Republicans who, of course, have to push him out. They're in the majority, right? So the first thing is you'd see Republicans start to backpedal away from him. Today, Ben Sass, so many others, Jeff Flake in the past, et cetera. Chaffetz is leaving Congress so he doesn't have to investigate Donald Trump. And then I said step two would be all the people that he wronged on the Republican side who would then look for revenge. John McCain out today going, God, I can't believe what he did with the Russians. And John Kasich saying it's outrageous what he did with James Comey. So all the guys he'd wronged in the past. And I said the final step would be Paul Ryan, because Paul Ryan is of course the Speaker of the House, and he's the one that's gonna have to make the decision on, are we gonna move forward on impeachment? So if you have the threat of impeachment, then he resigns and claims Alzheimer's, right? So when you go to Ryan's spokesperson, he says that Congressman Ryan, quote, hopes for a full explanation of the facts from the administration. And it has begun. This could happen much quicker than you anticipate. I think all of these are very telling. Tick tock, tick tock. Young Turks. Hey guys, we're back on Young Turks. Let's go to some tweets real quick for you guys. An American in Canada writes in, if Donald wants to use Alzheimer's as a legal defense, fine. Let the court appoint the doc to prove it. He'll probably get a doctor's note from that crazy doctor he has. Trust me, Donald Trump is the most insane person. On that I would trust you actually, I've ever dealt with. So Woke Bay writes in, I don't know if that's Haas. TYT's gonna need a 3-hour show to keep up with all these Trump news. Mandy writes in, when you are batshit crazy, that so batshit crazy that agriculture runs. You bought the entire farm, dude. And Santos Juante writes in, Hillary's onward progressive pack is just Clinton Foundation by a different name. Exactly right, Santos. So you can talk to us throughout the show at hashtag TYT Live. Okay, now let's go on to what was supposed to be the major story of today. What Trump did in the Oval Office. Okay. So Trump has the Russian ambassador and the foreign minister in, and he's going to talk to Kislyak and Lavrov, and he's apparently going to tell them highly classified information. Oops, you're not supposed to do that. But of course, he's a clown and doesn't know any better. So the Washington Post was the first to break this story. Let's start with them. They explained President Trump revealed highly classified information to Russian foreign minister and ambassador in a White House meeting last week, according to current and former US officials, who said Trump's disclosures jeopardize a critical source of intelligence on the Islamic State. Now, understand why this is so important. First of course, revealing classified information is important. Revealing it to the Russians is even more important. On ISIS, even more important. And especially in Syria, where the Russian interests are not the same as our interests. So they claim that they're fighting ISIS along with us, and they are opposed to ISIS. But on the other hand, they support the Assad government and many other fighters in the area that we do not support. So giving them that information could be terrible. Okay, so they explained further. The information the president relayed had been provided by a US partner through an intelligence sharing arrangement considered so sensitive that details have been withheld from allies and tightly restricted even within the US government, officials said. The problem is they had to share it with the president, and the president's a dunce. So he's the least reliable, least trustworthy guy you could share that information with. We now find out that it is in fact the Israelis who had given us that information. And earlier they were concerned about giving information to Donald Trump because of exactly this type of situation. And remember, the Russians are allied with Iran in Syria, and Iran is in some ways the biggest enemy of Israel. So they're like, oh, you just gave our top secret information to the Russians who could share it with Iran. That's why we were afraid to give you information, because we were worried that the American president is a total and complete idiot. And they were proven right. The partner, they explained, in this case again, later reporting revealed it was Israel, had not given the United States permission to share the material with Russia. An official said Trump's decision to do so endangers cooperation from an ally that has access to the inner workings of the Islamic State. Now, he apparently disclosed their operations in a certain city. Now the Russians know about that, and Israel thinks, well, if I give you information and then you reveal, that information to others, then people could find out who my sources are and who I have inside the Islamic State and what kind of information I'm getting. Disaster. So it's not that Israel isn't great allies with America, but they think if I share it with my ally, he might share it with my enemy. So there goes our information from Israel. Great job. The ally has repeatedly warned American officials that it would cut off access to such sensitive information if it were shared too widely, the former official said. In this case, the fear is that Russia will be able to determine exactly how the information was collected and could disrupt the allies' espionage efforts. Okay, now, how serious was it? They explained, this is code word information, said a US official familiar with the matter, using terminology that refers to one of the highest classification levels used by American spy agencies. Trump revealed more information to the Russian ambassador than we have shared with our own allies. It's so secret, they have code words for it. And they were worried that Hillary Clinton had a private server. By the way, I was worried about that too. But that is not even 1% of what Trump did here. There's no information that anyone actually broke into that server, or the Russians or our enemies or etc., and got any kind of information, let alone the most highly classified information. And Trump, instead of like, hey, did you store it in the right way? Did you follow all the regulations? Just comes out, goes, hey, Russians, you're in the Oval Office. Blah, here's all our code word information, highly classified stuff in the middle about ISIS that Israel gave us. Blah. More from Washington Post. For almost anyone in government, discussing such matters with an adversary would be illegal. As president, Trump has brought authority to declassify government secrets, making it unlikely that his disclosures broke the law. So later he will brag about that and cause himself more trouble because, again, too stupid to understand the ramifications of his actions. I'll get to that in a second. They further explain Russia could identify our sources or techniques, the senior official said. a former intelligence official who handled high-level intelligence on Russia, said that given the clues Trump provided, quote, I don't think that it would be that hard for Russian spy services to figure this out. So they already know the city, they already know that it's about laptops and on airplanes, and they know the mission that we think ISIS is gonna launch, but they could furthermore figure out who, it's potentially possible that they could figure out who our sources were or Israel's sources were, and then eliminate them. Okay, White House officials defended Trump. The story's false, said Dina Powell, Deputy National Security Advisor for Strategy. The president only discussed the common threats that both countries faced, but officials could not explain why staff members nevertheless felt it necessary to alert the CIA and the NSA. So what happened after the meeting is people in the room are like, oh no, he just told the Russians top secret information. We have to tell the CIA and NSA immediately. Later, Trump goes, go lie for me, go say it didn't happen. So Dina Powell comes out and says it didn't happen. They're like, okay, then why did you tell the CIA and the NSA in a panic that it did? It doesn't matter, Trump's gonna tell him the truth later accidentally anyway. Never lie for Trump, he's gonna throw you under a bus. So a US official said, now we go to BuzzFeed, they added to the reporting, they say, quote, it's far worse than what has already been reported. Oh, damn. Because what's been reported is already pretty bad. Okay, now we go back to the Washington Post. A former senior US official says, it is all kind of shocking. Trump seems to be very reckless and doesn't grasp the gravity of things he's dealing with, especially when it comes to intelligence and national security. I told you he's a child, he doesn't understand anything, and he's too lazy and incompetent to figure it out. Now we go back to BuzzFeed. This is an Israeli intelligence official. They say, we have an arrangement with America which is unique to the world of intelligence sharing. To know that this intelligence is shared with others without our prior knowledge, that is for us our worst fears confirmed. Okay, now let's go to what part of what Donald Trump said in bragging to the Russians, because he's a child. He's like, oh, I have toys. I have a lot of toys. I want to brag about it. He said, I get great intel. I have people brief me on great intel every day. Oh, Jesus Christ, man. Yet they know that. They're the Russians, they also have great intel. You're not supposed to brag and tell them what the intel is. And besides which, you're a freaking embarrassment, man. Who goes to the Russians and tries to impress them by saying things like, I get great intel. I have people brief me on great intel every day. Everybody knows that. You're the president of the United States. Everybody knows you get intelligence every day. But he's the only one who didn't know it. So he's like, did you know that they brief me every day? Yes, schmuck, we all knew that. Okay. Bob Corker is asked about this, Republican in the Senate. He says, obviously, referring to the White House, they're in a downward spiral right now. And I've got to figure out a way to come to grips with all that's happening. Republicans starting to bail. Then he's got to have McMaster, who's the National Security Advisor, lie for him. This is not going to end well. McMaster says right after this news broke, at no time were intelligence sources or methods discussed, and the president did not disclose any military operations that were not already publicly known. And then he went and doubled down and said, I was in the room. It didn't happen. Okay, that's what McMaster says. Then, of course, here comes Trump with yet another bungle. After he had Dina Powell and McMaster and Spicer and everybody come out and say it didn't happen, the story's false, he confirms it. Okay, Donald Trump tweets, of course, as president, I wanted to share with Russia at an openly scheduled White House meeting, which I have absolute right to do, facts pertaining to terrorism and airline flight safety, humanitarian reasons, plus I want Russia to greatly step up their fight against ISIS and terrorism. Why did you have all your guys go out there and say you didn't share that information? Then you turn around on Twitter and say, I got a legal right to share it. I looked into it, because he just found out. His lawyers came in and said, well, as the president, you could declassify anything you want. You'd probably want to go through a better process than this and maybe check with a couple of people, including our allies, but you could legally do it. So of course somebody told him that. So he goes on Twitter right away. He's like, okay, all right, where is it? Where's my tweeter machine? I shared with the Russians, but I had every right to do it. Well, schmuck, you just threw McMaster under the bus.
You just told us he was lying and Dina Powell was lying when they said you didn't share that information. He is historically stupid. Okay, now they got a new excuse they got to come out with today. So here comes Spicer with the new excuse.
When you look at that story, it would be impossible for the president to reveal the source of the information because, as General McMaster made very clear as he was leaving this podium, the president wasn't briefed on the information and wasn't aware of the source. So the president wasn't aware of this. This wasn't part of his briefing. So therefore, to suggest that therefore he revealed it is impossible.
Now we all know that he revealed information. What they're saying now is, well, remember, the president is such an idiot, he doesn't read his briefings. And this is true. They used to give 4-page summaries on issues. Like, hey, you're gonna talk to the Russians, you're gonna talk to the leader of Australia or Germany. Here's a 4-page briefing on what you should know. He refused to read them. They boiled it down to 1 page and he demanded bullet points and graphs and maps. How do you fit all that on 1 page? Because he doesn't want to read, it bores him because he's a petulant child. So now there are new excuses. Now remember, the president's an idiot and doesn't read his briefings anyway, so he didn't know exactly who gave him that information and how he got it. He had the information and shared it with the Russians, but he didn't know where it came from. Oh, yeah. McMaster has the same excuse, watch.
And I should just make maybe the statement here that the president wasn't even aware, of where this information came from. He wasn't briefed on the source and method of the information either.
Remember, the president's an idiot. He doesn't know anything. He told him highly classified information, but he doesn't know where it came from because he doesn't read his briefings. Did that help? Final quote for you guys comes from Donald Trump. He tweets, unbelievably, this is not an old tweet, this is a recent tweet, just from today. I've been asking Director Comey and others from the beginning of my administration to find the leakers in the intelligence community. But dude, we found the leaker. It's you. You just leaked to the Russians, so mission accomplished. You figured out who the leaker was. It's the first thing Donald Trump has done. Okay, last thing, real quick. Okay, related to this story, okay? Now, I know from the Republicans that endangering classified information is a very serious offense. I know this because they chanted lock her up about Hillary Clinton because she used a private server that might have endangered information. It didn't actually endanger the information. To the best of our knowledge, the Russians or any other enemies that we have or allies did not get that information, but she endangered it and they thought it was outrageous. Now, at the time, Paul Ryan said, individuals who are extremely careless with classified information should be denied further access to such info. Well, that's a little uncomfortable given that Donald Trump was now extremely careless with classified information inside the Oval Office and shared it with the Russian foreign minister and the Russian ambassador. He told them about a plan regarding ISIS that Israeli intelligence had given to us and warned us not to share even with our allies, let alone people like the Russians who are allied with Iran, who is fighting against Israel behind the scenes. Oops. So Paul Ryan, do you think that's it? Donald Trump should not have access to classified information anymore? He probably secretly does think that. Anyway, at the time, he had said, given Clinton's record of extraordinary lack of discretion and judgment, the risk is just too great. Well, given what Donald Trump has done now, our allies agree the risk of giving top secret information to the Americans is apparently too great. Okay, now, you think it's just Paul Ryan? No, here's another guy who thought it was an egregious thing to do, to risk sharing classified information with people who shouldn't have it.
It's clear from the FBI report that Hillary Clinton lied about her handling of confidential information. She said she couldn't recall details about her mishandling of classified information.
Outrageous, so ridiculous. Lock her up, lock her up. That's not all, let's go to the tweets. When it comes to Donald, there's ample evidence here. This is from during the campaign. He said crooked Hillary Clinton and her team were, quote, extremely careless in their handling of very sensitive, highly classified information. Not fit.
Well, you said it, brother. Okay, anyone who's extremely careless in handling classified information, not fit for office. I didn't say it, Donald Trump said it. Here's another quote. WikiLeaks proves even the Clinton campaign knew crooked, mishandled classified info, but no one gets charged. Rigged. Okay, so I guess he thinks that if you mishandle classified information like that, you should be charged. Good to know. Lock him up. Lock him up. Okay, here's another one. The real scandal here is that classified information is illegally given out by intelligence like candy. Very un-American. I don't think it gets more given out like candy than the Russian ambassador and foreign minister walking into your office and you go, hey, did you know what ISIS is up to? Let me tell you our top secret classified information about what ISIS is going. And maybe you want to go share that with Iran. Very un-American indeed. Final one for you guys. The real story that Congress, the FBI, and all others should be looking into is leaking of classified information. Must find leaker now. Good news for you, Donald. You found him. Again, it's you. That was from back in March. And after an exhaustive search, Donald Trump finally looked in the mirror. All right, we have more stories for you guys in the so-called second hour, and they are devastating, including Rahm Emanuel. He's got a new idea on unity for us. Oh, can't wait. All right, back on the Young Turks, Cenk and Anna with you guys. Members of the day are Lynn Johnson and Richard Worthington. If you're a member of the Young Turks, you get the full 2-hour show anytime you want it, ad-free, and you get the post-game show and some of our other shows like Old School and Aggressive Progressives. And today in the post-game, I will show you a bathroom that I was in.
All right, okay. Sounds great.
It sounds unfortunate, but it is, in my estimation, exactly right. Okay, so you'll see, and it's a little political.
Oh.
Only I could make a bathroom political. Anyway, members, hear that post game and by joining at tytnetwork.com/join. Now, let me read you one quick tweet and then we got 1,000 stories. Davey M says, the reason why Melania Trump never moved into the White House is that she knew that idiot she has for a husband wouldn't be there long. Maybe.
She's like, why put forth all this effort, move all my stuff? He's gonna be back in a couple months.
And as we were talking about in the postgame yesterday, moving's a real pain in the ass.
It is, it is.
She's like, oh, please, he'll be back here in no time. And apparently so. Okay, all right, what's next then?
All right. Chicago's Mayor Rahm Emanuel recently had an interview with Politico to talk about the current state of affairs here in the United States. And he had some advice for liberals, which is always really interesting considering the fact that anytime he talks about liberals, it seems to be negative. Now, Emanuel is worried. He thinks everyone in Washington is too focused on the crazy around Trump to see what's actually going on and what's not. So I'm gonna get to his specific quotes, but understand that the gist of what he says is about how we spend too much, when I say we, I mean liberals in general, not we as the Young Turks, although we've gotten this criticism before. We spend too much time focusing on Trump and criticizing Trump. We should spend some time focusing on other things. For instance, the middle class and the working class, which is something that liberals do time and time again, and then they get criticized by centrist Democrats for doing so. But anyway.
Okay, before you go on with more quotes. So in that first quote, I was intrigued because if you're progressive, you can make the case, hey, look, we should really focus on help get the wages of the middle class up, focus on their real life issues, and that would be a great case to make. So I was like, did he learn something? Is he going to go in the right direction here? I wouldn't agree to not talking about Trump. That's a weird thing to
He's
say,
our president,
right.
and he's doing something crazy every day. What do? You just ignore it?
Yeah, you can't ignore it. But I think we can walk and chew gum at the same time. So yeah, we can attack Trump and tell you, hey, you know what? We should have free college education for kids so that we can have a vibrant middle class, $15 minimum wage, so we can have at least people earning a decent enough wage to be able to sustain their families, etc. So is that the direction that Rahm's going to go? Let's find out.
All right, he says the following. We don't talk about and fight for the middle class like we are. We believe we're for them, but they don't. If they don't hear we're for them, then we got a problem. it's not just for the string of policies. It's also a set of values that respect who they are in their lives. We come off and can come off as a party disdainful of them.
Okay, so in the beginning it sounded fine. Like, he's right, the Democratic Party polls worse than the Republican Party, and that is unbelievable in the era of Trump. I mean, he's a deeply unpopular president. Somehow the Democrats are even more unpopular. How the hell did they manage to pull that off? Because they're ignoring the middle class. Again, I'm like, hey, I'm slightly encouraged here, or we're gonna go in the right direction. But then he starts talking about, like, it's not about the policies. Yeah, of course it is. That's what affects them. You know, whether they have health care or not is a policy issue. Whether their wages are higher or not higher is a policy issue. He says we have to talk to them in a way that we don't sound disdainful of them. I'm like, uh-oh, here we go. So this is where you reach out to them on social issues. Now, you're not deplorable. You're not in the basket of deplorables. You're a wonderful human being who happens to think that the South should have won the Civil War. Okay, but so can you please come towards us anyway? This is the idea of appeasing Republicans and thinking that they'll come to your side, which has never, ever worked for the Democrats in my lifetime.
Right, and later on he talks about how it's okay to support Democrats who are running for office or running for re-election who happen to be against reproductive rights. And I understand that Bernie Sanders has supported a representative who has come out against reproductive rights. But with Bernie Sanders, I believe that it comes from a genuine place of, hey, I'm not gonna agree with this politician on everything, but when it comes to the core values of what it means to be a progressive, this person, follows suit. When it comes to economic justice, this person follows suit. With Rahm Emanuel, though, he has never struck me as a progressive or an individual who's cared about liberals, who's cared about the middle class or the working class. I mean, he's been in some of the most powerful positions imaginable, and what has he done? And even in that statement, you're right, Cenk, he talks about, it's not just about the policies. No, it's 100% about the policies. That's why during this last election, so many people were frustrated by the pandering that we experienced from the candidates. Hillary Clinton being one of them, right? The pandering about the hot sauce in her bag. No, we don't care about the hot sauce in your bag. We care about what you're gonna do for the working class and the middle class.
So, but I want to talk about that Mello endorsement a little bit more because this guy's running in Omaha, Nebraska, and so he doesn't agree with us on pro-choice issues. That's devastating, right? But that's why when the press asks me about, for example, the Just Democrats, that's the progressive wing of the Democratic Party, we say out of the 23 things in our platform, only one is non-negotiable. You're not allowed to be corrupt. You can't take lobbyist money or PAC money, okay? Everything else, like, it depends on where you're running. And I wish you agreed with everything, all 23 items in the platform, but I understand that you're gonna have different positions on guns depending on where you are in the country. I get that, right? So if he was making a case like I think Bernie Sanders is making that case, if Rahm was making that case, again, I'd be super welcoming to it. But it turns out, no, he's not talking about that. He later says, no, we have to be more centrist. Okay, which means, and if you're not talking about policy and you're not talking about Trump, what's left? What's left is running to the right.
That's right, that's exactly right. And it's funny because the main criticism here was liberals are wasting too much time focusing on Trump. They need to address the middle class. And then for the remainder of the interview, the only thing he talked about was Trump. Let me give you an example. He's attacked Atlanta, he's attacked Philadelphia, he's attacked New York, he's attacked the gangs there, he's attacked Chicago. I noticed he never attacked suburban or rural areas for their opioid crisis. He talks about how to solve those problems. You have a huge opioid crisis in the suburbs, massive opiate heroin crisis. Now they don't get stereotyped or criticized, they get empathy. Okay, so yeah, that's the kind of stuff that we criticize him for too, because he's the president and he deserves to be criticized, especially when he's doing something wrong. I don't know, I felt like he came off as disingenuous, and it's also really, really interesting to me to hear such a centrist tell liberals how they need to act in order to appeal to people. No, you appeal to people by showing that you actually understand their issues and want to fix those issues.
And you want to fight for those changes. Now, look, you have to understand the context. It's not the first time we've heard of Rahm Emanuel, of course, chief of staff for Obama, and was in the Clinton administration. When he was chief of staff for Obama, he famously told a room full of progressives about how they were effing retarded for being liberal, okay? And later in the article, he explains to Politico that he says we have to look to the suburbs and find the moderates. No, but on the policy positions, almost all 23 planks for example, in the Justice Democrats platform, polls at 60% or better. You already have the moderates. You already have the independents if you actually went with the policies that we're talking about. Expanding Social Security, not cutting Social Security, free college education, et cetera. All of these things, even immigration reform, they all poll at over 60%. The issue isn't getting moderates on our side. The issue is he doesn't want to do any of those things because the Democratic donors don't want him to do those things. So he wants to play identity politics, partly why he mentions the cities there. Of course, he's the mayor of Chicago, which is a city that gets attacked. That's fair, right? And so he doesn't want to talk about policies, even though the policies would get you the moderates that you're looking for, because he's not looking for moderates. He's looking to trick the voters and please the donors. So at the end of the day, it turns out it's the same old Rahm Emanuel doing the same old tricks. And he says, one more quote from him, talking to ourselves and persuading ourselves is not going to be the way to get a majority. In other words, don't fight for progressive positions. Talking to ourselves and persuading ourselves, meaning becoming progressive and fighting for progressive issues, is not the way to go, he explains. He says you have to go get a majority. That is code word for go further right to try to get right-wing voters.
As if the country hasn't gone right enough, right?
Yeah, and so that is a loser strategy, because when you say that you're Republican light, the electorate says, okay, then why don't I vote for the real Republican? You just told me they're right. Okay, then I'll go vote for them and not you. Why would I vote for you after you undermined your own policy positions and told me the other side is right? In fact, you did that so much, I'll even vote for a guy who was polling at 37% on the day of the election. I'll even vote for a guy who's completely incompetent, a complete monster, because you told me that you don't believe in your own positions and I should vote Republican. So I did. And Rahm Emanuel hasn't learned a thing. Same old strategy from the same old corporate Democrats.
All right, moving on. Meet Tim Gurner. He is a wealthy individual living in Australia who recently had an interview with the Australian version of 60 Minutes. And during that interview, he addressed millennials and their inability to afford housing. And of course, I love when you hear from out of touch wealthy people who have all sorts of theories on why millennials can't afford to buy homes. Okay, so here's what he had to say. When I was trying to buy my first home, I wasn't buying smashed avocado for $19 and 4 coffees at $4 each. We're at a point now where the expectations of younger people are very, very high. They want to eat out every day. They want to travel to Europe every year. The people that own homes today worked very, very hard for it, saved every dollar, did everything they could to get up the property investment ladder. Okay. First of all, I would be shocked to find anyone who goes to Starbucks 4 times a day to buy $4 coffees. Maybe once a day, maybe twice a day, but 4 times a day, okay, you're exaggerating. Secondly, no one's spending $19 or $22 on avocado toast. That's crazy. Third of all, even so, even if someone does spend that kind of money on that kind of food and then stops, they still wouldn't be able to save enough money to buy a home. How do I know that? Because I just did like the most extensive investigation into several different countries that are having a housing crisis right now. And you cannot compete with foreign investors who come in with all cash offers, don't need to take out a mortgage, don't need to work with escrow, don't need a lender, come in, just make it rain, and they snatch up all the homes, okay? That's what's happening right now. So you wanna talk to me, okay, someone living in Los Angeles, experiencing this firsthand, that, hey, Anna, if you just stop buying the avocado toast, you'll be able to afford a home. No, not buying it. This just shows how incredibly out of touch these people are.
So there's 2 different parts of this. One is, Anna's talking about the big cities, right?
No, it's happening in smaller cities throughout the country as well. It's happening in the Southeast, it's happening in the Midwest, it's happening in a lot of cities in the United States. And by the way, this is not just a problem in the US, this is a problem in Australia, in Japan, in Canada. We're seeing it all over the world.
Definitely in the UK. London had big time with it. Part of the reason is that folks in other countries like China and Russia and the Gulf, they gotta wash their money, okay? And so the reason they're coming in with cash is because of the laws set up in their own countries about what they can and cannot move through banks. Instead, they move it through cash and they lay down property and then they can't be traced. So it's a way to get their money out of, especially China, but certainly Russia as well, and other countries. So now that's part of the phenomenon. It's driving up prices. You're not going to be able to eat at an economical price enough to be able to afford houses in these cities that are way, way higher than what this guy's talking about.
Right.
But I actually think that even the bigger issue here is that everybody lives in their own bubble. So for the rich, like Tim Gurner, he actually does know a lot of millennials who eat avocado toast because they're his rich friends' kids. And then he looks at them and goes, oh, they look so entitled. They're not working hard enough. All they're doing is spending mommy and daddy's money. Well, for some of them, that's totally true. But what you don't see is poor and middle class millennials who don't have mommy and daddy's money to spend, who aren't paying $22 for avocado toast because they don't have the $22, let alone the money to buy a house. How many times has Tim Gurner hung out with a minimum wage worker? How many times has he hung out with guys who are working at McDonald's or Waffle House in the middle of the US or in Australia and thought, oh my, if he met those guys, he would be shocked.
Yeah.
He'd be like, wait, what? Like if he went and he just watched the videos on TYT Politics when Jordan interviewed those guys who were working at a burger chain, and he asked them what their dream is. They hadn't bothered to dream about a better future because all they knew was minimum wage, right?
Yeah.
And those guys you think are eating avocado frickin' toast?
It's ridiculous because it places all of the blame on an entire generation, right? They become the scapegoats, and it's a really great way of distracting people from what's really going on behind the scenes. Look, understand that I'm not expecting people to hand out houses. I'm not expecting it to be easy. I understand that homeownership is difficult, and it's not a right, it is a privilege. You work hard and you earn it, right? But here's the thing. Earning it has become incredibly difficult. It's become impossible because you have all of these things working against you. And it's not just one factor. It's not just that foreigners are coming in, but that has driven up the cost of the cost of homes throughout the country right now. Isn't it kind of interesting how wages continue to be stagnant, right? I couldn't understand what was going on. I'm like, we're not earning more money, right? This is currently a huge economic problem, but why are the prices of homes going up so quickly, so fast? And then you just do a little research, you do a little digging, and you find out you can't compete with cash buyers. You can't. And so now you have different countries throughout the world right now that are trying to pass like special taxes to kind of deter foreign investment. And look, foreign investment is good to a certain extent as well. They build up certain towns that have been neglected, and let's say a certain city doesn't have the resources to do that. Foreign investment sometimes makes sense, but it's gotten so out of control that not only do millennials have to deal with a system that's rigged against them, that now they have to also deal with wealthy people from other countries coming in and snatching up opportunities as well.
Anna, if you just stop eating the avocado toast, then you can afford a multi-million-dollar home.
Yeah, okay. So the next time a rich person tells me I need to eat crap in order to afford the basic necessities of life, I might get a little violent. Okay,
don't do
not literally, okay? I might get verbally violent.
Well, that sounds more like us. Okay, yes. Anyway, look, last thing about Tim Gurner. I guess we said it already. They just live in their own bubble, and it drives me crazy that they look around at all their rich friends' kids, and then they're like, "Oh, I don't know, everybody's eating avocado toast. Why don't they eat cake?"
It reminds me of adults who talk about how they put themselves through college, like in 1960. Like, what? I put myself through college. Why can't you do it? Why don't you work while you go to school?
Yeah, because college cost $25 back then.
That's right. Same thing with housing. Okay, housing. I love my parents, but they're also a little out of touch on this issue because they bought their house for like $100,000 back in like the 1970s or 1980s. I don't remember.
In LA.
In LA. A condo now, you'll be lucky if you find a condo for $500,000. Okay, so just keep everything in context and understand how much inflation has affected people, and our wages have not kept up with that inflation.
Super last thing, and the GI Bill put a lot of people through college. It was great, great, great. And then they're like, why don't you earn your way? But wait, I don't have the GI Bill. If I had the GI Bill, maybe I could do that, right? So you live in a totally different situation than I did. Ron Paul, it's like, same thing. I worked my way through college. Dude, it cost you 12 cents per year to go to college when Ron Paul went to college when he was, because he's like 1,012 years old, right? So, and all, just everything that they had a better, like Paul Ryan. Oh yeah, you should buy Ayn Rand is awesome, and you should pull yourself up by the bootstraps. How'd you get through college? Oh, I got Social Security because my dad passed away, so the government gave me all the money I needed. Oh, is that right? Why didn't you just fucking pull yourself up by the bootstraps, Paul? Oh, you didn't, right? You fucking milked off the government, and now you want to burn the bridge right behind you. Fuck you, Paul Ryan. Fuck you, Tim Gurner, and all these guys who never ever live out or even consider what it might be outside of their fucking bubble. Casey, you got me worked up.
Yeah, I like it.
Okay, what's next?
Let's take a break. When we come back, we have a 63-year-old woman spitting some truth to a representative.
And then Dave Chappelle apologizes. What did he apologize over? Because he's got some, have you seen his stand up on Bill Cosby?
No, not Bill Cosby.
Okay, anyways, we'll get to Dave Chappelle too. All right, we're back on the Young Turks. Jen Canano with you guys. I want to give you one poll that I told you about earlier in the show. Should Hillary join the resistance or go back into the woods? That's tytnetwork.com/Hillary. So the real results are 22.5% say join the resistance. 77% say go back into the woods.
And look, I think the reason why so many people want her to go back to the woods isn't because they don't want people to join the resistance. I don't mean to speak for you, by the way. So if I'm wrong, let me know. I think it's because people don't trust her, right? I have no problem with people joining the resistance.
Of course.
She doesn't come off as someone who's genuine about the resistance. She comes off as someone who is doing it for personal reasons, personal gain.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
All right, let me read some tweets. Mandy says, pretty sure if someone wrote what's happening now as a dystopian novel, it'd be slammed by critics saying, come on, no one is that stupid. It's true, it'd be a B movie, right? You wouldn't put a character like that in a real movie because it would be outlandish and unbelievable. Ishkabibble says he closed, referring to Rahm Emanuel, he closed 50 schools in South Chicago. He's insane.
Oh, that's right. I forgot about that.
I don't know that he's insane. I think that he's got other interests. The liberal mom says things have changed since Bill Clinton. The moving right does not work anymore, she capped it. When will they get this? They'll never get it because they're moving right, not because they think it's a winning strategy and that they're behind the times. They're moving right to please their donors so they can keep on getting those donations. Then they're retroactively justifying it by saying, oh, we need to capture moderate voters. How's that working out for you? Anyway, Savannah says, it's so hard to get ahead. If you've ever gone through a bad time and missed a credit card or car payment, you aren't getting a house. Now, good point. I forgot to mention in that story, 75% of Americans cannot survive a $700 debt. Like if they get a bill for $700 for whatever reason, right? They would then not be able to pay the bills. 75% of Americans. You're talking to me about fucking avocado toast? They have no idea what's going on in this country.
No
None.
idea. I wanna elaborate on that just a little bit in the post game because I have some stories that I think the audience would find interesting.
Okay, we're elaborating that on the post game, plus what bathroom I was in and how it's related to politics.
Okay.
tytnetwork.com/join to hear that post game. And final one, bitchy gay guy writes in, oh shit, I had no idea I could afford a $400,000 condo if I just stopped paying Chipotle at $1.80 for guac. Well, now you know. That's why you watch the show. Okay. All right, what's next, Hannah?
All right. A GOP congressman was having a town hall where he discussed the Affordable Care Act and what he would like to strip away from it. This is Representative Rod Blum from Iowa. And in case you want a little taste of what he had to say about maternity care and the audience's reaction to it, take a quick look.
such as a 62-year-old male having to have pregnancy insurance.
Okay, so just to give you a little more context, he was complaining about the fact that men also have to chip into the healthcare system in order to pay for things like maternity care. And I love the way the constituents there reacted to it, because on the surface, for someone who doesn't understand the nuance of healthcare, yeah, it sounds outrageous. Why would I have to pay for maternity care if I'm a dude? But the healthcare system doesn't just let you pick and choose specific things that you want to pay for yourself. It's paying into a system that makes healthcare a little more affordable for everyone, right?
So, well, Republicans are both, indifferent to your problems. Like, if it doesn't affect me, I'm a dude. Your pregnancy is your problem, not my problem. I don't want to pay for it, right? But wait, we kind of need to do it together to have kids. That's how it works.
Yeah.
And say, I don't care. Second part of it is that they're not that bright. So that's why Paul Ryan did that press conference where he's like, under Obamacare, the healthy pay for the sick in the insurance system. Yeah, that's how all of insurance works. So if you didn't have the healthy go into the insurance system, then the sick couldn't afford it. You pay throughout your life, and hopefully for a lot of it, you're healthy, and then you get it when you need it. Oh. But they're so stupid, they don't understand that.
No, what's also amazing is new data indicates that the life expectancy for people living in Kentucky is at an all-time low, okay? In modern times, obviously. And look, part of the reason why is because there's an opioid epidemic there as well. There's the factor of an unhealthy lifestyle for some. I don't want to make a generalization, but there are a bunch of factors playing into that. Okay, the healthcare system, again, I'm a healthy young person living in California, right? Why do I have to pay for people who live an unhealthy lifestyle? It's not fair to me, but that's not the way it works. You don't get to pick and choose. You know what I'm saying? Anyway,
it's totally unfair that I have to pay for cancer patients.
Yeah.
I don't have cancer. Why am I paying for these cancer patients when I don't have cancer yet? That's not how insurance works. Okay.
So there is an upside to this story, and the upside is a woman who goes by the name Barbara Rank, and she wrote a letter to her local paper in response to this, right? So here's what the 63-year-old had to say about it. Let's go to graphic 12. Why should I pay for a bridge I don't cross, or sidewalk I don't walk on, a library book I don't read? Why should I pay for a flower I won't smell, a park I don't visit, or art I can't appreciate? Why should I pay the salaries of politicians I didn't vote for, a tax cut that doesn't affect me, or a loophole that I can't take advantage of? And so that got a lot of positive reaction. And I think she makes such a good point, right? That's the way the system works. There are so many things that we pay for that we don't benefit from, right? But the reason why we pay for it and our tax money goes toward it is because we're supposed to live in a civil society. We're supposed to take care of one another. I know it's like a weird thought because everything is so individualistic right now, but we're supposed to be a community. That's what patriotism is supposed to be about.
And it's not just to help others. You can't build certain things unless you work together, unless you pool your money together. So in order for you to have a sidewalk in front of your house, you also have to help pay for sidewalks all across the city. And you're not gonna use 98% of those sidewalks. That doesn't mean, no, we'll only build a sidewalk in front of my house and damn all your houses. That's not how it works. We have to build roads so we can all travel on the roads, and bridges and schools and hospitals, etc. But the Republicans go, no, I just want mine. And if it doesn't affect me, it's your problem, not my problem. But that's not how we built this country. That's not how you ever build a civilized society.
And it will affect you, right? Like if you hoard all your money to yourself and society is crumbling all around you, do you want to live in that country? You want to live in a country where roads are crumbling, where bridges are falling apart? I mean, we're kind of already living in that country, unfortunately. But if things got even worse, would they enjoy that? I mean, you can only build so many moats around your estate. At some point, you're gonna be living in a terrible condition just because you wanna hoard all your resources for yourself. And by the way, I mean, same thing with education. Property taxes go toward funding public education locally, right? A lot of people don't even have kids. So why should they have to pay for education? Because we don't want to live in a country full of idiots. That's why, okay? You want innovation. You want your country to compete in a global economy, right? You want to be a freaking patriot. And for some reason, we have lost that identity.
And by the way, it winds up coming to help you anyway, because then if you have good schools, even if you don't have kids, property values rise, then your house is worth more. Hey, look at that, you did the right thing and it turned out to be a good thing for you. When you pay for kids' education, they wind up being successful business people and they create more jobs and the economy's better and you're better off. That's why we work together. If you want a libertarian paradise, I got one for you. Go to Somalia. They have almost no laws there. How's that working out?
All right, moving on to some other news. Right after Donald Trump got elected, Dave Chappelle was on Saturday Night Live and he made the case that maybe it makes more sense to give our new president a shot before being super judgmental. However, recently Dave Chappelle has completely apologized and taken back those statements. Now, to give you the exact statement he said previously, he's like, I'm wishing Donald Trump luck and I'm going to give him a chance. And we, the historically disenfranchised, demand that he give us one too. So that was his initial statement. Fast forward to today, and he says, I was the first guy on TV to say, give Trump a chance. I effed up, sorry.
So it's a funny thing to apologize for giving someone a fair chance, right? But I think you should apologize. And I'll tell you why. Look, that sounds funny, but it's not like Donald Trump came in with a blank slate. So if you say, hey, we don't know this guy at all, give him a shot, I agree with you. Of course, if I don't know him at all, why wouldn't I give him a shot? Especially as a progressive, of course I'd give him a shot, right? But we knew who Donald Trump was. It's not like he's going to change magically overnight.
And it's not like he was trying to hide who he really was. He was one of the most transparent candidates imaginable. Just completely shared how hateful he was, and people liked it.
Yeah. So now people will still criticize Dave Chappelle, saying, "Oh my God, we're only a little past 100 days in his administration, and you're already making a decision on him." What more evidence do you need? During the campaign, he bragged about sexually assaulting women and getting away with it. He proved throughout his whole life of his complete incompetence in business and otherwise, 6 bankruptcies, etc. He would say about how he doesn't care about other people. And then in business, caring about other people is a disadvantage. You don't want to do that. He would scam people out of money like he did with Trump University, and the list goes on and on. So when he came in, we knew who Donald Trump was. Giving him a chance doesn't really mean anything, right?
Right, look, and the reality is we covered every single part of the election. So we were very aware of what he said in every debate, both during the primaries and during the general. And so it's fine if someone isn't engaged in politics as much and missed all those things. But what I give Chappelle credit for is that he was willing to change his opinion, right? He was willing to revisit this issue and realize, yeah, you know what? Gave him a shot. He's terrible. I apologize.
Yeah.
And so you got to give him credit for that, because a lot of people, especially Trump supporters, don't want to be proven wrong. And so even if Trump kicks them in the face, they'll go ahead and say, no, love him. Definitely in the approval rating component of the polls, and it's insane.
Yeah, well, I'm missing teeth because he kicked me in the face, but I've got a lot more ventilation now in my mouth. So thank you, Trump. So look, Chappelle, don't get anybody wrong, was never a Trump supporter. He was saying, hey, look, give us a shot in a disenfranchised population and we'll give you a shot. And then a couple of months in, it's super obvious that Trump is not doing that. So he's saying, nah, it was a waste of our time to think that he would ever change. And he's right about that.
Yep. All right, real quick, one more story before we call it a day. We called it. Bill O'Reilly will be joining forces with Glenn Beck on The Blaze. They will be teaming up to do weekly discussions together. In fact, Bill O'Reilly said, we're going to do that every Friday until Beck gets tired of me. And it's a good outlet for me too, discuss things back and forth with Beck, who's a good friend. We don't agree on everything, but it's very lively. It's such a great Christian thing to do, to hire someone like Bill O'Reilly. I mean, nothing says Christian values like having a serial sexual harasser as part of your company.
Yeah. So I don't know to what degree he's paying him, and Beck's finances is apparently an absolute disaster. So probably O'Reilly, who has an enormous amount of money, is probably doing it for either free or close to free. But these guys didn't get along before, and O'Reilly is a Trump supporter, and Beck is not, right? And at Fox News they had some beefs, but now that they're both been kicked out, all of a sudden they're getting along a little bit better. Now that O'Reilly needs an outlet, all of a sudden, before Glenn Beck was like an amusing little guy he would have on, and he was Papa Bear at Fox News.
Right.
And when Glenn Beck left, he didn't shed a tear at all. But all these guys, and especially their conservatives, right? They're like, oh, it happened to Glenn Beck. Who cares? They run him out of town. What, you're running me out of town? Oh my God! It turns out Fox News runs people out of town. Hey, Glenn, I'm sorry, man. I'm trying this podcast thing, but like 13.5 people are listening. It's a total disaster. Can I come on your show? And Beck's like, okay, who's Papa Bear now? So that's what's happening here. Glenn Beck needs the audience and needs money. His blaze is ablaze. Apparently that's why they named him Blaze, because they take a pile of money and then set it ablaze. Okay, and O'Reilly desperately needs some outlet. Because without Fox News, it turns out nobody really wants to listen to him.
Real quick, how clear is it that these dudes have such a deep disdain for women, period, right? So Glenn Beck fires the one person who got any attention on the Blaze, Tomi Lahren, because she had the audacity to make sense once in her life about reproductive rights. And then he fires her and then decides to work with Bill O'Reilly, who was pushed out of Fox News because he was sexually harassing too many women. It's insane.
It probably never occurs to him that that's not the Christian thing to do. Okay, we're out of time, guys. Thank you so much for joining us. We'll see you in the postgame if you're a member, tytnetwork.com/join. Thank you for joining us. Bye-bye.
Kendrick Lamar released his new album art for Damn. Let's take a look. This is it. It's so real. So this is the front of it. And as opposed to Pimp a Butterfly, which is monochrome and like very detailed, here's the back of it. It seems very sparse. So we'll come back to these in a minute. Vlad Sepetov, who is a designer who worked on it, said this, because a lot of people were looking at this and said Pimp a Butterfly was really artistic and really involved, and you could look at it for a very long time and still find out new stuff and notice new stuff. He said, it's interesting to see people talk about bad design. But I'm incredibly proud of this cover. I sort of bucked what a lot of my teachers taught me. I wanted to make something loud and abrasive, and maybe some won't see that, but I'm glad that Dave and Dot saw the value in making something that didn't fit the mold. So let's just do our reactions, 5 words or less.
To pimp an album cover.
Damn, no filter?
You look sad, Kendrick.
Sad, not the dude. No, he looks beyond sad, B. He looks hungover, drunk, sexless, maybe a little strung out. Just kidding. When I saw the album cover, Brett, I thought, well, I liked what he said in the article about debunking what the norm is for album covers, because people always think of album covers as this artwork that has to be glossy, beautiful. The image has to be so striking and just amazing. And a lot of artists nowadays are moving away from that. I mean, Beyonce with her eponymous LP was just Beyonce in pink. It was very powerful. And Beyonce is someone who always has a pretty cool album cover picture or image. You know, the artwork is very tastefully done. So for Kendrick to do this is just very, very forward. And also it's gonna get people to wanna know what's behind the picture, what's in the album, what's the content gonna be about, because that's also a conspiracy thing with Kendrick in this new album as well.
Yeah, Grace, what do you think?
Well, in not having as much going on the album cover as he had on his previous album, we're actually talking about it more. You know, we wanna know, okay, he obviously had this really high concept album cover previously, and now he's moving away from that. What's the purpose? There's gotta be a meaning behind it. And I think that you make a good point, Jason. We see a lot of artists moving away from traditional album covers. Look at, Drake just came out with More Life, and that was like, it's just, as plain of an album cover as it can be. And I really like that you're getting some memes from this. That shows that gives an album, that gives a video longevity. Again, bringing up Drake, even though I know they're very opposing artists. you look at the video for Hotline Bling,
Yeah.
and that was created so that you could have this meme. It gives the video a longevity, and I think that that's what we're going to see with the album cover for Damn. People are going to talk about it.
Right, there have been some memes already, including my favorite, which is Damn, Daniel. And they show the top of it. And there's been a couple who've done that. My favorite is the one that shows they have added feet to him with white shoes.
Yeah.
And at the bottom it says, Damn, Daniel. And then, as you were saying, people using this album cover as just a response. So some people said things like, when you finally decide to come to class and the professor says to clear your desk for the exam.
Damn.
So let's look at the back album cover, if we can bring that one up. There's a lot of people who've been speculating conspiracy theories about what this might mean.
Well, I don't think you can take anything that Kendrick puts out there lightly. I think there definitely is an intention behind it, and it's been interesting to see on Twitter what people are speculating the meaning, especially the white letters that are separate from the black letters to mean in the track listing. I think the one that I saw that I think held the most weight is "Death to the Leader." If you move around the letters.
Right.
I don't know what else you guys have heard about.
Is that all there for Death to the Leader?
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh my
Because you
God,
have
way
the
to
two
go.
from you too.
I think again, smart, genius, Kendrick and the design team and then the team behind this, they're very, very smart. You know, there's in history, album covers have a great artists who are fully invested in their art and want to have a message and give a message. They use their medium to say that, you know, and not to bring up Janet and Kendrick Lamar in the same sentence. I'm sure that's like a crime in certain parts of the country.
To whom?
Leave your comments in the section below.
Like who's more offended by that?
But in 1997, Janet's Velvet Rope album was the complete opposite of her 1993 album, where she was sexy and very sexual. The Velvet Rope was dark. You don't even see her face. She's depressed. Her head's down. And it was sending a message of darkness that was so different for Janet Jackson, who before was a celebrated sex icon.
Is that your favorite album cover?
Absolutely not. I have so many favorite album covers.
That's not what favorite means.
But
favorite means there's one.
But no, well, if you Brett, you know,
I know. That's an impossible.
I'm leaving.
I'm sorry. I'm just messing with you because that is. I know that's an impossible question.
It is an impossible question.
We used to on Rotten Tomatoes. We had to cut it down to 5. 5 favorite films.
Okay, 5. Well, check this out. 5 album covers. The Roots in 1999 did "Things Fall Apart," and they had a limited edition album cover series which depicted pictures of famine, death, racism. And the final image that Kevin Gravilis, he was the artistic director back then for MCA Records, he settled upon was of a riot in Bed-Stuy of 2 African Americans being I guess, harassed by the police, and it was so powerful for 1999 because the Roots used that album cover to send their message, and it was very, very powerful. Also, I thought that that a really good album cover.
Nope, that was a trick. I just wanted the one that came to your mind first when you were listing your favorite.
What's yours, Brett?
When I saw this, when you were talking about like blank simplistic covers, I like the White Album by the Beatles. It just says the Beatles. It's called the Beatles, but everyone calls it the White Album. It's just a white cover that just says the Beatles. After that, they've in their canon have so many interesting looking album covers.
You like stole mine, and
Really?
I really wish I'd gone when you were pointing at me. Okay, I would say the White Album or Rubber Soul.
Rubber Soul. But then again, like Yellow Submarine's one of those, like To Pimp a Butterfly, where you could just look at it and your eyes keep wandering and you see these really cool images.
But I think the album covers, it depends on the artist one. It also depends on the aesthetic you're looking for in an album cover, because okay, if we're looking for album covers that send the message, again, Kendrick's killing it with this. To Pimp a Butterfly was amazing, and you're right, you can stare at that album cover and try to, and you always see something different.
Yeah.
But if you're looking for beauty in an album cover, you know, Sade's Love Deluxe was an amazing album cover. Also, anything from Pink Floyd.
Are you trying to shoehorn in more of your favorites?
I mean,
we just know Pink Floyd.
Also, what's worth noting is that we remember these album covers because there was music behind it. So there's a reason for us to go back and look at these album covers. Now, if Humble is any indication on what we can expect from Damn, I think that this is going to be another solid album from Kendrick. So that's what we have to look forward to, because if the album is garbage and it just has this album cover, then it becomes a joke. But if there's good music behind it, then it becomes part of his prolific career, something that we will celebrate and look back on.
Yeah, it's impressive to me that album art still matters.
It does
in a
matter.
time when it's like, this is a digital age when most of the time I just have my phone and I put it away. I never have to buy anything physical.
But vinyl sales are going up.
Yeah, so, but that's impressive, but like, I think the vast majority of people still listen to the music on their iPhone
That's
or
a
in
great,
their car
that's
streaming.
a great point, Brett. Also because I think that too, previously, if you're a 90s kid, buying an album was an experience.
Yeah.
You went to Sam Goody for your entertainment, Blockbuster Music, and it was an actual tangible experience and an item in your hand. You would open, well, at least for me, I'm weird. Disclaimer, I'm really f***ed up.
No.
But I would like, one major event for me was when I bought, you guys are gonna hate me, but Butterfly by Mariah Carey. Just bear with me, because
I went to the Crazy Town song. I thought you got the single by Crazy Town, You're My Butterfly.
Sugar, baby, that's the best.
But
I would have not.
I edited as a video of mine to that, like the least extreme sports video you'd ever see.
Shifty Shell Shock was a pretty cool guy.
Yeah,
they always smell like
Good
weed and
Shifty
cigarettes.
Shell
That's who he was, Shifty Shell Shock. But so it was, you would buy the CD, open it, smell it, you would just experience that.
You'd smell the factory in China and get a little cancer.
And then the little kid who created it. Yes, Brett, that's exactly what we did for Mariah Carey's album.
When I saw this, I thought to myself, this is less of like the artistic expression and more like if I was a struggling artist in Los Angeles down at Venice Beach and had CDs that I was giving out to people, this is like what I would make. That's just my face, the font that is the default that says damn, and then like explicit lyrics pretty big.
It's interesting you say that because as I understand, Kendrick used to hand out his CDs on Hollywood Boulevard. Now I have heard that from sources that I don't know, I would say are the most credible, but apparently on Hollywood Boulevard where you see those guys selling CDs at one point in time, he did that.
Well, there you go.
That is kind of interesting.
What do you guys think of this new album cover, and are you gonna go get that album? Are you excited? What are your thoughts? Give them to us in the comment section below. We will take them for our own. And we'll see you next time on Pop Trigger. Did SNL steal an idea of a sketch from Tig Notaro? Now, let's take a look at the sketch that aired this latest weekend on SNL. This is Louis C.K. is a guy who's down on his luck and wants to liven up his birthday celebration, so he hires a clown who, when the clown arrives, realizes he's just performing for one person. A lot of people like this sketch, but let's take a look at another sketch that's actually a short film done by Tig Notaro, which is called Clown Service and has a remarkably similar premise and some of the same jokes, if not having the same tone, feeling, or ending. So a lot of folks noticed this in the comedy community and started mentioning it online and elsewhere. And finally, Tig stepped up and made a statement to Entertainment Weekly. She said, "It's been impossible for me to ignore the cacophony of voices reaching out personally and publicly about the potential plagiarizing of Clown Service, a film that I screened at Largo in Los Angeles for over a year, and it premiered at Vulture's Comedy Festival in New York City, as well as numerous film festivals around the country, and I'm currently screening on my national tour." And Tig Notaro is a big comedian. She has had, like 2 years ago, she went through this personal struggle with cancer, and as a result, she had some really, really great comedy that came out of it, and people took notice. And she's been around for a long time anyway. She says, "I have recently learned that a writer-director who was fully aware of Clown Service when I was making it actually worked on Louis C.K.'s clown sketch that is in question. Secondly, Louis C.K. and I have not communicated in any way for nearly a year and a half, and I never gave anyone permission to use anything from my film." So those are the facts of the case. Thoughts, 5 words or less.
Joke stealing is not a joke.
Obviously stole this.
Honk, honk. So let's hear it. What do you think?
I'm amongst two amazing comics audience, right? Grace and
Where
Brett.
are they?
Yeah. They're
Are they somewhere else?
at the Laugh Factory on
They're like
Sunset.
the 2 parts of my personality.
Gotcha.
You know, there's like stinging comedy, but there's also like silly comedy.
Right, yeah.
I watched both of these last night, and as someone who's not into comedy, like
Yes.
you know, professionally,
I would like to hear.
Professionally, like I mean, things are funny, but I clearly saw the correlations between the two. There was no way, shape, or form that there's so many similarities that it was mind-blowing. And then for Tig to actually give an official statement saying, yes, motherfuckers, this dude stole my shit. I mean, legitimately is just the nail in the coffin. But is that okay, I know that plagiarism and taking bits is a crime, but is it also a form of flattery to some degree?
No,
okay,
it's not.
Okay,
So
see
here's the thing.
Why they're
Louis
here.
C.K. has a lot of folks had accused Dane Cook of stealing jokes from Louis C.K. and he had a very poignant moment in one of his episodes of Louis where he had Dane Cook on, and during it, the way that Louis, who I think is blameless in all of this because he's just the host who shows up and does the scene, and if he hasn't seen Tig's stuff, I think he has enough integrity where he would probably say, oh, if he had seen Tig's stuff and saw the overlap, would be like, guys, I don't think we can do this, come on. But he said what happens frequently, to give someone the benefit of the doubt, is that you'll have seen a joke somewhere or heard it, and it's in the back of your head. And then later on, you'll tell the same joke and not necessarily realize where it came from. Because like there's things where it's like, oh, I just came up from this joke with this joke now, and someone will either say, I've heard that before, or you told me that before like 2 years ago. It's just like when you're drawing on comedy stuff, sometimes you take from an existing source, and it's not okay.
It's not okay. And when you are in the world of comedy and you're around comics all the time and you're hearing bits that you admire and that you think are really, really well thought out and really well performed, parallel thinking is a natural sort of consequence of that. And you see it happen, and I agree with the way that Louis C.K. dealt with it in that episode with Dane Cook was perfect. It's usually not intentional, but it doesn't make it okay. And I don't think that Louis is to blame in this situation. It's very likely that he's never seen this film before, but it's also very likely that someone on that set at SNL had seen that film before and kind of thought that because Tig is a very beloved comic and a big comic within circles, but she's not the sort of name where I'm sure a lot of people in the comment section will be like, I haven't heard of her before.
She'll
Go
get a
check out her
Netflix
stuff.
special. She'll get or an HBO special.
Right. Like they're gonna think that like the majority of SNL viewers might not know about Tig's stuff, or not. They might know that she's a comedian, but they're not gonna know about this short film. In any case, it's murky territory. And these days, what I love and what I hate and what you have to be aware of is that people like policing joke stealing because it's very easy to do, because you have access on YouTube to all these specials from yesteryears ago, and so they'll go and they'll find a sketch, or they'll find a bit of Tammy Pascatelli's, and then they'll find something that Amy Schumer did 20-something years later and be like, this is kind of the same. And sometimes there is joke stealing, but sometimes it's parallel thinking and it's things that happen to everyone, that it's not a creative premise, it's not an original premise, but it's not necessarily stealing. However, in this case, this is very clearly stealing.
I'll tell you what, I like the Louis C.K. one way better.
It's quicker.
Well, it's a sketch.
Yes.
There's a short film by Tig Notaro, and then there's a sketch.
All this, my mind's being blown with this comedic education I'm receiving today.
And what I think is this person who is in real big trouble, if that's true what Tig found out.
Oh yeah.
That they knew about this, like explicitly knew. And maybe they were at their job and they were on deadline. SNL is one of the most intense writing jobs you can have in the universe. And they were like, oh my God, Louis C.K. is coming. He's a sad guy. He does that show where he's like a sad guy and a lot of comedic premises. I think we can do this. And then, even though there should be alarms going off in their head, they probably justified to themselves. I don't know how they could think they could get away with it in a room full of comedy writers, in a world that like we're explaining, but the alarm should have gone off that like, even though it is a great idea for Louis C.K., you can't do it.
Grace, you mentioned parallel thinking though, and comics are creative people, right? Obviously, they're creative people. So, well, every facet of this industry is competitive. Dancing, singing, it's all this. It's all the creative process is one that's super intense. And with that said, how do you, if things, what's old is new again, and things are always being reused. How do you, as a comic, for both of you, how do you stay fresh then? Like, how do you, if you always have that thing in the back of the head saying to you, I may be stealing this or this is similar. It's like, how do you alleviate that? Like, what's the remedy?
I think it's, I mean, I don't really know. I don't have a concrete answer for it. But something that I try and do is, it's hard because like you want to watch the stand-up specials of people that you really admire, but you have to sort of do it in a way where you're like you don't want to watch it like late at night where you could like go to sleep and then you know what I mean? Like I've fallen asleep during stand-up specials, and then find myself the next day like telling a joke to a friend that's like from that stand-up special. So I think just like being really clear and sort of setting boundaries about when you are consuming comedy as a comic, that you make that distinction between like this is theirs and like this is mine. I don't know if that makes any sense. And then also like recognize that there are certain premises that everyone's gonna talk about. Just make sure that it's coming from an authentic place. Jay Leno has a bit about airplane food. Robin Williams has a bit, had a bit about airplane food. Everyone, my friend has a bit about airplane food. It's not joke stealing to talk about bad airplane food.
If you're a traveling comedian,
right? Like you have those bits.
They all are traveling. They all have their bits about hotels.
You both really think that Louis C.K. wasn't knowledgeable of
I just
this
don't like. There's a way more proximate culprit in my mind, and that's the person who wrote it. And it sucks because I know people who still find out that like, oh my God, different people write different episodes of television series. It's not like, the idea that like Lena Dunham isn't writing every episode of Girls. It's her show. She has help. Like, of course she does. And in this situation, it is not Louis C.K. showing up. I mean, they do say like, what are you good at? Most of the time, if it's not a comedian, they're like, what do you want to do? But Louis C.K. probably just showed up and was like, sure, let's shoot this. It's fine, it seems funny. And he can't be held responsible unless someone finds out something else about it.
But I think that Tig handled this perfectly, and I think that if there's any sort of silver lining to this, it would be that more people will be aware of Tig's work because she's hilarious. And if you weren't aware of who she was beforehand, I think it's great that she stuck up for herself, and you should check out her show. She has One Mississippi, and then she also she's appeared in
she has
the Amy Schumer show.
She's also in she's also in like Transparent, isn't she? Like the girlfriend of.
She's in so much. She's great. She deserves her due.
Fan
she deserves her
of
recognition.
Her stand-up. I tried real hard, and I'm like, I don't get any of this, but. That's okay, but it's still not okay to steal her joke.
It's not, yeah.
I could talk about this forever, though. I watched Louis C.K.'s most recent special, and I forget what the beat was, but I was like, he is going to do this. He's gonna do a bit. I wonder how he's gonna make it different, and he did. I'm doing this thing about Easter, and I feel like I've heard so many people say like, it's Easter, why are we, Jesus died on a cross, why are we eating chocolate eggs? Why is there a bunny? So I didn't want to do that, so I'm doing something about like, you want to make it more like a man getting crucified? Do you want to celebrate like, here's your photorealistic Jesus on a cross, Candy, now hold still while I nail you to a cross? Like, no one wants to do that. And that's so Christian. It's so Christian to be like Passover's about surviving a plague, like surviving and getting out of slavery. It should be happy. It's way less happy than a holiday about nailing your savior to a cross. How the fuck do Christians do that? Anyways, what do you think about this Tig Notaro Louis C.K. thing? Give us your thoughts in the comment section below. Subscribe and then steal a joke from someone else. Don't give them credit and tell it in the comment section below. We'll see you next time on Pop Trigger. This is a really sad story. A couple in New York is accused of murdering their son in a way that was inspired after they saw the movie Manchester by the Sea. Now, in that movie, Casey Affleck's character, his kids are accidentally killed in a house fire and he is not held responsible for it because it was an accident. Now, these parents, we see them here, Ernest Franklin, 35, and Heather Franklin, 33, are accused of killing their son because they, according to reports, they had said that they were growing tired. I mean, this quote is absolutely terrible. She wrote on Facebook about the strain Jeffrey's special needs had been putting on her. And so they killed their kid and then went away to 2 different places after setting fire to the home and coming back and then saying, oh, it happened just like Manchester by the Sea. But then upon further investigation, the police and fire department found out that it was not an accident. It was totally, the kid was killed beforehand. It's just a terrible, terrible story. So they are being held and charged with the murder. But I don't know what to say about this. So what do you guys think? It's terrible.
That's what you say to something like this, Brett. There's nothing. I mean, the proof is in the pudding. The proof is in the story. The coroner, after the fact, found that the kid had no soot and its esophagus, brachial, nose, none of that. So he was definitely murdered before. And also, the kid was special needs, but they adopted him at 12 years old. It wasn't like they got the kid when he was, way younger. So that added to the strain, allegedly, that the mom saying that she was facing. But again, you hit the nail on the head, Brett. It's tragic. What else is there to say? And it also blows my mind that people think that by watching a movie, how they can't detach themselves from to know what's real and what's not, and to think that they're gonna get away with it. That's what blew my mind about the story. In addition to
yeah,
the
but
child.
I mean, people. For me, the story comes back to people do get inspiration from movies, even in really sick and perverse ways. So, for example, we just talked about Columbine yesterday on Murder with Friends, and when they were talking about with each other in their writings about the event, that the massacre that they committed at Columbine High School, they would sometimes refer to it as NBK, Natural Born Killers, because they were inspired somewhat by the movie with Woody Harrelson. Now, obviously, the attack was very different from that, but they wanted that sort of fame and notoriety that they saw from that movie. So it's not the first time, it won't be the last time, unfortunately, that people see a movie and they think, oh, that's something I could get away with. There was another story, we might have even reported on this show or maybe on the TYT main show about someone who watched No Country for Old Men and thought that what he does to the gas, the exhaust,
gun.
that was a way to kill someone. She tried to do it. Unfortunately, I believe that if she was thwarted or someone noticed that it didn't go off as expected. But people get sick in inspiration for what they want to do in movies because they think, oh, if you can pull it off in a movie, I'm even more cunning in real life. I can figure it out. And this is just incredibly tragic, but this is sort of when you're living in a media saturated culture, this is the sort of thing that's going to happen.
Yeah, these people suck.
They do.
It's not the movie. The movie is not to blame. It's absolutely this person to blame. I mean, that's not what the movie's about. The movie is like to establish the tragic nature of this man's life and his, I don't know, I didn't see it, but like.
Well, that's what makes it interesting because, when we're talking about Natural Born Killers and No Country for Old Men, those are films that sort of glorify the killers, the people that get away with it, the culprits. The villains are the heroes in those movies, like an anti-hero.
Right, so to establish the sadness of this guy's life, that this happened as kind of an exposition. These people took it completely out of left field.
And that just shows that there's something wrong with them. There's something off with them that you could watch a heart-wrenching movie like Manchester by the Sea that does not glorify the house burning that the children die in, and that they would see that and they would warp it in their brains is what is so unsettling.
And also, usually you're used to seeing kids get the wrong idea after seeing a movie. These are parents. These are 32 or 33 and 35-year-old parents. It's their fault.
And yeah, Brett, you're right. It is absolutely their fault. And they knew what they were getting into when I would want to know, in addition to what their thought process of killing the kid is, what were they thinking when they adopted the child initially? Because again, they knew the kid had special needs.
Yeah.
And in the article, the woman spoke that he couldn't control his urine. He had frequent bowel movements involuntarily. It was just all these things that I'm sure they knew initially. So it's like the thought process for me is, okay, well, you're obviously assuming the responsibility of a child that has a lot of issues, so you have to know what comes along with that. And then 4 years later, you decided we're just going to kill the child. Like their sanity, in addition to the murdering the kids, need to be questioned as well too.
Yeah, I'm sorry. This child's problems are inconvenient for you. This is a sick story. What do you guys think? Give us your thoughts in the comment section below, and we'll see you next time on Pop Trigger. A man from Coventry in Britain is the first Briton to be charged with swatting. What is swatting? Well, swatting is when you make a false report to the police that someone else is involved in some negative activities in hopes that the SWAT team, the Special Weapons and Tactics team, will show up, break down their door, and storm their house. And people think this is funny. Well, it didn't turn out very funny for the victim of this swatting attempt, who, if we see it here, was shot between the eyes with a rubber bullet. What happened was Robert McDade, 21, is alleged to have called a terrorism hotline in the U.S. state of Maryland, posing as a man called Tyron Dobbs, claiming to be armed with a gun and several bags of explosives. He said that he would kill 3 hostages unless 12,000 pounds was delivered in a red bag to his address. The police showed up, shot the 20-year-old between the eyes, and it's absolutely terrible. And so they're not just charging the person who made the call, they're also charging the gamer who asked that this be done. Swatting, terrible. What do you think?
Gaming, ruining lives every freaking day. Just kidding. No, it's bad. It's
like you don't get it out when you play games.
Yeah. And then people are super serious about gaming. I work with a couple of guys that's all they talk about. They get so heightened and so upset about gaming to the point of like, dude, do you need to speak to someone about this? But a part of me when I was reading the story, Brett, was like, wow, how I guess not deceitful, how just horrible it is that you would exact revenge on your opponent and your adversary by engaging an elitely trained group of people. You know, it's a little sick and twisted.
Yeah, it's absolutely crazy. I understand on like a generic level of I'm here doing a fake thing. It's detached from reality. I am killing people that I'm not in the same room as, that don't exist. Wouldn't it be interesting to bring it into real life? But no, but don't do that. I think this is also another cut and dry story where swatting is terrible, don't do it.
Well, I think there's a correlation between when now I don't think that gaming is inherently violent or the people that do it are inherently violent at all. I don't think that. But I do think that there is a correlation between people who are playing these games and having relationships with people that are not interpersonal directly, that they have a separation, they're communicating via the web, via whatever game they're playing, and then calling another outside resource such as a SWAT team to their home. It's still not a direct connection. They're not going to their home explicitly, like they're sending someone else to do something for them. So that still there's like a disconnect because you don't.
It doesn't feel real.
A specific and direct interpersonal relationship with that person. I was surprised to learn that swatting is a term that was used by the FBI as early as 2008. So it is actually a trend because like we are hearing about it more and more as we've gone on in the years. I think that for whatever reason, and maybe you guys can sort of enlighten me on this, people don't realize how serious this is. Like you are wasting resources. It is really dangerous for the first responders and for the people there. Like you don't know what's going on in those homes. You don't know what the SWAT team has been told to prepare for. Apparently it is sometimes an escalation as a result of doxing, but that doesn't so someone dox you and then you call a SWAT team. It just doesn't, like the punishment doesn't fit the crime. I feel like when I'm reading about this, I'm missing something.
You're not missing anything, Grace.
What am I not?
You're not. The punishment doesn't fit the crime. Well, I mean, it's these people are playing games and they're pissed for what. I mean, I'm not a gamer, so I don't know the terminology.
Well, doxing is bad. I mean, like they shouldn't do that. Like that's also wrong. That's giving away their where they live, their personal information. That's also really dangerous. But
call the police on the person who doxed you, but report them for what they did, which is doxing you. Like that's what you need to do.
Don't lie and say there's a bomb.
It's not your job. It's not your job. It's their job to go investigate that and bring about some kind of negative consequences that are proportional to what that individual did. But then just don't do it. This is stupid. We're not going to talk about this anymore. Thank you guys for watching. We'll see you next time on Pop Trigger.
All right, welcome to Young Turks. We're gonna help a show where you about this show. What it is. Okay, I got a ton of announcements for you guys. Today's filled with. But hold, I'm getting to that in a minute. A little bit later in the program, 2 phenomenal stories about how incredibly dumb Donald Trump is. You're gonna love them, including our allies, how they have to prepare for the child president. And it sounds to me like, based on the quotes, that somebody at NATO is watching the Young Turks. So, hey, don't worry, NATO. Unlike Trump, I'm on your side. Trump might have secret tapes, which God, I mean, that's not even among the 2 stories proving how dumb he is. But why would you do secret tapes in the Oval Office? Why would you be so stupid? Okay, so we will get to that a little bit later in the program. And if all of that was not fun and exciting enough, in the second hour of the program, the Klan is back, and they're lighting up torches. I don't mean the goofy guys in the basement pretending to be the Imperial Grand Wizard and stuff. I mean like the real resurgence and of significant racists looking to terrorize the rest of us. So that's in the second hour. So a hell of a show for you guys. Now, when I say you guys, I don't mean just our regular audience every day. I also mean a new audience. Ooh, what is that all about? I had 2 big announcements for you guys on Monday. Here comes one of them. Let's do the first one, okay? Here we go. Here it comes. Washington. We got an announcement for you guys. We're back home. We started the Young Turks, wow, over 15 years ago on Sirius Satellite Radio. We were there before Howard Stern. We were there after Howard Stern was also signed. I remember, I was gonna say many people, but I think it was one listener who emailed and said, I came for Howard Stern and stayed for the Young Turks. Well, don't cry for me, Sirius XM. We're back. So today, first show on Sirius XM in many years now. Jesus Lord mercy. It's been a long time, about 7 years. So great to be back with Sirius XM. We're on Sirius XM Progress. If you are listening right now on Sirius, you know that. You're like, I'm on Progress. That's why I'm hearing you. It's channel 127. And we are on 9 to 11 p.m. Eastern. So we're live, of course, on the website every single day on tytnetwork.com at 6 o'clock Eastern, 6 to 8 o'clock Eastern. And then Sirius is carrying the program just a little bit later. So if you've got a Sirius set, Sirius XM set, channel 127, here come the Young Turks. And since we started with Sirius, like I said, literally in my living room, that's the famous story about the Young Turks, famous. And me and Dave Kohler and Ben Mankiewicz and Jesus, who's still with us, all 4 guys huddled around, Michael Schur, huddled around one table that we had in my living room, and we had bought a couple of mics and an ISDN equipment and beamed it over to New York, whatever beam means. And then we had our callers, remember the steady callers, Jesus? Tim from Medford, Oregon, Adam from Colorado, Buddha, whatever happened to Buddha? That was one of the great mysteries of our old show, whatever happened to Buddha? Chris from Virginia, while we were on Sirius XM, back then just Sirius, and by the way, later we were on XM, which was back then just XM. So back home in every way conceivable. Convinced me that the estate tax was BS. That in fact, it was the first time that Paris Hilton was being taxed. Conrad Hilton had already been taxed, but Paris Hilton hadn't done anything. I mean, these are the great fond memories I had of Sirius and our, what we thought was our brilliant audience. I thought they made great point after great point. Later, when we got enough data on our audience in the internet's days, we found out, no, our audience is actually kind of brilliant. Over 80% of our audience has some college education, which is unbelievable. It's record smashing how smart you guys are. Here, the people who produce the show and host the show, not quite as much, but at least you guys are smart. Anyway, and that's an awful lot of folks with a lot of education, because have I mentioned that we have about 80 million unique viewers a month? Not a big deal. Anyway, okay, channel 127, we're back, Washington. And some of you folks from the old Sirius days, yes, I still have the same soundboard, as you can tell. It's a great lineup, by the way, they got on Sirius XM's Progress channel. And you guys should all check it out, even when we're not on. 6 to 9 a.m. Mark Thompson show, not our Mark Thompson, but good Mark Thompson. There's 2 Mark Thompsons in the liberal world. Stephanie Miller's show, hey, you want to talk about soundboard? Stephanie's got a soundboard. Okay, Tom Hartman, the professor. Brilliant guy. He's also convinced me of several different points that I often talk about on the show. Michelangelo Signorelli's show, fantastic show, 3 to 6 p.m. And then look at
there's a new addition to Progress as well, Dean Obadala, another good friend, old friend. So that's a power line about the end. Young Turks, what's it? I think you guys got it. All right, check us out on Sirius if you've got a Sirius set. And if you don't, hello, buy one. Okay, now, but I'm only one exciting announcement in. You ready for the second one? Now, as you all know, we did a journalism drive right after Donald Trump was elected. We said, you guys, we got to build the best investigative reporting team in the country, hire some really skilled, young, aggressive, hungry reporters who are ready to do some investigative reporting, get out there. And we had this audacious goal of raising $2 million, and you guys did it. So we've hired 12 people, a dozen people already. I told you we're going to 13. I told you we're going to hire our next reporter if we got to 2 million. And I am ready to announce who that is. So, you always need a bugle call. Okay, it's Andrew Jones. Now, Andrew's a young reporter, so you might have seen his work, especially if you're a progressive and read some of these outlets. You don't have to be a progressive, of course. But it is incredible how much he's done so far already. He's worked at The Intercept, The Guardian, meaning these are places he's contributed, written at, been published at, Salon, SB Nation, he also does sports, MSNBC, Talking Points Memo, Raw Story, Ebony Magazine, Wall Street Journal, Alternate, and Fusion Network. So can't wait. I think that he's gonna focus on politics, of course, culture, and like I said, a little bit of sports. He says he's quick to emphasize that he's from Brooklyn, not just New York. Okay, don't hold that against him. I have not yet determined whether he's a hipster. We're gonna have our other investigative reporters look into that. Okay, so I wanna welcome Andrew on board. Can't wait to have his contributions. By the way, he's also into music and he has apparently performed in front of Public Enemy's Chuck D. Now, that's both musically awesome and politically awesome, and Talib Kweli. How did I do in pronouncing that name? Okay, so he joins Jordan Chariton, Nomiki Konst, Michael Tracy, Naomi LaChance, and now Andrew Jones. And we hope to break dozens of stories for you guys and deliver on what we promised you guys. Thank you, thank you, thank you from the bottom of our hearts for making this drive possible and for allowing us to hire great young reporters like all the ones I just mentioned. And they've already done an amazing number of stories. And just last week, we had Naomi LaChance break the story about the rape culture and actually get footage of a confession, which was chilling. She did a public records request, got that as an exclusive. We had Jordan Chariton with the Flint 6 story of the 6 people who were wrongly arrested in a town hall in Flint, Michigan. I mean, that's just last week, and let alone all the other stories that they've broken. So I can't wait to see what Andrew is gonna do, and all of our reporters, thanks to you guys. All right, God bless your heart and Godspeed to the reporters. Let's move forward. Welcome, Andrew. Okay, now, speaking of media, Now lately I've been telling you about how MSNBC has been basically replacing all of their progressive hosts. And I gave you a long list yesterday, over a dozen people who have been either removed from air, fired, or moved to lower time slots, taken off of prime time or taken off of Daily Show and put on the weekends. So just as we're reporting on that, and they, at the same time, hiring hosts of new conservative and more mainstream establishment reporters and anchors, including George Will announced last week. We now find out this week that one of their most highly rated hosts, Loris O'Donnell, might be on the chopping block. Now this is an amazing story, and it really tells you all you need to know about corporate media. It's not just about MSNBC. So let's tell you all about it. Huffington Post breaks the story. They say Loris O'Donnell, host of MSNBC's The Last Word, has just 4 weeks left in his contract, and the cable network does not appear to be interested in renewing his deal. 4 well-placed sources tell HuffPost that MSNBC has not been in contact with O'Donnell's team of representatives to negotiate a new deal. Now, I worked briefly in cable news, and I know a ton of folks that are in cable news, and Huffington Post also talks about it. If they haven't reached out to you with only 4 weeks left in your contract, normally that would mean you're done. If they like you and they want to keep you, they don't want to lose you to another network, they will reach out real quick. 6 months before your contract ends, even earlier than that. So the fact that they have not reached out to him yet is a very, very bad sign for Lawrence O'Donnell staying at MSNBC. Now, there's a lot of new media focus on it, so let's hope that that maybe affects their decision and focuses them on the reality of how Lawrence is doing. So let me tell you about that. The Last Word is the cable network's second highest rated program, according to Nielsen figures, behind only The Rachel Maddow Show. Who would possibly fire their second highest rated host? That's crazy. On the other hand, when this purge began back in 2011, it started with Keith Olbermann, and he was their highest rated host. Now, there's two different purges that happened at MSNBC. One was the beginning of getting rid of some progressive hosts, some because they rocked the boat and challenged the establishment and maybe challenged the Democratic Party, and some personal issues, et cetera. Then the second wave is under Andy Lack. He was brought in recently to clean house, get rid of all the progressives, and make sure that MSNBC does as its corporate parent tells it to do. Don't rock the boat, support the status quo, and perhaps support this right-wing president. Now, after Olbermann, of course, then I left, and Martin Bashir, and Dylan Ratigan, and Ed Schultz, and the list goes on and on. Under Andy Lack, as I told you, dozens of progressives have been moved out, and you could watch our video from last week about that. In this case, Lawrence himself tweets this out, and normally if you're under contract negotiations, you don't want to provoke people publicly. So this tweet also means things are not going well, and it's clear evidence of that. But listen to what he said. He said, last night, this was a couple of days ago, Maddow was #1 rated show in all of cable TV, not just cable news. The Last Word was #2. That's of course Lawrence O'Donnell's show. Thanks for your support, we need it. Now, if your show comes in #2, I mean, I know that it's not over a quarter, it's not over a month, but on any given night, and you're beating Sean Hannity, and you come in at #2 in all of cable, ain't nobody talking about firing you unless they have a clear agenda. That they're willing to sacrifice ratings and even revenue for their network for a larger agenda. There is no other explanation. So now I'll give you some of the possibilities here in their official statements, and you can see for yourself here. Look, and like I said, when Olbermann was let go, actually come to think of it, there's been 3 purges at MSNBC. There was the original purge back when it was not pretending to be progressive, when it was largely a conservative network, but Phil Donahue was their #1 rated show right before the Iraq War, and he was against the Iraq War, so they got rid of him. They got rid of Ashley Banfield, Jesse Ventura, and then during the Olbermann era, #1 rated, he's gone. Me at 6, I don't know everybody's ratings, but at 6 o'clock, I had the highest ratings they ever had at 6 o'clock. They try to move me to the weekends because, as you guys might know, if you follow the Young Turks, as I explained at the time, they said that that they were insiders and I had to start acting like it, which is unbelievable. It's like a speech out of a movie. I couldn't believe what I was hearing. So that happened to me, and I know it for a fact. We saw the internal memos of them talking about Phil Donahue in the first purge, saying when all the other networks are waving the flag in time of war, we can't have Phil Donahue questioning the war, and hence he was removed. Now in this third purge, like I said, it's led by Andy Lack, who was brought in by Comcast. Now, Andy Lack has been with NBC News before, and then he went to go work for some other organizations and now is back. And so Huffington Post explains, Andy Lack, the chairman of NBC News, is no fan of O'Donnell's program, sources say. Now, some say it's because he doesn't appreciate the liberal nature of The Last Word, but others say it's about the fact that O'Donnell rejected Lack's request to move his program from 10 p.m. to 6 p.m. Eastern time. Now, look, that last possibility could be a small part of the equation. And I was in a situation, not at MSNBC, but at another media organization, where we were asked to move time slots, we didn't, and then management held it against us. So that's fairly normal, and it happens. But if you love the program and the program is going great and it's got great ratings and it's bringing great revenue, that is a small issue, not something that you don't continue somebody's contract over, that you basically remove them from air over. No way. And part of the reason they want to move him 10 to 6 is they want to move him to a lower time slot. And he's got it in his contract that he can stay in prime time. And so he said no because it's fully within his rights. That's a tiny issue. The much larger issue is that Andy Lack is removing all of the liberals from MSNBC. Now, they can't get Rachel yet. She's in the middle of a contract. But if you take away every other progressive and all you have is Rachel Maddow and Chris Hayes left, TikTok. That's called culling the herd. Okay. Now, and by the way, look, I like Lawrence a lot. I know him a little bit, personally. And we need his voice on air at a time where we need everybody challenging Donald Trump. And don't take this the wrong way, but he's not like the world's most radical progressive, right? And I'm sure he would probably take that as a compliment. He's like, mainstream left, but good, solid. Trump's a bad guy, points it out. It fights for a lot of progressive values. My point there is, he's not some sort of fire breather where you're like, oh my, wow, okay, I get it, man, that's too much, No, they're getting rid of all of the liberals, all of the progressives. Okay, but senior NBC News executive tells Huffington Post, no, not the case. He says about Lack, he is proud of and enthusiastic about all the work that's being done across all of MSNBC's primetime slate, including Lawrence's program. Yeah, that's why he's never ever talked to Lawrence O'Donnell since he came back in 2015. Is that amazing? Yeah. Okay, you can put out any statements you want. And by the way, here, prove us wrong. Keep him on. You offer him a new contract. The proof's gonna be in the pudding one way or another. If you don't renew his contract and he's off the air, you can put out all the pretty little corporate statements you like. We'll know exactly which direction you're going. Okay. Lack is said to dislike, this goes back to Huffington Post's reporting. Lack is said to dislike when people attribute his cable network's blockbuster ratings to Trump. He believes, according to multiple sources, that the high ratings are largely a product of his programming decisions. You really believe that? You can't possibly believe that. That's oh no, I replaced all the people who were, did interesting shows filled with perspective that were getting fairly high ratings, and then during the Trump rise, they were getting even higher and higher ratings. And I come in and I replace them with milquetoast who just do really boring standard programs. And because all of cable news is lit on fire by Donald Trump, that boat happens to rise a little bit, and then I go, oh, you see my genius move. See, when you bring in milquetoast and the guy has no opinion at all, and he just reads like the news actor that he is from the prompter and what our producers wrote for him, that's considered safe by our corporate parent. People love that. That's why the ratings are up. Hey man, whatever gets you through the night. Now, it's not just that they're cleaning house of progressives. There might be another reason why Lawrence O'Donnell in particular is in trouble. They explain, if O'Donnell's contract is not renewed, the news would certainly be welcome to President Donald Trump, who has had a long-running feud with O'Donnell. Oh, okay, well, let's find out more. In 2011, O'Donnell called on NBC to fire Trump, then the host and executive producer of The Celebrity Apprentice, for pushing his racist and inaccurate birther conspiracy against President Barack Obama. In 2015, he also claimed that Trump was lying about his wealth. Trump threatened to sue O'Donnell for making false statements, but never followed through on his threat, which O'Donnell had predicted. By the way, Lawrence and I did the same thing, or at about the same time, but the president only watches cable news. And that's why it's important to have voices like Lawrence's on cable news. Now, of course, a lot of you watch online content, that's why you're watching this. But for the folks who are, in a different demographic, they only watch cable news. They don't know how to turn on their computers. And they vote too. And it's important to have people like Lawrence on the air talking to them. And he made the point, which I think to anyone who's ever researched Donald Trump is fairly obvious. He doesn't have $10 billion. He doesn't have anywhere near $10 billion. I don't think he's a billionaire. I actually think he owes the Russians a ton of money. Okay, so when Lawrence just pointed out, hey, I don't think he's as rich as he is, Trump, of course, was furious. Now, why would MSNBC care about that? I mean, they claimed for years that they were progressive, kind of. They lean forward. They don't go all the way forward, don't get carried away. They just lean forward, right? Well, if your parent corporation would like to get mergers approved by this government with billions upon billions of dollars on the line, then you might care what Donald Trump thinks if you're Comcast. If you'd like to get rid of net neutrality and kill freedom on the internet, but provide those internet providers with billions of dollars in extra profits, then you wouldn't really want progressives on air, would you? And you wouldn't want to anger the president, would you? Those are very important government decisions that have tremendous impact on Comcast's bottom line. By the way, if you're a Comcast shareholder, did they discuss any of this with you? Did they say, hey, you know what? We're going to sacrifice MSNBC. We're going to take proven shows with proven ratings and proven revenue off the air,
and so that we can get all the other deals approved. Did they have that conversation with you guys? Did you guys approve that if you're a shareholder of Comcast? It's an open and interesting question. So now back to our friend, the senior NBC News executive, who says about lack, more amusing quotes, is he bringing in more voices from all over the political spectrum? Yes. Well, okay, thank you for that admission, but that was super obvious anyway. But that's to make better programming and more informed analysis. We don't just do things to appease people in power. We hold them accountable. When's the last time you saw NBC News holding anyone accountable? It's a literal question. You remember like breaking news, Pentagon's full of liars. Now, it's not to say the Pentagon lies all the time, of course not, but you guys have billions of dollars. Did you ever do an investigation and challenge the Pentagon on all the civilian deaths? In the beginning when they say they're not civilians, and then later it turns out they were civilians. Did you even do a follow-up story? Have you taken all of your great reporters holding power to account and unleashed them on Trump or Obama or anyone? I mean, when I was there, they didn't like me going after Obama. Anybody who's in power, you gotta appease them if you own a multi-billion-dollar corporation with lots of business in front of the federal government. And if you don't, you gotta go, you gotta go. Meanwhile, no, he brought in all these thick-necked conservatives to give informed analysis. Progressives who used to watch MSNBC, don't you want informed analysis from deeply conservative right-wingers? You know, they're a treasure trove of facts and reason and logic. Okay, and what are they thinking of replacing the last word with? Well, Huffington Post one last time explains, it's unclear who would replace O'Donnell if MSNBC declines to renew his contract. Multiple sources have told HuffPost that Brian Williams, whose program, The 11th Hour, is on MSNBC at 11 p.m. Eastern, has been eager to have an earlier start in the evening schedule. Brian Williams, in my experience, is a good guy, funny, smart guy. But on air, what he does is milquetoast. That's his whole point. I don't challenge anyone. I don't rock the boat. I read from the prompter. And the prompter is super safe. So steady as we go. If it's your boat, you don't want anyone rocking it. It's Comcast's boat. So if you're even rocking it a little bit, you gotta go. So it looks like they're going to head in a status quo, pro-establishment, pro-Trump direction. I mean, if you'd like to destroy the good ratings you have under Trump for holding him accountable even this much for a tiny, tiny portion of your programming schedule, well, you can kiss those goodbye. Is there any progressive who actually thinks MSNBC is a progressive channel anymore? Look, again, I should celebrate this because they're just handing their entire audience to us. But as a person who cares about this country, I want as many voices on our side to be all over media, TV, online. Does radio still exist? Yes, it does. We're on Sirius XM right now. So all those voices in all those places. But right now, unfortunately, that it does not appear to be where Comcast is headed. But hey, maybe we're wrong. So let's ask you guys. There's a poll we've got, tytnetwork.com/MSNBC. And we're asking you guys, what do you think? Do you think MSNBC is progressive? A really, really simple question. Right now, I think the polling has it at 93-7. No, look at this. The yeses are closing in. 90% no, 10% yes. But you guys vote and let us know if you think maybe that's as good as it gets. I mean, with all the Joe Scarborough in the morning for about 18 hours and the other incredibly standard news actors that they have on. And if you think that's a progressive place to watch, then have at it, Hoss, go get them. MSNBC, my last word, can't wait for you to prove me wrong. And then you can go out and say, see, these guys online, they don't know what they're talking about. Young Turks always attacking us. It's not true. We kept Lawrence O'Donnell. We paid him even more money. We decided to keep him for 3, 5, no, 10 years. Bet you won't. Your call, not mine. Young Turks. All right, back on the Young Turks. I've got some tweets for you guys. If you want to talk to us throughout the show, this is now New School. Send it through the tweeter machine used the hashtag TYT Live. So Joseph L. Casabugui, okay, sorry Joseph for what I did to your last name there, says TYT is back on radio, welcome home. Thank you, Joseph. Joanna J.M. Hicks says, why so serious? Congrats. Thank you, Joanna. Laura Meditz says, sweet, I've been loving following Andrew Jones for months. Happy to have him at TYT. As you know, we hire all these young reporters. I realize what a slacker I must have been. I mean, I don't know, by the age of like 13, they've already worked for like 78 news organizations. I don't know how they did that. So it's great that you were following them, I love that. All right, Christina Oaks says, Lawrence is the last remotely progressive voice on MSNBC. They're replacing them all with conservative hack jobs. And Tom Sherry says MSNBC doesn't care about ratings, they care about doing pro-corporate, pro-war propaganda. They don't need high ratings. Well, so an interesting point there by Tom, which is that, and which is not unusual, by the way, it's happened many, many times in the past, that sometimes giant corporations buy certain things for marketing purposes rather than actually making revenue off of that thing. Do you know that Rupert Murdoch loses over $50 million a year every single year on the New York Post? If you just care about business, you need to shut it down a long time ago. He probably views that as a marketing cost for the rest of his empire and for his political point of view. So that's interesting. And conservatives have a lot of money to throw away. Okay, let's move forward. So, Donald Trump fires James Comey, the head of the FBI. That seems like a drastic and outrageous move given that Comey was investigating for his connections to Russia and how they might have colluded, especially during the elections. So it's a Nixonian move. Let's see if it affected his polling at all, his ratings, and most especially Trump voters. Did they get swayed by this at all? Will anything sway them? All right, first of all, his decision to fire Comey, overall unpopular. Let's put it this way, 38% disapprove of his decision to fire Comey, 32% have no opinion, and 29% approve. So you can say only 29% approve of his decision to fire Comey, and that's how a lot of the press has been putting it. But that's a big number there at no opinion, about a third of the country. So the jury's still a little bit out on that, but right now, overall unpopular. Okay, how about among Democrats? Now, you're not gonna be surprised by this, 66% disapprove